has to do with, this idea of cohabitating and stuff like that. Um, I got married, but I'm really not a person who's going to run around and preach to everybody that they should get married, because I think marriage requires skill sets that some people just either don't have or don't want to have. Marriage is tough. And so I'm not a person that would, just like the same as my position on voting or going to college. I'm never a person to tell you not to vote or not to go to college or to get married or not to get married. I'm more of a person that's just likes to analyze the pros and cons of every decision, and acknowledging that your decision is going to vary based on what works for you, who you are and what you believe in, and how committed you are to the process, things like that. So anyway, here's what was on my brain today. It had to do with a story that I might have told you guys before, about a man that I kind of indirectly knew the man, and he was about my age, in his early 50s, and he liked to date the young girls because he had a little money in his pocket. He stayed in good shape. He's a good looking man. So he had a girlfriend that was about like 31 or 32 years old. And so this 31, 32-year-old girlfriend, came to live with him. He took care he took care of everybody. He didn't want to get married again, but he did. He said, "I love you like a wife, and I'm gonna be there for you just the same as I would if I was your husband." Things like that. And she believed him, and he followed through. He followed through on all of that. But one thing he forgot about, I think, is that sometimes people just die, and they die for no reason sometimes. I saw a video one time of like these people that were just doing regular stuff, and they would be talking on the talk show, and somebody would just fall over dead, or they would be I don't know, walking down the street, and then somebody just falls. I was in the airport yesterday. I kid you not, I was literally in the airport yesterday in Philadelphia. I came here for the Get Money Fest, and I heard a big thump, a big thud, and it was some guy that had just that just fell down for no reason. He just fell down, and his face hit the door, and it was pretty bad. And I was like, "Whoa, is he okay?" And because I remember there was a guy who was like, "Are you who I think you are?" And I said, "Yeah, I think I am." But look at that guy; he just fell down, and he couldn't get up, and eventually he got up and tried to act like everything was normal. But it made me just think about, like, I see stuff like that, and I think about that, right? And I think about how we're not really ready for that. And then actually, believe it or not, this all connects. I promise you. Um, I was in. I'm not gonna say it was an Uber. It was like a driving service. This brother walked up to me and offered me a ride, and I was a little skeptical and stuff. But it turned out he was the father of a guy that I knew, a sports agent named Andre Odom, and so we rode in his car, and in the car there was a single mother with three kids, and the single mother, who was about 44 years old, told me that she had three strokes. And I was like, wow, that's so crazy. That how life kind of works, that so many things can happen and you don't prepare. Like, a lot of us don't wake up every day thinking like, well, what's the worst that can happen? So anyway, all that made me think about just mortality, and how little, definitely from a financial, I'm gonna stick to the financial side of it, how we just don't really think about that. We assume that we're going to just be here and be functional and be in our right minds, and everything be okay. But then there's so many different things that happen. So let's go back to that story. So there was the guy, he's a 54-year-old player, and he had the young girlfriend that was about 32. And like in a lot of situations, you can imagine, his 31-year-old daughter wasn't exactly happy about him having a relationship with a girl she could have went to high school with. So she didn't like the relationship at all. But the father didn't, he just kind of did what he wanted to do. And so he had this girlfriend, and she was living with him. And because he was older, this is how a lot of these relationships work. A lot of times the older man might provide some stability financially and otherwise. So she lived with him, and I believe it was a love relationship. I believe they really loved each other, but they didn't want to get married, or he didn't want to get married. I don't know how she felt. So the daughter was not happy about this relationship, but she couldn't do anything about it. Well, the thing is, though, that in these relationships, people don't really think about like legal issues and stuff like that. There's not a conversation about like, okay, well, what happens if this occurs, or what happens if that occurs? And so here's what happened. And by the way, can y'all hear me? Are y'all able to give me a yes if you can hear me? I want to make sure. I normally say hello, and I'm sorry I didn't greet you. I was just processing things, so my apologies for that. Okay, thank you, Charlene and April and Darlene and Carolyn and Pacola and Edward and Hamid. I see you in there, and I just want to acknowledge you. So I apologize for not acknowledging. I should have done that. That's very rude of me. So anyway, all right. Okay. So basically, here's what happened. So one day he just has a stroke. He just gets, whatever, I don't know if he was how healthy he was. I think he was in good physical shape, but like a lot of us, the greasy fatty food maybe caught up with him or whatever. So he has this stroke and he's in a coma. And while he's in a coma, the problem they had was that he paid all the bills. Right. So this girlfriend, and it was actually his mother too. He took care of his girlfriend and his mother. They were trying to figure out, like, how are we going to pay the bills? Now suddenly they're vulnerable. They're just out there. They're stuck. They don't have any income, nothing. He paid for everything. So they were kind of scheming on, like, how do we figure this out? So what they did was they realized a lot of the cell phones, you just put the phone up to somebody's face and the phone will open, right? So maybe they propped his eyes open. So I don't know what they did, but they put the phone to his face. They got into his phone. They went into the bank account and they were able to pull out enough money to pay the bills, whatever, a few $1,000s. So that was working for a while, I guess, as long as he was in a coma and nobody was asking too many questions. And so they were paying the bills. Well, one day he just dies. He's gone. He goes to heaven. And when he dies, that's when the state gets involved in your situation. That's when you have probate court and all these other things, all these people that are going to sort through every detail of your life to figure out where all your stuff is supposed to go. Well, the problem was that this man did not make any plans. He didn't have any plans for death. His only plan was what we were going to do Saturday night. He had plans for, what kind of sex they might be having. He maybe had plans for what the next trip they were going to take. But he didn't make any plans for the ultimate trip, the big trip where he's like floating up to heaven and he can't go back and do a do-over and make sure that he signs a couple of documents to make sure that he's taking care, that this woman is taken care of, this woman that he loves or says he loves, right? I think love is a verb. I don't think love is just a word or an emotion or a feeling. I think love is an act. If I love you, I'm going to do things to make sure that you're taken care of. If I could just say I love you, but that doesn't mean anything if there's no action attached to the words. It's almost like white people apologizing for slavery. The apology means nothing to me. You need to write my check. Give me my reparations check. Write that $14 trillion check, and then we'll be good. We're even, right? That's you truly repaired the situation. Okay, so love is the same way, right? So apparently no one ever taught him that part of love, or maybe he didn't care, or maybe he didn't think about it, or whatever, or maybe perhaps he fell into the trap a lot of men my age fall into, which is where you still think that you are 25 years old. You still think it's 1999. You still got it popping. Like we think we're hip and we're cool, and we don't realize how old fashioned we look because everything that we do now it was really cool in like 1999, but it's not cool in 2024. You look like an old man. It's whatever. Okay. So anyway, he dies, and there's no legal rights left for anyone like whatsoever. There's nothing legal that the court is bound to acknowledge or respect that gives her any legal rights whatsoever. She's sad. She's crying the loudest at the funeral. She's the one that knows all his secrets. She was closer to him than anyone else. She was even going with the mother to take care of him when he was in the hospital. Doesn't matter. Nobody cares. The court doesn't recognize it. The court's like, whatever. You don't exist. Basically, like you have these slang terms. You're the ride or die. You're the main chick. You're the girlfriend. Y'all been together X number of years. The court does not recognize any of that. The court says, were you his wife? If the answer is no, then please step aside, ma'am, so we can talk to the people that actually matter. And that's devastating. That's absolutely devastating. And I can only imagine how painful that would feel. Martin Luther King, for example, there was a lady, an older lady, she was from Kentucky, where I'm from, and I interviewed her years ago, and she swears that she was closer to Dr. King than Coretta was. She swears that she says she was with him when he got shot at the hotel. She was so sad she wanted to climb in the ambulance with him to do what any normal good girlfriend, wife, whatever would want to do, which is I want to go to the hospital with him because I'm worried that he might die, which he did. And literally 50 years later, she was still very bitter because she wasn't acknowledged on any level. right? Because she existed kind of in the shadows, right? And so I felt bad for the lady. I really did, assuming her story is true. Um, and so anyway, long story short, this lady's there. She's got no rights whatsoever, no access to any of his assets. Her opinion just doesn't exist. So who do they call in? Well, the person they call in who has all the power all of a sudden is the daughter. And that's the same daughter who hated your guts, the same daughter who thought you were a predator for dating her daddy. You were taking advantage of him. You were a gold digger. In her mind, that's what she sees, right? That's what happens in these relationships. When you get an older person with a younger person, everybody feels like somebody's being exploited, right? They feel like the old man's being exploited for his money, and that the only reason he wants to date a young girl is because he wants somebody he can control, right? So either way, somebody's getting exploited when really I've seen situations like that where both people kind of know what it is. Look, I'm 25, you're 45. The only, the part of what I expect is for you to bring some financial security in my insecure life. And then he's like, yeah, but the thing I expect you to do is to look good and not stress me out, and I'll pay your bills, right? That becomes so to me, it's not always exploitative, but then again, maybe it could be. I'm not here to judge that. I'm just here to say that this happens all the time, millions of times, all throughout history for 100,000 years. With that said, the daughter did not appreciate this relationship, so the daughter suddenly had all the power. Now, here's the deal. So let me tell you what happened. I'll tell you what happened, then I'm going to tell you what I see, and then I'm going to tell you some remedies. I like to tell if I tell the story, I'm going to tell you what the issues are, and then I'm going to give you a solution to it. I'm not going to just throw it out there for dramatic purposes. So the daughter, who hates the lady's guts, first thing she does is she gets the girl evicted from her house. So lady she's now homeless. She's like, "Ha ha, you bitch! Now you have nowhere to live. Now I'm going to move into the house that you and my daddy lived in." Um, she then goes back and finds out when the probate people are doing the forensic accounting, they find out that thousands of dollars was pulled out of this account. So they go back and they go say, well, let's go find out where this money went. That's when they find out that she stole the money and she pulled it out. Okay. And so then the daughter calls the police to get the girl arrested, because she's a criminal. You're not my daddy's girlfriend. You're a thief now, right? So she goes to get her arrested, and I don't know how that part went, but I know that it was pretty ugly and probably lots of legal fees and everything else. And the thing about it that probably upset this young lady the most is that I believe she really did love the man. And also, she knows that if he were alive, he would not approve of any of this. If he were alive, he would protect her from all these things. Now, by the way, this is a story now that I mentioned. I think I've mentioned this story to you guys before, but I wanted to bring it up again because we didn't go far enough in terms of laying out solutions you can put in place. So bear with me with this, okay? So basically, what I see in this situation as a finance professor, for just going back to theories and research that I remember going through in my doctoral program, is that there is a concept in finance called moral hazard. And moral hazard, to make it simple, really basically kind of means that there are power shifts that occur in our lives such that if you don't prepare for those power shifts, you can really screw yourself. So in this particular case, the power dynamic shifted. Before, it was those two in their cozy little relationship, and the daughter is an outsider. She can't do anything except sit there and be mad. Well, then suddenly when he dies, the power shifts from the daughter, or excuse me, from the father to the daughter. So that's a moral hazard issue. Now the daughter has all the power, and the daughter is going to come in, almost like a new president taking over the White House, and completely dismantle and disrespect every rule, every law, every process that you had in place before she got there. She's coming in with full burning torches and a sword and a machete and chopping down every single thing that y'all had that y'all believed was sacred. None of that matters anymore because the king is dead. Daddy's gone, right? And so with this moral hazard issue, they have a solution to the moral hazard issue in finance, and they call that optimal contracting. Now, optimal contracting basically is what it sounds like. Optimal, meaning like the best, like you optimize. Contracting, contracts, putting contracts in place to protect you in case the beast of moral hazard shows its ugly head. So in the event, so what does that look like in this situation? Well, it looks like this. It might look like the man saying, because I love you and because I'm a real man who thinks strategically, I'm going to prepare us for the moral hazard problem with optimal contracting. I'm not just going to say I love you. I'm going to show you I love you by, now maybe I don't want to get married. Maybe marriage just isn't for me. I'm not mad about that because divorce rates are really high. Marriage is hard. Marriage, if you do it, make sure you do it right. Make sure you prepare, because it's not easy. But maybe I don't want to get married, but I do love you. So what I'll do is I will put my name on some documents to secure your rights in the event that something goes bad. And to me, I don't think that that's too much to expect. I really don't. Like if I was sitting there and I was talking to this young lady who says, "Oh well, he really loves me. He does very nice things for me." Blah blah blah. I would say, "Well, okay. Well then if he loves you, then have him show you that he loves you. Have him sign something. It doesn't have to be a marriage certificate, but is there anything he can sign that gives you rights? Because at this point, all you have are words, and talk is cheap. Words mean absolutely nothing. Feelings don't mean anything in the court of law. So basically, a few things that she could have done, that she could have gotten put in place to protect her legal rights might be the following. You have things out here, first off, with the healthcare part, some sort of healthcare proxy or medical power of attorney. That pretty much means that you're telling the courts that, look, if something happens to me and medical decisions need to be made on my behalf, this person can make those decisions. This person can come see me in the hospital. They're going to get treated like a relative. Give me a yes or no. Yes or no. Do you think it's unreasonable for two people that are supposed to be in love to have a healthcare proxy in place to make sure that if you get sick, I'm not going to get treated like I'm some, raggedy little hoe that you kept on the side. Like I'm going to get treated with the respect I deserve. I earned this. Right? I earned the right, even with me and my wife. I spent years with my wife before I married her. And I would have hated for something to have happened to her, and for people to be like, "Oh, well, you're just her little boyfriend. You need to get on out of here. We're gonna bring her her real relatives in." That's horrible, right? So I don't think a healthcare proxy is unreasonable. Give me a yes if you agree. I hope you agree with this. So you can get these done with a lawyer. It costs a couple dollars, but again, you're trying to impress your girlfriend by taking her out to nice restaurants and stuff. Well, impress her by taking her to see a nice lawyer and getting some documents in place that really shows that you have each other's back. You remember, love is a verb. Love is an action. It's not just a bunch of words. It's not just a feeling. It doesn't just mean I want to have sex with you. It means I want to protect you. It means I want to be there for you, whether I'm being there for you in life, and also I'm going to be there for you in death. And because I love you, I'm going to think hard about how I can make sure that you're going to be okay no matter what. That even if the relationship goes south, you're still going to be secure. I don't think that's too much to ask. But then again, maybe there are people that will call me a simp because I actually care about the woman that I'm with. Second piece is there's something called a durable power of attorney. This would have helped her in her financial situation. A durable power of attorney allows you to manage someone's financial affairs in the event that they get incapacitated. If your brain stops working right now and you're in the hospital with a coma, or God forbid, whatever happens, you're in a car wreck, you want to know, like, who's going to be able to go into the bank with a piece of paper and get access to my bank account to make sure the bills get paid on Tuesday, or to make sure that I get what I need when I'm out of my right mind. I'm not in my right mind right now. I know a daughter whose father suddenly had a coma, and they had big problems, or they couldn't even get access to anything that he had because there was no documentation in place. So that's another thing you can do. Also, there's something called a living will. Living wills outline sort of what happens to you with your medical treatment, your end of life. Like, do you want to be resuscitated, stuff like that. So if you give me that power of attorney, and you have a living will, I can go in and say, you know what, I know this woman better than anybody else, and I know for a fact that she told me over and over that she didn't want to be resuscitated if it got to this point, or whatever, right? And that kind of puts you to the head of the line, right? All these things that we think we can only do through marriage, you can actually simulate some of that with appropriate contracts and appropriate documentation. They also have things like cohabitation agreements. Cohabitation agreements give you like property rights, right? So I don't know. Again, I'm not here to judge this young lady's relationship, but what I am here to say is I think it's really strange, though, to live with somebody for a long time and then just know they could just put you out at any moment and you have nowhere to go. To me, if you are in love and you really care about each other, then to some extent, I'm going to need a protection in the event that we go bad and you start tripping. If I'm really heavily dependent on you financially, you're paying all my bills or whatever, right? And I know at any moment you could just decide you don't like me no more and you want to get rid of me. Well, I'm going to need you while you're deeply in love with me to sign a document that's going to protect me from the darker side of you. Do you understand what I mean? Right? And you see it all the time. Again, that's another kind of an example of a moral hazard issue where when we're friends and we love each other and we care about each other, everything's wonderful. But in the event that you meet somebody you like more than you like me, or I make you mad, at some point I go from being a friend to being either an enemy or a non-entity. So optimal contracting can protect you from that. So something very basic in the agreement, maybe like if we're living in this house together for so many years, well, you own a piece of the house. And again, that's a high bar for people to jump, right? If you're not financially conscious, then no one's going to jump that bar for you because you're never going to even ask them to jump the bar, right? But really, when someone's in love with you, they'll make agreements like that with you. They'll say, okay, you know what? Yeah, you're right. I want to make sure you're okay because I love you right now. You can't get those things signed or done when they hate you or don't want to be with you anymore or can't stand you anymore or they want to be with somebody else. So to me, optimal contract. This actually, believe it or not, y'all don't even know this, but when we talk about options, like in the Prime program, how we're studying stock options, all stock options are doing, and I don't want to sound like too much of a mathematician here, but this is what I see mathematically, is you have what they call different states of the world. Anybody ever heard of quantum computing? How many of y'all, give me a guess if you've heard of quantum computing. I'm not going to go too deep, I promise, but this is the God sending this signal to me, so I'm going to try to explain it in the best way I can in terms of what I see. Quantum computing kind of talks about probabilities, right? It talks about the fact that the world you live in is only one of many billions of different worlds you could be living in any moment. You know what I'm saying? Like right now, I'm living in a world where I'm holding this pen and I just dropped it. But there's other states of the world where I took the pen and I threw it at the wall. I took this pen, I shoved it in my eye. I didn't touch the pen at all. Do you understand? Those are different states of the world, right? Or there's another state of the world where right now I'm not talking to you. I'm taking a nap right now. I don't want to talk. Right. So what I mean by that is quantum physics and quantum reality talks about not the world you live in. It is a level of consciousness. Remember, in financial consciousness training, we talk about what consciousness is. It's the ability to rise into higher dimensions. Every time you rise in a dimension, you're able to see realities that may not be seen in that dimension that you were in before. This is why consciousness is so critical. This is why Black people get robbed on a regular basis because our financial consciousness is underdeveloped. We're not trained to be conscious. Media, we consume more media than anybody else in America, and media is designed to minimize what they call it, or to disrupt your prefrontal cortex, which is literally where your consciousness lives. So when you see people that are behaving in an unconscious fashion, it's because they're conscious. They've never been trained to be really conscious. There's nothing stimulating their consciousness. So consciousness means that you're not just looking at the world that's in front of you. You're looking at all the potential realities that are out there. In the Game of Thrones, and again, this was a conscious show because you had to be very strategic to win the Game of Thrones, right? So there was a point, there was a little scene where one guy, he called him Littlefinger. He was like a real crafty, sneaky guy, and he's talking to the queen, and he says, you have to be able to imagine every possible scenario. He said, imagine your friends as your enemies. Imagine your enemies becoming your friends. Imagine every little thing in between, because you have to be able to see all of that in order for you to really understand how to prepare for the fact that the world is going to change. Things are always going to be changing. So effectively, consciousness means that, like, if I really love you, and I'm conscious of my love for you, then I'm going to not just think about the way things are. I'm going to think about all the different ways things could be. And if you're not conscious and you're caught up in the moment, you're caught up in how you feel right now today, and all you see is this reality, then you're going to miss everything. When the world changes, you're going to get hit like a ton of bricks. It's going to hit you like a Mack truck because you're going to be like, I never imagined him being dead. I never imagined me being in the hospital with no legs. I never imagined, I never imagined this person that I love so much hating my guts. Look at how often you see people. I always thought divorce court and stuff was so interesting because I'd be like, wow, this is amazing that these two people hate each other's guts. Like they want to destroy each other. One of them tried to kill the other one. But if I went back in time 2 years, these two were madly in love. If I went in and said, one day it's gonna get real bad, and you're gonna wanna you're gonna wanna kill her or whatever, right? They say, no, you're lying, you hating. What are you talking about? That's not true. Blah blah blah. We love each other. We're gonna be together forever. That's what happens. That's what marriage is. Marriage is this really ridiculous ceremony that it's not always ridiculous, but sometimes it's ridiculous because a marriage between two unconscious people is ridiculous to me because they're not really necessarily thinking or imagining what life could be like if things went bad. They're not even preparing for that. They're sitting there in front of all these people telling them that they're going to be together forever and that I love this person more than anything. Blah, blah, blah. And me, I'm just the weirdo in the back that's saying, gosh, when she really finds out what he's really all about, that's going to get bad. And then when he gets bored, it's going to be terrible. And then when she starts nagging him and da 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 da, and they're not ready for any of that. They're not even interested in getting therapy or counseling to prepare for those possibilities. And so I'll be like, I literally, I'm a little bit of a cynic sometimes. Like I'll be like, one of my friends got married. I remember thinking, I mentioned to somebody, I said, I give it about maybe 9 to 12 months before stuff starts falling apart. And it did. They got married, they got divorced like a year later. And it wasn't because I was being cynical. It's because that's what happens. Like when you try your hardest to be conscious, you just kind of see stuff, And I don't say anything because I don't want to be mean, but it's like, no, you can't get caught up in the moment. So consciousness to me partly means let's talk about financial consciousness. It means you just really want to think about risk management. That's what risk assessment is. All risk is, well, you've heard about risk a lot in terms of investing. All risk is an awareness consciousness. See, that's going back to the consciousness. That's why we do conscious training. All risk is an awareness that things could change and understanding what the catalyst could be that could cause things to change. Like I had a I had a friend in college. He was he was a big ladies man, right? He had all these girlfriends or whatever. And he had this sweet little girlfriend that loved him to death. She would come visit him on campus and he loved her too in a certain sense, right? His version of love was whenever she came in town, he would clean up his mess. He'd tell all the girls to stay away. He would have his room nice and clean or whatever. But when she was gone, he'd be getting drunk every day. He'd have a new girl in there every single night. And I remember, and I knew it. I saw all this, but I couldn't say anything. You know how it is when you see somebody just doing somebody dirty, but you better not say nothing because if you tell them, because they're so caught up in the moment and they're so in love, who are they gonna blame? Who are they going to blame? If you come and you tell them, you're like, look, I just have to tell you, this is what I saw. They're going to blame you. They're going to get mad at you, right? Until they see the truth. And then maybe they'll apologize, but they're not seeing the truth. They're in this naturally diluted state called love and infatuation, everything else. So I didn't say nothing. I just saw it happen. And I remember thinking to myself, though, I said, ooh, once she finds out like what's really going on, this poor thing's gonna be devastated. And she was. I think he ended up, this is a true story. He ended up in the hospital with a drug overdose. And that's when she found out that he was using really, really hard drugs like cocaine and stuff like that. And that's when she also found out about all the women. And I remember her, and I knew her. I knew her enough where she would tell me this stuff because he was my friend. And she was talking about going to get tested for STDs because she was really scared now because blah blah blah. And so anyway, my point is to say that I think love is fascinating. Love is really interesting to me because it's such a powerful drug. And if you really study love and what happens and the chemicals that pop up in your brain when you fall in love, phenylethylamine, oxytocin, dopamine, all these chemicals really take you out of reality a little bit. And so consciousness, if you think about this, like a drunk person or a high person is not very conscious. A drunk person or a high person can be exploited or taken advantage of. And if you think about how often people get taken advantage of because they're in that fragile state of being in love, it all kind of connects, right? Or how many bad decisions we make because of either love or sex. Like I saw somebody made a joke that said, women get in trouble because of this and men get in trouble because of their penis, and so ultimately part of consciousness, in my opinion, is really having that space where you can kind of meditate and detach. enough to be able to sort of level up and look at the whole picture and make sure that you're just kind of prepared, right? So to me, little things like I'm gonna give you some more recommendations on some optimal contracting that can be done that can elevate your financial consciousness and make you ready for anything that might be in front of you. Another thing is the will, the last will and testament. I think if somebody has a document, even an informal document, they just state your wishes, like, hey, look, if something happens to me, and you can probably do that today. Like you can get on your computer and literally write a quick email to send it to some trusted people and say, this is what I want to see happen until I get a will in place. Just keep this because you might die tomorrow. I hope you don't die tomorrow. But Robin, there's Robin. Oh gosh, what's her last? I think it's Robin Smith. I know that's not her last name. But anyway, there was the Robin was a woman that was actually like part of what we do. She spoke at our convention, and everything else, and her husband killed her earlier this year. And the one thing that has helped in that horrible case, as it's kind of gone on, is that she did actually have stuff in place that made sure that her daughter was at least financially protected in case something happened to her. And she had no, she never would have guessed that her husband would have actually killed her, right? So you can literally get on a computer, type something up, and it's not the same as a formal will, right? So you eventually have to get something real, but it's like a start, right? It's like evidence to say this is what you wanted, and you send it to the people that you care about, and then that's a placeholder until you get the will in place. And then trusts are great. Some sort of revocable trust or revocable living trust is a good idea because you can make the trust the beneficiary of your insurance policies and everything else, and then you put instructions on the trust. The trust is an entity. And by the way, we're actually developing the estate planning class in the Black Business School. It's long overdue. So I'll let you guys know when that's ready. So we'll have all that stuff laid out where you can learn all this stuff. But basically, trusts are a great vehicle to give you protections in the event that you're not there. The trust is like a machine where it's going to follow your instructions even after you're gone. And so if you love somebody, to me, you would put them in that trust to make sure that they're going to be taken care of. And so these are some little things you can do. I personally think that I think it's wrong for me to go through the world telling everybody they have to get married. And the reason I just won't do that is because the divorce rate is high. Divorce is very expensive. A lot of people are not just don't have the tools for a healthy marriage. Marriage requires a lot of patience. It requires like you can't. There's no space in a marriage for like a lot of arrogance and a lot of like deal breakers and stuff like that. Like you have to be very flexible. You have to be very patient. You have to be willing to adjust and contort yourself in ways that you would never imagine. And you have to really be committed to the idea of staying married. That's why a lot of the longest marriages come from people like my parents. My parents have been married 50 years. And the reason my parents stayed married 50 years is not because the relationship was always romantic. It's not because they both stayed young and sexy for 50 years. It's not because everything always went right. It's not because everybody always treated everybody well. It's none of those things. You know why? The reason they stay married is because they just decided they're going to stay married. That's it. If you ask my father, like, how did you stay married 50 years? He's not going to give you a long answer. He's going to say, because I didn't get divorced. That's it. He's that type of simple, old-fashioned kind of man that says, if you make a commitment to do something, you do it. And for whatever reason, the definition has evolved, right? Now people say, well, it works as long as the other person's as committed as me, or as long as they don't cheat, or as long as they're and I'm not saying that you shouldn't have those rules. I think that's fine. I would just say that it goes back to mathematics. When I was explaining to you all about mathematics, that one thing about mathematics is that if you want to optimize an equation, the more constraints you put on the equation, the more conditions you put on it, the less optimal the outcome is going to be. Every time you put a condition, a constraint, you have a list, you have a deal breaker, stuff like that. That every time you do that, you're reducing the likelihood that you're going to get to the finish line because eventually one of those deal breakers is going to pop up. However, when you do simple stuff, and I'm not advocating for this, I'm just saying that it does work, it seems. Like you go back to the 1930s, divorce was highly discouraged. There were a lot of people that were very religious, and there were people who just believed that if that's your wife, that's going to be your wife. No matter how much debauchery and chaos happens in the marriage, that's my wife. That's who I picked, and that's it. Period. There's no other discussion beyond that. And now we live in a world where everyone feels like we have options. And the thing about options, this is what's interesting too, is in the world of finance, options are always a good thing. You're never worse off when you have more options. Like stock options are wonderful. You can make money from stock options, all that stuff. But in the real world, sometimes having too many options makes it harder for you to commit to the constraint. Because what options do is options, pay attention now. I hope you're getting this. This is, I'm saying, I'm going to sound a little bit deep here. I think, I don't know. I don't want to talk over anybody's head, but what options are designed to do is to release you from constraints. Do you understand? This is the thought. This is a concept I've never actually shared. I've never talked about it in this way before. But options are good. Why? Why? Well, why do you want options? Well, because options help you get out of your cage. You can break out of your prison. You can release the constraints, right? If you have more consciousness, you have more options. You have more awareness. When you have more awareness and more exposure, you're thinking about all the things you could be doing, right? So process this, right? So when you are in a marriage, and you're sitting there and you're thinking every day about all the other places you could be, all the other people you could be dating. You got, pretty girls hitting you up in your DM, or you got handsome men that are willing to say and do all the things your husband won't do. Well, in your mind, you may say, gosh, look at all these options I have. Well, the options work in the opposite direction of the constraint and the commitment. Marriage is a somewhat, to some extent, it's a commitment and it's a constraint on your behavior. It says, this is who you pick. If you want sex, you got to go to this person, right? You got to come home every day. This is your place. This is your family. So I'm not saying that that's good or bad. It's up to you to decide if you like that lifestyle or not. I like it. I chose it. But at the same time, the more you're processing all the options, like I don't sit around and say, gosh, I'm Dr. Boyce Watkins. I have a little bit of money in the bank. There's a lot of women on social media. I could be doing this and doing that. I don't want to think that way. I don't want to process all that. I shut all that down because I'm trying to focus on my commitment. Do you understand? So I think you have to make a decision, right? I think that in life, generally speaking, I want you to have more options, but I think that there are actually some situations, and this defies financial theory. One thing that we're taught about options in financial theory is that options never have a negative value. You can never be worse off with more options. I don't think that's true in life. I don't think that always processing all your options, like if you're eating a salad because you want to lose weight and you've constrained yourself to eating healthy food, it doesn't really help you to sit and fantasize about cheeseburgers and ice cream while you're eating the salad. The salad is not going to look good next to a cheeseburger, right? So what do? Well, you minimize your options. You don't bring the cheeseburger home. You don't put a picture of an ice cream sundae right next to your salad. You focus on what's in front of you because you're committed to that thing. Do you understand? So that to me is commitment. And also, I will say this, going back to what we talked about earlier about sort of making plans for other people that you care about. I think the best way I can show commitment to you is to make sure that you're going to be good, to really, really protect you, and to be willing to have that conversation and prepare. And what's unfortunate about that too is that sometimes when you ask people to make a little bit more of a commitment, they're going to show you how committed they really are to you. And you may not like the answer. Like if you tell me you're going to do something and I say, well, you're going to do it and you're happy to tell me you're going to do it. Then if I say, okay, well, let's put a down payment on it, or let's take some action. And then suddenly you back away. That's going to reveal to me that you weren't as committed. You were committed to telling me what you were going to do, but you weren't committed to actually starting the process or doing it. So doing versus talking are two different levels of commitment, just like doing versus talking are two different levels of love. I can sit here and talk to you all day, get on Chat GPT and learn how to say romantic things and whisper sweet nothings in your ear all day long. But if my words are not backed by action, that I have not, I really think that that's something you might want to think about. I'm not telling you that it's bad or good. It's up to you to make that decision. But I am going to say that there's a difference between talking and action. And so in the example I gave you earlier, with that man who died and his girlfriend was, is now in jail, I think, because she took the money out of his account because she had to survive. My thought would be, if I really love you, I'm not going to put you in that situation where you've got to go break the law just to keep the commitment that I'm unable to keep because I'm incapacitated. I'm going to make sure we have a plan B, a plan C, a plan D, and a plan E. So what I do with my wife is I tell Alicia, I say, okay, if something happens to me, I've been flying airplanes and all that. If I go out one day and I don't come back, I need you to go into the black bag, and the black bag has all of our insurance information. And then also, I want you to reach out to this person, and this person, because these people are going to be able to give you access to the things that you need to make sure that the bills get paid. My goal in general is to make sure that your life is just as good if I'm gone as it was when I was here. And my belief is that a lot of people don't do that, not because they don't care or not because they don't want to do it. It's just that nobody's ever talked to them this way. Again, I think that one of our cultural deficiencies as Black people is I don't think that there's enough conversation about preparation. Because if there was more conversation about preparation, then our children wouldn't be leaving high school without knowing how to read, write, or do math, or learn how to make. They wouldn't be out in the world not knowing how to make money without begging a white man for a job. So I don't think the preparation conversation is heard very much because preparation. It's not fun. It's not lit. It's not exciting. It's not part of the culture. All that, right? It's not like hip hop promotes a culture like, well, you better make sure that that you study hard and that you learn, you become financially literate, and that you always wear a condom and that you always save your money. Yeah, they don't rap about that. They rap about living in the moment, living for today, doing whatever is fun right now, do what feels good, and that is them encouraging you to reduce your consciousness level, reduce your awareness, take yourself up from down from the third or fourth dimension down to the one or two dimensions where you're literally only making decisions that are going to optimize your life right now. You're literally living in a way where you're not even sure what next year is going to look like because you never really thought about next year. You haven't thought about the year 2028. You haven't thought about the year 2032. You're 22 years old. You're not imagining what life is going to be like when you're 37. You're not. Why would you think about that? That's 15 years down the line, right? And I personally think that we would have more preparation if we were forced to have more of those conversations. Like, okay, you're a teenager now. What's going to happen when you're 40? Like, how's this all going to play out for you? And I think understanding these things, I think is really important. And so just going back to that example with relationships, again, part of me showing you that I love you is me being very conscious of what love really looks like, what love really means. When I was talking to our 13-year-old, I said to her, I said, I'm gonna always be here for you. Even if I'm gone, even when I'm not here, I'm gonna be here. Even when I'm not here, you're gonna miss me because I won't be physically here, but oh, I'm gonna be here because I'm gonna literally program my universe so that once I'm not here, there will be structures in place, entities in place that will execute my orders as if I was here, as if I was calling the shots from heaven. So just know I ain't never gonna leave you abandoned. That's never gonna happen. Because where I come from, fathers do not abandon their children. So every time, so my personal issue might be every time I see a so-called real man that dies, and his family is out here looking desperate and raggedy because they're putting up a GoFundMe to pay for just to pay for his basic funeral expenses. That tells me that that man was not trained to be a very conscious man. He was not conscious of what love really looked like. But then also, I think expecting consciousness or at least connecting yourself and inviting people into your life that have a commitment to learning what consciousness actually looks like is very important. So when you sit down and you ask that person to show you love in a conscious way, like, okay, if you love me, I need us to make a plan. And then they walk away from that, or they say, I ain't got time, or I'm not interested, or you tripping, or you getting on my nerves. Well, that's telling you everything you need to know. That's not if in order for you to elevate, you need other people who's going to elevate with you. You can't be trying to elevate where you got somebody just trying to weigh you down. If I'm trying to go up to the 10,000 feet in the sky and you're 800 pounds and you're pulling me down to 50 feet off the ground, it's really hard for me to elevate. So it's a hard decision to cut that cord and let your ass just drop down to the first level one, because I'm going to rise up. And then when I rise up, though, I'm going to meet other people that are rising or people that have already gotten to that level, and we're going to live up here. This is where we're going to get an apartment in the sky. We're not going to live in the basement on the ground in the gutter of our culture. I think that there is a gutter to Black culture that I don't think is a very happy place. It's almost like living in the middle of hell because it's nothing but trauma, bad decisions, bad outcomes, chaos, drugs, death, everything negative, right? And I really don't want you to have to live there. So and I'll give you a story about it, and then I'm going to be done for today. I'll never forget this. This was 12 years ago, actually, approximately, and it was when I started to realize why it was important for me to get on here and to just talk to anybody that would listen every day. This is one of the things that actually started motivating me to do what I was doing. And I got a message from a woman that said, she said, Dr. Boyce, oh my God, I heard something you said yesterday, and I just need you to call me. I need you to call me. And normally I can't do that, right? If you tell me to call, normally can't call. But it was like a Friday night and I was bored And I was like, wow, this is interesting. It's almost reminds me of the other time where I found out about the ladies that were setting men up and drugging them and stealing their money and stuff. It was one of those times where I was like, something told me like, okay, I need to call this lady to find out what's going on, right? So I called her, and she was about 32 years old, and she was very religious. And she said that she was actually a virgin until she was 30, 31 years old because she was waiting for her husband to have sex with. And unfortunately, and the statistics show this, Black women have a harder time getting married, and there's reasons, right? Mass incarceration, stuff like that. The percentage of marriage eligible Black men is far lower than the percentage of marriage eligible Black women. So you get a lot of people that hit the age about between 27 and 32, where it's time to really start getting married and having kids. And the women are kind of here and the men are kind of here. Not all men, not all of them, right? A lot of men are right there with them, but a lot of men unfortunately just aren't equipped and prepared, right? And I really believe a lot of this links to depending on white men to give you jobs. They're never really going to empower you. They're going to exploit you. It's a horrible educational system, and men being distracted by stupid stuff like sports and hip hop and all that. Like, I'm going to be a rapper, I'm going to be in the NFL, and then that never materializes for 99.9% of them. So, but the women don't grow up like that. Women don't grow up giving up all their education, hoping they're going to make it to the WNBA. The women tend to just focus on like school and stuff. So when the Black man and Black woman hit that marriage age, the men are in a different place than the women on average. And what this does is it creates an imbalance in the number of available men to marry relative to the number of available women. When I got about 28, 29, or 30, I could throw a rock and meet a Black woman that wanted to marry me. It was not hard. It was very easy. And so, and the older I got, the easier that it got, right? Because also the world, not only did the world change, but I changed. I had more money and all this other stuff, right? So, long story short, this woman had gotten to about 31 years old. She had not met her husband yet. And also, it's even harder when your pastor says the only type of man you can marry is the man who goes to church. You know what I'm talking about. There's a lady named Deb Cooper who wrote an article called Does the Black Church Keep Women Single and Lonely? And I kind of think that she had a point, because I don't think it's fair to say you should only marry a man who goes to church and gives money to your pastor like you do. I just think that there's a lot of good men who don't do that. So anyway, so she doesn't meet her husband, but she meets a guy that she likes. And she was like, she had a little bit of shame. She was like, Dr. Boyce, I just wanted to have sex. And I said, it's okay. Sex is not bad. And she said, I really liked him. And I started having sex with him. And I said, that's okay. I don't think I'm not judging you for that. And she said that they were sleeping together. And I think they didn't use protection. Like, she kind of told me that's part two. And then she said that you mentioned in your podcast that you should, if you're sleeping with somebody, you should say, let's go get an HIV test together. So she said that, I heard Dr. Boyce, and he said that, if you're in a relationship and you're having sex, you should go get an HIV test. So she asked the man to get an HIV test. And he said, yeah, okay, no problem, sure. And then what happened was, like she said, he never called me again. Like, he just disappeared. He just left. And so she was scared, and I don't even know the results. I don't even know what happened. I just know that at that time she was very nervous and worried about what was going to happen. And I think about that story because it was only when she became conscious and she asked him a hard question that she found out who he really was. Right? He clearly, I don't know, maybe he had HIV, maybe he didn't, but he clearly wasn't ready to engage in a conscious relationship with her because he wasn't even ready to actually even go get tested to see if he had one of the most deadly infections that a human being can have. And if he'd infected her, he didn't even care enough to go do that. So that taught her, about him. So sometimes that's what happens when you force people to prove something that they've been saying. Some people are just going to fall off. But that's really a blessing. That's not a curse at all. That's a revelation. They're revealing who they are. You were sleeping with the enemy the whole time, and now you're finding out the emperor has no clothes. So really, my point is to say, when you talk about those conscious relationships where we really go and we really do some things we need to do, maybe protect your legal rights, stuff like that. Again, I'm not here thumping nobody over the head with a Bible, talking about gotta get married and all that. But I'm saying you have so many contracts out here that you can create with another person without getting married that will give you basic protections that any person should give you if they care about you. If I am the person that is financially dominant and I'm paying all the bills for you, and you have not, neither one of us has really sat there and said, well, what happens if I either can't or choose not to pay the bills anymore? That tells me that you're so caught up in the love that you're in right now that you're not thinking about all the things that could go wrong. I had a friend when I was younger, his mother tried to kill herself. And she was, you know how white people, you go to white people's houses and sometimes they be telling you all their business. It was weird. I couldn't believe she was telling me this, and I was just a kid. But his mom told me why she thought about taking her own life. And she said it was because she met a man when she was in college, and he was going to be a dentist. And in her mind, she said, "Well, since he's going to be a dentist, I don't need to do anything. I achieved my goal." She said, "I went to college to get a husband, and I got one, and then I dropped out." And so she didn't finish school or anything. So he did. He eventually went to school. He became a dentist. They were married like 20 years. They were living a great life. They had a big old house and boats, and the kids were in private school. And then when they got in their 40s, he decided to trade in his 40 for two 20s or whatever. And he went and he started having an affair with the secretary. And next thing you know, he runs off with this 23-year-old, and she has nothing. She has no resources, no nothing. She wasn't able to, she was embarrassed. She couldn't keep her kids in school. Her resume was dusty. So she was really screwed because she had not sort of consciously thought about, nobody had thought about, like, well, what happens if this thing doesn't work out anymore? So one way to prevent that, and that's called a moral hazard problem. One way to prevent the moral hazard problem is optimal contracting. In my view, somebody who loves you should be willing to sign some sort of contract for you. And typically, and I don't care what nobody says, don't ever let anybody call you a gold digger, male or female, because you're financially conscious, because your financial situation is deeply rooted and connected to your psychological well-being. Your mental health is ruined when your finances are disrupted. So there's nothing wrong with expecting financial security and expecting to maintain that. And so I would encourage you to have those conversations and see where it goes, and then look into some options of things that can be signed to make sure, like, look, you're getting kind of old, and I know you think you're young, but you're over 50, and men die in their 50s, or they get sick in their 50s or 60s or even their 40s and 30s. So let's just make sure that we are good, so let's visualize our love. Like I can visualize my love with you when you're beautiful and I'm beautiful. I can visualize my love with you when I'm young and you're young. Let's visualize our love if I have cancer and you're coming to visit me in the hospital. Now let's visualize our love if you're in a car wreck and you're in a coma. Now let's visualize our love if I'm dead and you're still here. Now let's visualize our love. What does it look like if you're dead and I'm not and I'm here, right? What does all that look like? And then what happens is you visit every state of the world. It's emotionally draining. It's very sad to think about these things. But then you can say, oh, wow, okay, I need to sign a document so that if you're in the hospital, I can come see you. Or, oh, yeah, we need to sign another document so that if you trip on me and you decide you hate my guts, I'm still going to be financially okay. I'm still going to own a piece of the house where I've been helping to pay the mortgage and take care of this house with you for the last 7 years. People will do these 7, 8, 9, 10-year relationships and have no legal protections whatsoever. I think that's wrong. I think that that is not ethically wrong. I think it's just strategically wrong. Do you understand? Do you follow? Do you get what I'm saying? I sound judgmental there, and that's because I am judging that. I don't think I believe in love. I think love is the most powerful force in the universe, but I don't believe love will conquer all. I don't believe that the emotion of love is as durable as we think it is, because people's emotions can change. They can. So the more protections you have in place to defend that love, the more stable, the more stability you have. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. All right. So anyway, I'm done. I'm going to, if you allow me, I'll mention a couple of things that we have going on that you can participate in. Number one, if you're not on the text list and being invited to Monday in the Morning Financial Consciousness Training, we do this every single day in the Black Business School at 10 a.m. It's totally free. Make sure you get on the text list. Text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948. That's the first thing. Number two, so somebody type that number in the chat, 87948. The word is morning. Number two, the Get Money Fest is happening in Philadelphia this weekend, or on the 18th from 12 to 6. And if you go to getmoneyfest.com, you can participate in that. It's an art, music, and fashion festival that also has a massive financial literacy component. There's a lot of financial experts that are coming in that are literally going to talk about all the different ways to make money, elevate your business, market, whatever it is you're trying to do. It's to support independent business owners of any background. Number three, if you want to get a free access to something that we have in the Black Business School called How to Start a Business When You're Broke, I'm a believer that everybody in the Black community should think about a business or a side hustle. I think you can own a business or own a piece of a business without actually having to be an entrepreneur. So I'm not telling you to quit your job. I'm saying get multiple streams of income. So if you would like to get access to that material, How to Start a Business When You're Broke, for free, go to b1startup.com. B, the number one, startup.com, b1startup.com. That material is there. It's available for free for anybody that wants it. And then last but not least, in this consciousness training, as you guys know, today, I think we've done probably over 100 of these trainings so far because we do them every single day. If you'd like to get the archives and have them all and have access and you can share with your family, all that, feel free to become a premium member of the Money in the Morning Club. And you can do that by going to drboycedaily.com. The first 30 days are free. So that's drboycedaily.com. All right. So I hope you guys benefited from this conversation. Thank you for allowing me to share the stream of consciousness. I did not know I was going to talk about this today. I think that being in that car yesterday that I mentioned, where the woman told me she had all those strokes, I think that's what really stimulated my thinking about life. And she was 44 years old. She had two beautiful little babies with her. And I just remember thinking about how hard it must be to be a single mom with a lot of kids. Those were not her only two kids. And to have, she said, three strokes. And I said, gosh, I wish I could do more to help. I think I paid for our ride. We were in the cab together, and I was like, I'm going to pay for her. But I didn't want to be too nice because honestly, sometimes if you're too nice to a woman, it can be misinterpreted. But I just said, God, it hurts my heart, right? And I just believe deeply in a core value I share with our youngest all the time, which is that preparation is the key to success. And so to me, consciousness and awareness of all the things that can happen, all the different states of the world that you can end up living in, all the things that could go wrong, that is where you get that opportunity to kind of prepare for those things. So I don't know where she was. I don't know this lady at all, but I do remember being touched by her story. So just prepare, and make that part of your culture. Your culture does not have to be the dominant Black culture. I believe there's a lot of brainwashing and everything else that happens to our people, and it's horrible because they want to exploit us, and that's what they end up doing. But they don't have to exploit you. Just because they exploiting everybody else don't mean they got to get you too. So be conscious. A conscious person is very hard to exploit. So be smart. All right, guys. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. And again, you can go to b1startup.com, be the number one startup.com to get that free training on how to start a business when you're broke. I'll see you guys. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Welcome, welcome, welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. I hope you guys can hear me okay. Give me a yes in the chat if you can hear me. And I want to say good morning to everybody who came in. I sent out a profit alert just now to let everybody know that toward the end of the video, I will mention a stock that I'm about to buy this morning in hopes that we can help put some money in your pocket. And I want to say good morning to Keith Patillo and the wonderful Patillo family, Tajai and FW Sigmas, Linda Kidd, Rhodes Gold, Gary Hatcher. Good morning to you. Good morning, Efferin. Good morning, Talita. Okay, so I hope everybody's doing well. And I'm doing audio today. I hope that's all right. Sometimes I do video, sometimes I do audio. Just got back from the gym. My wife and I got up about 5 a.m. and I can proudly say I ran very slow in the treadmill and I did lift my weight. So I did my job on the fitness tip. Health is wealth. You got to take care of your health, because if you lose all your health trying to go get wealth, then you will lose all your wealth trying to get your health back. Let me know if you know what I'm talking about. Big Pharma will take all that money. They're going to sell you a bunch of expensive pills, and then you're going to die, and then they're going to take everything else. So be careful about that. All right. So anyway, all right. So first thing I want to just talk about today is I want to talk about Uber. Uber is a really fascinating company. Uber has an extraordinary ability to lose just ungodly amounts of money. And I wanted to kind of talk about Uber in a way that really you probably won't hear anybody else really talk about this angle. And this is the angle that probably makes people not like me very much, but it's an angle that I think is entirely necessary. Uber. Okay, so first off, how many of y'all knew? Give me a yes or no if you knew just how much money Uber loses. Like, Uber loses money at a level that I've never seen. I've rarely seen a company just lose that much money at that level. Just to give you an idea, in this quarter alone, I think Uber lost about $500 million, which is absolutely crazy. $500 million loss in one quarter, like literally in a 3 month period. But then if you go back over the years, you'll see that in many other years, Uber, let's see, in 2000, now they made their first profit in 2023 of 1.9 billion, but just the year before they lost $9 billion. I want us to just take a moment and meditate on that, because you guys know we do financial consciousness training every morning at 10 a.m. And sometimes I just ask you to like sit on something and just meditate on it. $9 billion loss. The previous year they lost $500 million. The year before that they lost, in 2020 they lost 6.7 billion. So this company is a money losing machine. It is incredibly good at literally just destroying investor value and losing so much money that you would think that they robbed a bank. I mean, it's crazy to me. And I wanted to bring this up because there's kind of a racial angle to this that I see, in this sense. How many of you know of any black owned, has there, give me a yes or no, has there been a black owned business in the history of this world that could even forget losing billions? Hey, can you think of any black owned business that could lose, say, $100 million a year after year, and still be in business? Can you think of any black owned business that can lose even 50 million a year for, say, 8 years and still be considered a good business? Yes or no? Has there ever been a company like this anywhere? In fact, let me just look at the Uber losses over the years. 2023, they did make a net profit, but 2022, you have $9 billion loss. 2021, $500 million loss, 0.57 billion. 2020, you have a net loss of 6.7 billion. 2019, a loss of 8.5 billion. 2018, 1.8 billion. 2017, 4.5 billion. 2016, a loss of 2.8 billion. Like, they're losing money at a crazy level. I mean, we make fun of, rappers that'll go blow $100,000 by putting money in stripper thongs, but we don't talk about these big corporations that are mostly run by white people, controlled by white people, that are able to just lose ungodly amounts of money. So you might say, well, how in the hell does that work? How do you lose that much money and stay in business? Well, this is one of the biggest elements of racism, economic racism, that doesn't get discussed enough. This is called access to capital. Access to capital. When a company's losing money at that level, it's almost like when your teenager is going to the mall every single week and they're crashing the Mercedes and then blowing 100,000 at the mall, and they don't have a job. If they don't have a job and they're blowing $100,000 every time they go to the mall, somebody's paying the bills. Their parents, right? Well, with these companies, they don't have parents, but they have banks and investors that are willing to give them all this capital to allow them to literally just run these companies that look like freaking train wrecks and lose money at an ungodly pace. And they hold on because they say, well, just keep going. We'll give it a few more years and eventually money will be made. And this is something that I think there should be more attention put on this. There is a racial angle because black owned businesses die. There's no black owned business I've ever known. Just take 2014 alone, where they lost 2/3 of $1 billion. There's no black owned business that could have survived that. Not one. I don't know a black owned business that could have survived losing 1% of that and still stayed in business. And so this really, to me, this is an interesting conversation, especially when we talk about, businesses, what makes a successful business and what doesn't. If you just come to me and you say, well, this is a bad business because they lost money and they lost money over multiple years, I'm not going to disagree with you. It could be a bad business, but at the same time, Uber is not considered a bad business. Give me a yes. Give me a yes if you understand that Uber is considered to be a pretty good company, which is crazy, right? If you go look up Uber stock price, believe it or not, Uber stock, it's trading at $64 a share. It's gone up 5.8% this year. It's gone up 69% in the last 5 years. Or sorry, in the last year. I said last 5 years. I'm sorry. Last 5 years has gone up 53%. The last year it's gone up 69.91, which is basically 70%. So how can a company that's losing money at that level have a stock price that's going up? Well, welcome to whiteness. Again, this is not Standard, not, most white people can't go and borrow this kind of money, but I've never known a black company or a black person that's been able to lose money at that level and still stay in business. And I think this is just one dimension of economic racism that I want you to kind of process and think about, particularly as you evaluate businesses, say in your own community, and you say, well, that Negro lost $1 million, or he lost $5 million, or whatever. I just kind of think, like, it's fascinating to me that Uber can literally, they just lost $500 million in one quarter. They've had years where they've lost as much as $8.5 billion. But look at the stock price. Look at this. If you'd owned Uber stock in the last year, you would have made a 70% ROI on your investment. So this just adds the complexity of investing that I really want you to understand. And what's really crazy is that I wouldn't have faulted you for buying Uber stock, because there are people that believe that because Uber has significant market share, because they've dug in the trenches, they're much, much bigger than Lyft, that this actually is a company that is probably going to have some significant revenue generation long term if they are ever able to get their costs under control, which I think is going to happen when they start creating autonomous vehicles. I believe autonomous vehicles is going to be the direction they're going to go. I've had conversations in Ubers with drivers, and basically they're treating their drivers like crap. And I don't like it, because I support worker rights. They treat their drivers like crap. And I believe that they're doing it for the same reason that people act funny when they're trying to really dump their girlfriend or dump their boyfriend. They start making it really, really hard to be in a relationship with them, to the point where you eventually leave voluntarily. So I think that they're preparing for the next wave of autonomous vehicles, and that's going to lead them into the age of profitability, especially with AI and all that. Anyway, do me a favor, hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. You're watching drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. I want to remind everybody that on Wednesday nights, which is tonight, we're doing Powernomics training. We read Dr. Claude Anderson books every single week, every Wednesday. We go through it. Every Black family needs to understand Powernomics so that you'll stop playing Strugglenomics. You'll stop playing Survivalnomics. You'll stop playing, like, I Love White People nomics, and actually start thinking about what it takes to build in your own community, what it takes to build in your own family, what it takes to build your own legacy. And we're so serious about it that we actually offer the class for free. So in addition to my life class, that's all free for you. So feel free to go to blackkeystogreatness.com. That's blackkeystogreatness.com, and you can sign up. Also, you could just text the word greatness to 87948. Text greatness to 87948, and I will give you an invitation to join us for tonight. And it's totally free. So bring your whole family. All right. So let's get back to another interesting development in the world of business that I thought you guys might take some interest in is I just found out this morning while I was on the treadmill that Robinhood is about to be sued by the Securities and Exchange Commission. So this suit against Robinhood is really against their crypto division. Apparently, the SEC, who seems to not really understand their own rules, they make it really, really hard for companies to comply with what they want, because they don't tell you what they want. They just sort of sit back and say, well, you just keep doing whatever you're doing, and then we'll decide if what you're doing is the right thing or not, which I just think is the weirdest kind of regulatory enforcement I've ever seen. I've never seen a company that does weird stuff like this, or an entity that does weird stuff like this, but it's the government. So what do you expect? They're $35 trillion in debt, so they don't make the best decisions. And if you want to know the nature of the suit, it says here in the Wall Street Journal, the Securities and Exchange Commission is preparing to sue Robinhood's crypto unit, ramping up its crackdown on digital currency trading to target one of the most popular U.S. brokerage firms, the company said Monday. Robinhood disclosed that its crypto unit received a so-called Wells notice from SEC staff over the weekend, which said the staff had made a, quote, preliminary determination to recommend an enforcement action against the unit, called Robinhood Crypto, over alleged violations of securities laws. The notice isn't a final indication that the SEC will sue Robinhood. Firms that receive Wells notices are allowed to respond and tell the agency why it shouldn't proceed with a civil lawsuit. Robinhood says it's disappointed by the notice, saying that it had attempted to work with the SEC in good faith for years to ensure that its crypto business was in compliance with securities laws. Quote, we firmly believe that the assets listed on our platform are not securities, and we look forward to engaging with the SEC to make clear just how weak any case against Robinhood Crypto would be on both facts and the law, Robinhood Chief Legal Officer Dan Gallagher said in a post on the company's official blog. If the SEC sues Robinhood, it could seek an order that would prevent the company from trading certain crypto assets in the future. Shares of Robinhood closed down 0.9% on Monday, having recovered from a sharp drop of more than 9% in pre-market trading when the disclosure came out. An SEC spokesman declined to comment. Robinhood, whose core business is stocks and options trading, is more conservative than many crypto-oriented businesses in the number of digital currencies it allows customers to trade and the services it provides. Last year, the SEC sued crypto exchange Coinbase for allegedly running an unregistered securities exchange. Robinhood delisted several cryptocurrencies that the agency deemed to be securities in its Coinbase lawsuit. Coinbase has rejected the SEC's allegations and has been fighting the agency in court. So basically, when it comes to the world of crypto, I don't really understand what the SEC is doing. The SEC is doing weird stuff, and I don't really understand this type of weird enforcement where people are literally calling you and saying, okay, how do we make sure that we're in compliance, and you're not answering the phone, and then you just sit back and let them incriminate themselves or whatever it is that you expect them to do, and then you show up and you say you were breaking the law or whatever. I just think that's the weirdest, just most dysfunctional way to do things. But then again, it's the government. So what do you expect from the U.S. government? So where do I think this is going to go? I think Robinhood is a strong business. It's going to continue to be strong. And they seem to have a solid business model. And in fact, Robinhood just released a really nice credit card, their Robinhood Gold card. I've looked at a lot of reviews on it, and I like it. I like it so much that I'm actually going to get one. I'm a member of Robinhood Gold. And actually, we use Robinhood a lot in class when it comes to generating income by selling stock options. And so if you'd like to, I have a training called How to Make Money Without Working, which shows how I make thousands of dollars a week selling stock options. I don't really buy a lot of stock options because I'm not really big into the speculation side. I study it. I understand it. I learned a lot about it in my doctoral program and stuff like that. But I like the sell side because I like generating the income, because income can pay bills. So if you're looking for some ways to pay some bills and you have some capital that you want to invest, that's what we do in our Prime program. So if you'd like to get an exposure to it, just text the word money to 87948 and I'll send you that training right away. It'll come right to your text message. So just check your phone. It's called How to Make Money Without Working. It does work. It's real. It's not hocus pocus. I'm not a financial influencer. I'm a finance professor. So this stuff does actually work. All right. So anyway, guys, I didn't want to talk very long. I just wanted to say hello. And I promised you guys that I would give you a stock that I am invested in, that I believe in. And that stock for today that I'm going to buy right now in my account is Netflix. Netflix is a company that has just impressed the crap out of me with the way they handled the onslaught of all these big movie production companies that really thought they could come in and take Netflix's lunch. And Netflix is just innovative. They're doing that goofy fight between Mike Tyson and Jake. What's his face? Jake Paul, I think that's his name, which to me, it's a joke because Mike Tyson's an old man. He's almost 60. And then also they're not really going to hit each other hard. They're just drawing a lot of attention so they can make money, but it's going to work. It's going to work. Just like they did that live roast of Tom Brady, which had some really heavy jokes, man. Oh my gosh. It was kind of crazy how they did that. But that did really well. So I just think Netflix is a great company, very innovative. And so if you want to know what I'm going to buy right now, I'm literally logging in to my E-Trade account right now, and I'm buying shares in Netflix. And so if you want to see a lot of the stocks that I pick every week for the students, you can just go to drboycestocks.com. That's drboycestocks.com. So feel free to go to drboycestocks.com, and there's a bunch of stuff in there that I invest in. And again, this is not investing advice. This is just me telling you what I'm doing. And give me a yes if you understand this is not invested advice. I have to make sure. And also give me a yes if you understand that investing involves risk, and there's no such thing as a risk-free investment, at least not in the stock market anyway. So there is a risk-free investment actually, but even the risk-free stuff isn't as risk-free as people think. For example, there's an assumption that treasury bills sold by the U.S. government are risk-free. That there's an assumption that the U.S. government will always be able to pay its bills. Even in graduate school, when they used to tell us that, because we build a lot of financial models off that. Most of the financial equations that we use to understand money and how it works and where money goes and all that, it's built on this assumption that the U.S. Treasury bill is a risk-free asset. I don't believe it's risk-free. Anything connected to these just goofy, dumb politicians in D.C. that make dumb decisions that put the country $35 trillion in debt, that they want to send $100 billion over to Ukraine and Israel, even though most American people don't ask for that, because politics is controlled by money, right? It's all about the money. If you understand the money, you understand politics. That's why I like talking to you guys about money every day, because money affects your lives in ways that you can't even see. So anyway, long story short, I don't believe that assumption. I don't believe that our government's risk free. I don't think that these inferior minds that are running our government are capable of running an entity that's risk free. If you look all around the country, for example, look at all the cities that are going bankrupt. Look at all the cities that literally, I think the mayor I think it was Houston, where he literally gave a speech and he's like, "We are technically broke." I'm like, how the hell are you broke? You're bringing in billions of dollars in revenue. How are you broke? What's going on? Well, it's your political dysfunction. You're a dysfunctional family. And this is why I talk to you guys, when we do financial consciousness training, I talk to you guys about things like family and the community that you're working in and the group that you're a part of. Because when you have a dysfunctional family and you have chaos and fighting and miscommunication and everything else, it's going to be hard for you to really build on that. So politicians are kind of like a dysfunctional family to me. The Democrats hate the Republicans. Republicans hate the Democrats. They can't they can't agree on anything. And then as a result, you have these financial problems that could be easily solved. They could be easily solved. Like literally, if I walked in and they said, Dr. Boyce, we're going to make you dictator for a day, and we need you to solve, 50% of our financial problems in a day, or let's give it a week because I might need a little more time. I could solve those problems. Just do what the hell I say. Just okay, cut this, stop spending so much on this, fix that, change your campaign finance laws, stop letting your politicians get bought by money. Did y'all know? See, when all that money, that 100 billion got sent over to Israel and Ukraine, I saw something that was interesting where they basically said that AIPAC, which is kind of like the Jewish version of the NAACP, they literally have bought like 93 out of 100 senators. Like 93 out of 100 senators have accepted money from this organization. There was a black lady in Ohio, a black senator, congresswoman, or something, and they said that there was another lady I think she was a black woman too, that was in her seat, and they needed to replace her because she was not supporting what they wanted to do over in Israel. So they went and gave her opponent $1 million to beat her and take her out of office. Did y'all hear what I just said? Like, it's kind of crazy, right? So this is what you're dealing with, right? So anyway, enough of that little rant. So just if you want to understand the world, just follow the money. And remember, though, also, if you can find ways to unity and working together, that will usually lead you to the money. So find the people that are in your corner, unify with them, find a way to overcome obstacles, break down barriers, and become teammates. And I guarantee you get the right teammates, good things are going to happen. Now, one thing I want to remind everybody of is that the Get Money Fest is hosted by Jay Ortiz, who's a great hip hop artist and a really smart young brother out of Philadelphia. And anyway, Jay invited me to be one of the many, many, many financial speakers at his event called the Get Money Fest, which is going to be May 18th. I think his tickets are actually free, but they're VIP tickets where I guess it's standing room only if you get the free ticket. But anyway, so Jay is doing this, and he's really a creative artist. He was actually close friends with that rapper PNB Rock, who was killed out in California. And Jay is one of the artists I mentor. People don't know this, but I've mentored quite a few like young guys that are doing business and hip hop and stuff like that, like D1 and Jay Ortiz and stuff like that. And anyway, so Jay and I had a long conversation about hip hop as I was talking about this whole beef with Kendrick Lamar and Drake, and also after PNB Rock got killed. And I remember saying, I don't really know if hip hop is an industry that you want to be in, right? Because when I was looking at the stuff with Kendrick and Drake, and now somebody's got shot, I said, this is a dangerous profession, dude. So I want you to be safe and I want you to be okay. So let's talk business, right? So anyway, when we were talking business, he told me he's doing this Get Money Fest where they're going to combine art and fashion and hip hop, but they're also going to bring in lots of financial experts. And I just love that. I love the idea of merging hip hop, the power of hip hop, with all the things that make Black people better. Right. I love the idea of hip hop being used to support Black people being healthier mentally and physically. I love the idea of using hip hop to help Black people have better relationships with each other instead of trying to kill each other. Give me a yes if you agree. Give me a yes if you agree. I love the idea of hip hop being used to help Black people get money instead of waste money. So anyway, Jay Ortiz, he's actually on tour with this artist named Kevin Gates and stuff like that. But anyway, Jay is doing this event in Philly. It's May 18th. GetMoneyFest.com is the URL. And also, I'll just share the link with you guys at some point if you guys want to join. Just let them know you're with Dr. Boyce, and we can go do the damn thing. So anyway, and we got to support young people that are trying to do the right thing. So anyway, that's what's going on in my life right now. It's going to be May 18th in Philadelphia. I love Philadelphia. Really good people out there, and it's a great city with a lot of potential. Okay, so anyway, I'm going to head on out, guys. I just wanted to come in and just say hello to you. We are going to do financial consciousness training later on today at 10 a.m. Eastern. We do this every single day, and it's totally free. Bring your family, and I guarantee you it's going to elevate your economic life and elevate the way you see money. So if you'd like to join us, make sure you get on the text list. Text the word morning to 87948. I will send you a personal invitation. Just text morning to 87948. And I hope you guys have a wonderful day. God bless you, and I'll see you guys soon. Take care. Bye-bye. What's going on? I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. I want to say welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. I hope everybody's doing well tonight. I thought on the Saturday night I would analyze this stock market crash that everyone keeps predicting. There's so many people that are predicting that the economy is going to collapse, that the stock market is going to crash, and they kind of make these predictions all the time. And I kind of wanted to sort of give you my assessment of whether or not this is real or if it's much ado about nothing. So get comfortable, buckle up seatbelt. We're going to get started on drboycetv.com right now.
Here we are, clan the isms, cataclysm great. Our people out here struggling, trying to make it in this state. Everybody out here doing it, but we the ones too late. Now family, we the ones who gotta delegate. Get that money in the power, never be fake. Stick to cosign for 3. What did he say? Create jobs, support our own. Educate the same and buy back your home. Got 3 degrees, triple 10. 3 PhDs, now we on the CNN. DBTV, let's talk about negligence. Ignorance is bliss, but we can turn it to intelligence. Believe none of what you hear, half of what you see. Let's break it down here on Dr. Boyce TV. Here we are.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent and serious Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and the reason I say this platform is for serious Black people is because we're not messing around when it comes to the racial wealth gap. We're not messing around when it comes to solving our economic problems. We're not messing around when it comes to being serious about our community. We're not messing around when it comes to being serious about our people. If that is who you are, and if you agree with the mission, and if that all makes sense to you, then give me a yes in the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Let me know how you feel about that, because this is something that we work on every single day in the Black Business School, and we're not playing. We're just not here to be second fiddle. We're not here to be lazy. We're not here to be weak. We're not here to play struggle-nomics or survivor-nomics. We want to play power-nomics. That's what we believe in. And so I want to say hello to everybody. Give me a quick yes also if you can hear me. I need to know if my audio is coming through okay. Give me a quick yes if I'm coming through all right. That way I will know if you guys can hear me. I have to do audio because my wife and I are on a trip, and I can't do video because we're in a hotel room, and y'all don't want to have to look at all that. So anyway, I hope everybody's doing well. All right, so let me let you all know what was on my mind today. I was actually sort of looking around, and I saw these articles online, and some of these articles basically were predicting a stock market crash. They were predicting a calamity of epic proportions. They were predicting kind of the end of the economic universe. They were predicting that the United States was going to, fall into collapse, and that the dollar was going to be worthless, and all these other things. And I want to ask you all, how many of y'all see these things? Give me a yes if you see some of these articles and predictions, and everyone's telling you that BRICS is coming, so the dollar is going to be worthless, or the U.S. government has too much debt, so it's going to go bankrupt at any moment, or the stock market is hanging off a cliff and it's going to just collapse like crazy. Give me a yes if you've heard some of this, and I'm going to kind of give you some context on this. Now, the first thing I want to do, as you guys tell me, and I want to say hello to Tarika. I see Tarika put the first yes in there, and Tamara and Edward Washington out of Cleveland, Ohio. I see you. I want to acknowledge you and let you all know how much I appreciate you. Kashif out of Brooklyn. I love Brooklyn. Sean out of Harlem. Actually, we're going to do another stock option summit. The last one did really great. It was completely sold out, and you guys wanted more. So we're going to do another stock option summit probably this summer. And we chose Brooklyn as our location just because we got so much love out of Brooklyn. And I want to just acknowledge that. Now, here's the thing. So all these articles are out there predicting these market collapses, things like that. Now, here's the thing: anything can happen. First off, let's just make that clear. Anything can happen. Things have happened before that we did not expect, etc. But one of the things I want to warn you guys about is that there is a whole industry built on predicting economic collapses. There's a whole industry of what I might call a lot of little chicken littles who all they do is they're kind of like, I don't know if y'all ever heard me talk about the Negro naysayers. Like the Negro naysayers are, these people that always find a problem with every solution. Like they literally get angry when black people, when black people try to come up with a solution for our own problems. Whenever we try to sort of figure out how to make ourselves better, they get mad and they don't like it when black people invest because they think there's no point in even trying. They think that black owned businesses are a waste of time because we don't know what we're doing, and they're just kind of negative, right? These Negro naysayers that black people can't build no wealth, black people can't build no businesses, black people can't do it. And what these little Negro naysayers do, is they kind of just sit around and they don't do anything. They don't build anything. They don't actually create anything better. They don't give any sort of hope or any solutions. All they do is they wait for other people to try, and they just wait for them to fail. They sit back. They have the easiest job in the world. The Negro naysayer has the easiest job in the world because all they do is they sit back and they wait for people to fail. And what's interesting is that that's an easy job because guess what? 80% of all black owned businesses do fail. 80% of black owned business. So that means if y'all start 5 businesses in this room, 4 of them are going to fail. So here's the thing, though. I'm going to ask you a question. I promise I'm going to get to the point on this other topic in a minute, but it relates. I'm going to relate it to us as black people. Let me ask y'all this: yes or no? Even though 80% of all black owned businesses fail, does that mean that we still need to start black owned businesses? Or should we give up? Should black people not invest because sometimes when you invest, things go wrong? Should black people not try to build wealth because it's harder for us to do it because we're not white? Give me a yes or no. Do you think that we should keep going, or do you think we should give up? So the reason I ask y'all this question is because investing is hard. Wealth building is hard. Solving problems is hard. What is easy is to sit back with your little Negro naysayer, chicken little ass, and sit and wait and watch and hope that other people fail. To sit back and just wait for other people to mess up, wait for other people to stumble, and next thing you know, you tell them, "See, I told you so, I told you so, I told you so," right? Well, the thing is that black people are not the only ones who have the chicken little Negro naysayers in our communities. We also have these in the broader community. We have these in the broader financial space where you've got people who basically are just kind of economic Debbie Downers. They make their money by predicting the end of the world because they know that fear always sells. They know that if I write a book saying that the economy is going to collapse, your dollar is going to be worthless, the stock market is going straight to hell, I'm going to sell more copies of that book than I will sell of a book explaining how you can intelligently take advantage of the opportunities in front of you and build wealth like everybody else, right? So ultimately, I want to just kind of warn you, just sort of let you know my precursor bias, that while I do believe that economic collapses are possible, while I have seen economic collapses take place, I don't want you to fall for every single person that tells you that the economy is going to crash or that investing is a waste of time, because there are people who make tons of money when it comes to investing. So let me read some of this article to you. Before I begin, do me a favor, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. I see DDS in the chat. DDS, you're my guy, brother. I appreciate you 100% because he watches the chat like a hawk, and he will, if you come in here with some nonsense or some immaturity, he will take them down without a doubt. And so this guy keeps our space clean, keeps it pure, and I respect him. Also, don't forget, tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Eastern, every morning we do a free class in the Black Business School 7 days a week for anybody that wants to elevate your economic consciousness or reach your economic potential. It is called Financial Consciousness Training. If you'd like to join me in this class for free, it's not going to be free for long, but for now, the live sessions are free. You can text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948, and make sure you respond to the text messages, because if you don't respond, we're going to assume that or if you don't hit the link and come in, we're going to assume that you don't want to be bothered, and we don't want to bother anybody that doesn't want to be bothered. We're not forcing this on anybody. We're not begging anybody to want to learn economics. We're offering that to the community for those that are interested. And those who don't respond after a while, we have to take you off the list because it costs money every time we text you. But we will text you if you want to be text. Text the word morning to 87948, and we'll send you a reminder. We will be bright-eyed, bushy-tailed in the morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. So feel free to join us. If you live in another country and you can't text the word morning to 87948, just go to drboyceelevate.com and you can join there, drboyceelevate.com. So we were talking about this article. And this article I'm going to read is in Business Insider. And what they said is that there are a bunch of doomsdayers, what they call doomsdayers, who believe that the economy is going to crash. They call them economic doomers. They said economic doomers are getting louder as they say the economy is headed for collapse. There's a Reddit group, apparently, called Economic Collapse. It's a subreddit. And it's risen by 80% from the end of 2021 to the end of 2023. So it's grown dramatically. They said there's a divergence between. Now, someone says I thought it was at 10 a.m. Yes, 10 a.m. Eastern. Did I say 9 a.m.? You know what? I might have said 9 a.m. because that's Central Time. I apologize, everybody. It's 10 a.m. Eastern. 10 a.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Central. I hope I said that right. So please forgive me for saying that incorrectly. I hope I didn't confuse anybody. But yeah, and drboyceelevate.com, or text the word morning to 87948. So basically they said that there's a divergence between what experts say is a healthy economy and the experience of many individuals. And this is actually something I have been noticing, though. I have been noticing that despite the fact that most experts are saying that the economy is doing great, everything's wonderful, that's not the experience of most working class people. I was explaining that to our oldest son today. I said there's a big divergence between what the people at the top are saying about the economy and the people at the bottom. The people at the top, the people who own property, the people who own stock, and the people who own businesses, they feel like this is a great economy. The people at the Federal Reserve feel like we're in a great economy. But if you go talk to someone who, say, a minimum wage employee or somebody who is working in a factory, they're not going to give the same narrative. That narrative is not the same for them as it is for everybody else. So really, you do have multiple realities. It's almost like all of us are in the same building, and one person says, "Woo, this building has a beautiful view," and that person is in the penthouse. They're at the very top in the luxury penthouse. But then the other person says, "No, the views in this building are terrible." But you realize that they're actually working in the basement. So the people working in the basement of the economic building, which is a great way to describe the economy, they're not seeing the view the same way people at the top are seeing it. That's 100% true. So I said here, Daniel, a Reddit user based in Washington, D.C., has been browsing the subreddit Economic Collapse for about 4 years. He says he isn't a doomsdayer, but he sees an economic implosion coming for the U.S. that could mirror the Soviet Union's collapse at the end of the Cold War. Daniel, who asked to only use his first name to protect his privacy, has taken steps to prepare for his grim vision of the future. He refuses to hold his savings accounts in cash and has all of his money invested in a portfolio of defense stocks, gold, crypto, and other assets he thinks will maintain their value. The one thing that our economy is going to be guaranteed is a wartime economy, he said. Only time will tell how bad it will truly get. Then he says, observers may be quick to dismiss such talk as conspiratorial or alarmist, but a growing number of people in online communities on Reddit and elsewhere say their unease about the economy and material conditions in the U.S. points to a coming collapse. The sentiment has been on the rise amid the frustration and anxiety that comes with the pandemic and never seem to subside, experts say, though most economists agree that the economy is probably fine for now. Interest in ultra-bearish takes on the market or the economy is on the up based on raw search data. Google searches for stock market crash have jumped 17% over the last quarter, while searches for economic crash have surged 15%, according to the search analytics firm Glimpse. Membership on the subreddit, on the Economic Collapse subreddit, also climbed in recent years, rising by 80% from the end of 2021 to the end of 2023. The broader doomsday message board Collapse has also seen an increase in membership, rising 26% since the end of 2021. In both communities, users are sounding the alarm on all sorts of apocalyptic scenarios for the economy, with some predicting a stock market crash, a housing market crash, or a total collapse of the U.S. financial system. One Redditor, who Business Insider connected with, who holds their identity private, said they believe the stock market would plummet if the Fed didn't continue to raise interest rates, causing a hyperinflation problem to spread through the economy. Okay. All right. So let me tell you all where some of the risk is there. I'm going to start with where I think they might be right, and then I'm going to explain to you why this doesn't panic me or freak me out. Areas of concern in the economy might be the following. Number one, Donald Trump right now is having trouble with some of his properties in New York, particularly his property on Wall Street. He's a building on Wall Street that isn't where the value's been dropping. The vacancy rates have been dropping, and this is representative of a broader trend that the general office market office building market, office space market has started to really drop. That basically people don't want office space anymore because a lot of people are working from home, people are doing hybrid work, so a lot of those property values are dropping. Now, where this could affect the broader economy is that a lot of banks have clients that borrow money from them to invest in commercial real estate. So as the commercial real estate values drop, this problem spreads to banks. There was a guy that who I wrote my dissertation under by the name of Andrew Caroli, Professor Andrew Caroli. I believe he's at Cornell now. He used to write about something called financial contagion. And basically what Professor Caroli was pretty much able to unearth and explain is that the economy has contagion just like you get a cold, that there are different segments of the global economy where when one thing happens in one area, it affects the other. So commercial real estate can pass their virus, their financial virus, on to the banks. And when banks get in trouble, that could be a problem for everyone. So they're not completely incorrect. There is a risk of a banking problem, and the Fed is watching that very closely. Much of the banking problem is connected to the commercial real estate market. So I want to definitely make it clear that they're not speaking from outer space, that some of what they're saying could have some truth to it. And if you want to see what Professor Caroli looks like, there's his image on the screen. Hold on, I want to pull it up here so you guys can see it. Hold on, let me fix this. Yeah, there he is. And I'm gonna tell you like this. He's one of my favorite white people on the planet. I respect this white man immensely, and I love him because he got me through my dissertation. And if you know anything about getting a real PhD, I'm not talking about these little fake weekend PhDs people get. I had to do the real thing. It's very, very hard to do. I was the only African American on the entire planet to get a PhD in finance in the year 2002. There was no male, no female anywhere African American that got that same degree. This man was responsible for signing my dissertation. He literally emailed me one of the most important emails I ever got in my life, and the email literally said, "Your proposal looks good. Let's schedule a defense date." And that day, I remember just feeling so relieved. I mean, it was just so much pressure. So this man actually got me there, and he's a very nice guy. And it's really interesting because you're so used to the racism that comes from white American males. It's just crippling. No matter what level of society you're on, you just see that. And this guy happened to be from Canada. So I think that him being Canadian made him a little more open to working with a black person and being fair to me. And I will just say, you'll never hear me say a negative thing about this guy because he got me through my PhD process, which was really traumatic. But anyway, so he's one of the leading experts on earth in financial contagion, and that's relevant to this conversation. So basically, the commercial real estate market could become contagious to the banking system, which could become contagious to the broader economy at large. Also, you do have a debt problem in the United States. The government has an unsustainable amount of debt. Now, there are some who say, "Oh, don't worry about it because we can print money." I think that that's a really cavalier, almost very what's the word? Shall we say? It's an arrogant way to look at that problem. I think that we have a lot of economic irresponsibility from our politicians. There are lots of cities across America that are just flat broke. I think the mayor of Houston, I remember him literally using the words, "We're broke." And I personally will say this can't be healthy. There's nothing good about having politicians that are financially irresponsible. So that's a problem. And then also the stock market. There is evidence to say that the stock market could right now be, at least if it's not overvalued, it could at least be at a point where it's a little bit shaky. It's a little shaky because the expectations are very high. And if anything goes wrong, that could really cause a decline in the stock market. So as you prepare for these declines, as you prepare for these things, you just engage in straightforward risk management. Don't turn into Chicken Little. Don't run around screaming that the sky's falling because you're going to miss a lot of opportunities sitting on the sideline, crying like a little punk. just distracting all the real investors and the grown folks that are in the room. Most chicken littles, most people that are constantly worrying that the sky is falling, if you look in their bank accounts, most of these people are broke. And with any relative, give me a yes if you have relatives in your family that think investing's crazy, that they think the whole economy is going to collapse, they think the stock market's completely fraudulent, and they don't participate. Give me a yes if you have relatives like that. And then so after you put a yes in the chat to tell me about your little sorry ass relatives that keep telling you not to invest, I want you to go look at their bank account. That's what I want you to do. I want you to go look at what kind of car are they driving. I want you to look at what kind of life are they living. Are they living the life you want? Are they driving the car you want to drive? Do they have the financial security that you desire to have? Yes or no? Most people who talk about investing or the market as if it's always bad and are always sort of looking for the negative people usually have negative outcomes. Like just like that person who's always telling you that your boyfriend ain't crap, but she ain't got no boyfriend, she ain't got no man. She trying to make you single like her, or your guy, your the male friends that are telling you how to deal with your wife or your girlfriend. Well, guys like that don't have love in their life. Nobody loves them. That's why they act that way. So ultimately, people who talk that way are not people to listen to. Risk is always present. Risk is always present. There's always something that can go wrong. So if Chicken Little is looking for something to be afraid of, Chicken Little will always find something. Give me a yes if you're following this and if you understand. Do me a favor. Please hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up, share, subscribe. You're watching drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. If you want to know something I invested in recently, I did invest in uranium, in a uranium company or a uranium ETF. And the reason I did that is because there's predicted to be an energy shortage related to AI, and uranium is one of the places that helps with nuclear power plants. And so the Global X Uranium ETF, let's see here, the last month it's gone about 4%, maybe 14% this year. It's not going to make you rich, but it will give you an opportunity to participate in the expected increased demand for uranium, which is related to the use of nuclear power, which is related to AI. AI is going to be a power eater. So if you're interested in taking a look, this is not investing advice, but this is what I bought. The ticker symbol is URA. Somebody type URA in the chat so other people can see it. The ticker symbol is URA. Again, not investing advice. Just my 2 cents. If you'd like to see more of the stocks I pick for my students, you can go to drboycestocks.com. That URL's on the screen, drboycestocks.com. Okay, so let me finish reading the rest of this article here, and then I'm going to give you a little bit of context on it to help you understand how I sort of see these things. So they said here in this article about all the people that are predicting that the economy is going to crash. They said let's see, another user warned that the recent run-up in AI stocks could lead to a dot-com style crash. Quote, irrational exuberance and greedy speculation. Big money to be made in the short term, but massive hangover when the party's over. I wouldn't want to be left holding the bag when it all falls in. Now, so what they're talking about is the big rise in NVIDIA stock. Now, a lot of you may have bought NVIDIA. NVIDIA is a great company to own in terms of the revenue. But one of the concerns about NVIDIA stock and the rise in the stock price is that when a stock moves up that much, there's always like this possibility that you're going to end up regretting ownership. I mean, it literally, if you've owned NVIDIA for 5 years, my wife and I have owned it for about 4 or 5 years, you've made a 2,196% return on NVIDIA stock during that time. That's pretty unbelievable. That's pretty massive. And what a lot of people are saying is that, okay, this big run up in AI, it's built on the potential of AI. It's built on this idea that AI is going to conquer the world. And everybody knows that AI is going to conquer the world, but nobody knows exactly what that's going to look like, right? So when they see NVIDIA, there are two camps with this NVIDIA thing. There are people that say, no, this is just the beginning. It's the stock's at 898. It can keep going. It's going to go past 1,000. It's going to go 1,500 to 2,000, whatever. That's one camp. The second camp is the camp that says, hold on, hold your horses. We're getting a little bit too excited about AI expectations. We're setting the expectations so high that if something goes wrong, we're going to be screwed. We're all going to be done. So really with AI and NVIDIA and all that, one of the things that I did was I did trim some of my NVIDIA holdings and diversify my portfolio because I didn't want one stock to be too much in my portfolio. I think we invested 5,000 in NVIDIA. That turned into 100,000. I'm okay with that. I'm okay walking away from some of that and still holding on to some stuff. Also, you can do little things like put options and all that. So that tends to help protect you from the downside. So it says here that many doomers say they're just presenting a more realistic version of the situation. Freddie Smith, the Florida-based real estate agent, says he isn't an alarmist, but regularly posts warnings on the economy on his social media accounts. In one TikTok, he speculates that the economy is now even worse than it was during the Great Depression due to the higher cost of living. Quote, they're still kind of sucking the money, pushing people over the edge or to the edge, Smith said of the government's treatment of the middle class. He anticipates rising homelessness and more people living paycheck to paycheck if economic reforms aren't made. I agree with that too. That's actually not a bad point. Also, even in the stock market, there are people who believe that the stock market hasn't been this overvalued since the Great Depression or right before the Great Depression, which was the end of the roaring 20s in 1929. Jonathan Rose, the CEO of the commodities firm Genesis Gold Group, says he's also noticed increased anxiety among his clients. The number of investors he works with who have bought physical gold specifically as a store value has surged around 40 to 60% since the pandemic. So the pandemic put people on edge. It made people look at things like gold a little bit differently. I think the price of gold has been rising quite a bit. Let me see. I'm going to see if I can find a chart on the price of gold. It's been kind of crazy. Let me see if I can find a chart on the price of gold. I do remember reading, 17% increase this year. Let me see if I can show you guys this screen so you can see it. But yeah, so the price of gold has really been kind of going crazy. And by the way, this podcast is on Spotify and Apple. So if you're not, but if you're watching on Spotify and Apple, you won't see the images, but I'll just tell you what's on the screen. But if you ever want to like just listen instead of watch, you can go to Spotify and Apple, just look up my name. Okay, so here is an image of gold. So you can see here that the price of gold has gone way, way up. If you go out 5 years, you'll see gold has gone up by about 85%. That's not bad. I mean, that's really good. This year so far, 14%. Last year, 17%. I don't think that really is the best you could have done with your money, though. There's so many other places you could have put your money that would have done so much better than gold. What gold really does, in my view, is it doesn't make you rich. Gold will keep you rich. Gold tends to be a great store value that is a hedge against skyrocketing inflation, and that's why people buy gold. So they said here, people are looking to prep with metals, Rose said. There's always a steady influx of people who are always looking to protect and diversify, but I think the past couple of years there's definitely been an uptick. The economic reality doesn't quite square up with what many on these forums say they're preparing for. The U.S. has avoided a recession that's been predicted for the last 2 years. The labor market also remains relatively robust, with the unemployment rate remaining near historic lows in March. Rose speculates that pessimism over the economy has surged since the start of the pandemic. That experience of uncertainty and fear has made people more aware of risks facing the economy, he says, which includes high debt, high government debt levels, rising geopolitical tensions, and stubbornly high inflation, all of which are a problem. Quote, I think there are just more problems today than there were 10 years ago. People are concerned about these problems, and they're saying that we are due for something to happen. Many people may also be reacting to the fact that they have lived their experience, that their lived experience of the economy may not be matching to the strength of the data that's been reported. That's true. I was just talking to our son about that today. I said, there are a lot of people who think the economy is doing great, but there are a lot of people who don't feel like it's doing great. I said, the people that feel like the economy is great are the people that tend to own assets. If you own stock and own real estate, or you own a business, the economy has been pretty good for you, most likely. If you are a worker living off regular wages and you don't own any assets, the economy probably sucks because your boss is not giving you a raise that matches the rate of inflation. So think about this. If inflation's 7 or 8%, but you only got a 1% raise, that means that extra 6% is going to eat into your quality of life, right? It's going to eat into your ability to buy food and to pay rent and all the other things that we have to do. So effectively, this is one of the reasons why if you go to blackwealthmasterplan.com, I've kind of laid out like that framework for the $5 a day plan, which I think every family should do for their children. But then also I actually refined the Black Wealth Master Plan this morning by basically giving 3 rules. Every Black child should learn how to start a business by the age of 12, just in case they can't get a job. Every Black child should own stock by the age of 5, and they should have stock bought for them consistently. And third, every Black child should be in a position to put a down payment on a property by the age of 21. It doesn't mean that they should buy the property at 21. It just means they should be able to buy property at 21. And the way they do that is by giving them something that's more important than a college degree. That is a capital base. That's where the $5 a day plan comes into play, because if you've been putting $5 a day or $150 a month in the stock market since that baby was little, middle, that baby's going to have six figures, at least 100,000, maybe even more, to buy property if they want to or start a business, right? So this gives them the ability to benefit in an inflationary economy as opposed to being left behind. So if you want to take a look, that's totally free. We talk about this a lot in the Black Business School. You can go to blackwealthmasterplan.com. Okay, guys. So generally speaking, what I want to point to really quickly, if you could hit the thumbs up button, is I'm going to point to some of the biggest crashes of all time. I'm going to just sort of tell you my perspective on this. Here's some of the biggest crashes of all time. First of all, there was the Wall Street crash of 1929. That was known as Black Tuesday, and that was pretty bad. That was the start of the Great Depression. Then there was Black Monday, 1987. That was October 19th, and that was when the market crashed, dropped 22% in a single day. The dot-com bubble was pretty bad. That was triggered by the collapse of speculative dot-com companies, and the crash led to major losses, mostly in tech stocks. A fourth one was 2008. They had the financial crash of 2008, which was initiated by the bursting of the U.S. housing bubble. And that was driven by what they called mortgage-backed securities, where they were basically lying and giving bad loans out and then saying to Wall Street that these are all great loans. So investors were investing in a portfolio of what they thought were good loans, but they were actually bad loans because they just had a bad system in place. And then in 2020, you had the market crash that occurred right at the start of the pandemic. Now, what I want to tell you with 100% clarity, without a single doubt in my mind, is that every single one of these crashes was a buying opportunity. Every crash I just mentioned to you created thousands and thousands of millionaires and even a few billionaires. Every one of these crashes created wealthy people. And you know what the difference between the people that created wealth from the crashes and the people that didn't? Was how you reacted. You know, look, here's the reality. Here's the truth. The economic storms are probably coming. You know, there's going to be a day where hellfire rains on the sky, and the economy is going to go berserk, or the stock market's going to just act a fool, and then prices are going to drop. It's going to happen. It happens all the time. Crashes occur all the time. And what I will say to you is the difference between the people that do well during the crashes and the ones who don't is whether or not you allow fear to conquer your soul as an investor. If you allow the fear to cause you to become so financially traumatized that you walk away from investing and you don't ever come back, well, then guess what? Somebody else is going to get your money. Somebody else is going to get the benefit of waiting out the storm and taking advantage of the economic recovery. Somebody else is going to get the money that you should have gotten. You paid the price for somebody else to get rich. And honestly, that's how capitalism works. Warren Buffett actually used to say that wealth is simply a transfer from impatient people to patient people. It's a transfer of money from the people that are into instant gratification versus people that are committed to delayed gratification. Wealth is basically a transfer from people who get scared versus people who can hold it out and wait, who can stand the rain a little bit. In 2020, that was an amazing opportunity to make an insane amount of money. There were so many stocks. There are countless numbers of stocks I can name that since the crash in 2020, they've either doubled or tripled or even quadrupled. That was your money. That was your money walking right past you if you did not have the economic consciousness to see what was happening, if you did not have the financial awareness to know what was going on. Give me a guess if you understand what I'm saying. Let me know if you get what I'm saying when I talk about financial awareness. I need you to let me know that you understand. Like, this is why I teach financial consciousness every morning, and I decided to do it for free because I don't want a price point. Now, sure, it costs us money to run the Black Business School. I gotta feed people with this, with the school. The school has to take care of the people that run the school. But this was something I said I want to do this for free because we sometimes we forget that the word poor stands for passing over opportunities repeatedly. Passing over opportunities repeatedly. So what happens is a lot of times we stay poor because money walks right past us, and because our financial awareness is low, we don't even see the opportunity lying in front of us. We're focused on whether or not Drake is a better rapper than Kendrick Lamar, and the rest of the world, the economic world, the smart investors are making insane amounts of money at the same time. So don't let that be you. Heighten your economic consciousness so you can take advantage of the next opportunity when it arises. And there will be, if we're lucky, we will have a crash. If we're lucky, we are going to see a stock market dip. If we're lucky, we are going to see a day where prices plummet. And when that happens, those who can go in there, hold their nose, buy up some assets, and wait out the storm are the ones who are going to walk away rich. You're the ones that are going to get paid. In fact, that's why, my lovely wife, who's a therapist, helped me to create the first ever Black financial therapy department. My wife is a licensed therapist and a full professor of social work. I am not an internet influencer, and she is not an internet influencer. We are professors, we are PhDs, we are scientists in our field. So she's not an influencer who can get on and tell you what you want to hear about relationships. She's a person that uses science to analyze relationships and to analyze psychology. She's licensed in what she does, unlike 90% of the influencers out there. So we are not internet influencers. We are professors. We are scientists. So she helped me to create the first ever Black financial therapy department in the Black Business School because I said some of our people need the mindset required to become an investor. You need a mindset required to overcome your trauma. You need the mindset required for you to have long-term delayed gratification. You need the mindset required that's going to give you the ability to withstand the storm so you can get access to the money. So anyway, that's it. My wife's website, by the way, is coachingwithdralicia.com. If you want to go see what she does and go look at her credentials and all that, you can feel free to do that. And so also before I head out of here, guys, I want to invite you, if you want to join us for financial consciousness training, we do this every morning for free at 10 a.m. Eastern in the Black Business School. It's online, so you can do it from anywhere. So if you'd like to get a notification or get an invitation, just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948. And another way you can get in if you live overseas and you can't text the word morning to 87948, you can also go to drboyceelevate.com and you can join there as well. And I'll send you guys an invitation from Dr. Boyce Elevate also. All right, so I'm going to get out of here, guys. I hope you guys have a good day and a good night, and I appreciate you hanging out with me. I hope that this conversation was beneficial to you. Don't panic, don't freak out. These crashes happen all the time, and the recovery is usually shortly thereafter. There's no guarantees, but that's typically what the history says. Okay. Now, just a reminder: Jay Ortiz, who is a hip hop artist out of Philadelphia, he's on tour with the rapper called Kevin Gates right now. But Jay is holding an event in Philly called the Get Money Fest, and it's going to be basically a mix of art, fashion, and hip hop. But they're doing a major financial literacy component. They're bringing together people that know how to make money, mainly for independent business people or artists or anybody that wants to figure out how to make money, how to invest, how to raise money, all that stuff. He's bringing together experts, and I really love that. So I'm going to support him at this event. So if you'd like to join for free, you can go to getmoneyfest.com. And or you can in Philadelphia. I don't have the address in front of me, but it's going to be in Philadelphia on May 18th, and I think you can get in free. So feel free to join us in Philly. All right, guys, I'm out of here. God bless you. I hope you guys have a great night. Thank you so much for listening, and I will check back in with you guys soon. I'll see you guys tomorrow morning for consciousness training. Take care. Bye bye.
Because
Here we are, clan the isms, cataclysm great. Our people out here struggling, trying to make it in this state. Everybody out here doing it, but we the ones who late. Now family, we the ones who gotta delegate. Get that money in the power, never be fake. Stick to cosign for 3. What did he say? Create jobs, support our own. Educate the same and buy back your home. Got 3 degrees, triple 10. 3 PhDs, now we on the CNN. DBTV, let's talk about negligence. Ignorance is bliss, but we can turn it to intelligence. Believe none of what you hear, half of what you see. Let's break it down here on Dr. Boyce TV. Here we are.
And I'm not really here to discredit or to make anybody feel bad about that. But I said, I'm going to tell you, I think that some of it may relate to the fact that in our society, we're not trained to prepare. And I said, the thing about having the life that you want, and I said, look, I don't care. I'm not here to tell y'all what profession you should want to be in. I'm not here to tell you whether or not you should want to where you want to live or what kind of person you want to be. I said, I assume you just want to be happy. And I don't think you're going to disagree with me on that. I said, so the thing about happiness and getting what you want out of life and being where you want to be is that typically that doesn't happen by accident. Right. Typically that happiness, that fulfillment, wealth, whatever it is you want, whether you want to have a great relationship, you want to be in great shape, you want to catch the bus on time to get to school, whatever it is, it usually comes down to preparation. And I said, so I guarantee you that 99% of the time, when you run into situations in life where there's something you want and you can't get it, I guarantee you that more preparation will get you where you want to get to. I said, so for example, I'm not a broke man. Now, remember, I'm not the dad. I'm the bonus dad, and I'm a proud bonus dad. I love being the bonus dad to these kids. I said, but think about it. I said, I got money. your daddy got money, and your mama got money. A lot of black people ain't got no money. A lot of black people don't have a lot of money. I said, now, if you want to know the secret for how all of us got money, it's because we prepared. It's just simple preparation. I said, when we were in our 20s, all of us were saving, we were investing, we were preparing because we knew that one day we'd get a little bit older and we'd want to have resources. We'd want to have what we need to be able to provide for you and to do the things we think that we're supposed to do. So what I was really talking a lot about was just these basic ideas of preparation, temporary sacrifice for long-term gain. Some people may call this delayed gratification. That's another term that might be used for this. And I don't believe that any of this is encouraged in society. I don't believe that in our society we really challenge people to really prepare for the future or to do the things that are preventative. An ounce of prevention is usually worth a pound of cure. For example, I always found it really interesting how because we try so hard not to judge people or make them feel bad about their choices, someone will go to the doctor and be clearly doing things that are killing themselves, like clearly eating the wrong food, clearly not taking their medication, clearly coming in, morbidly obese, in horrible shape. And the doctor will not be, is not, I don't think they're even allowed to even say, I think you really need to change this, or if you keep doing this, bad things are going to happen. We just sort of deal with the issue and don't say anything that might remotely make them feel bad about their choice. And I kind of feel that's wrong. I feel like challenging people a little bit is a good way to go, and so that's what I was doing with the kids. I was challenging them, and hopefully that went through. They probably ignored me. They probably sat in the back laughing about how I was like the preachy dad or something, but I don't care. I said, y'all gonna take this message today because y'all got me out here driving y'all to school because y'all didn't get ready and get up on time. All right. So anyway, all right. So let me just say hello to Tonia Patillo, the wonderful Patillo family. Good to see you. Let's see here. I see Gregory and Charlene and Sharon. Good to see you. April West, Olivia, George Calhoun, Ralph out of the Bronx, Winston Butler, David Francis. Good to see you. Karen Dorsey, Eric Bennett, Antonio Fuller, L. Nicholas, Carolyn Thomas, Gina Mills. I see all of you here. So very good to see all of you. And let's jump in. Now, one thing I want to mention quickly is that if you want to get we always talk about the $5 a day investing plan. There is an ebook attached to that. If you would like to pick up a copy of the ebook, there's a URL. You can feel free to write this down. It's b1investing.com. That's b the number one investing.com. And so there's some free resources there if you want to pick up something that can help you to implement the $5 a day plan. That's the thing that we've been talking about a lot. It's part of the Black Wealth Master Plan. So b the number one b1investing.com. So feel free to take a look at that. Secondly, I wanted to talk a little bit about something that was on my mind this morning as it pertained to student loans. I was listening to an interview. The guys that Earn Your Leisure were interviewing Robert Smith, I think that's his name, the billionaire. And I never met Robert Smith, but he said something really interesting about the student loan forgiveness thing that happened when they were at Morehouse. Does anybody remember that? Give me a yes if you remember that. When Robert Smith gave the speech at Morehouse, the commencement address, and in the speech, he surprised everybody by saying that I'm going to pay off all your student loans. Anybody remember that? And I thought it was remarkable and wonderful and beautiful and extraordinary, and I was incredibly happy that he did that. I thought it was a great thing for him to do. Now, now here's where I'm going to sort of lay out some nuances. And Robert mentioned some of these nuances. So this is not just coming from me. This is also him. He talked about a couple of things that were interesting. First thing he mentioned was more from a practical standpoint. He talked about the tax implications of giving and receiving gifts. So if you receive a gift like that, there could be a tax bill attached to that. And he said that that was one thing that they had to deal with when they were paying off people's loans because they didn't want to put them in a different kind of debt with the IRS. And that was made sense. It was interesting. And then he mentioned something that I'd seen in stats, but it really popped out in my consciousness when I heard him talk about it. And he mentioned that 60% of Black wealth goes toward paying student loans. 60%. Now I knew the number was big. I'd seen some data on it. I didn't know that it was 60%. I did not know that 60% of the inheritance, your children's birthright, 60% of the wealth, the very scarce, rare wealth in the Black community goes toward paying student loans. And I understand exactly how the economic trap works. The trap is very simple. You tell Black people, hey, the way to get better in life is to go and give all your money to these big universities run by white people, and they're going to give you these skills that are going to help you get better jobs, which is going to somehow miraculously lead to you becoming wealthier. And it doesn't work like that because jobs are not a pathway to wealth. It's hard to really work your way to wealth because most Americans cannot operate at enough of an economic surplus to actually engage in the wealth building process. To actually build wealth, you have to have a surplus, which means that your income has to exceed your expenses by enough that that extra money can become part of your nest egg, part of your stock, your nuts you stored for the winter that you then are able to deploy to various forms of investing to let your wealth grow. Now, I'm going to add to what Robert said and mention something that you may have heard me mention before, that half of all Black college graduates default on their student loans. So when you default on the student loans, not only is a big chunk of your wealth drained, but also it means that your ability to build wealth has been inhibited. So it's almost like you're in a race and you're running, and two things happen. Number one, you ran 8 miles, but they take away 4 of those miles. And then number two, they not only take away 4 of the 8 miles that you ran, they also break both of your legs at the same time. So now you're not running 100 miles an hour or whatever speed you were going before. Now you're just on two little nubs trying to wiggle your way down the street because you can't run on nubs. You can't win the 100-meter dash when you have no legs. So effectively, by sort of dealing with the default on the student loans, that takes you out of the wealth building game. If you're not in the game, you cannot win the game. If you're not, if it's one thing to be losing the game, it's one thing to be struggling in the game, it's one thing to be trying to figure out the game. But a lot of us are not even in the game. We're not in the game of stock market participation. We're not in the game of real estate. We're not in the game of building businesses. We're in the game where we're not doing the powernomics. We're doing the strugglenomics. We're doing the survivornomics. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you're struggling to survive, it's very hard for you to even process what it means to thrive. It's very difficult. How can you thrive when you're just barely trying to get by? So you see your friends and you say, hey man, how you been doing, man? Oh, nothing, man. Just making it, just surviving. Anybody ever hear conversations like that? You know, those struggle conversations. And I'm not making fun of it. A lot of us have those conversations. Sometimes I would pretend to have those conversations just so I could fit in. But then I was like, I don't really want to fit into like a culture that's not really winning. But I would do that. You know, I'd see my friends and I'd feel a little bit guilty because I was like doing kind of good. And I had, you know, I'd been busting my butt. And I'm talking about when I was like 29, 30 years old. And I'm making six figures or whatever. I was doing better because I'd been busting my butt, working really hard. And, you know, and I was raising this weird family where we were big, really big on like personal responsibility. I'm not gonna, I'm not making fun of anybody else's family, but me and my sister reflected on that. I said, yeah, our parents kind of just told us like everything is your responsibility, even if it's not. Everything is your fault, even if it's not. Everything is your doing, even if it's not. That you are the number one driver of your position in life. So we never really grew up hearing that that there were limitations because of racism or that somehow the government was going to save us or anything like that. It was more like, yeah, white people can be mean. Some of them are crazy. A lot of Black people are too, and don't nobody really love you. So you better get out here and you better bust your butt. And you better go make something happen because if you don't make something happen, then nothing will occur, right? And again, not making fun of anybody else, but that's what I kind of heard. So long story short, I remember I would still though try to fit in and have these struggle conversations. How you doing, man? You know, man, just making it, bro. Just trying to get by. And I really think that just from a spiritual standpoint, number one, those conversations are just not very empowering. They're not very uplifting. Also, I heard brother Nuri Muhammad, who is just a brilliant man. Y'all know Nuri? How many? Give me a yes if you know Nuri Muhammad. If you don't know Nuri Muhammad, give me a yes. How many of y'all know Nuri? Nuri is just one of the great thinkers of all time. He's one of the greatest men on this planet. I am honored to say he is my friend because this brother is so sharp. He is such a great product of the nation and Farrakhan and just again, you don't have to love Farrakhan to at least appreciate some of what he's able to do, right? Even if you don't love him, there's got to be something in there that you can find to appreciate. And Nuri just brings the best of that together. And so Nuri was talking about religion, and he was explaining how there's some religions that what's the word? Some religions that empower you to say because you got the power of God, you can go do anything. right? Don't be scared because God's got your back. As long as you're connected to God, you become a piece of God or what, you know. And so if you think you're a God and you're out here doing things because you really feel like you're connected to a higher power, you're gonna go, you ain't scared of nothing, right? That's to me, that's powerful. That's faith. Faith is a wonderful thing. I love faith. Live on faith. I've been living on faith for my entire life. But then there's like some religions, he said, some spaces in religion where it's not something that empowers you. It's kind of just a coping mechanism. Do you understand what I'm saying? It becomes, oh, as Nietzsche was a great philosopher, and he said, he actually described it in a very cynical way. He described religion as opium for the masses, just something that will help you get through the day, like just a pill that you take to survive your otherwise miserable life, to remind you that you are nothing without, without coming to church and giving your money to the pastor. You're just a nobody. You can't get out of bed. You can't do nothing on your own. You have no power whatsoever. And that doesn't necessarily make you feel confident enough to go out here with a sword and a shield and take on the world. And so, in fact, it reminds me of this song. My wife has a song that she loves. There's a singer. I'm trying to remember his name. He sings really well. Anthony Hamilton. I think that's his name. Yeah, we went to an Anthony Hamilton concert. Now, mind you, I would never go to an Anthony Hamilton concert on my own. I went there because my wife is gorgeous and I would have pretty much followed her anywhere. And so we went to this Anthony Hamilton concert, who, by the way, is a great singer. I said, man, this guy can sing. And he had this song that was like a religious song. It was like, if you catch me sleeping, don't wait me till I'm done. Anybody know that song? Just leave me be. I'm waiting till my savior comes. And I was listening to the lyrics, and it's a great song. And my wife plays it all the time. And I said to her, I said, I love this song. It sounds really good, but I'm kind of depressed with this song because it seems like it's kind of telling me, like, just stay asleep, just sit there, and I'm not gonna do nothing. Don't wake me up. Don't, I'm just gonna wait for Jesus to fix it. And I can't do nothing on my own, and my life is terrible, and I'm sad. I said if I listen to this song every day, I'm gonna be kind of depressed. I don't know. Again, I maybe go find the song and read the lyrics. Like I listen to the lyrics, like especially with hip hop and all that, because hip hop really taps in, like they do. I think they're deliberately tapping into your subconscious, right? So hip hop, when they have the 808 beat and the rhythm and the repetition, that's definitely brainwashing. That's textbook brainwashing, right? So hip hop, I pay attention to lyrics, but then also even with gospel music, and I was listening to the song and I said, so it's kind of just telling me that I shouldn't be proactive at all in my life, that I should just lay there, stay asleep, and just wait until Jesus comes and fixes it. And that to me comes from slavery, right? It's a great song though. It's nothing against the song, nothing against religion, nothing against any of that, but it's just something to kind of process and think about whether or not we feel that we are on a regular basis being given ideas that are going to really make us feel powerful. Are we really given ideas that are really going to make us feel like, okay, you know what? If the white man ain't gonna fix it, I can fix it myself. And I really think that that's critically important because when you circle back to some of these challenges, some of these issues, I said, I really believe that a lot of our problems, our financial problems, are quite solvable. The question is, do we have the willpower and the discipline and the desire to actually do it? Do we have the confidence to do it? A lot of accomplishment comes down to believing that you can do it, being willing to make the sacrifice to do it, having the discipline to be consistent enough to put in the work or whatever is required in order to make it happen. If you have these things and then you have some strategic planning on top of that, you plan where you want to go, you commit to the journey, you put in the work on a regular basis and you're very consistent, then you can accomplish things, but you have to have a level of belief that you're even capable of doing it. And I think that Black self-esteem is deliberately kept very, very low to the point where there are things that we believe happen around us that we truly believe we have no say in any of this. And it shows up actually a lot in a lot of the depression and anxiety statistics. There's a friend of mine, I can't remember her name because I haven't talked to her in a decade, but she was a very nice lady. She wrote a book, Terry Williams. She wrote a book called Black Pain. And basically, it was all about all the Black women that are suffering from clinical depression, and it's not diagnosed, it's not being treated, it's not even being acknowledged because we all have that strong Black woman stereotype that is that is just sort of that sort of overwhelms all that. It's like, okay, you're a strong black woman, you can handle all that. So in their strength, and I do think, I do believe black women are strong, and I think I see that as a compliment, but at the same time, obviously it can be a problem if you're not acknowledging and dealing with the pain. And so really, if you study like where depression might come from, one of the ways to end up feeling very depressed is when you feel like you have no say over your situation. When something terrible is happening to you, they did this study with rats in a lab. They shocked them. They would put them in a lot of pain, and they gave them no way out. And the ones that had no way out and no solution were the ones who were the most depressed. They could measure how depressed a rat was by the amount of serotonin in his brain. So they said that the rats where they gave them no out, no options, those rats were very depressed. The rats that were given a solution, the rats that were given a process where they could go hit a button and make the pain stop, those rats had far less depression than the rats who were just being hit randomly with all this pain and had nothing they could do about it. So translate that to people. I believe that, especially when you talk about things like economic pain, let's go back to the economics of it all, because money is power. Money is used as a way to control people. Money is used as a weapon. It's used as a tool. It's used as a defense mechanism, whatever it is. Well, so when you look at the economic pain that black people are in, um, I really suspect that we are put in situations where we're deliberately exposed only to ideas where someone else is always in control of our economic fate and our economic destiny. We are led to believe, even those of us who are the most educated and the most capable, literally feel that if we want to be economically successful, someone has to kind of give that to us. Someone has to give us a job, or someone has to give us an opportunity, right? Instead of seeing opportunities as something that people actually create, or jobs are something that can actually be developed and given to other people. But your training from the very beginning is, sit down, shut up, be well behaved, make sure you're very well trained, so that someone will give you an opportunity. And then what happens is that when you are, say, like I was a big mouth black man. I've been a big mouth since I was in my 20s. You can go check the record. I used to write articles at the University of Kentucky. They used to get me death threats and everything when I was 24 years old. And at that time, I had a lot of well-intended black people who warned me. They said, if you keep talking like this, you'll never get a job. And they were like, we're only telling you this because we care about you, Boyce. And if you keep talking about this pro-black stuff, then you're going to end up being in a situation where you won't be employable. And I said, but it's true. I said, we're being mistreated. I can't sit here and allow this to happen. I'm not going to let somebody talk to me like this and just put me at the bottom of the barrel. And they're like, yeah, we agree with you, Boyce. We get it. We get it. But you can't keep talking like this. And they would send people to talk to me. I kid you not. Because I didn't even realize how much power I had at the time, because I was a 24-year-old kid. But they would send the white administrators would send. One time they had me meet this black man who was a former quarterback at the University of Kentucky, and they sent him to talk to me because they figured that because we're both black, he could talk me down and calm me down, so I wouldn't like criticize the administration and the white people in charge. And even at 24, I saw right through it. I remember thinking, wow, they sent the black guy to talk to me, the one resident black guy to come and talk to me. And he was a nice guy, and I talked to him, but I remember walking away thinking, I'm not going to change who I am. So we just had a good conversation. And so generally speaking, I think that there's a big chunk of our soul that gets lost, that we end up selling and giving away, because we end up being stuck and committed to this very false idea that the people that are in charge of our set of opportunities and possibilities are going to be unhappy with us if we let that part of who we are out of the closet, right? So effectively, a lot of young black children go crazy. They go crazy because they get in this system where they're forced to constantly code switch. Y'all know, anybody heard that term, code switching? How many of y'all have heard people talk about how we have to learn how to really code switch, almost be bilingual, in order to survive in corporate America, and in just these awkward situations where who you are is not good enough. So you have to engage in the fundamentally horrific task of living your life as somebody that you're actually not. You have to learn how to live a lie and live that lie very well, just so you can survive economically, just so you can pay the bills, just so you can have some semblance of financial security. But really, you're not secure, because the minute they discover that you're really black, or that you're sitting and listening to people like Boyce Watkins, or Dr. Claude Anderson, or even, God forbid, a Farrakhan, they're going to come punish you for that. And I would just dare to say that they have no right to do that. They don't have a right to tell you who you're allowed to be, but also you have an obligation to defend who you want to be. You have an obligation to understand from an economic consciousness standpoint that when you get to the point where you start to be big and bad and grown and define your own path, you have to have the economic intelligence and economic security to defend that path. Do you understand? Freedom, there's no group, and this is the thing. We want to get into this conversation to say, well, it's because we're black, they're not letting us do this. And because we're black, they won't let us do that. And I would just say a free man or a free woman does not really talk like that. A free man or free woman understands ain't nobody gonna let you do nothing. Ain't nobody gonna let you conquer nothing. Ain't nobody gonna let you have your freedom. Ain't nobody gonna let you have nothing. You have to be able to fight for it and defend it. There's no country on the planet. There's no free country on earth that did not have to have a lot of money spent on a military just to defend their freedom. There's no country. There's no you find me a country that has resources, especially the ones that have resources, like you got oil or whatever. If you can't defend what you have, then someone's going to beat you up and take it from you. That's just it. And black people have a lot. We have a lot of amazing things that are very profitable for other people. Our culture has made billions for other people. Our music has made billions for other people. We have style. We have the best athletes on the planet. So of course they're gonna come in and colonize and take things like Kendrick Lamar in his battle with Drake. In case you don't keep up with this, it's been really interesting to watch two big rappers kind of going back and forth. I think Kendrick might have won, but Kendrick made this verse where he said, "You're not a colleague, you're a colonizer." And somebody made a really interesting point, and they said that and everybody's like, "Yeah, that's right. You tell him, Kendrick, you won because you told him he's a colonizer." And somebody said that's not a compliment to you, though. That's not really the flex that you think it is. When you call someone a colonizer, you're basically saying that they were able to come into your space, take all your stuff, and all you can do is sit and complain about it. All you can do is say, "You're a colonizer. I figured it out. You stole everything from me. You took all my stuff. You came in and you took from us. You we don't got nothing because you took it all." Well, you're kind of bragging, like you're kind of letting them know how powerful they are. Like you're really just saying to them, I'm weak and worthless. I can't, because I'm gonna tell you this. Look, give me a yes or no. Do you think that if I wanted to go colonize Chinatown, and let's say I wanted to go in and take over all the Chinese restaurants in Chinatown, how successful do you think I would be if I tried to go economically colonize Chinatown? What do you think? You think they'd sit back and let me just take what I want and take all their money, all their renminbi, that's the Chinese currency, and destroy all their businesses and put them out of business and make them all come work for me? You think they would just that would just be an easy task? No, I would probably end up at the bottom of the river. I would I would and I certainly wouldn't have any customers in Chinatown. They wouldn't even that the Korean community is so gangster about their economics, they won't even let a black man take over the hair care industry. If you are black and you try to go into the hair care industry, there are many countless stories of black people who tried to do black hair. They weren't even trying to do white hair or Asian hair. They were just trying to do hair that was already on their head and get the supplies or whatever, and they would freeze them out. They'd be out of business because people would engage in these underhanded tactics to make sure that your business is not going to grow. My fofo going to make sure all your money don't grow. That's what they're like. No, we don't let black people actually run the industry. We'll allow them to shop with us and give us their money, but you're not taking our money. That's not a pro. That who made you think that you? Who do you think you are? So ultimately, anything that when you talk about things like freedom and power, you really have to understand what game you're playing and what you're really dealing with. You're dealing with highly competitive situations that require tremendous amounts of strategic thinking, discipline, and preparation and sacrifice. And I would just dare to say that I don't see very many elements in the culture other than sports, other than like basketball and football, where elements of discipline and sacrifice are readily discussed. I certainly don't see it in education. I just don't. I don't see the level of educational excellence that I think that we're capable of. I definitely don't see it when it comes to economics. Again, the Black Wealth Master Plan, where I was explaining to you guys, every black child should know how to start a business by the age of 12. Every black child should own stock by the age of 5. Every black child should be in a position to put money on a property by the time they're 21. Most people are not at that level. And I deliberately said it to be aspirational for us to sort of reset our expectations for ourselves, to understand the competitive game that you're in. So I would just encourage you to kind of think about things this way. And that student loan conversation was kind of where we started with this. And to make it clear, just as because I have to keep saying this because I get misinterpreted a lot, is I've never said people should not go to college. I've never said you're a fool because you went and got a bachelor's degree. I would never say that. I'm a college professor. But what I am saying is that student loans are without a doubt the one of if not the greatest drain on black wealth. So if your goal is to close the racial wealth gap, assuming that white folks don't decide to write a big gigantic reparations check, then closing the racial wealth gap means looking at that gigantic economic leak called student loans and saying, how do we do this better? So this does not mean student loans are only for suckers or there's something you should never do. It means sort of rethinking our relationship with college. It means saying, okay, maybe if your goal is to go to college and just go to parties and step shows and major in English literature, maybe there's a better way for you to proceed than for you to go $200,000 in debt for a degree that won't even make you $40,000 a year. Maybe that's not the strategy for you. Now, if you're going to be a dentist and make six figures, then go for it. If you're going to be a medical doctor or any sort of professional license, an attorney, I get it. Student loans can make sense in that context. So I would never say student loans are bad. What I am saying is that the high default rate, the fact that half of all black college graduates, these are our talented 10th. The ones that went to college were the good ones. I'm not talking about the ones who didn't go. I'm talking about the ones who went to college. Those are the ones that you're hoping will pull you out of the mess. So your greatest economic athletes are showing up with a pulled hamstring, a broken toe, and a missing leg. And you're thinking these people are going to be the ones that are going to get you to the next level. They can't get you to the next level because they can't even survive. Your best swimmers that are supposed to come and save everybody are drowning. How are you going to elevate a community when your best swimmers can't even swim? They can't, because when you have a college degree or a master's or whatever we have, and you are saddled with so much debt that you can't hardly move and that you default on that debt, so your credit score is now in the garbage, and then on top of that you have no ability, no understanding of how to even elevate your economic situation through things like entrepreneurship, real estate ownership, or stock market investing. It's hard to say that you're somebody who's going to save everybody because your ability to even save yourself is limited, right? So I'm not making fun of anybody because Lord knows I would not do that because I know that there are a lot of us in this room who have fallen for that trap. And I'm not here to beat up on you about that. Please don't think that I'm making you. I don't want to make you feel bad. I want you to be aware and I want you to just understand so we can sort of repair that and fix that and adjust the culture so we don't keep making the same mistake over and over again. Someone can benefit from the mistake that you made. You just have to use your mouth and explain this to them so that we don't get caught up in the simple-minded message that college is for everybody or anybody who's smart should be in college or that college is the only pathway to success or that student loans are a necessity for everybody. That's just not true. And then also on top of that, here's another thing too. For those of you that were able to pay back the loans that didn't borrow too much money, one area where you're limited is that you don't have that Swiss Army knife of options when it comes to how you make your money. A job again should be one way to make money. That should be one out of about maybe 8 or 9 different ways that you have to go make money. So this is where the Black Wealth Master Plan kicks in, where every child learns how to start a business by the age of 12. Because I know plenty of highly educated Black people who are making six figures who absolutely hate their job and really would rather just quit right now. But they can't quit right now because you got bills and the ability to figure out how to make money is not quite where you want it to be. I sat down with a bunch of my relatives and we were having a family financial meeting and we were talking about all the different ways to make money. And I remember I had one cousin who had two master's degrees, who had a six-figure job working for somebody. I don't know who it was, but he made all the right choices and he wasn't in a bad situation at all. And he had this really nice job, probably making about 200 grand a year. I have another cousin who was also a black male who was in his early 30s who did not have a college degree. So he learned how to become an entrepreneur. He also got really good with computers. So he was actually making more money than almost everybody in the room. In fact, he's the one that where I sat down where we were talking, and he casually we talk about the price of Bitcoin hitting 50 or 60,000, and he casually says, "Really?" He says, "I bought some Bitcoin." I said, "Well, how many did you buy?" He said, "I don't know, about three or 400 a few years ago." I said, "You know, three or 400 Bitcoin is that's I think that might be worth over a million, a couple few $1 million." And he was like, "Oh, really? Cool." It was like that, like because he had casually bought Bitcoin when it was like $1 or $5 and forgot about it. And then he goes back and finds out he's got all this money sitting there, right? So anyway, I remember listening to them talk, and my cousin, with all the education, with the fancy job, he says, it's really hard to figure out how to make money, like without a job. Like I don't really know. It seems like there's just not that many opportunities to make money without a job. It's really hard to figure that out. And my other cousin, the oppressed black man with no college degree, he casually says, he says, "Oh, there's money everywhere. There's money everywhere." And I'll never forget that exchange, because what that said to me was that my cousin without the college degree had a very high level of economic consciousness. And what is consciousness? Consciousness is awareness. It is sight. It is the ability to see things that other people don't see. And so what I was visualizing is I'm thinking about this and I'm thinking, okay, so one of my relatives was in the position of a lot of us educated black people. He'd been given these opportunities because he had the right credentials. He behaved like he was supposed to, and he got a great job making good money. Good for him. It's worked out for him. But he wanted to leave his job because of the obvious reasons that many of us might want to leave our jobs. And but in my mind, it's kind of like it reminds me of an animal that was trained in a facility, maybe in a zoo or in even a circus, right? Where you are you're skilled, but you're constrained, you're controlled. You eat every day because the zookeeper comes and feeds you every day. And so you've learned that if I want to eat that day, I got to do what the zookeeper tells me to do. Give me a yes if you're following this analogy. If I want if I don't do what the zookeeper says, I'm going to be punished. They're going to electrically shock me or put me in solitary confinement or something like that, right? So you're doing well, kind of, because you're well behaved, right? And you're talented. They come in, they taught the bear how to ride the tricycle, and you're the one who learned how to ride the tricycle first. So you get lots of treats for learning how to ride the tricycle and perform well at the circus. But as that bear, you really, if you ever even really even begin to act like a real bear, like you growl at somebody or you maul somebody or you decide to go hunt and fight or whatever, like you're gonna get shot, right? So in a way, like you're kind of in a nice situation, but another way, it's kind of limited who you are and even transformed who you are. You are a bear in captivity. Do you follow what I'm saying? You're a lion in captivity. So then my other cousin, I saw him and I saw a bear in the wild. So the bear in the wild is going to be a little rough around the edges, right? Because he doesn't know the system. He doesn't follow the rules. He would not do well in a zoo or a circus or even a wildlife reserve. And he's struggled. He's been out in the wild, which means that he's had many days where he's been hungry, and being hungry motivated him to learn how to hunt and fight and kill and fish and do what he's got to do to survive. So because he went through the struggle and the pain of being hungry and not having a system to take care of him, he's also picked up these specialized skills that he never would have gotten if he spent his whole life in the zoo. Do you follow what I'm saying? Let me know if you're getting what I'm saying here. So with my cousin, the reason that he was probably the richest person in that room, the one without the degree, is because he sort of just learned how to adapt to the situation that he was in. He was in a situation where there was no Superman, there was no boss sending a weekly paycheck, there was no security whatsoever being given by the system, and he learned how to just adjust and survive in however he could. And as a result, he was fitter, then everyone else, the animal in the wild that has to survive in the wild, he has to hunt to get his food. So he's going to be in a better position to hunt than the animal who has sat back in the cage, getting fat, waiting for the zookeeper to drop the food off. Do you understand? So people who know how to hunt tend to be better off. Also, hunters have a stronger level of awareness. So a hunter can be, think about this, a person, if you imagine you take a person out of the city and you put them in the middle of the Amazon, and then you grab another person who is who's a survival expert, who's lived in the woods his whole life, and you put him in the middle of the Amazon, who's going to survive? Who's gonna have the greatest likelihood of surviving? Right? We know the answer to that. And part of the reason that there's that differential in survival probability is that the second person who grew up in the forest, who understands how to hunt and fish and everything else, his awareness is much higher. So one person, the person who's used to only eating whenever there's a restaurant available or when a grocery store is open, they're going to look around, they're going to say, gosh, I'm starving, I'm so hungry, there's no food out here. The other person may look around and say, what are you talking about? There's food everywhere. I saw a flock of geese over there. I saw some berries over there. I saw some, I saw something else over here, and there's wood, and there's this, and there's that, and you can eat those things, right? But that's because they've been educated. Their awareness is high. So economically speaking, the equivalent of that is that when you make that decision, or when you're raised in a culture, or when you adapt to a culture of a free black man or a free black woman, your financial consciousness tends to be higher than those of us who are raised in captivity. People that really understand, this is why, again, this is why I'm glad you're coming to financial consciousness training, because that's the goal. The goal is to say, there's, like my cousin, there's money everywhere. There's money everywhere. So I want you to be able to see it. And when you start to see it, and then you start to have the confidence to know you can go get it, and you've got the skill to see it, you see the flock of geese, you learn how to use the bow and arrow so you can hunt and get those geese. Then what happens is, at first it's hard because you're a little hungry, you're a little scared, but eventually you're eating better than the person in captivity. You're eating better. What do I mean by that? Well, do you know how many people I've seen who went out and really embraced entrepreneurship and started a business and were suddenly making like literally 50 times more money than they made on their job? Like they literally, I'm talking about like $100,000 a month, that kind of thing, just by tapping into something that was always there, but they never really knew it was there because they didn't have the consciousness to see the opportunity. Do you know? Do you know the feeling? The one thing. This is why I love entrepreneurship and the freedom of it, is because, like, if you want to raise, you just know that I don't have to ask my boss for a raise. I don't have to wait another 3 years for them to give me the raise I deserve. I don't have to get a better job. I can just sell another product. I can market differently. I can cut my costs. I can make a partnership and give myself a raise, which gives you a more empowered feeling in life than simply waiting for somebody else to do something. Now, I'm not here to tell everybody to become an entrepreneur. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that at all. What I am saying is that I believe that, culturally speaking, we must make sure, especially with the kids, that they are exposed to all these possibilities, that they're just sort of exposed to this idea that's really a controversial idea, but I don't want you to overreact to this. But just like what ideas that might seem extreme, like slavery is a choice. Like, I'm not saying that slavery was a choice in 1745. I'm not saying that. And I'm certainly not trying to advocate for the ideas of Kanye West, because I've spent enough time on the phone with him to know that he needs his medication. What I am saying is that maybe there are some types of slavery that really are a choice. And maybe the choice isn't necessarily a choice that you can make right now. Right? Like if you're in a tough spot, like it's like when let me explain. It's like when our 13-year-old misses the bus and I say, well, you still got to go to school. And she's like, well, what am I supposed to do? I have no choice. I can't, I need a ride, Boyce, because I can't get to school. Well, the thing is, you had a choice. You had a choice proactively. Your choice isn't being made right now. That's not the best choice for you. That's not the best scenario for you. Now you have no choice, but you backed yourself into a situation where you have no choice because you had a choice this morning when you chose to hit the snooze button on the alarm clock instead of getting your butt out of bed. Do you understand? So when we say slavery is a choice, no, I'm not saying that when you get up on a Tuesday that you have a choice as to whether you're going to go to work or not. What I'm saying is that your choice really comes from not putting yourself in a position where you've only got one choice. Do you follow what I'm saying? So what I would say with children is it goes back to that word I love to use called options. We I can teach you all about stock options and all that. We do that regularly here in the Black Business School, but I'm talking about just options in life. If you raise kids in a certain way and prepare them for the future to always know how to have plenty of options, then that will translate into choices. And for people that have options that also have choices, slavery really becomes a choice. There's a difference between going to work because you have to versus going to work because you want to. That person that's going to work because they want to is literally making the choice to go to work and deal with their boss. Other people may not be making a choice because all their choices were murdered 10, 15 years ago when they locked themselves into capitalist slavery. Capitalism is slavery. It really is. That's not a, I'm not being extremist when I say that. It becomes slavery when you don't understand this game and you don't prepare. Oh yeah, they're going to eat you up. And their number one goal is to lock you down to the point where you have no choice. Um, In fact, it's really weird how many financial things pop up on a given day. And literally during my little sermon that I was giving to the teenage black girls that were stuck in the car with me for 15 minutes, I said there are so many people who, because they did not engage in proactive strategies to prepare for life, they get in situations where they have no choice. And so what happens is that when you get in a situation where you're desperate, say financially, and I was warning them as young women, I said, there will be plenty of men who will take advantage of your lack of options as it pertains to money. They will show up and they'll say, I'll pay the rest of your rent, but you're going to have to give me something that money can't buy. And I said, so the reason I'm forcing you all to listen to me right now is because I want you to prepare in advance so that you will always have a choice. You will never have to do something that is unethical or harmful to yourself or something that makes you feel terrible because you're stuck in a situation where you have no choice. Everything's about those choices and options. And that's really what this conversation is all about. When you use the words freedom, choices, and options, they're all connected. They're all cousins of each other. I'm done. I don't have anything else to say. Um, Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. Don't forget to get on the text list if you want to get reminded when we do Money in the Morning. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. If somebody could type 87948 in the chat, I would appreciate that. So text morning to 87948 and I will send you an invitation. Number two, I'm going to be speaking this weekend in Philadelphia at the Get Money Fest hosted by Jay Ortiz and the Pish Posh Girl. If you'd like to come out, you can go to getmoneyfest.com or you can just show up. It's in Philadelphia. On my Instagram, I put the flyer up. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance. So you can go to my Instagram, look at the flyer. The address is on there. Just come to the door, tell them you're with me. They'll let you in. It's free to the public. Let's see what else. Thirdly, if you want the ebook for the $5 a day investing plan, that's also free. Just go to b1investing.com, be the number one investing.com. Somebody type b1investing.com in the chat for me if you could. And then last but not least, you guys know in our Black Wealth Mastery store at drboycebooks.com, we did a 24-hour discounts. Everything is 60% off until the end of today. So if you go to drboycebooks.com, write down this code. It is today only 2024. So if you use the code word today only 2024, all one word, it has to be all one word, and you put it in the checkout, you'll get 60% off anything in the store. And the store has financial flashcards for children, tickets to the All Black National Convention. You can get books. My book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. Dr. Claude Anderson's books are there. My wife's books are also in there. There's a lot of good stuff in there. And so if you'd like to go take a look at drboycebooks.com, the code word is today only 2024, all one word. Put that in and checkout. It'll take 60% off. So even if the price is already discounted 30 or 40%, it'll take another 60% off. That's today only. So feel free to go take a look at that. All right. Chelsea says, bought my tickets yesterday. Yeah, the convention's going to be in Lombard, Illinois, which is right outside Chicago, October 25th to the 27th. The convention, I guarantee with everything that if you come to the convention, you will love it. It will be life-changing for you, and you've never seen anything like it. That's our goal, is to create spaces and experiences that are just different from what we've kind of dealt with and been exposed to. And so since this convention didn't exist, God told me to create it, and we did it. I didn't know how to do a convention, but we did it 15 years ago. Lene Javette helped me, and now it's an annual thing. We're almost on our 10th year. So feel free to go to allblacknationalconvention.com if you want to take a look. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. Okay, guys, have a good day. I will see you all tomorrow morning. Don't forget, if you want to get a reminder, get on the text list. Text the word morning to 87948, and I will hit you guys. The wonderful Patillo family. I have so much. Y'all are on my superhero list, by the way. You got to know the Patillo family. You know what? Talk to Amani if y'all ever want to do something at the convention. I don't know if y'all should. I think that literally we should be trained on how to build great families, and the Patillo family is one of those examples that's out there. I think that kind of training is the kind of stuff we should do as standard in our community. I really just think you got to stop letting white people tell you what your protocol should be, what your standard educational process should look like. I'm not saying this to be anti-white. I'm just saying this to be pro-black, that, all those other people that design these educational programs that don't work, that don't give us adequate skill, that don't teach us anything that's going to have value in our lives, those people are not qualified to educate you. They're just not. So, in my opinion, I think we should look at what we need and educate ourselves on the things that we need. And one thing that we need is we need to build strong families. We have to make this a mandatory requirement. I just really think about how much less pain, devastation, economic trauma would be out here if we had stable families. If we had families where people could just try to get on the same page, learn a little bit about things like marriage and how that works, develop a protocol for family unity. I think every family should have a therapist or somebody that can kind of come in and help you work out your issues. Because when you have a bunch of traumatized people kind of trying to do stuff together as a group, it just becomes a complete mess. And it's very anti-wealth, by the way. It's a massive, massive wealth destroyer, because every time you start something and you can't finish it, that's wasted resources. That's wasted time, wasted money, lost money, all kinds of stuff. Even if I always use a simple example to help everybody understand what I see when I see a broken family, or when a group of people that used to work together that can't work together anymore. Think about like a musical group. One of my good friends, Willie D, is from the Ghetto Boys. And Willie, he was like, we're really good friends. He was in my wedding. And so I remember, just kind of talking to Willie, and I said, man, do you know that you and Scarface and Bushwick, if you guys could get along, and go on tour together, there's so much money out there that a lot of people would love to see the Ghetto Boys. And Willie, he's a good guy. He's funny. He's got that Texas accent. He'd be like, man, Bushwick, man, and then they get into like these issues, which is gonna happen when you've been working with somebody for 30 years. And but I'm sitting there thinking, if this was back when Bushwick was alive, right? R.I.P. to Bushwick Bill, but basically it's like and I don't think Willie would mind me sharing that as an example, but in my head, I was seeing all the millions of dollars that are lost when you can't get on the same page. Do you understand? So for a lot of your families, you lose a lot of money because you can't get on the same page. So pay attention now. In the midst of all these things that white people tell you that you're supposed to learn in order to make money, like you got to go get a degree in accounting, and you have to go spend $200,000 on a bachelor's degree, or maybe I should go back to school again and get my master's. How many of y'all have heard people say that, right? Amidst all those other things that they're telling you that will go get you more money, those things that do not work, I think that maybe you should add conflict resolution skill to your list of essential skills that a person can have that will keep the money flowing. Do you understand? Like that will maintain those relationships. Let me know if you get what I'm saying. Sometimes I need like yeses just to know that you're following me, because I don't want this to sound like I don't think I'm talking over anybody's head. Because all of us just know that pain and that loss that comes from not being able to work together. And it's hurtful, it's traumatic, and all these other. It costs you a lot more than just money. But I want you to also see the money. I want you to see in economics, we call this the shadow cost. Or another term for it would be the opportunity cost. See, people that are not financially conscious, they don't see the shadow cost. They don't see what they would have had. If you can't even see what's in front of you, how are you going to see what you could have had and would have had if things had gone different? That requires your consciousness to be able to go to a higher dimension where you can look in the fourth and fifth dimension and see all the possibilities that God put in front of you that you completely missed. And what does the word poor stand for? Write it, put it in the chat. What does poor, POOR, stand for? It stands for passing over opportunities repeatedly. So here's what that means. This means to me that every day there's this shadow universe of all these possibilities that you could be. You could be a millionaire. You could be running a business with your cousin. You could be quitting your job and living your best life. All these are shadow realities that many of us can't see because all we can see is what's in front of us. So we're walking past all these opportunities, passing over opportunities repeatedly and saying, gosh, this is all I have. All I have is $20. But that's because you're poor. You're poor because you're poor. You're not just poor in money, you're poor in insight and vision because you're poor because the only reality you're able to lock into is the reality that's in front of you, the one that has $20 in your pocket. You can't lock into you don't have the consciousness yet to lock into the other 10 million realities that could have existed, these other parallel universes, like Avengers, Marvel style, these other 10,000 universes that existed where you could have had all the money in the world. Do you understand? So get that consciousness up. I encourage you to join us in the morning. We do financial consciousness training every morning. We did a really good one this morning about reparations and repair and how we can give ourselves reparations. And I guarantee you, you're going to love it. And it's going to help you think about money in a way that's completely different from anything you've ever seen. I've seen people do even money mindset classes and all that. No, my wife is a PhD level therapist. I have a PhD in finance. You combine that, it really is like super friends. That's why I love my wife, is because we're like, I love the idea of smart Black people getting together and really thinking hard about the Black community. That's what's, I mean, I think that's what's going to solve our problem. All right. So anyway, thank you for letting me share that quick stream of consciousness. Let's get back to the market. Okay, so put your question in the Q&A section, and if you have a question for me, I'm going to start in a couple areas that I think you should be aware of in terms of what's going on in the stock market. Also, I want to remind everybody that at drboycebooks.com, our Black Wealth Mastery Store, everything today for 24 hours only is 60% off. Every single thing. Anything you want to buy, you can buy $1 billion worth of stuff. We will take 60% off the price. So if you go to drboycebooks.com, here's the code. Write down this code. Write down the URL. Somebody write it in the chat so everybody can see it. drboycebooks.com. And the discount code is today only 2024. Today only 2024, all one word. It's all one word. Put that in when you check out and it will take 60% off. Even if there's already a discount, even if there's already 50% off, it'll take another 60% off. So it's almost like a big discount or something. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. The code is today only 2024. And if somebody's used it, okay, somebody says great sale, just made my purchase, says Renee. Okay, great. So the code's working, everything's good. Yeah, and we have financial flashcards for kids, financial flashcards that cover everything from let's see. We have entrepreneurship, real estate, credit, all kinds of stuff, investing, of course. We have financial workbooks for kids that cover every grade band, investing, money, all kinds of stuff, how to start a business, all that. We also have my books, of course, the 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, Black American Money, a lot financial lovemaking, all that. My wife's stuff is there also. She's done a lot of workbooks on financial trauma, financial anxiety, stuff like that. So feel free to just go take a look and buy whatever you want. And there we go. All right. So here we go. Let's jump into some of the Q&A for today. All right. So someone says, Doc, I know you love Portillo's. Are you buying more stock? I have not bought more stock in Portillo's, but I do like the company. I do like Portillo. I just feel like Portillo's is one of those best kept secrets, such that once Portillo's gets sort of more mainstream, I think it's going to do great. I really do. Portillo's is so good. My wife and I, every time we see a Portillo's, we always stop there and eat. And that's just almost like a rule in our relationship. You have those little places that you have to stop at and things you have to do. And we share like our favorite hotel and stuff like that. Portillo's is one of our favorite restaurants. And actually, in fact, I like Portillo's so much that I'm actually pulling the stock up on my E-Trade. Just generally speaking, when you talk about investing, this is how I want you to view investing. I want you to view it as something that you just do, almost like watching a TV show or going to the grocery store. Don't make it a big deal. Don't overthink it. Don't let it scare you. But just know that like when you're missing out on all this investing opportunity, you're losing wealth, man. The stock market is the greatest wealth creator in America, and I just don't want that to pass you by. Okay, so what I'm gonna do literally right now, just because I just like to act, I don't like to just talk about things, is I'm actually gonna look at Portillo stock and I'm probably gonna buy some shares. Now, as I'm looking at it now, let me look at the bull case and the bear case. Every stock has both. Every stock has the reasons that it could go to the moon. Every stock has its reasons that it could just flop to the ground. Portillo's is now trading at 1022. This is a big drop. The stock's dropped 35, actually 50% this year since its IPO. That's a big deal. Analysts still like the stock. When I look at Portillo's, let me see what they're saying in the analysis of Portillo's. Let's see here. Okay, they're saying nothing. I'm looking here in Robinhood Gold, hoping that they'll give me some analysis, and they don't have any analysis. Okay, I don't have anything in front of me on this. So maybe there's some stuff here on E-Trade. Let's see. Analyst research. Let me click here and see what's here. In case you want to know how the story ends, I am going to buy some more Portillo stock because, and here's the deal. I don't know for sure what's going to happen. I just have my belief. Remember, investing is a little bit like a religion. It's you have a belief that a company or an industry is going to eventually turn around and do better, or that you just want to get on the boat. You want to be involved. You want to own this. And so let's say Portillo stock is only worth half of what the IPO was, and it's trading for the next 5 years around that range. Well, number one, investing isn't just something to grow wealth. It's also what they call a store of value. A store of value means that it's just like a bucket. You're putting your money in a bucket. So here's the reason why I believe in investing, even if I don't know if the investment's going to do great, is that let's say I invest in something and it loses 30% of its value in the next 5 years. Well, that means that I put in, say, $1,000. In 5 years, I'm going to have $700. Now, I want you to think about other things people might do with $1,000, like go on a trip. If I go on a trip and I spend that $1,000, how much of that money am I going to have 5 years from now? None. None. Nothing. I'll have memories though. That's a good thing, but I won't have any money. If I go to the mall, spend that $1,000. 5 years later, nothing. Most of those clothes will be in the garbage. If I spend $1,000 on my new iPhone, the iPhone will be gone in 5 years because the Apple's gonna convince me to buy another one. So I don't think investing in a stock is something where it should be like make or break. Like I'm only going to invest if I know for sure what's going to happen. Let me just tell you, I've been through all the research. I've read thousands of papers on these topics. I have written original research papers on these topics. In case you don't know what the standard is to write an original research paper, you have to discover something that no human being in the history of the world has ever discovered. That's a lot of pressure. But I've written about 14 research papers like that, and that's what I had to do because that's what you do as a professor. That's what we do with our time. And what I can tell you is that most theories agree that you really can't predict what a stock is going to do. However, you can look at what's in front of you. And what the fundamentals kind of say is number one, a lot of analysts still believe Portillo's has some upside. In fact, the majority of them do. Let's see here. I'm looking to see what some of them are saying about this stock. Most of the estimates for Portillo's are higher than the $10 amount. The average price target for this stock on E-Trade anyway is $17. So that means that if it does go up to 17 or beyond, there are going to be a lot of people that are going to say, great, it's good that the market finally figured out what we've known all along, but it may not do that, right? There's no guarantees. You have to know that about investing. So let me read a little bit here. There's a guy named Nick. Nick, what's his name? It's like an Italian name. Nick, sorry, Stifel. I said Nick. Stifel Nicholas. He kept his buy rating on Portillo's, and what did he say? He says, drum roll, please. Let's see. The company has a 1-year high of 23.99 and a 1-year low of 9.93. Okay, I'm still waiting for them to get to the description. Okay, let's talk about the company. The company serves Chicago street food through high energy and multi-channel restaurants. We know these things. Tell me why you like the stock. I'm looking for, you know what? There is no other. Crap. Okay, let me see what UBS has to say. They all they did was they just in this article they just described the stock. They didn't tell me why they had this analysis. So let me see if okay, UBS believes improving traffic trends, reduced macro pressure, and better visibility into the margin trajectory represent necessary catalysts from here. What does that mean? Well, what that means is that they believe that there are trends in traffic in terms, I guess, store traffic, stuff like that, that are in the favor of the company. Reduce macro pressure. Perhaps they're talking about things like interest rates being high, making it maybe difficult to expand and build more stores, or maybe pressure on the consumer. I don't think that's what they're talking about, but that could be an issue. Also, better visibility in the margin trajectory. So I'm thinking when they say better visibility, my first thought is just visibility of the franchise. I think Portillo's is a great company and a great franchise to make a great product. But then they say into the margin trajectory. So I'm guessing that means that their profit margins, meaning how much money do they make on every sale. So either way, though, most people are predicting that Portillo's stock is going to be a good investment. So here's what I do, right? So I buy it and I don't overthink it. It's just like, saying, hey, I'll go on a date with this lady just to see if I like her. But because I also have a positive belief about this stock, I'm going to go ahead and maybe dollar cost average my way in. And because remember, when the stock price drops, you can either see it as confirmation that the company is starting to nosedive, or you could see it as, oh, wow, what a buying opportunity. It's really a choice. It's really a choice. In fact, that's what makes trade happen in the market. That's what makes stocks sell. That's what makes the options market so active, is that you have what they call information dispersion. You have different people who are seeing the same information and walking away with different interpretations of that information. So someone says, Portillo's stock is now down to $10.22. So I come to the market. I run to the market because I say, woo, this is a buying opportunity. Portillo's is on sale. But then maybe you are willing to sell to me because you're seeing that same information and you're saying, oh man, this shows Portillo's is a dud. I'm getting rid of that. Right. So to some extent, in order for us to trade, we have to have different religious beliefs. Right? Seriously, I believe I'm a bull, you're a bear. That's why we trade. If we were both bears or both bulls, then what would happen is that the price would keep moving until we establish what they call a new equilibrium. So what would happen if we were both bulls? Almost like it's almost like trying to date somebody and I'm a dude looking for a pretty lady and you're a dude looking for a pretty lady. That ain't really gonna work because I don't roll like that. I don't go to Diddy parties, right? So it would be kind of awkward, right? So you'd have to be looking for something very different from what I'm offering. But in trade, you actually have the ability for two bulls to eventually make a deal. Let me tell you why. I might be a bull and you might be a bull. But then we go to the second dimension, the second derivative. How much of a bull are you? It reminds me of that movie Civil War. I saw the movie Civil War this week, and the guy he says, "Don't shoot me. I'm an American." And he said, "You're an American, huh? Well, what kind of American are you?" Right. So what he was saying is like, we need to go to another level. Yeah, you're an American. Well, so am I. But are you a Colorado American? Are you a San Francisco American? Are you a Texas American? Right. Different kinds of Americans. So I'm a bull. You're a bull. But what kind of bull are you? Maybe I'm a bull who believes that Portillo's is going to go to the moon. It's going to go back to 24, the high of 24 and beyond. Maybe you're a bull that believes that Portillo's is going to go up, but not to the moon. So here's what would happen if two bulls get together and try to make a trade and the price is at $10 and something. So I'm a buyer and you're a buyer. Well, that's not going to work. So what would happen is that when you have a lot of bulls, a lot of people that want to buy, you have too many buyers. What happens to the price? Answer me in the chat. What happens to the price of a stock when you have an imbalance between the numbers of buyers and sellers where everybody wants to be a buyer? Everybody wants to get a piece of the action. What's going to happen to the price of that asset? I'll let you answer while I buy my Portillo stock. There we go. It's been purchased that quick. It goes up, right? It goes up. It goes to 11, then 12, then 13, then 14, then 15. And we're all bulls, so we're all for it. We're still buying. I'm buying at 12. I'm buying at 13. I'm buying at 14. I'm buying at 15. But then there's a point where we're playing a game of chicken. There's a point where you get off the bus. There's a point where you say, okay, you know what? I'm ready to take profits now. I want to go ahead and cut my stake in Portillo's. I don't think this stock is going to go to the moon. I'm willing to go so far, but not too far. So then what happens is we establish a new equilibrium where you switch. Almost like they talk about people being able to switch genders and all that, not to be political, but that's what it makes me think about. You can literally switch genders financially. You can switch financial genders. You can go from being a bull to a bear. You can go from being a buyer to a seller, right? Well, why? What changes the DNA of your your situation as a market participant. What changes that economic DNA? It's the price of the asset changes everything. So now, because the price is no longer 10, it's now 17. Maybe you switched from being a bull to a bear. You got to the point where you say, I think the stock is priced too high. I'm going to go ahead and start selling some shares. So then I can buy from you at what they call a new equilibrium price of, 16, $17. That's kind of what's happening with AMC and GameStop. And I really wanted to talk about that because I just think it's so exciting to see the meme stocks and all that. There's opportunities to make money, but it's also a perilous, risky space. And effectively with AMC, let me tell you what just happened with AMC. First off, AMC, in case you don't know what's been going on, AMC and GameStop have been acting just ridiculous. They've been just extra ghetto this week. AMC literally went up 100% last night. I don't know if y'all know that AMC went up 100%. AMC stock just a few days ago, you could have bought AMC stock for $3. Now it's priced at 727. Now here's what's interesting though. The price so far today has gone up 40% since this morning, but it's dipped quite a bit since this afternoon. Earlier, it was as high as 11 or $12.66. So if you bought at 12.66, you've lost a big chunk of almost half of your investment. You lost 40% of your investment if you bought when the price was at 12.66. Hence is the risk in participating in such a volatile, chaotic situation. The problem with AMC and GameStop is that there's no economic fundamentals backing any of this move. This is all being driven by the Redditors and the AMC apes and Roaring Kitty and this whole culture around meme stocks. That's what's been driving the price. And this really is pretty tantamount to old school market manipulation. There's nothing new about a meme stock. There's nothing new about meme stocks. This has been happening for over 2, 3, 400 years. In fact, it's been happening for thousands of years. People have always manipulated prices since the beginning of time. I'm just really curious to see when they're going to make this illegal because what's happening is they're doing things on these message boards to push the price way, way up. And what's going to ultimately occur is that you're going to have a scandal where you'll find out that there are people in the center who are manipulating this situation to make sure that they know exactly when to sell and exactly when to buy. It's no different. It's as predictable in my mind. It's as predictable as the fact that when they started to legalize sports gambling and promote gambling at every sporting event, I said at some point they're going to have a big scandal. There's going to be some NBA player, NFL players that's going to get caught fixing the spread or fixing points. And so far, they've only had two scandals. These are the first two in what will be dozens of scandals. One was the biggest, highest paid baseball player in the major leagues, a Japanese guy. His manager was taking bets on baseball games or something, or doing something illegal with baseball games. And then number two, there was an NBA player that played for the Toronto Raptors who has been suspended for life because he was doing something basically the equivalent of point shaving in an NBA game. They're not the only ones though. There are going to be other people that are doing the same thing. Just there's too much money involved. So really, in a way, they're making the mistake of thinking that I can get close to the fire and I won't get burned. No, they're going to burn the whole damn house down. And at some point, just imagine in 5 years the cover of some major sports magazine, maybe Sports Illustrated. I don't know if they're still here or not. They're going to have some big gambling scandal on the cover that's going to involve some LeBron James level player who's making hundreds of millions of dollars fixing games. But that's here nor there. All right. So now what would I do with AMC or GameStop? First of all, I would really have to understand that it's a casino. Like that's the first thing you got to understand is that if you get involved with these stocks, you are playing a game of musical chairs. You don't know when Cinderella is going to turn into a pumpkin. When these stocks start to trade at their true value, then bad things are going to happen. What has already occurred is that the smart money has already reacted to this. When they see this is what they call irrational exuberance. When smart money people start to see retail investors or gamblers pretty much, or the Redditors start to push the stock price up, they immediately jump in and their mindset is that of a seller. Their mindset tends to be not, I'm going to ride this wave until the wheels fall off. Their mindset is, okay, how do we take advantage of this by selling this $2 asset for 10, $12? Well, I can tell you already that part of the reason the stock price declined is because the first thing that AMC did when they saw the price take off is they sold $250 million worth of stock. They sold when they started seeing this happen. They didn't say we're gonna ride with the apes to the end. I saw Planet of the Apes yesterday. It was a little bit boring. I'm not gonna lie. I fell asleep twice, but I watched Civil War the day before. Civil War kept me awake. Planet of the Apes didn't, but they were both decent movies though. But anyway, since we were talking about apes, I just thought I'd bring that up. All right, so what's happened is that the price has dropped because the people at the top, the insiders, are selling, and that's consistent with financial theory. In financial theory, the people that know more about an asset, when that the market watches those people to decide what to do. So if the insiders are selling, the outsiders should be saying, "Wait a minute, you're selling. So if you're selling, I should be selling too because I don't know what's going on with this company. I don't know what's going to happen next. So I'm just going to follow your lead." Or another way to look at it is that when you increase the supply of a commodity, typically the price goes down, it does not go up. So the AMC insiders are selling for logical reasons. They know that their stock is not going to be trading at this 8, 9, 10, $12 range, most likely in the future. It's going to go back to normal. And so they're taking advantage of the getting while the getting's good because AMC is a company that really needs the cash flow. Now, there's that other side, where people may jump in. Again, if you're a speculator, you can jump in and say, I'm going to buy this stock at this price now and hope that it continues to go up forever. Well, I don't know how that, I mean, here's the thing. If you do this, I'm not here to tell you what to do or not to do. I do not give investing advice on this channel. Let me know. Give me a yes or no if you understand that I do not give investing advice on this channel. I've been having to repeat that 1,000 times ever since there were people who somehow believe that I own the Tulsa real estate fund or own some percentage of it or whatever. No, I did not own it. I supported it, but I don't own the damn thing. So I have to make sure I repeat this so that people will get this. So the slow kids in the back will understand. All right. So this is not investing advice, but here's what you could do if you wanted to participate and have a little bit of fun. Well, the first thing is number one, if you jumped into this game, you'd have to be fully aware that you can lose every single penny that you put up. Make sure you understand that. You just have to know this, right? Because this stock could go right back to $3 a share, game over. It doesn't do anything it doesn't wake up for another 5 years or something. Now, if you did jump in, one thing you could do is in order to sort of give yourself a little bit of cushion, is you could take advantage of the fact that when a stock gets this much activity, the options market starts jumping. It just goes insane. Options prices get ridiculously high when a stock attracts a lot of speculators. So right now, if I look at AMC stock, I'm willing to bet you, yeah, the options are insanely highly priced. So the price is 735. If I buy it, if I sell a call option with a strike all the way up at $10, I could get $1 per share. What does that mean? Well, that means number one, that it's almost like buying something at the store and instantly getting a rebate. So if I stepped in and I said, I'm going to buy $7,000 worth of AMC stock, I can instantly sell that call option and get a rebate of $1,000 or $1,100. That would provide a little bit of cushion in case the stock does collapse on me. It also still gives me some upside in case the stock goes crazy. Now, here's the thing. I'm going to have FOMO if this stock shoots up to $50 a share. I'm going to be mad. I'm going to say, dang it, why didn't I buy more shares? Well, you can still do that. Like you could buy, you don't have to sell options on everything that you own. You could sell the rights on half of what you own and then let the other half kind of float, right? There's nothing wrong with that. It's speculatory. It's not real investing. It's more like day trading / gambling. But hey, I'm not here to judge you on that. Now here's the other problem though. See, here's the thing though. What a lot of people do, and this is what Mark Cuban did when he did one of the 10 greatest trades in Wall Street history, is he got this big pay payoff in Yahoo stock. He sold the calls, so he sold the rights on the upside, but he kept a little bit for himself, but he sold most of the rights to the upside, and then he bought puts to protect from the downside. Well, the problem with that strategy in this case, they call that a collar, by the way. The problem with this strategy in this case is that when the price of the calls go up, the price of the puts also go up. Because what you're having with AMC and GameStop is the equivalent of a financial civil war. It's a financial civil war because half the people get there and they're like these AMC apes who think the stock is gonna start at 735 and then it's gonna go to 15, 20, 30, 45 bucks. And then you have people that are like, this is stupid. This stock's eventually going to collapse. I want put options on this stock because this is like taking candy from a baby, because when this stock deflates and it starts to drop, I want to be there to make money. So if you were to buy a put though, here's that problem though. If you bought a put that expires, say May 17th, if you look at the puts are really expensive. They're really expensive. So like even if I bought a put, the price is 735. So even if I bought a put with a strike of 550, I'm paying 75 cents a share for that. So if I sold my call for $1.10, but I'm paying 75 cents for my put, I'm cutting into my profit margin quite a bit, right? So ultimately, I don't know if that strategy works as well, and it certainly doesn't work if you were to do it kind of the same way we talk about in the prime class, where you buy the long term put and you're going to make money on this stock over a long period of time. That doesn't really work as well in this case because you don't know how long this flare up is going to last. That's the thing. You don't know how long this civil war is going to last. So it could last for a week, it could last for a month, it could be a year, but you just don't know. So just know that if you participate, there is money that can be made. As long as you're fully prepared for the fact that you may lose money. So, if you want to know what I did for fun, I did buy just a very small number of shares, just a couple hundred, and I instantly sold call options on those shares. I did not buy put options on those shares. So the downside is that I have to hold these shares until the expiration date because that's the collateral for the contract that I sold. And so generally speaking, it did the strategy work? Yeah, it worked pretty well. The strike prices I picked were pretty high, and the stock is way off that strike price. And so I think these calls are going to expire worthless. And so I made a little bit of money. But remember, the downside though is that I have this asset that could easily deflate in value. So that's why I only bought a couple of hundred shares instead of buying a couple of thousand. I'm not going to put the bulk of my wealth or even more than 0.1% of my wealth into AMC GameStop because this is not a healthy place to really be trading on a regular basis, in my opinion. So I would encourage you to observe, learn, understand, maybe dabble if you feel up to it, but don't think of this as like this get money opportunity because it's going to be a bloodbath when these stocks finally come down to earth. And the people, the roaring kitties of the world, the people in the epicenter of this, they're going to walk away with millions, and then millions of little 24-year-olds, sitting in their parents' basement on their laptops are going to get slaughtered. That's what I believe. That's my 2 cents. Okay. All right. So speaking of Get Money, by the way, you guys know the Get Money Fest is hosted by JRTs in Philadelphia, May 18th. It's totally free if you want to join. Well, the standard tickets are free, and then they have VIP tickets that can give you a little more access to people like me, and you could come talk to me and stuff. So feel free to go to getmoneyfest.com if you would like to join us in Philly. I'll be there. And Asia Kirkendall, who wrote the book Quantum Wealth Theory, who is an extraordinary financial psychologist who is actually going to join the faculty in the Black Business School. She'll be there. There's another Asia. I don't have her last name, but she's a branding expert. There's a lot of great people there. Michael Edwards, who's a Forex expert, who's a former banker and lender, is going to be there. So there are lots of great people there that know how to make money. And so this is kind of like an art, fashion, and music festival with a heavy, heavy, heavy financial literacy component. So if that's your thing, if you want to network with people and have some fun and learn economics, the Get Money Fest is the place to be. So it's going to be in Philadelphia, May 18th. I'm going to be there for a couple of hours, but it is 6 hours long. So feel free to go to getmoneyfest.com if you're interested. All right, so let's see. Naomi says, hey, Dr. Boyce, I made some money selling covered calls on FFIE and EOSE in the past, and now they dropped extensively. What do you think about them? Okay, Naomi. All right, so let's see here. If I were to look at, what was it? You said FFIE? Makes me think about fee fi fo fum, like the giant. Okay, Faraday, Future Intelligent Electric. That stock is really low price. I mean, that's a 28 cent stock. I don't think the options market is, I mean, it's a really hard options market to really participate in. I mean, you can sell calls, I mean, and make money, but yeah, there's something about this company. I'm willing to bet you that the stock has probably plummeted. Yeah, it's dropped 58% this year, 99% in the last year. Yeah, I would just say that companies like this, they're teetering on the brink of death. And sometimes you buy something that's on the brink of death and then it comes back to life. So maybe this $25 stock doubles and becomes a 50 cent, sorry, this 25-cent stock doubles and becomes a 50-cent stock, but sometimes it doesn't. One of the interesting things about Faraday, though, ironically, is that the stock price today has gone up 378%, which is crazy, right? So, if you wanted to have fun, like I would see the stock more like a speculative purchase. I would not see it as like, yeah, this is the thing that's going to get me out of the hood. But I mean, Lord, I mean, if the meme stockers are just giving away money like this, literally 200 shares would cost you like $50. So again, if you want to have some fun, you can mess with it. But I mean, just know there's a good chance you could end up losing money as long as you know that. That's okay. Um, actually, so just out of respect for everyone else, I'm going to move to the other questions. So if you have a question about a stock, if you could ask about one at a time, that would really help me kind of make sure I get a chance to talk to everybody. Also, if selling all call options stuff like that is of interest to you and you want to get good at it, feel free to join us at drboyceprime.com. Drboyceprime.com is where we generate income selling call options and designing strategies to protect the investment. It's a great family business if that's something that you're interested in doing. And by the way, for those of you that are in the Prime program, I did just make a new update of the Moneymaker grid. So there are I want to say about 25 stocks that I vetted and I did my calculations and put together the whole spreadsheet. Look at that last column, and ROI is the number that tells you which ones generate the most income. And so feel free to go to drboyceprime.com and take a look at the Moneymaker grid. I just updated that last night. Now, someone asked, what are meme stocks? Meme stocks are basically these stocks that trade on emotion and almost like irrational behavior. They're stocks that have valuations that exceed their fundamental value based on standard financial models. So, if you were to look at a financial model and try to understand AMC, you would come to a valuation of like $1. Like that stock is probably worth about $1 based on these models. But if you go to the market, it's clearly trading for more than $1. And that is why it's called a meme stock because it's built on what they call irrational exuberance. There are other companies out there that are benefiting in the meme stock trend. For example, Trump Media. Trump Media, DJT, that's the ticker symbol, has gone up 100% in the last month, or it's actually doubled in the last month. This is a stock that, based on most research reports, is worth almost nothing. It's worth less than $1. And but right now it's trading at 54.83. And so a person who invests in the stock, you're not really investing so much in a company as much as you're investing in the belief that Trump supporters will always pump up his stock because they like him so much. So in a way, this has become a type of campaign finance for Trump because he raised $2 or $3 billion by issuing these worthless shares to the market, and people are paying $54.85 for them. So if your goal is to bet on the loyalty of Trump supporters, then that might be an investment to make. But if you're investing in a company based on fundamentals, it's not a good investment in my opinion. All right. And by the way, if you have a question, put it in the Q&A section. I'm going to answer all the questions in the Zoom in the Q&A. For those of you that want to be invited to the Zoom or invited to the Q&A, get on our text list, and I'll send you a link to join us. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Once you text morning to 87948, I will send you invitations to join us for the portfolio power play and the Black Stock Market program and all that stuff, so you can take a look at all the material. All right, so let's see. Zoe says, if someone came into the same capital of around 10K into some capital, okay, around 10K, would this be enough for a monthly income of 3 to 5K? That would be hard to do, Zoe. That would be very hard to do. I think a capital base of 10K, I would say a few $100 a month or something like that. I wouldn't, or maybe if you were careful and use margin, you could get to over 1,000 a month or something. But I can't make promises like that. I don't want to make those sorts of promises. But I could say that I've seen that happen. I've seen people take $10,000 in capital and really do a lot with it, where it bumped up their income quite a bit. And so again, I think it's a great family business. You get that cousin, that relative that's got a little extra money sitting in their 401k. You tap into a little bit of that. Maybe somebody taps into a little bit of a HELOC. Not all of your wealth. I'm not saying all of your money, but a little bit of it. And then you get into the covered call writing and managing the portfolio properly, the stuff that we do in the Prime program, picking the right stocks. It's a game changer. It's literally a game changer. There was one family that came in and we did a one-on-one, and they had about 95,000 in a HELOC. And I sat down and I said, well, how much are your bills every month? And it was about 7,000 a month. And we figured out how to get almost 7,000 a month just in income. And I literally showed them my portfolio. I said, this is what I'm invested in. This is how I generate my income for my family. And they pretty much just I said, but this is not investing advice. But if you want to copy, you can, because this is what I do every week, and it really changed everything. This to me is the best way to make money that there is. I haven't seen anything. I've known for a long time about real estate and entrepreneurship and other forms of investing, and I just really think this is a great pathway for those that want to generate income and don't want to have to go to work anymore. Maybe you're a good saver. It works best for those that have a capital base, though. If you don't have a capital base, you have to figure out a way to get one. That might be where the family business and all that stuff kicks in. And those of you that are in the Prime program, say something in the chat about your experience. If you want to share with others what the experience has been like for you so that they can go take a look if they want to. drboyceprime.com is where you can log in, drboyceprime.com. Okay, so let's see. Okay, next question is Kamisha, Dr. B, are you going to put out a new moneymaker grid soon? Yes, Kamisha, I just did. So if you're curious about the stocks that I like the most for options, just log in drboyceprime.com and there is the moneymaker grid. Chanel, I believe Chanel put it in there today. I sent it to her last night, so that is available to you. And I know Amani's here. Amani, I don't know if you're able to see it and you want to put the link where people can go log in and get the moneymaker grid, but feel free to share it in the chat. Let's see. King May says, okay, so King, you have a lot of questions. I'm going to answer two. I'm going to do the first two. And then if you have other questions, you can ask other questions later. I just want, just out of respect for everyone, it's hard to do 5 questions at once. But let's see. The first question is, what's late close opinions? Can you buy stocks on the weekend? Yes, you can buy stocks on the weekend. You have a 24-hour market for some stocks. Not all stocks are available to be purchased on the weekends, but there are stocks that have a 24-hour market. There is talk about making the entire stock market into a 24-hour experience. Let's see. Do you like the industrial sector? Yes, I like industrials. What sectors of stocks are my favorite? I don't really have a favorite sector. I kind of invest in all of them. But I think energy is good. I started buying stock in a uranium ETF. URA is the ticker symbol. URA. Again, not investing advice, but that's what I'm doing. URA I like because there is a high demand for uranium that's going to occur, according to most experts, because AI is going to take a lot of energy. And all this energy is going to require them to develop new grids and everything else, which is why uranium in the URA ETF is in my view, a good long-term investment. Now, remember, most investments that I make are more like 3 to 5, at least 3 to 5 years, some of them as long as 10 years. And so ultimately, you're not going to see things just sort of flip really quickly. Now, I like selling options because that is quick. You can make your money right away. Like so, in this, I think is a great plan. Like for your kids. Like so, for example, if your kid owned, I always like to use Meta stock as an example because it's a safe one. It's not one that I trade options on because there are better options out there. But let's say your kid owned 500 shares of Meta stock. They literally this month, like remember, think about like real estate and stuff, right? You go invest all this money, you do all this work, and then you make a little bit of cash flow after you pay expenses. Well, if a person owned 500 shares of Meta stock, which would cost about a couple $100,000, right? Which you can't even buy a house now for that much. The average house is now $300,000. But they had 500 shares of Meta stock. They could sell an option that expires at the end of the month for, let's say they pick a conservative strategy of let's say a big strike price is 20 points above the current price. They would make $5,000 a month, right? So they would make almost $60,000 a year doing absolutely nothing, like literally just managing an asset, just managing what you give them. So I would encourage you to build a capital base for your child. This goes back to our Black Wealth Master Plan at blackwealthmasterplan.com. The Black Wealth Master Plan for kids is 3 stages. One, every child should learn how to start a business by the age of 12 in case they can't get a job. Number two, every child should own stock and have stock consistently bought for them by the age of 5. Number three, every child should be in a position by the time they're 21 to make a down payment on a property, which they will be if you follow rule number 2. If you follow rule number 2, then rule number 3 naturally takes place. It naturally occurs because your child has that capital base. This is better and more important than any college degree they'll ever get, any medical degree, any BS, BA, or MAMS. There are parents that have enough of a capital base that their kids literally can make the same amount of money as a surgeon at the age of 22, even if they didn't go to college. And I'm not making this up. This is not me being dramatic. I'm a financial scientist. So I'm not a YouTube influencer. I'm not a all these other things that people do. No, I'm a finance professor. So the math works out, but you have to invest and build that capital base. If you don't have a capital base, it's really hard to get capital. I mean, it's really easy. You've always known this though. You've always heard people say it takes money to make money. Yeah, then what they're saying is that that if you have a capital base, it's easier to make money. So build a capital base. How do you build one? Well, you do things like the $5 a day plan. Small amounts of money consistently purchased in the stock market builds up a capital base so that you're wealthy. In financial consciousness training, I explained to you guys, I said in 1924, we watched a video. Those of you that were there know what I'm talking about. We watched a video from the 1920s and saw how people lived and what people were dealing with and what people were thinking and everything else, what their cars looked like and what their planes looked like and all that. And I said, in 1924, the average income was about $1,250 a year. I said, if a person invested 10% of their income in the stock market in 1924 and did that for their descendants, then 100 years later, that family would be worth about $37 million. And so really what I am encouraging you to do is understand that capital bases are built through consistent investments by somebody in the family. Somebody's got to do it. If nobody plants a seed, then there is no harvest. But if everybody's planting tiny seeds, then you have a whole farm. And people who have big farms don't have a problem eating. You can eat forever. Let's keep going. All right, so let's see here. Let's see, Amani, can you please post an example of how to use our B1 affiliate link? Gail, talk to Amani. Amani, can you connect with Gail? Make sure she knows how to do the affiliate stuff. And if there's anything out there standardized that we can share that will help everyone learn how to be an affiliate of the Black Business School. Like for example, if you're a member of Prime and you love it and you have people that in your family that want to join, we'd love to give you a commission and allow you to make that into a business. Like we really want to support you in that because it's an ecosystem. You win, we win, they win, everybody wins, right? So if that's of interest to you, email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support@theblackbusinessschool.com. They can show you the link. They can get you started. Amani's right there. Amani's good. And Chanel is great as well. And so they can all help you. All right, let's see. Next, Karen Lomax says, I saw an alert that AMC stock is on hold. You can't buy it right now. Why is that? Really? No way. Is that true? Is that on Robinhood? Ooh, oh, no, 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 no. Don't say that's so funny. Oh, 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 wow. Let me see. I'm gonna try to buy like 10 shares. Let me see. Order received. Okay. Is the order gonna go through? Okay, it's still twirling. It's twirling extra long. Okay, I played. Wow. Huh. Wow. That's interesting. That's very interesting. And the reason that it's interesting is because I don't know. Here's the thing. I don't know what the situation is now. I do know that in the past, Robinhood was accused of basically what was a type of corruption. They have somehow they have a relationship with Ken Griffin, I think that's his name, who's a very wealthy man who runs a company. I think it's Citadel Capital, and I mean, he's so wealthy. People like LeBron James and stuff can't compare to him. This guy makes $2-3 billion a year. And anyway, so what happened was that when they were pushing AMC stock up and pushing up GameStop and all that, there were companies connected. There you go. You saw the Netflix special, Dumb Money. I think they might have brought that up then. So as they were pushing the stock price up, it was creating the squeeze on the short sellers and really causing them to lose billions of dollars. So there are some who accuse Robinhood of artificially restricting the ability to buy the stock so that the short sellers could get out of their contracts and stop losing money to stop the bleeding. And some of these companies were connected to Griffin, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember all the details, but that was kind of so it was basically the fix was in. People still wanted to keep the stock running, and there were people who artificially stopped the stock from running, and they did that mostly on Robinhood. Now, just so you know, this order did go through. I bought the 10 shares. So now I owe now I own an extra 10 shares of AMC. Let's pray for me now. And so it looks like the order went through. So I don't think it's all stopped for good, but I do see a warning here on Robinhood that says some stock exchanges, not Robinhood, have temporarily halted trading in AMC. Now that's interesting. I think the reason they say not Robinhood is because they know that people were very suspicious of their behavior when that happened the first time. And I don't doubt for a second that there might have been some corruption going on. Now, if you look at GameStop, there's another warning here that says this stock has recently experienced elevated volatility. So that just means you're kind of trading in a dangerous neighborhood when you mess with that stock. Right now with GameStop, it looks like GameStop is up 43% today, but that's also kind of cooled off. So again, I'm not touching GameStop. I did a little bit with AMC because it's cheap and it's easy. But even then, it's kind of you still have to be careful with these stocks. Okay, so there you go. That's my 2 cents. All right. Um, Okay, next question. Let me answer a few more questions. Then I actually have to run. I got to go to the DMV, and then I got to pick up my wife from the hairdresser. And you know how y'all women get when your man don't pick you up. Let's see. I sold half of my AMC shares, so I already broke even. Good for you. Good for you. Not sure if you answered this already, but how do you feel about selling cash secured puts on GME? I wouldn't do it just because the thing about it is if you sell a put, you're, I mean, maybe I don't know. Let me look at it and I'll tell you what I think. But the thing about selling a put though is remember that you're guaranteeing the price you'll pay. You're not guaranteeing where the price will be when you do pay. So the price is 41.76. So if I sell a put with a strike of say 35, that's fine if the stock price is only 35 or 34. But if it what if it drops to 14? Then I got to pay $35 for a $14 stock. So I kind of took a bath on that. So a good way to maybe balance that might be to buy a deeper out of the money put to protect you from the fact that that put price could actually drop. Now, if you look at it just from a logistical standpoint, if I was to sell a put on GME stock, the price is 41.76. First thing I would do is I would take advantage of the fact that put prices are incredibly high. So that means that I can go down pretty far in my strike price and get a little bit of a decent return on my money. So the price is 41. I can sell a put with a strike, a put that expires on May 17th with a strike of $29 and get $2.09 per share. So let's see what happens here. So this is cash money in my pocket. Let's say I did that for I don't know, let's say 500 shares. Okay, so 500 shares means that I have to be prepared to come up with 500 times $29, which would be about 15,000 bucks, in order to make this trade. Now they would give me $1,000 for providing this insurance. So if I did that, I could then go and get $1,000 in my pocket. So what I've done is I've actually sold insurance. I basically have told the speculators if the stock drops below 29, I'm prepared to step in and be a buyer at 29. So you have to ask yourself if you feel comfortable being that person. I personally don't. Now, if I did, though, the collateral would be the amount of money it will cost me to fulfill my obligation as basically the insurance company for this stock. So it's up to you. I mean, I wouldn't say it was crazy and stupid to do, but if somebody was okay with taking ownership of the stock at a lower price and felt like maybe the stock wasn't going to even hit the price anyway, then why not collect that, $1,000 payoff or whatever? But just remember, when they give you that $1,000 in your bank account, it's because you are giving some sort of downside protection to the investors in the stock who are worried about the price dropping below 29. All right, a couple more questions, then we're going to bounce on out of here. Let's see. One more reminder, by the way, speaking of like managing risk and stuff like that, I have a training on storm-proof investing, basically showing ways to protect your portfolio for what a lot of people believe is going to be a market decline in the second half of the year. There are lots of people that are predicting that certain catalysts may kick in, like the commercial real estate market, stuff like that, may push prices down. It was a one-day training. It's lifetime access. I don't know how much it costs, but it's not very much. So if you'd like to go take a look at it, go to stormproofinvesting.com. That's stormproofinvesting.com, and you can take a look at that. All right. So let's see. Brandon says, "Are you still selling options on Marathon Digital?" Yes, I do. I like Marathon. If the price moves, I just manage my investment and roll down, roll up, do what I got to do, and that's a steady stream of income. I've probably made hundreds of thousands of dollars just from that stock alone in terms of income. I pay my credit card bills with my business that I do with Marathon. So yeah, I like Marathon. Let's see here. Do you think Tempest Therapeutics is still a good stock? And do you still own yours? Jake, if I bought it, I don't recall selling options on it, but if I bought it as a long-term investment, I probably do own it. I don't sell stock that often. I usually just buy and I just throw it in the bucket and I just leave it there and allow it to grow, allow it to do what it's supposed to do. The best way to grow your wealth is not pick at it. Like my wife and I owned Nvidia because we bought it because our son told us about it in 2017, 2018, and we didn't touch it. We didn't even think about it. So when I saw Nvidia shoot up, I said, "Oh, I wonder if I own any Nvidia." And I looked, and we had bought like maybe, I don't know, 100 shares or something, and it was worth like, I want to say like almost $100,000 when we finally looked at it again, and we had bought it for maybe 4,000 or something. So yeah, so a lot of times just buy your stock, own it, and just I'm a believer in leaving it there. Doc, do I need 50K to invest to get a couple thousand per month? Um, yeah, I think you can I think you can get more than a couple thousand. Depends on what kind of risk profile you take on. But yeah, I think I've seen people take 50K and make enough money to pay most of their bills with that. So yeah, that's doable. All right, so let's see here. Aisha says, I have 4 children. I would like to do the $5 a day plan for them. What's the best platform, and do I need to have a separate account for each of them? No, Aisha, I wouldn't overthink it. I would literally remember you're the boss, you're the matriarch. You're sacrificing for the kids, but I think you should also sacrifice for yourself. So that means that this money builds an asset base, a capital base for the family, not just for the kids. It's for everybody. And, the mama, my wife, I talk to my wife about this a lot. I'm like, you black mamas, I love y'all so much, and I love what black women do, but some of y'all sacrifice so much for everyone, and you almost leave yourself off the table in terms of who should benefit from all your sacrifice. And so what I told my wife is, I said, keep being the same person you are. Keep going above and beyond for everyone, because that's what makes you so valuable. But go above and beyond for yourself too. Like we'll go shopping and she'll buy stuff for everybody except herself. And I'm like, no, you deserve to have something nice too. Why can't you love you as much as you love yourself? So what I would say to you in that principle, in that spirit, with my own particular bias, is this is your money. This is your capital base until you decide to transfer that to the children or whatever. They don't even need to know it exists. They don't. They just know, like with our kids, we just tell them, look, don't worry about it. You're gonna be all right. If one of us dies, just know you're gonna be cashing checks, and you're gonna have to get a financial advisor. But for the most part, when I say one of us, I'm talking about me, their mother, and their dad. I'm the bonus dad, and then they have a biological dad. All of us are good with money. And so with the kids, we don't give them specifics. We don't say, oh, well, in this account, we've got this much for you, and we bought this for you. We don't do none of that, because I want them to live life. I just want them to hustle and work and grow and learn and build. And then what we do is going to be kind of a bonus, because I don't want to, money can corrupt you. Money can ruin a young person. If you give them $100,000 and they're 17 and they don't even have a purpose in life, a person with resources but no purpose is going to destroy every resource they have. They just are. Just like a person who has a car and they don't know how to drive and they have nowhere to go, they're going to drive fast and crash into a tree. So to me, let them build their purpose. So just make those investments for them. $5 a day per child is $20 per day. For a lot of you, that's affordable. That's $600 a month. A lot of you have car notes that are more than 600 per month. Over the course of a 20-year period, that's roughly 350 to $400,000 for the family as a capital base that will allow your children to be able to do things that other black kids, other white kids cannot do. And by the time they're 30, you're talking about, that's when you're talking about close to $1 million. That's a beautiful family legacy. That means, what does that mean? That means we ain't got no problems with student loans that affect so many millions of people. We don't have big problems making a down payment on a house. We can own property whenever we want to. We don't have to go to work anymore. We can quit our job whenever we want, because we have assets and we know what to do with them. It also means less financial stress and financial anxiety. Nobody's having to go sleep with somebody in order to get money, or go to a Diddy party and try to earn, monetize their body parts. Everybody's in a position where they can make safe, free, healthy, happy choices, because they can have a purpose that goes beyond money. See, the thing about it with money is that money is important, but money is not the finish line. Money only appears to be the finish line when you don't have any money. When you don't have any money, money becomes the sole reason for living. That's the sole purpose of doing anything. But then when you get money, what that does is that unlocks another level of consciousness, where you're able to focus on all the things that are more important than money. People that have money don't sit around and just think about money all day. They protect their money because they're protecting their freedom. So really, they're not thinking about getting the money. They're really thinking about getting the freedom and getting the happiness and getting all the things that money can buy. Money can give you the ability to buy, right? Money does not buy happiness, but money gives you access to happiness. Money unlocks your life. It gives you the day off work. It gives you the ability to make decisions that will enhance your happiness without money being the constraint. So if you say, I would be really happy if I could just take a little break and a vacation, you're not saying, well, I can't do it because I can't afford it. You say, okay, let me go ahead and book that trip. You understand? So that's where you want to be. So anyway, let me keep going. How do you feel about LVMUY? I don't know that stock. Is that LV? Let me see. LVMUY. LVMUY. I don't see a stock with that ticker symbol. So I have to apologize. That stock does not appear in Robinhood, which means it could be a pink sheet or a stock that's off of the major exchanges. I don't mess with stocks like that, to be honest with you. When investing $5 a day, are we just adding it to the broker's account? Or are we buying stocks daily? If not, if so, which stocks do you suggest invest? Okay, great question, Audrey. I would start with an ETF or a mutual fund. The ticker symbols that I like would be perfect are SPY and VOO, Victor Oscar Oscar, Sierra Papa Yankee. If you and the money needs to be activated so that the money is going to grow. So you can go in buy SPY, you can do automatic deposit and buy $5, which $35 a week of SPY, and do that every week. Have that come out of your check, or you can do it monthly, $150 a month of SPY, and then set it and forget it. And then you're becoming what David Bach refers to as the automatic millionaire. He wrote a whole book about people that make little investments like that every week or every month, every time they get a check, and they become very, very wealthy because of it. I also By the way, there's also a list of AI stocks that are like there's a great AI ETF and some other stocks. So if you'd like to get that list, make sure you just text the word stock to 87948. Text stock to 87948, and I'll send you that as well as some other resources. So text stock to 87948, and I'll send that to you. All right, so put it all in one account. That's what I would do, Aisha. It should be in your account under your name. The kids don't have to know nothing until you surprise them when they're 25 years old and they say, "Hey, mom, I need to borrow $500." And you say, "Well, guess what? I've got 400,000 sitting over here for a rainy day." But now it's the Bank of Aisha, which means that if I don't approve of what you're doing with your life, like if you're gonna take that money and go buy some crack with it, I'm not doing that. But if you are taking that money to go to graduate school or taking that money to invest in real estate or starting your first business, then guess what? You and mama can make a deal, right? But remember though, earning wealth is hard. Protecting wealth is just as hard. Most wealthy families lose all their wealth within one generation. They lose all their wealth in one generation because they don't have a clear plan on how to protect the wealth. So when you get money, you can't be flashy and splashy with it. You can't just throw it at every little thing that comes along. You have to have a process and a procedure that's really built on conservatism. Conservative behavior protects wealth. That's why wealthy people tend to be very conservative. If you look at Warren Buffett, he's super conservative. People say, why are you sitting on $180 billion in cash and you don't believe you have anything to invest in? It's because he's conservative. He's careful. He doesn't flop his money around. He's not going to be at the strip club putting money in a stripper thong. He's not trying to show off. He lives a simple life. Now, he's probably got a little bit of a mental illness, to be honest with you. I think he's a hoarder, and I think he has a hard time enjoying his wealth. I think those are two things from a mental health standpoint that I don't agree with Warren Buffett. But man, those hoarders know how to stack them chips though, don't they? They know how to make that money. So he's very good at that. And he protects his money. All right, so two more things. Kim or King May, how do you buy a piece of stock on Robinhood? If you go to theblackstockmarketprogram.com, all that's in there. Theblackstockmarketprogram.com, theblackstockmarketprogram.com. I think you can start for $1. So everything that you want to know about investing in the stock market is there. Feel free to go take a look. Amani's here, so maybe Amani, if you could put a link in there, I would appreciate that. And again, that first month is either free or $1. So feel free to go to theblackstockmarketprogram.com. The best day of the week, the stocks are the cheapest. I don't think Mondays, I don't think any particular day of the week is better than any other day. There's no theory behind that. I would say the best time to make a move is now, typically. Now, or if the market does dive a little bit, that's an even better opportunity to invest, but you got to be careful about trying to do what they call market timing. Most research says that market timing does not work. It feels like it works. That's why people do it. It just doesn't. Take it from a guy who sat through way too many seminars about this type of stuff in grad school. Jennifer says, my Prime membership come with a private session with Dr. Boyce. No, those come with a fee. However, Prime members do get a discount. So if you'd like to get the discounted price, just reach out to email support at theblackbusinessschool.com, or Monty's right there in the chat, and she can link you up with a private session. So what's the discount code one more time? I don't know which one you're mentioning, Heather. However, if you want to go to our Black Wealth Mastery store at drboycebooks.com, that's drboycebooks.com. For today only, everything is 60% off. Every 60%. I think I hope I didn't say 70. Sorry, 60% off for everything in the store. That's for one day. So the code that you can use at checkout is literally today only 2024, all one word. Somebody type that in the chat for me. Today only, all one word. Today only 2024. It's all one word. There's no spaces. Today only 2024, and that's drboycebooks.com. You can get my books. You can get Dr. Claude Anderson's books. You can get our financial flashcards for kids. You can get our workbooks for children. You can get digital trainings. You can get all kinds of stuff. You can get my wife Alicia's workbooks. She's running our Black Financial Therapy Department. This is the first ever Black Financial Therapy Department created anywhere on any campus, anywhere. So we are the best on earth at Black Wealth. There's no place you can find that's doing it better than us. Last question. Do you suggest we get a financial advisor to set up the trust to our accounts? Yeah, I think it is good to have somebody to help you with a trust. I don't think you automatically need a lawyer, but I don't necessarily know if I feel like I would not say that I believe that doing it all by yourself is the best approach right off the bat, unless you're really good. So I would talk to a specialist or a financial advisor. Maybe reach out to your local bank. There are people that can do that. I did mine with an attorney. My parents did theirs with an attorney, but attorneys do cost money. And so if that's hard for you, there are people out there that can do trusts that are not lawyers. So anyway, guys, I'm going to get out of here. God bless you. And it was great to hang out with you. And again, the platform for our Black Wealth Mastery store, where all that stuff is in there, you're going to love it. It's like a grocery store for learning how to become a rich Black person. So if you go to drboycebooks.com, that's drboycebooks.com, the code to get 60% off for today only is literally today only 2024. Today only 2024, all one word. Put that in when you check out, and the discount will pop up. Last but not least, if you want to get invited to our financial consciousness training every morning, it's like a money mindset kind of thing. It's really, really good. You're going to like that too. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948, and I will send you a link to join us. And then last but not least, for those of you that are Prime members, the Moneymaker Grid has been updated, so you can go look at that. There's some juicy stuff in there. There's some real nice stocks that just, I mean, I just make the list. I start getting excited. I start salivating. I like Pavlov's dog. And also, we're going to have a Prime class again soon. Those of you that are interested in taking a look at Prime and seeing what we do, feel free to go to drboyceprime.com. That's drboyceprime.com. Okay, guys, I'm out of here. God bless you. Have a great day. And they intend on you being the wide receiver, and you say, but I thought I would play the quarterback, then you're going to be confused. You're going to come in and expect to play a position that's really not your position. They're going to say, no. We have somebody else that's going to play the quarterback. They're going to throw the ball. Your job is to catch it. So in the economy, in Black economics and in really white economics too, there are different roles that people play, different positions. And this is on my mind because I was actually explaining some of this to my daughter's friend. One of not only do our kids work for us, but if any of the neighborhood kids want a job, if they work hard and do a good job, I will hire them. So I've hired a few of the kids, and they work for me and do things for me. But I'm really strict. I will fire you in a minute, and I set very clear standards of what my expectations are. But if you meet the expectations, I tell them, look, if you meet the expectation, I'm going to make you rich. I'm going to pay you very well for your time, but I ain't got no time for BS. Successful people, which I want to be, I like to believe that I'm trying to be. Successful people just don't have time for silliness and nonsense and things that are going to throw off the agenda. So anyway, one of the young ladies that works for us, I was explaining to her something that I heard one of the Rockefellers say. And John D. Rockefeller, there was one point where Rockefeller literally said something really fascinating where he said that, if you spend all your time at work, how do you have time to make any money? And that was literally a confusing statement for a lot of people, because if you think about it, why do people go to work? Why do people get up and go to work every day? It's not because they enjoy it usually. It's because they're making money, right? They say, okay, this is my financial play, this is my economic move. So how in the heck would that be the case? So I just explained to her. I said, in this economy, you've got the horses and you have the jockeys. You have the people that the jockeys get all the credit, the horses do all the work. I said, in America, unfortunately, the hardest working people in America are the ones who pay most of the taxes, then fund the government. The hardest working people in America are the ones who stimulate the economy. The hardest working people in America are the ones who pay rent to the landlords. The hardest working people in America are the people who pretty much make this country go. Those are the workers. And unfortunately, what is really true is that the people that make lots of money, and because we were talking about investing, and I love it. You know me, I'm an old dad, so when I get excited when a kid comes and asks me about opening an investment account or whatever. So I had to explain to her. I said, the people that really make a lot of money in America are the people that work the least. Actually, you have to sure you got to work maybe to run your business and stuff like that, but you're doing work that you enjoy, or you're doing work where you did a lot of work in the past and you get paid in the future for work that you did in the past. So, for example, I make money from a lot of the work that I did in the 1990s because in the 1990s, I was in school studying 7 or 8 hours a day trying to get my PhD. So now, 20 something years later, I still am able to generate income from things that I did in 1991, right? That's crazy, right? That's absolutely, some of y'all weren't even born in 1991. So, anyway, so the point of the matter was to say that I was explaining to her just how the economy works and that there are different people that are put into different positions. And I said, do not let them position you inappropriately. Do not let them put you in a position where you're going to be doing all the work and getting fewer of the rewards. I said also, it's smart that you're investing now. I said, I'm really, really proud of you for investing right now because when you invest, not only will you be secured long term, not only will you have hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars in your retirement account by the time you retire, but between now and then, you're going to be able to buy the things that money can't buy. You see, money isn't just a be all end all. Money buys you things that the money can't buy, like peace of mind and security and happiness, and you can sleep at night. And I told her, I said, and I like having real candid conversations with kids. And I said, a lot of people don't feel that way. A lot of people are very unhappy with their lives. They're very stressed out and they're very overwhelmed. I said, when as you get older and you go to college, you're going to start reading articles about how everybody in your generation, I said, you're Gen Z, right? Because, I got to keep up because it's a new generation coming out every 5 seconds, it seems like. And so I said, you're Gen Z, right? She said, yeah, I'm Gen Z. I said, yeah, well, there's articles you're going to see everywhere about how Gen Zers can't afford to do anything. You can't afford to pay rent. You can't afford to go to the bathroom. You can't afford to buy a house. You can't afford to do nothing. And I said, I don't want you in that position. I said, because we've adopted you as our daughter. I call her daughter, right? Because you got the daughter and then the daughter. So I said, since we've adopted you, I want to see you do well. I want to see you happy in life. This is the secret. So here's the other part that was really crazy. Since we're talking about this, and I hope it's okay if I share this story. So I was talking to her about buying stock, right? Because she was like, "Well, how do I buy stock? Like, what do I do?" I was thinking about this and thinking about that, and I said, "Look, here's the first mistake a lot of people make. The big mistake a lot of people make is they overthink it, because it can be very complicated." And I said I could probably say a lot of words about investing that will make your head spin, that will make you really feel like it's super complicated, and that only elite people who really have specialized knowledge can actually do it. I said, but I asked her that simple question I've asked a lot of you. I said, are you smarter than a monkey? And she did what I expected. She kind of laughed. She kind of laughed, said, yeah. And I said, okay. And then I explained to her the Burton Malkiel monkey experiment in 1971, where he taught monkeys how to invest by throwing darts at a wall. And I said, the monkeys made money. The monkeys made more money than a lot of people who get up and go to work every day. The monkeys made more money than a lot of people who've been working 30, 40 years since the 90s, since the 80s. I said, the monkeys made more money than a lot of people that have very high IQs. I said, the reason the monkeys made money is because they didn't overthink it. They just did the basics, and that made a difference, right? So if you go to blackwealthmasterplan.com, I've told you guys about that URL. I like to recite that to you because I want you to just go there. It's free. It doesn't cost anything. And blackwealthmasterplan.com is the $5 a day plan. The $5 a day plan is literally how you build wealth like the monkeys. And so anyway, I then said, I said, you know what? Come in my office. Let me show you something. Let me show you something real quick. So I pulled out my phone and I said, here's what I want. Here's what I'm saying when I don't want you to overthink it. So I pulled out my phone and I said, let's buy stock in a company. And she said, okay. I said, what company do you want to buy stock in? She said, Chipotle. I said, okay, let's find Chipotle. So I found it and I said, this is what you call it. This is the ticker symbol. And then I said, okay, so this is how you buy. You tell her how many shares you want. I said, but you don't have to buy a whole share. You can just buy $200 worth. So we bought $200 worth. And I said, okay, so I hit the button. I said, okay, now as of tomorrow morning, when the market opens, our family will be owners of Chipotle. Now I think I already own Chipotle, but now we own a little bit more. Now when Chipotle's money goes up, our money goes up. And she gave the greatest reaction. She goes, "That was so cool." And I liked it because when you're 50 something years old, you ain't never cool. I'm like so not the cool guy. I wasn't even cool when I was like 25 years old. So how am I gonna be cool at 52? I don't know. I gave up trying to be cool, but I thought it was really cool to be cool for a minute. So really what I want to encourage you to do, here's what I want to encourage you to do today. Before we jump into the reading, we're going to read Dr. Claude Anderson's book. It's the Black History Reader. We've been reading this book for years. We've been reading Dr. Anderson's books for years. Before we jump into the book, I want to encourage you have those quick conversations with your kids. Have those quick conversations. I'm serious because those little conversations will change everything for them. That will open just a beautiful Pandora's box of possibility that is far greater than anything that white supremacy is ever going to give them. It's greater than anything that that employer is ever going to give them, better than anything that that college is going to give them. You know, we got to do this. These are our kids. These are our responsibilities. Nobody else's responsibility. If we don't do it, who's going to do it? If we don't take care of our young, who's going to do it for us? Give me a yes if you understand. Give me a yes if you agree. Give me a yes if you are going to consciously get out here and do something a little bit different with your kids, somebody else's kids. I'm one of these simping black men who believes that all children are our children. I believe in the village. I believe in all of us taking care of each other's kids because some of these parents out here are raggedy. Some of them are stuck. Some of them are stuck in child in juvenile behavior. You know, you got a lot of 50-year-old teenagers walking around here. So I actually am a person that believes that all these kids, any kid that comes in my path, that's my child. I'm going to talk to you as if you're my own, and I'm going to do whatever I can to help make your life a little bit better because that's the best thing I can do as a black man. So if you can understand where I'm coming from on that, then I hope that you will just scoop up those damn little kids and tell them what you know and make sure you give them just a little bit of information that's going to make their life better. Because just understand when you're hanging out with me every single day, some of y'all come in every day for financial consciousness training. You're in here all the time in the Black Business School. You're not just getting a standard education. You are on cutting edge in terms of economic understanding. There's no institution that covers Black wealth the way we do. No place that understands it better. We have more PhDs, more therapists, more attorneys, more business people that are connected with what we're doing here. And we are a think tank. We're killing it. We are right on the edge. All these things that other people won't solve for another 60 years, we solved them 10 years ago. So what I want you to understand is how valuable the knowledge inside your head is. I want you to understand it doesn't have to be complicated for it to be powerful. Just give them the little lessons, set them on a different trajectory. You have to do this because if you don't, they're going to get stuck. And when they get stuck, they're going to become slaves. And when they become slaves, that's going to affect their mental health. They're going to be stuck in debt. They're going to be stuck in a job that they hate. They're going to be stuck in bad relationships where your daughter's sleeping with some old fat stinky ass man because she's trying to get $500 to pay the rent. We don't want our kids in those situations because that affects so many other aspects of their mental and physical health. So get them financially free so they can find themselves, find their purpose, and be the best that they can be. All right. So anyway, do me a favor. By the way, if you want to join us for financial consciousness training tomorrow, it's free. We do it every morning at 10 a.m. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to the number 87948. Also, just a reminder, we have a lot of new apparel. I hope you don't mind me mentioning this. We have new apparel and everything, Black Wealth apparel in the Black Wealth store, where we've got flashcards and workbooks and study guides and even stuff on love and money, kids and money, all kinds of stuff that you can take a look at. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. That's drboycebooks.com. We have a bunch of copies of Dr. Claude Anderson's book, Powernomics. We are one of the main benefactors of the Harvest Institute, which is his think tank. Unfortunately, these celebrities, they don't give any money to what Dr. Anderson's been doing in the Harvest Institute, but we do. The Black Business School has donated probably, I'm going to guess, close to $1 million at this point. We do, maybe 10, 20, 30, 40, $50,000 worth of business at a time. So one of the things that we do is we just bought a bunch of books from the Anderson family, and we didn't pay wholesale price. As I said, I don't want a discount. We paid retail price. We paid full price for this. So we're not really making a profit from selling the books, but the books are in the bookstore. So if you go to drboycebooks.com and you haven't got copies of the books, you can go in there and grab a few and give them away to your relatives as Christmas gifts, stuff like that. And remember, summertime's coming, so that's your chance to really educate the kids. Okay, so give me 1 second. I'm going to shoot out a text to let others know that we are here. Let me see here. All right, so we're going to start reading from the Black History Reader, which now that book we don't have. And you can get that at powernomics.com. Powernomics.com is Dr. Anderson's website. So feel free to go to powernomics.com to get a copy of that. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start here. And he's talking today about the slave codes. And he asks this question, which is really powerful, on page 122, question number 39. He says, did the slave codes of 1705 intentionally inflict psychological damage on Black people? Okay, so first off, let's just do a straw poll. Give me a yes or no. Do you think the slave codes, do you think the something called the slave codes inflicted psychological damage on Black people? What do y'all think? Do you think maybe the slave codes might have actually done a number on Black folks? Do you think that that was the goal? Do you think that was that intentional or accidental? You think that they were trying to help us with the slave codes? What y'all think? All you got to do is just watch like little stuff that's happening right now. Like I can point out probably 10 things about the beef between Drake and Kendrick Lamar that is a result of the slave codes, right? Just even the way we handle disputes is a result of the slave codes. But anyway, he says here that the slave codes were laws that severely restricted slave behavior and were intended to prevent slave uprisings and rebellion. So their number one problem was how do we control these Black people? And so they created these slave codes in order to manage you and to keep you in your position. Remember, play your position. The slave codes imposed harsh physical punishment on slaves. The Black man was a particular target. Black men were the natural guardians of the race and the family. See, remember in the beginning when I was telling you that I believe as a Black man, it's my job to look after the babies, and anytime I see a Black child, that's my child, even if it's only for 10 minutes. Well, that's me reclaiming and clearly claiming my manhood. That to me was a statement I felt compelled to make out of masculinity. You can see a lot of that masculinity has been drained when you see how many people in our community care nothing about the children. They care nothing about what happens to the community. They care nothing about the trash on the street. They care nothing about children being abandoned. They care nothing about the community falling apart, not having businesses. That's a reflection on us. That's really a reflection on us. And if you, to the extent that you believe that the Black man has sort of a natural masculine right, ability, and opportunity slash obligation to be a defender and a protector of something, that is really a reflection on us. I think that makes us look bad when we're walking around here blind, deaf, dumb, ignorant, crazy, drug addicted, not caring about the kids, just disrespecting the women and all that. That makes us look sloppy. And I say that without any regard to what the women are doing. Don't get me wrong. I think some of the women have neglected their responsibility as well. But I personally feel that accountability has to start at home. So I can't talk about what the women are doing without first talking about how I'm showing up as a man. And a lot of men will criticize women before they criticize themselves. That right there tells me that you got off on the wrong foot. That tells me that you're not prepared to be accountable for anything. So long story short, so here's what he says here. He says the Black man was a particular target. Black men were the natural guardians of the race and the family. But the success of slavery depended on the ability of the slaveholders to crush and control the Black man. So in order for them to control you, in order for them to maintain their power, they had to find the most masculine men in the community and crush them, destroy them, rip their souls out of their body, take away all power that they have. And in fact, actually, you see this happen all over the place. Hip hop is one of the most hyper masculine spaces that there are. All you see is a bunch of chest thumping and loud, just I'm the best, I'm this, F you, I'm blah 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 blah. You see a lot of that sort of gorilla like alpha male behavior, but it's not really alpha male behavior. It's more beta male behavior because I noticed, for example, if you look in hip hop, first of all, hip hop is not a Black owned business. Hip hop is not a Black owned business. Hip hop is a white owned business with Black employees. That's what it is. It's a white owned business with Black mascots. It's like if I go to McDonald's, Ronald McDonald does not run McDonald's. Ronald McDonald is not the CEO of McDonald's. Ronald McDonald is the mascot of McDonald's. But you see Ronald when you go to McDonald's. You see Ronald, and you see the employees wearing the little McDonald's hats, but they're not the people who actually make the decisions in that institution. Do you understand? So effectively in hip hop, we are the Ronald McDonald's of hip hop. We are the clowns. We're the loud ones. We're the ones who get out here and say a whole lot of stuff. And what's interesting too is that you'll see rappers that will beef incessantly with each other. They'll shoot each other up, just kill each other in the street. But you've never seen, how many times have you ever seen a rapper beef with, I don't know, the Jewish community and their control of hip hop? Have you ever seen a rapper beef with the Jewish community and survive that? Kanye West kind of did. I mean, I think honestly, I think he kind of went a little bit too far, but still though, and we did talk about that, but at the same time though, and you saw what happened with him. I remember being on the phone with Kanye when JP Morgan Chase that day was reaching out to say, if you don't take your $140 million out of the bank by Tuesday, we're going to send you a cashier's check and give you your money back. That was literally what was happening at that moment. So effectively, you saw kind of what happened with him. And so effectively, so here's my point though. I think it's really interesting though, right? Like you are big and bad and tough when it comes to fighting other black people, but you won't take on white supremacy. You won't take on the school system. You won't take on the Democrat or Republican parties. You won't take on the people who actually own the record labels. You've never heard a rapper beef with Universal Records or whatever. Maybe Prince did that. Prince did that, and that was very hard for him. So effectively, that desire and ability to control the black man kind of says that we see the black man as this powerful masculine specimen, and he's great as long as he's on the basketball court or the football field. As long as he's doing damage to other black people, then that's great. That's all entertainment for us. We like that. We want to see a boxing match where you beat each other's brains out. We want to see a football game where you're giving each other CTE. We want to see basketball games where you're dunking over each other and talking crazy to each other. We want to see a hip hop battle where you threaten to murder each other in the street. But you better not ever, you bet not ever, you bet not ever point that gun at us. Because if you point it at us, then you become like the zoo animal who eats a member of the audience. You're like the bear. The bear, see, the big bear is cute when the bear is riding a tricycle and following orders. But when the bear goes out in the crowd and mauls somebody in the audience, they're going to put that bear to death. They're going to shoot that bear. If you anybody remember Ron Artest? Anybody remember when Ron Artest got hit by an object from the stands and he went up in the stands and he beat the crap out of the guy that hit him with something? And remember that they gave him one of the biggest punishments in NBA history. That was a statement. They were making a statement. They were like, no, 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 you don't you can hit each other, but you better not hit us. Or if you remember Latrell Sprewell, some of y'all might be old enough to remember Latrell Sprewell, who was this basketball player who got into a fight with his coach, PJ Carlesimo, and he choked the coach. He too, at the time, got the biggest, longest suspension in NBA history. And that was racial. That was both of those incidents were very racial because it's saying like, no, who do you think you are? No, you're supposed to you beat up on each other, then we're going to give you a slap on the wrist. But if you beat up on one of us, then that's a problem. So this effort to consistently control the black man has it's nothing new. I think that intellectually controlling black men is extremely important. I think it's okay to be strong, athletic, and smart as long as you're contained, as long as they can sort of figure you out, as long as you fit into a system, right? So anyway, so guys like me, I don't fit into anybody's system. No, I'm not a Democrat or Republican. I'm not doing that nonsense. I'm not going to go along with whatever you tell me to go along with. I'm going to come up with my own conclusions on who I want to be, and that they're inherently, makes you dangerous, right? That's why my Instagram page miraculously gets taken down, and I don't even know why. Oh, it's because you're dangerous. What do? I didn't beat anybody up. I'm not hurting anybody. Oh, my brain, it threatens you, and that's why you're seeking to control this. So anyway, let's keep going. Let me keep reading. All right, so here on page 122 in the book The Black History Reader, he says slavery was successful. Slaveholders developed effective techniques to control the behavior of the male slave, techniques that would cripple his children and their children for generations to come. The slave codes formalized many control techniques but left room for creativity. The black man was totally helpless before his white master, who used the psychology of harsh physical punishment to encourage the black man to submit to slavery, to break his independent will, and to shape the attitudes of the black boys in the slave pipeline. So the goal was not just to control the male slave, it was to control his seed. Right? I need to break you and break your children because your children are looking up to you. So this is the danger of these horrific images of black men that they put in media. The problem with putting up images of black men as irresponsible, sloppy, ignorant, gun-toting thugs is that that's what little boys emulate. Little boys look up and they say, oh, I want to be like him because he's got money and he's got fame. And there's not a thought to sort of what this is really doing to the culture. Is this man emulating someone who's going to be a great asset to the black community? Or is he making himself into a great asset for the white community or white supremacy, if you want to call it that? right? Because I don't think anybody who imitates rapper culture or even athlete culture is becoming, say, a great husband and father, or becoming the kind of man who says, I'm black first and I'm going to represent my community and I'm going to create jobs for black people. How often do you hear entertainers even talk like that? Even to say, we got to be independent. We got to go create jobs for our own. We got to take care of our own. There was a Boston Celtics player, Jaylen Brown, who said he wanted to use his money to build a black Wall Street. And that was revolutionary. That was like such a big deal. And I just thought that's so fascinating because everybody should be saying that. Everybody should be saying that. You know, why isn't why is that rare? Why is it incredible? Why is it like some sort of Juneteenth celebration whenever a celebrity acknowledges his own community? You're supposed to acknowledge. Do you think that Jewish athletes and entertainers are not supposed to be loyal to Israel? Look at what's happening right now. Look at how they're literally in a war right now. They're literally shaping any criticism of Israel as anti-Semitism, which is just unbelievable. But if you follow the money, you understand how all that works. I'm not even going to talk about it too much because I know who owns YouTube and all that stuff. So I'm trying not to get banned myself. So I got to be careful in terms of how deep I go with this conversation. But it's a nonsensical argument. It makes absolutely no sense. So at the end of the day, you should be defending your own. Why can't you rep your own? Why can't you talk about being black? Why does the fact that we have a convention called the All Black National Convention, why does that scare people? Well, this all comes from history. You got to read the history and you'll understand why. They trained you to be afraid of yourself and afraid of each other. So it says here, slaveholders developed, okay, let's see, let me go in. The slave codes formalized many control techniques, but left room for creativity. Let's see here. The black man was totally helpless before his white master, who used the psychology of harsh physical punishment to encourage the black man to submit to slavery, to break his independent will, and to shape the attitudes of black boys in the slave pipeline. The slave owners did this by demeaning the man in front of his family so that it was clear that the black man could not protect them. So not only do they demean you and break your son, they're breaking everybody who's watching. Do you understand? People are just devastated when they see their hero destroyed right in front of them. Have you ever heard anybody really talk about, like, for example, watching their father get old and sick? Has anybody ever gone through that? Where you were lucky, maybe you were lucky enough to have a father that you admired and looked up to. My father was one of the strongest men I ever knew. My father would kill for his family, and he's killed people too. He's protected people. He's a strong man. So to watch him get old and to break down, it's very hard. It makes you feel like, gosh, whoa, somebody's got to step in. What's going on? So for the black woman to watch the black man walk around on his knees, that is devastating for her. That makes her feel like, God, I'm scared now. I either have to realign myself with a white man who can really protect me, or I got to learn how to become a man myself. And none of these things are natural, in my opinion. None of these things actually work. But that's why I think everyone was so excited when Meghan Markle married the slave master from across the sea from England because he had all this money. They didn't even spend 1 second saying, well, how did this man get all this money? Did they even consider the fact that the reason the royal family has all this money is because they've gone around the world killing black people and taking all their stuff? No, it's so romantic. It's a beautiful royal wedding. She's as wealthy as can be, and that's as far as people will go. So ultimately, I think that for black men, I think black boys have to be educated separately from everyone else. I really do. I think the black boys have to be educated by black men, real men, not these 45-year-old teenagers. I'm talking about real men. And I think that it has to be completely detached from all the systems that exist in society because men have to build systems of their own. If you want to succeed, you're going to have to build your own stuff. You'll never be invited into another man's house and have that man make you the king of that house. You'll never be the king of another man's house. In order to be a king, you must learn how to build a castle. In order to be a king, you must learn how to build a castle. If you cannot build a castle, you will never be a king. And so ultimately, these young boys who have all the ability in the world, they can do so many amazing things. We try to squeeze them in this stupid little system, and it does not work. You cannot squeeze a little Boyce Watkins into this bullshit. I'm literally the guy who would get fired on his day off. I got in trouble every day at school because that white lady from the suburbs didn't understand me and I didn't like her. I did not fit in college. I was really seen as extreme in college, and I was because if something didn't make sense, I wasn't gonna pretend like it did. I was the same guy when I was 24. I was just a less mature version of what I am now, but I was still pretty smart. I was teaching college students at 24 years old, and I was like, this is stupid. How come this department in this university has zero black professors in it? And I'm giving you all my money and you can't even get a black person to teach me. That ain't right. That ain't fair. So little things like this, it's going to infuriate an intelligent person. So if you are smart, if you are built to be a leader, if your son is built to be his own man, he's going to have a space that allows him to do that. And you got to give him tools that allow him to develop that. You can't teach a lion to become a sheep. He's going to be very frustrated. He's going to have to shave off all his lion mane and put on sheep wool and just and I mean, what the hell? He's a sheep that's going. Every now and he's going to want to roar, and the other sheep are going to tell him, "No, you're not supposed to roar. You're supposed to go bah. You're not supposed to lead. You're supposed to follow." And some of y'all got little lions, and you dress them up like sheep. You take these big, strong boys and you put a dress on them, and you say fit into the system. And then when they stand up for what is right, some black person is standing right over top of them, telling them to sit down. Every time it's time for you to stand up, somebody tells you to sit your black ass right back down. And that's terrible. That is absolutely terrible. But you gotta prepare them for battle. If they are not prepared, they cannot fight. Because this game is not an easy game. It is ruthless. Your adversaries will kill you. They will all throughout history, thousands of years, when one group conquers another group, the men are brutal, especially to the other men. They will kill you, they will rape your woman, and they will enslave your children. That's what they did thousands of years ago. Now, the modernized version of that is that the black men have been eliminated. They've been put in prison and killed, or left unemployed or marginalized, different ways of killing, or maybe aborted before they're even born. And then the women grow up feeling that they don't have anybody to protect them. So some of them end up dating white men and talking about how wonderful white men are, or maybe some of them become masculine in order to compensate because they have to do that, right? And then your children pretty much become slaves, just like the old days. Your children become slaves to corporate America, or they will look up to and admire anybody who comes through and gives them the resources they need. So I personally think that black men have to be taught to be providers of resources. I really do. So let me keep reading here. Let me back up off that tangent. So thank you for letting me share that. So Dr. Anderson says that the slave owners pretty much controlled the black male by demeaning him in front of his family. So it's very clear that to make sure others saw him being demeaned. The slave owners, let's see here. Okay, and then he says it has long been the role of males in most cultures. See, this is him reinforcing what I was just saying here. He says it has long been the role of males in most cultures to provide for and protect the family and to provide leadership and training to the children. So men are supposed to provide, protect, and provide leadership and training. And what's interesting to me is I think about how many guys I know who can't provide for anybody, can't even provide for themselves, don't want to protect anything, can't protect anything, are not equipped for leadership. You haven't been psychologically healed. Your trauma has messed you up so much that literally you're an inadequate leader because you'd never learned leadership skill. And then training. If you're not educated, then no one, not only can you not train anybody else, but people aren't going to listen to you. Black women are highly educated. They are super educated. They're super smart. Like, most of them, not everybody, right? And there's exceptions to everything. But generally speaking, Black women are the most educated group of people on the planet. So if you bring training and leadership that is highly inadequate and incompetent, she's gonna naturally say, I don't understand. This does not make sense to me. I don't want to follow stupid rules. So anyway, so the point is that the men have to be built up. I did something years ago, and let me tell you on a true story. I did something years ago that I created. I should bring it back. It was called BOMB, and it stood for Building Outstanding Men and Boys. And it was my belief back in, this was 2013, where I said we need to build better boys and better men in our community. We have to build them just like you manufacture a product on an assembly line. We need to override what my friend's speech from Arrested Development speech. He was in our movie B1 the movie. He has a documentary called the N Word Factory. The IGA factory. I'm going to say IGA factory. So he says basically they manufacture IGAs the same way you manufacture Teslas on an assembly line, the same way you manufacture, auto parts or household goods. And so we need to have a manufacturing process that builds men that are prepared to lead. And I remember, here's what happened. So I went and talked to some people. Back then, I talked to a lot of different civil rights leaders and stuff. The URL is b1themovie.com, b1themovie.com. So anyway, I went and talked to certain civil rights leaders about this because I was still trying to learn certain things and understand things. So what happened was I talked to these leaders, and I kid you not, I remember the first response I got was like this resistance. And I was like, why would you resist to the idea of us raising our boys to be stronger? Because they got a big battle ahead of them. Maybe we should systematically develop the kinds of men that we want to see. Just like India said, we need more engineers. And so they started mass producing engineers. I think, or is it China? I'm sorry, China. China said, we need more engineers. So as a result, China produces more engineers in a year than India, Japan, and the United States combined. That's what China does, and they're better equipped. They're able to go on the job on day one and start getting patents and developing products. Our engineers take 2 years on the job to even just learn the basics. That's how far ahead of us China is because they don't play. So anyway, I remember that I got resistance, and the resistance came from this idea that we are responsible for our own fate and our own plight. The resistance was they said, well, we don't need to build better boys. What we need is we need to create more jobs, and we need to change the system and or something. It was something about the economy, and they need to create more jobs and opportunities in black neighborhoods. And I said, yeah, we do. Maybe we do need more opportunities, 100%. But what does that have to do with us being committed to building stronger boys and stronger men? And that was when I became uh, more aware. I was learning just how anti-black some of the liberalism actually is, how that paternalism creates a scenario where you take intelligent, fully capable young black boys and you start treating them like they are disabled. You start treating them like they're little wimpy little little rag dolls that just get slapped around by society and have no say in their outcomes in life. They call this, psychologists refer to this as learned helplessness. Learned helplessness is when you are fully trained to believe that you can't do nothing to fix your situation, that you have no say in your outcome. And what people don't understand is that this is one of the most insidious, most horrific forms of white supremacy that there is. It is. Because how am I, as a grown ass man, going to get respect from that woman in the other room if I go to her and I say, baby, we can't eat because I'm waiting on the white man to bring us some food. Baby, we can't do nothing with the kid. We can't train the kids because we don't got no white folks around to make sure that they learn and everything. We got to they gonna learn them how to read, baby. So I can't do that because they I mean, if she's intelligent, which she is, if I'm hearing my man talk like that, you know what I'm gonna say? I'm gonna be like, well, if you can't do nothing without the white man's permission, why am I messing with you? I'm gonna cut out the middleman. I'm gonna go date him instead. I'm gonna go just get me a white man because apparently they have all the resources, all the know-how, all the institutions. They have everything that we need. So why don't I just get with him? Why am I wasting time with you? Because you sounding kind of like a little punk right now. So what I'm saying is that I just believe, generally speaking, since Dr. Anderson's talking extensively about how the black male is controlled by society and how this is a tradition, I kind of feel like it's important to start with just the very basics of just saying, what happens if we create a community where we at least train our boys to do their best? Sure, there are other variables. Sure, there are laws and there's police and there's the economic system and there's all these variables. 100%. I agree with you, but you can at least do your best. Get up off the couch, put down the weed, put down the liquor bottle, and go out and do it and try. Just try. Just do your best. Pick up a book. Don't I don't play. We can play the video games after we finish reading the book. I don't see anything wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. And I remember just being kind of taken aback when I had black people. These are prominent, nationally recognized civil rights leaders who were saying these things to me, who were literally resistant to the idea of black people taking any accountability for our own plight in life. That's when I started to realize that was my own awakening. When I started realizing, man, I ain't sitting up in here because I am not a disabled Negro. I'm not, no, I wasn't raised like that. I wasn't raised to be no liability, no punk, no, sitting here waiting on other people to take care of me and waiting on my woman to do stuff I can do myself. No, 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 no. So some of us aren't built like that. And I know a lot of you are like veterans and soldiers, and I think that's why you come here because I think you get that. You understand what it means to fight. And fighting is something that doesn't guarantee you're going to win. See, to me, the best fighters are not the people who fight because they know that they're going to win. The best fighters are the people who fight when they know that they're probably going to lose. Right? To me, those are the real fighters. It's easy to fight when you think you're going to win, but what if you're going to lose? And there was a really great black man that really I just owe him everything. His name was W.C. Benton, and W.C. Benton was the only black professor on the entire faculty at Ohio State University because they were very racist. That was where I got my PhD. And they started messing with me because I didn't know I've never known how to keep my mouth shut. And in my PhD program, I probably should have stayed quiet till I graduated. But I got into it with those white folks, and they were just being white. You know how that goes. And WC went in there and he fought for me, and I owed him everything. He literally helped me get across the finish line with my PhD because it's very political. And I remember talking to WC. Let me tell you about WC Benton. You should go Google him. He's one of the greatest on earth in his field. His field is like something related to logistics or something, but he's like one of the top three in the world in this. That's how great you had to be black and to get a job at Ohio State because they didn't really hire black people. That's how racist these people can be. So anyway, WC was a Marine. He was a veteran. And I remember one time I was eating with him and eating lunch, and I was talking about what they were putting me through and how hard everything was. And he said, Boyce, he said, when I was in the Marines, they taught us that you fire your gun until every single bullet is out of that gun. Even if you're surrounded, even if you know you're going to die, you shoot until every single bullet is out of that gun. And I never forgot that. And I carry that with me, right? And I really think that generally speaking, I think that's a great life philosophy to carry through life. Just look, you might not win all the time. You might not be ready. You might not have anything that you need. You might not know what the hell you're doing. You starting that business, you feeling sloppy, raggedy. You don't have all the resources you need. But every single day, I think one philosophy you can carry in your back pocket that'll help you get through the day is just say, oh, look, I'm going to fire every bullet until every bullet is out of the gun. I'm going to give everything I've got. I may not be able to do everything, but I can do my best. That's an asset I own. The asset I own is my best, and I can invest that much in whatever I'm trying to do. And I'm gonna tell you this: people who think that way typically are people that are successful. I do, and I also think people who think that way get more respect from other people because what I've noticed is that in general, not all situations are the same, but I think that when I've talked to women that are annoyed with men who give up, is it's not so much that you don't have a lot of money, it's that you just aren't even trying, right? I know a lot of women that will respect a man who gets up and works hard every day. Even if he's not making as much money as he wants, even if he's not as successful as he wants to be, it's just the act of getting up and knowing, okay, I got somebody who's really going to do his best on behalf of his family. So I think we should teach that to our sons. I think various core values should be instilled in our sons when they're young, so they know what they're up against and they're out here ready to fight. And it's a hard fight because you've got different variables working against you. You've got the racism of the world for sure, but then you've got other black males that will literally pull you down, that haven't healed, that are self-destructive. Like it wouldn't surprise me if Drake's black bodyguard got shot by a black man, right? Again, I don't know. I don't know who's black and who's not, so maybe I'm speculating here, but I do know that black people can really harm each other. And so ultimately your son's he's going to be fighting battles on two fronts. He's going to be fighting the white people and he's going to be fighting the iggas. He got 2 fights. He got the racist and the racists on one side and the iggas on the other. And both of them are various manifestations of racism, and it all comes from the slave codes. All right, so let me read a little more here. So Dr. Anderson says it has long been the role of males in most cultures to provide for and protect the family, to provide leadership and training to children. When African men were brought to these shores, slavery interfered and perverted their normal masculine behavior patterns. Commercial enslavement was primarily a gender specific industry. The slaveholder feared the black man more than he feared the black woman. Until the early 1800s, nearly 80% of the slaves brought into this country were black men. How many of y'all knew that? That 80% were black men. That's a big number. In the 1600s, in the Virginia colony, both white women and black women were outnumbered by their male counterparts 4-1. I didn't know that. White slave owners wanted the strongest slaves that they could find and worked them to death before they were 40 years old. African women became important as breeders when the Constitution outlawed importing slaves after 1808. So when they could not import slaves anymore, they needed the black woman's womb to reproduce the product, which was us. It was true that black women having a higher birth rate, greater longevity, less harsh lifestyle, and being in a protected class with less chance of being killed allowed the number of black women to catch up to and surpass the number of black men. The slave codes had a psychological basis. The purpose was to create a population of slaves that were docile, compliant, and would never rise up against the slaveholders. So that was the goal. They need to make you docile, compliant, follow orders, and never rise up against your master. Slavery had an effect on those who imposed the harsh treatment. They became dehumanized and conditioned to inflicting pain. Thus, the slave codes had psychological effects that lasted for generations on both the whites who imposed the treatment as well as the recipient blacks. So white people were affected by the slave codes too. Like I even think about during the O.J. Simpson trial, all that was lynch mob behavior. Like that the fact that they were so angry at him, like madder at him that they could be at almost anybody else. You couldn't tell me that didn't have something to do with race. That was all about race. The black people supported him partly because of race. White people hated him largely because of race. It doesn't mean maybe he did it, maybe he didn't. It's up to you to make that decision. But race was everything in that case. If he had been a white man, it wouldn't have gotten the same reaction. Let's see here. Okay, so the slave codes had psychological effects that lasted for generations. Okay, we said that. That conditioning is on display. That conditioning is on display today in many ways. For instance, when white police officers use excessive violence and even kill unarmed black men, that's one example. The slave codes crippled 15 generations of people. They kept black men from fulfilling the role of responsible fathers and husbands, degraded black people, made them hopeless and non-productive for anything other than slave duties, and criminalized nearly every normal behavior. So this is part of what the slave codes did. He says here, it is unconscionable for society to look at black people today, criticize their behavior, and ignore the permanent harm that whites, the slave codes, and similar laws intentionally inflicted on an entire race of people. While the slave-holding ancestors designed the system of slavery and applied the pain and degradation, whites today enjoy the benefits. When the psychological damage is added to the fact that blacks could not benefit from the resources found in this country, in fact, were considered a resource. So not only did you not benefit from the resource, but you were a resource. They were considered a resource. It is a wonder that any blacks have managed to rise above the legacy of slavery. Blacks will need resources from the dominant society to rehabilitate their race. The call for reparations should come from fair-minded people. It should not only come from blacks. So basically what he's saying is that any white person who claims to be your friend should be supporting reparations. If you can't support reparations, we can't be friends, at least not politically. You're not going to get anything from me unless you can support reparations. If you can't support reparations, then I'll just have to meet you in the next life, or you're going to have to go get it on your own or whatever. My support is not going to come easy. It's not going to come free. I need you to support what we believe in order for this to work. Now, one thing I want to mention to you guys really quick, if you allow me to, is that one thing that we've been really trying to do for a long time with the Black Business School is we wanted to support the voices of women in the community, particularly educated professional women, those of you that ain't twerking for a living and stuff like that, the smart women in the world, in the community. So one of the things we did is we actually have a YouTube channel. It's flynubianqueentv.com, and Fly Nubian Queen TV It's been there for a while. It has about 500,000 subscribers, probably about 1 billion views by now. And so every single morning, every afternoon, about 1 o'clock, there is a show there called Fly Nubian Money. So it's a group of sisters that get together and they pretty much do their thing, and they're super smart. My wife Alicia is one of them. She comes in as the therapist, but we also have attorneys and CPAs and actresses and people that real estate investors and all kinds of people that come together and they talk about life and they talk about money as well. So they do this every single day at 1 p.m. So if you would like to be notified when they are live, when they're doing the show, pull out your phone and text the word Queens to that number 87948. So if you text Queens to 87948, I will send you a link to join tomorrow. They need your support. We got to support the women as much as we support the men. And if you come to the All Black National Convention, you'll see some of the great women that we've had there, and we have a lot of great men as well. And of course, the brothers get their props too. But like Shaleigh Camilo, yesterday, Shaleigh Camilo, who's a real estate expert, was here in the Black Business School doing Dr. Boyce Real Estate with a private session. And then also, I spoke today with a young lady named Asia Kirkendall. And I mention these names because I think that we need to know about these great people that are doing great things. I know a lot of people are proprietary and protective of their platform and stuff like that, and we want to share, names and spaces and faces of people that can help you. So Asia Kirkendall is the creator of something called quantum wealth theory. I talked to Asia today. She's going to come to the All Black National Convention. Shaleigh is going to be there. Dr. Lene Javette is our Dean of Entrepreneurship. So we've got just amazing people. And so anyway, so if you pull out your phone, text the word Queens, Queens with an S, to 87948. And if you can come in and support the ladies, I would really appreciate it, because to be honest with you, the internet's kind of a mean, brutal place. And what happens is that sometimes when Black women are talking, you've got these little, I call them little bitchy boys out here that just can't stand Black women, that say things to just be mean, deliberately harmful, to hurt their feelings. And so I think that if we show up and we really support them, that will make sure we create a protective space where they can come in there and do their thing and be respected and be loved the way they love us. So again, text Queens to 87948. I'll send you guys the link tomorrow so you can join the ladies at Fly Nubian Queen. Did I say it right? Did I get it out okay? I hope that's okay. Thank you for letting me share that. All right. So here is so let's go to, we're reading The Black History Reader by Dr. Claude Anderson. And we're on page 124. And this is really interesting, I think, in terms of information we should understand and put it into context in terms of what's happening in our community right now. So he asked this question: why was it a criminal offense to teach Blacks to read and write? Like, what made it criminal? Like, why did they have a problem with people learning how to read? Now we try to get the kids to read, and some of them don't want to read, right? So here's why they did not want Black people to read and write. He says here, the European colonists opposed educating Black people because they knew that educated Blacks, just like educated whites, would not tolerate being enslaved, brutalized, and exploited. So they knew that education was dangerous, right? But that's pimping 101. You can never show me a pimp who wants to make sure all his hoes went to college. A pimp does not want his hoes to have master's degrees and critical thinking skill. He doesn't want his employees. Let's call them employees. The word "hoe" is kind of a harsh word. He doesn't want his employees to be sitting around and really philosophizing about the meaning of life and really thinking carefully about every decision. He doesn't want that. He wants them high and drunk. He wants them insecure. He wants them uneducated. If you have the insecure, uneducated, drug addicted, financially dependent, hooker, then that's a perfect employee. You can control that person, right? So basically, just like any other abuser, any other pimp, they wanted Black people to be in that same situation. They wanted you to be, they wanted your self-esteem to be shot. They wanted you to have no economic resources of your own, because when you're economically free, you start getting an attitude and you get to do what you want. They did not want you to be educated, because education means exposure to ideas. And that, just like that animal in the cage, if that animal starts to understand the cage and why he's in the cage and how the cage works, then not only is he going to question the cage, he's going to have an issue with the person who's running the cage, cage, which means that you come in that cage, he's going to eat you. And then he's also going to figure out how to get out of the cage. So imagine if you took a lion that's in a cage and you gave that lion the IQ of an Einstein. So suddenly this lion is super, super smart. So he understands how the cage is built, why the cage is wrong, that you're responsible for his enslavement. So he's going to eat you, and then he's going to figure out how to break himself out of that cage. So then you got a lot of problems. He's not down for the cause anymore. He's not going to play his position anymore. So when black folks get educated, when we've been reading books and have exposure to ideas and stuff like that, this is why the Marcus Garveys and people like that are so dangerous. This is why the Dr. Claude Andersons are so dangerous, because they give you information and knowledge to understand how the cage was built, how to get out of the cage, and who's responsible for incarcerating you in the first place. That's very powerful information. All right, so let's see here. So he says, an educated person would fight back and revolt. Whites knew that the best way to protect their financial investment and their lives was to impose ignorance on blacks. They therefore instituted public policies that stipulated that any white person caught teaching a black person to read and write would be fined $100 and suffer 39 lashes with a whip. Give me a yes or no. How many of y'all never learned that in school? That a white person caught teaching a black person how to read and write would get fined $100 and get 39 lashes with a whip. So not only were they punishing black people for learning how to read and write, they were willing to even punish white people for teaching you to read and write. That's how much of a threat black education is. That's how much of a threat black knowledge is. That's how much of a threat intelligent black people are. So what do you think they think about people like me? Because I'm not only smart, I'm smarter than they are. I'm smarter. I can educate their kids. So basically, and this is why every time I talk, I say this is the home for intelligent black people. Because what I'm doing is I'm gathering the smartest, baddest, strongest warriors and saying, let's go, let's ride on these fools. Let's go and let's make something happen. Let's get together, pull together our collective power, and remind them of why they should be scared of us. Intelligent black people are scary. They're more scary than any gangster. They're more scary than any thug. They're more scary than any rapper. They're more scary than any athlete. They're more scary than any entertainer, because educated black people, intelligent black people, when I say educated, I'm not talking about you going to school. I'm talking about being intelligent. I'm talking about being a thinker. I'm talking about seeking knowledge. People who are like that way, who think that way, who also have healed, so you're mentally balanced, so you can actually focus on an objective and accomplish it. Also, because you've healed, you are capable of things like collaboration and teamwork, which is something that they depend on black people not having the ability to do. They depend on you not being able to form teams. They've structured laws to ensure, and rules and cultural norms that ensure that you're not going to come together, because they knew that you are most dangerous. Pay attention now. You're most dangerous when you are informed and when you collaborate. Do you understand? When you are informed and you collaborate, that's very scary. That becomes, in their mind, they're seeing Planet of the Apes. Anybody remember how Planet of the Apes, when you had Caesar, the smart ape, who became really smart and helped all the other apes get smarter, and then he started collaborating with the apes? The apes dominated the humans. So let's just be real. The movie Planet of the Apes ain't nothing but a documentary of fear that the white man has of the black man rising up and coming together. That's what they're afraid of. They're afraid of seeing us smarter than they are and working together. That, I'm sure, scares the hell out of people. And it's definitely true in industries like hip hop, where they're like, look, we want y'all beefing with each other, but we never want you beefing with us. But if Kendrick Lamar and Drake got together and said, why don't we just get together and use our collective power to take down Leor Cohen and Clive Davis and expose them for the people that they are? Oh, that would be very nerve-wracking. One of them would have charges filed on them or something. They would be going to prison, because you can't do that. You can't fight your master. That's not appropriate. So this is evidence. This is the proof. This is all in Dr. Anderson's book. Right here in the Black History Reader, he says that white people were punished for teaching black people how to read. That's crazy. So let's keep reading here. He says, later, there were numerous records and instances where blacks were lynched for carrying a book or a newspaper. So if you were black and you got caught with a book or a newspaper, they might lynch you for that, especially in the South. Teaching people to read and write was a crime only when it applied to educating blacks. Schools were established and operated for immigrants and American Indians, making blacks the only people who for centuries were subjugated to imposed ignorance. You were the only group in American history where they literally made laws to make sure that you stayed as ignorant as possible. And if you don't believe that this happened, then just look all around you and look at how many people now are voluntarily ignorant, don't want to learn nothing, don't wouldn't pick up a book to save their life. He says here, the last thing white America, and especially in the South, needed were blacks. Sorry, let me say it again. The last thing white America, and especially the South, needed were black slaves capable of reading, writing, and challenging the nation's socioeconomic system. So the last thing they needed were people that were smart enough and intelligent enough to actually question and challenge the cage that was all around them. Whites in the North, these are your friends, by the way. These are your allies. So he's referring to whites in the North. Whites in the North harbored the same fears as their Southern counterparts. And education for the majority of blacks in the country was nearly non-existent as a matter of practice. So even your allies, your friends, didn't want you to be educated either because you were going to compete. They don't, the thing is, it's all about competition. That's what Dr. Anderson is drilling into. I hope you all understand this. Powernomics is all about competition. Powernomics is all about all the rules that were put in place, all the processes and procedures that were designed to make sure that you are never able to truly compete. So even the people that claim to be your friends, they will be your friends as long as they can be your friends in a paternalistic way. They say, look, hey, we see how bad you're being treated. We're not going to leave you on the side of the road. You can get on the bus, but we got to drive the bus. We own the bus, and we're going to sit in the front seat of the bus. Those are the rules. But we need you on the bus because the more people we have on the bus, the more money we make. So we want black kids in our public schools, but we don't want black people running public schools. But we need the black kids there because we get paid for every head of every child that shows up every day. We want black people in the prisons, and so that these little towns can make billions of dollars from running these penitentiaries, but we don't want them actually voting or having any say in how things are being run in these prisons. So again, just like going to McDonald's, you have the employees, you have Ronald McDonald, the mascot, but Ronald McDonald does not run McDonald's, but the mascot is a very important part of the McDonald's brand. So you are the mascot, you are the employees, or you are the commodity that makes the institution valuable, but your presence is not one that is called upon for leadership and guidance of that institution. Do you understand? They want you on the bus, but they don't want you drive the bus. They don't want you own the bus. They don't want you the front seat of the bus. I can keep going on and on and on. There's many, many examples of this. So they need you. They want you around. They want to integrate you, but they do not want to integrate you in a way that is going to lead you to be competitive to them. It's like the way people love the family dog. Like there are people that really love their dogs. Like white people love their dogs. Like they really do. And some of y'all are black and y'all got dogs and you love your dogs too. But really they, you know what I'm talking about. They just like kiss them in the mouth and everything. It's kind of weird. But anyway, they love their dogs. But never once do they ever presume that the dog is truly a member of the family. If the house is burning down and they have a choice between saving one of the kids and saving the dog, most families are not going to choose the dog. They're going to save the child first. And then maybe they'll go back and get Fluffy. They'll be sad if Fluffy dies. So they want Fluffy there, but they don't want Fluffy to think that Fluffy is the man of the house. Like the father doesn't adopt Fluffy saying, I want you to sleep with my wife, eat the big piece of chicken, and sleep in the master bedroom. That's not appropriate. Well, why is it not appropriate? Well, because he's a dog. Right? Why would you want a dog to be the husband and the father of the house? So the same thing is true, I think, when they look at black people. It's like, we love black people. You know, they're great. They're great entertainers. They're great athletes. They have great culture. They make great music. So we want them around. We like them to be present. They're great commodities. We have them in the school system. We make more money. When they're buying products, we make more money. When they rent from us, we make more money, but we don't want them actually in a position of control and power in any of these institutions. So basically, you're fluffy. That's what you are. T. Jackson says, wow, I'm fluffy. That's true. You're fluffy. And the only way Fluffy is going to break out of his position is if he fights a little bit. He's going to have to increase his intelligence and maybe collaborate with the other Fluffies and say, wait, this ain't right. This ain't right. And then what's going to happen is that there's inherently going to be a conflict. See, competition comes with conflict. Some of y'all scared of conflict. We're scared to piss off people and to say things that are gonna ruffle feathers or whatever, make your boss mad or offend the Democrats or whatever. But no, I think that conflict is necessary for you to move out of your position. You kind of just say, look, the way you have things structured now does not benefit me. I'm renegotiating this, and that's going to require you to have a certain level of self-esteem where you're truly prepared for that battle. I don't think we're prepared for the battle because we're not even financially secure. We're not even financially secure. If you're not financially secure, how the hell are you going to go to war with your boss when you don't even have enough money to pay your bills? You cannot go to war with an entity that you depend on for your existence. That's like our kids going to war with us in this house. What that look like? They can't tell us what to do in this house. I pay the mortgage in this house. Me and my wife run this house. The children don't own any of this. You're here because we allow you to stay here. You eat because we feed you. If we decide to starve you out, we gonna starve you out. So at the end of the day, you going to war with a group of people that control your economic fate and also control your access to your own self-esteem and validation is honestly almost like you trying to go to war with God. It's like you trying to go to war with your creator. Because a lot of black people were created by white people, meaning that they were created in the sense, think about it like this. When we talk about who we are and you say, well, who are you? And someone might say, well, I'm an Academy Award winning, Pulitzer Prize winning author with a degree from Yale University who is a vice president at Google. Well, all those stamps and labels that you put on yourself that validate you and make you feel important, like I'm in the NBA or whatever, all those were given to you by the oppressors who control these institutions that gave you those labels and validation that then make you feel like you are somebody. So that becomes your identity. And that's the problem. That's where your parents screwed you because you should have had your identity before they started slapping all these labels on your black ass, but you didn't have it. So you grabbed all these labels, and then sometimes we even do it when we shop for consumer items. Why is it so important for you to have Gucci on your body? Well, because that's another label that makes you feel like you're fly and you're better than other people because you got this European man's name on your body. Don't even know the man, but you're going to give him $3,000 to have Louis Vuitton on your purse, on your pants, on your shoes, and on your hat. And then you take a picture on Instagram and you're proud of that. But when I see that, somebody like me, I see that and I say, wow, that Negro has a lot of labels. But that labeling is what impacts his self-esteem. That self-esteem, pay attention now. I hope you're getting this. Let me know if you're getting this. That creates his whole identity. So for some people, when you take away their labels, they don't just lose, like for some people, when they lose their job, they're not just losing a job. They're losing their whole existence of who they define themselves as. That's a very dangerous place to be. Let me give you a real life example. There was a guy named Vince Carter, I believe, or not Vince Carter. He played football for the University of Texas. He won the Heisman Trophy. Vince Young in the like about 06, 05, he won the national championship. He was an extraordinary player. He was amazing. And so they put him on the cover of ESPN the magazine. And I remember I saw the cover of the magazine and he said something like, I was born to play quarterback at the University of Texas. And at that moment, when I read that, because this was years ago, about 15 years ago, and I was on the faculty of Syracuse at that time, and at that moment, I felt so sorry for him. I really felt sorry for him. I said, that's amazing that it sounds to me like he's shaping a big chunk of his personal identity on football and playing for the University of Texas. I said, so if that ever gets taken away from him, you're gonna have to he's gonna have to be on suicide watch because because that'll be like losing his whole identity. So years later, this is a true story. So years later, he goes to the NFL. It doesn't go the way he thinks it's going to go. I guess he thought he's going to be the next, whatever Tom Brady is now. He thought he'd be at that level, but he wasn't. And he ends up getting cut from the Tennessee Titans, I believe. And I remember reading another report where they said that he was so depressed and sad by getting cut from the team that he drove off and they were worried. They were worried that he was going to take his own life. And in my mind, again, maybe I'm speculating on this, but I've seen this happen in so many cases, is that by taking away his ability to play football, by taking away his all, this affiliation with the NFL and all these other things, you were stripping him of his identity. You were taking away who he was as a person. And so my feeling is that with our children, and in fact, this is why in our Black Millionaires of Tomorrow program, we give like these little bachelor's degrees to the kids so they can identify themselves in a way that is more appropriate for what's going to actually benefit them long term. Also, in a way that other people can't just take it away from them. right? So my thought is if we really work with the kids when they're young and help them shape their identity in a way that is beneficial to themselves and beneficial to the community and under their own power and control, that's going to help them avoid the trappings of being caught in letting other people shape their identity in a way that others can simply take it away. You understand? Like, so for example, when an actor gets out of line in Hollywood, well, they take away his ability to win Oscars and Grammys and all these other awards, or these other sources of validation. Or if you get out of line on your job and you decide you want something better for your life, well, they can take away your job and take away that important position, which can also take away a piece of your identity. So you can't get attached to these things because it is very unhealthy and very much a security risk to become dependent on something that you personally do not control. Do you understand? This is something that the United States applies. The United States applies this policy when it comes to their economics. We don't allow ourselves as a country to become dependent on a commodity that is controlled by somebody else. There are laws that will limit the number of media outlets that are allowed to be owned by other people, so they can't control American media. That's what the whole banning of TikTok is all about. There are laws that say that other countries can't own major airlines in the United States. They can't own things like utilities and electricity companies and stuff like that. And there are other areas where they say, no, this is critical to national defense. We're not going to sell everything to other people because we know that that's too dangerous. So the thing with us is the question is what are we what are the things that we own that money can't buy? You know, what are some things that we will protect in a way where we say, you know, this is bigger than just how much money I get. I have to maintain protection and security in this. Like even when it comes to income, we'll talk about how much money someone makes, but we never talk about the security, financial security of that income stream. Like you can make a lot of money, but are you vulnerable? What if somebody decided to take that away from you? Can they do that? And if the answer is yes, then you may be doing well, but your position is very fragile. So Black people in general are trained to be fragile. We're trained to be in a position where we're not sturdy and capable of making a recovery in case people who have an issue with us decide to punish us or take something away from us. Like the civil rights movement, affirmative action, diversity, equity, and inclusion. I agree with all those things. I think all those things were necessary and appropriate. The problem is that they were fragile because you saw that once we became dependent on these things, I can't tell you how many people I know who were DEI experts. They made their whole career around DEI. Their whole doctorate was DEI. They would go speak at universities and corporations about DEI. And these poor people were devastated when they just decided, we don't want to do DEI no more. We're done with that. We don't want to do that no more. So that tells me that you didn't necessarily think about how fragile your position is. You got to think about these things. You can't depend on other people for things that you're going to need because when the war comes down, first thing that the enemy does when you are in a battle is they say, what is it that I control that I can take away from this person to get their behavior back in line or to undermine their progress? But again, just think of it like the kids living in our house. They're dependent on me and my wife for definitely for food and a place to stay. So if they ever really tried to go to war with us, first thing we could do is take the money back. Like if I'm giving you allowance, oh, I'm keeping your allowance. You want a trip? Okay, cool. Well, you know what? If you don't like it here, you can go live somewhere else. Or I am the one that's feeding you. You do understand that, right? That you can't fight with me. They can't go to war with us. We run this. Like they're playing checkers, we're playing chess. They are on dimension. This is why financial consciousness is so important. Their consciousness goes up to, let's say, level 2. They're living in the institution. Our consciousness goes to level 3. We built the institution. Do you understand? The person who built the cage always has a level of consciousness that exceeds the person that's in the cage. So we live in the cage that they built. So the question is, can we commit? And I think many of you are very intelligent people. That's why you're here. This isn't for everybody. Everybody can't even, a lot of people can't even get this. But it's okay. You're going to get this. Can you elevate enough where you can create a scenario where where whatever institution you're affiliated with, you are the master of that fate. You are the God that manifests that reality. You're working for your own business because you built that business. And it would have been easier for you to go get a job working for somebody else, but because your consciousness is elevated, you want to see an institution built in your own image. You don't want to be forced to reflect an image that was created by somebody else. What the hell do you look like going into some pre-built institution dressing like a white man? It's not going to work. You ain't white. It'll never work. So my thought is, why don't we raise our children to have that level of economic manifestation and financial consciousness? One way that we do that is not just by training them, but also by equipping them. Money is power. Money is a weapon. Money is used for defense. Money is used to conquer. So if you have enough resources to defend yourself, at the very least, you can make sure that no one will come along and conquer you. It is much harder to conquer an educated Black boy who has plenty of financial resources than it is to conquer an ignorant Black boy who is struggling to get his next meal. So a Black boy who is trained on powernomics, who is practicing powernomics, is gonna be much harder to pull into slavery than a boy who is playing strugglenomics. A lot of our kids are playing survivornomics. Their whole life is a game of survivor because nobody trained them and nobody equipped them. You didn't give them nothing to fight with, and they out in this battlefield butt-ass naked, begging anybody who with $1 to put some food in their stomach. So no wonder they're making crazy choices. No wonder they're stuck. No wonder they have to submit to slavery. You can't win if you don't prepare. So how are you preparing your children? How are you getting them ready? You got to think about these things. All right. So if you want to know about that conversation I was having with our daughter's friend, I was preparing her. I was like, well, the best thing I can do for you because I care about you is prepare you for life. And I told her, I said, yeah, you could go work for other people if you want, but actually that's not even necessary. If you ever want to know how to go through life and not have to work for anybody, just talk to me and I can give you some strategies. Hey, oh, here's the skills you want to have. Because I have a higher level of consciousness. I see the world as a 52-year-old. I can look at her at 17 and count up all through the 20s, 30s, 40s, and 50s of her life and say, okay, here's the move that you should be making at 17. So that by the time you're 25 and 30, you'll be here, and then you'll be here, and then you'll be here. I see things in a different way. So my consciousness is higher. It's almost like when I'm in an airplane and I'm in the sky and she's on the ground in traffic, I can say, go left because there's a clearer path. You can't see it, but you got to go left. So this is what your consciousness does. This is why I want you to take this back to your family, because we operate on a high plane here. This is designed, these conversations. This is why every morning we do the financial consciousness thing. People don't even know what it means. I was like, how do I explain what financial consciousness is? It's just freaking awareness, man. It's awareness. It's like understanding how the game is built, not understanding just how to win, how to make your next move and how to win the game, but understanding who designed the damn game. Do I even have to play in this game? You understand? Like those are the questions you have to ask. Like, I don't even like this. I don't even want to be here. Like, this is a stupid game. I'm gonna go design my own game over here, and then I'll design it in a way where my team can win. So you got to elevate your consciousness. And what Dr. Anderson is saying here on page 124 of his book, The Black History Reader, which is at powernomics.com, I hope you'll support this brilliant man, is he's saying that you were trained to not play the game at all. You were trained to not even understand how the game works. And they deliberately made effort. They put it into law. They codified the idea of keeping Black people as ignorant as they could possibly be so they will never understand how this whole thing works. But when we had those ancestors who came right out of slavery with fewer resources than you have, and they were building one-room schools and educating children at a level that's better than the entire damn Chicago public school system, that showed you the potential of what happens when we make a conscious choice to elevate our consciousness in our thinking and each one teach one and to form strategies of collaboration in the community. There's nothing we can't do when we put our mind to it, but you got to put your mind to it. So figure out what the hell you want, who you're supposed to be, where your kid's supposed to be at, and you go make that happen. Don't you be scared of nobody. I don't care if you win the fight. All I care about is that you choose to fight. So what is your battle? Fight. Let's fight that battle. I'll be happy to help you in any way I can. Okay, I'm done. I'm going to go ahead and shut this down. I smell some good food. That means my wife cooked. And in case you don't know, my wife is a hell of a cook. And so, with that said, a couple quick reminders, if you allow me to share. We do Money in the Morning tomorrow morning. Every morning we do financial consciousness training. If you'd like to join, it's totally for free. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948. I shared a stock that I like if you want help with investing, stuff like that. And that stock was CrowdStrike. I didn't mention this, but I did buy shares of CrowdStrike. The ticker symbol CRWD, CRWD. So that's something to look at. This is not investing advice. It's just me, telling you what I'm about to buy. I'm going to buy it tomorrow. Sorry about that. Also, a couple more things. The Get Money Fest, hosted by Jay Ortiz in Philadelphia, is going to be on May 18th. So I think the tickets are free, but I think that it's like standing room only. So if you want to have a seat and all that, I think that that's a VIP level ticket. But then also it gives you access to the VIP speakers and stuff like that. And it's great because it's like sort of an art and music festival with a big financial literacy component. There are experts on branding and developing business and getting funding and forex and everything else. And I'm going to be one of them. I'm going to do some speaking as well. So if you'd like to learn more, you can go to getmoneyfest.com. That's getmoneyfest.com. It's going to be in Philadelphia May 18th. I will be there. What else? Also, don't forget that we have the All Black National Convention that's happening October 25th to the 27th. And I'm going to get that link to for speakers and panelists. We're not going to have that many panelist spots, so if you don't get selected, don't feel bad. But I know a lot of you are brilliant. A lot of you are doing amazing things. You just maybe need some help getting a bigger platform. So what I'm going to do is I told the team, I said, when we bring people to speak at the convention, I want us to get people out of our crew. I want us to get people that are right here in the family because you support me. And this stuff is not easy. It's very, very hard to be in a position of any sort of guidance or leadership of the Black community just because there's so much weirdness and dysfunction. So those of you who've been consistent with us, we're going to be consistent with you. So we're going to let you all apply first. And so every year we pick out a couple people and they become, pretty well known because we have a good platform. So we'd love to share that with you. So I will bring that to class and there'll be a link and you can apply. Having a video of yourself speaking or something would be helpful and sort of some evidence to show that you know what you're talking about and that you've been kind of doing it so that we can kind of know what sort of people to bring together to create a great convention. The convention is going to be October 25th through the 27th in Lombard, Illinois, which is right outside Chicago. You can go to allblacknationalconvention.com to get your tickets. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. Now, the ticker symbol for that stock earlier is CrowdStrike, and the ticker is CRWD. That's California Redwood Wooden Donkey. So there we go. I did that totally wrong. You can tell I haven't been flying the airplanes that much lately because I totally messed up the phonetic alphabet. But I hope that helps. All right, again, not investing advice, just me sharing with you something that I'm actually going to invest in for my family. So I'll see you all tomorrow morning for financial consciousness training. I hope you guys have a great night. I hope this was beneficial. And also, don't forget next Wednesday at 8:30 every week we do our Powernomics. Hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm going to, you're going to get a text message in 1 second because I want to send everybody a text kind of reminding them that we're doing our financial consciousness training this morning. And I want to say hello to everybody and I hope you guys are doing well. So give me 1 second while I send this text. So again, if you're not on the text list, make sure you get on there. Text the word morning to 87948. That's morning to the number 87948 and you'll get an invitation. We do this every single morning at 10 a.m. And there we go. Okay, so give me a second here. All right. How's everybody doing? Everybody sleep good tonight or last night? I know I did. I had a dream, and I'm about to tell you all about my dream in a second. It was really interesting. It was a really interesting um, dream, and it had to do with this class. And so I felt like that was God's way of telling me to share this with you. And so I'm going to share it in 1 second. Okay, so all right. So anyway, so before I do that though, let me just say hi to everybody and see who's in here. I see AC Salam and Allegra. Let's see. Oh, Lagos. Okay, not very nice. We have a brother from Lagos, and yeah, I hate the fact that to get on the text list, you have to text the word morning to 87948 because I know some of you that are international can't do that. And so the best way I could say you could join is if you go to drboycedaily.com. That's one way. Also, we do email out the link. So if you're on the email list, we can do that as well. And actually, speaking of Nigeria, I'm actually going to send you all out later on today. I'll send out that list of Africa stocks you can invest in if you want to benefit financially long term from the growth rate of the African economy. So make sure you get on the text list. Text the word morning to 87948. I'll text that out. I'll also shoot it out in an email. If you're not on the email list, you can just email support at theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support at theblackbusinessschool.com. And also, a lot of people don't know you can actually get started in the Black Business School for free. You don't need a nickel. This class is free, and then the Powernomics training on Wednesday nights is 100% free. You can bring all your family members. And if you go to theblackbusinessschool.com, you can sign up for free, and we send out lots of free stuff. So we love to help you as much as possible for free, just so you know that we're a legitimate institution. We have to do this because the internet's full of financial scammers and people who became financial experts after taking a class that lasted 2 days or whatever. I've been doing this for 30 years. You can check my record, go back to 1993. I taught finance at the University of Kentucky in 1993, and then, Indiana University. Then I taught at Kentucky. I taught mathematics at the University of Kentucky after that, and then I taught at Syracuse University. I was on the faculty there, et cetera. So I mention that periodically because sometimes as an institution we have to separate ourselves to make people know, like, look, we're not just some guy who's like got a big Instagram following that's like, hey, I'll show you how to invest in stocks or whatever. We understand it from a deep theoretical level. Also, we're deeply committed to Black wealth, and we actually have a team of psychologists that understand the psychological boundaries that block us from Black wealth. There was a great interview by a friend of mine named John Hope Bryant. He was on the Breakfast Club recently, and he was explaining so well all the psychological problems that cause us to mess up our money and cause our credit scores to be in the toilet and cause us to end up in bad financial situations and cause us to make really bad decisions. And I said, thank you. I appreciate the fact that other people are saying this because we've been saying this for a very long time. And a lot of you know this. A lot of you have heard this. A lot of you, this is old news. But for a lot of people, they don't get it. They don't see that connection between the psychology and the economics. If your mind's right, your money will be right. If your mind's wrong, your money will always be wrong. If your mind's right, your money will become right. Shout out to Ash Cash. I think he has a book called Mind Right, Money Right. Ash Cash, I think he works with the Earn Your Leisure guys, and I really like him a lot. He was at the All Black National Convention last year. But literally, if your mind's right, your money will be right. So when we talk about mental health, when we talk about healing, when we talk about really things like therapy, this is not disconnected from your economic outcomes. It's very, very hard for an emotionally unhinged person to have a good life. Let me know if you know what I'm talking about. Give me a yes if you get what I'm saying. It's very, very difficult for a person who's emotionally just all over the place to be disciplined. It's very, very hard for that person to have good relationships. It's very, very hard for that person to build their economics. It's very, very hard for that person to do anything right. Their mental health will be off. Their physical health will probably be off because they're consuming things like either unhealthy food or drugs or alcohol to deal with the pain, to self medicate. Right. So their physical health will be off. Their mental health will be off. Their relationships will be off because if you haven't healed, then you're going to fight with everybody and get triggered and constantly anybody. I mean, a lot of you've been around people that get triggered easily and go crazy and all that. It's very hard to work with somebody like that. You say, let's build a business, right? You can't build anything with someone who's emotionally unhinged. And then if you go into the financial side of it, which is all connected, bad relationships ruin your finances. Divorce is a multi-billion-dollar industry. When couples fight, they end up giving their money away to the lawyers. When people don't make an estate plan, when they're not emotionally balanced enough to plan their estate, then all that fighting that happens in the family, it's putting money in the pockets of the lawyers because now all the different siblings have to go hire a lawyer so they can all go fight over mama's money. Right? I mean, it's all connected. That's what I'm saying. It's all connected. And I really hope that you'll give me a yes to let me know you're seeing the connection. I want you to see it. I want you to just believe it. I don't want you to just believe it because I said it. I want you to see it. Like, I really want you to believe it because you believe it, not because I said it. Do you understand? I want you to be the one to say it. I don't want you to say, that you're right. Don't say you're right. I want you to say that's right. You understand? There's a difference. If you say you're right, that's you going along with it and saying, "Well, Dr. Boyce said it, so it must be true." No, no, we're not there yet. I need you to take this pill and swallow it, and we're gonna internalize this. I need this growing inside of you. So I need you to say that's right. Where even if I'm not standing here saying any of this to you, you're still telling your friends. You're like, yeah, if your mental health is not right,
then your money won't be right, and then your relationships won't be right. And if your relationships aren't right, your mental health isn't going to be right, which also means your money's not going to be right. Do you understand how there's like a trinity there between health, wealth, and relationships? It's all connected. Think about this. I mean, if you ever want your mental health to go crazy, just get in like a bad relationship. I read about a terrible story this morning, and I promise you, I'm going to get to the main point I mentioned earlier in a second. Don't let me forget about that. I read a story today on Spiritual Word or something, one of those blogs or something. It was like the worst story to see this early in the morning. And I hope I don't ruin anybody's day, but I got to share this because I thought it was really sad. There was this lady who was had a 3-year-old son, and she was going through a custody battle, and she gets on a FaceTime call, and she tells the baby, she says, "Say goodbye to your daddy," and then he says, "Goodbye, daddy," and then she kills herself and kills the baby. And I'm sitting here, and and you know why this affected me? It affected me because it made me think about things like postpartum depression. It made me think about which we don't talk about things like this enough. It made me think about just how crazy people get, and when they're in a bad relationship. Like a bad relationship will make you insane, and if you don't have a process to kind of cool yourself off and help yourself see straight, a bad relation. I've seen good people go berserk bananas, or jealousy, or just anger, or frustration, or whatever. I've seen people lose their minds in a bad relationship. Not to say everybody would go as far as this lady did, but I know a lady who spoke at our convention, Robin Simpson, whose husband 6 months ago in Houston slaughtered her. He stabbed her 100 times and cut her brain out of her body. This was a real person that I really know. She was best friends of my manager. She spoke at the All Black National Convention. I met her husband. Her husband and her baby were in my hotel room in 2018-ish or 2019, I believe, when we had the convention in Houston. I met these people. And there was nothing I saw with this man that told me that this was how it was going to end for them. And it made me just really think about that and say, gosh, man, we got to fix this mental health thing. It didn't have to end that way. And now the baby has no parents, pretty much. Mama's gone, scared of daddy, and she's got insurance money because mama had insurance. Um, but it's like, Lord Jesus, like I mean, can we really take a moment and truly process and understand how not addressing mental health is really costing us in ways that go far beyond just the financial. The financial side is bad enough. The financial's already costing you trillions, but you're losing things that are more valuable than money. So I encourage everybody in here. I saw, shout out to Young Jeezy, the rapper. I saw him do a great interview with Nia Long where he was explaining his trauma dealing with his mother's trauma, his intergenerational, right? He said his mother pulled a gun on him when he was 13, and that's why he left the house, and he had to realize what his mother had gone through, but then he also had to stand up to his mother because his mother hated him. He claims his mother hated him because he looked like his daddy. So they're getting into it. Daddy's not in the house, so they're getting into it. When the boy hits about 12 or 13, that's when the mother and the son start really clashing. And the reason I believe in the father is because the father, a strong father, sometimes will be the trump card. That's the one that shuts it all down. That's what happened in our house. When I got 12 or 13, I started talking back to my mother because I'm taller than her. My father, he's a Vietnam veteran, a police officer. He really has killed people. I did not mess with him. He also knew karate, so I knew just I if I continued to escalate, it would not end well for me. So that's what kept order in the house. I told my wife, I said, I don't know how things would have gone if my father had not been there. I think me and my mother would have kept on escalating. Do you understand? And what then happens is that when the child's escalating with the mother, the trump card becomes like the police. Eventually, he bumps into a police officer and he starts dealing with the police officer like he deals with his mama. And the police officer pulls out a gun or a billy club, and next thing you know, your child's got brain damage and he's in jail, right? Or he's shot and he's dead, right? So ultimately, I kind of feel like because not everybody loves you like your daddy, not everybody loves you like your parents. So, really, long story short, I kind of feel like this mental health thing is something that we really should really put our energy into. I mean, right there next to the financial health, you have to address the mental and the physical health, because those are two major financial drains. Like we've talked about how if you don't take care of your physical health and you, let's say you're just like, I'm just going to pursue money, but I don't care about my physical health. Well, then you get fat and you get sick and you get cancer or you get whatever, and the next thing you know, you're giving all your money right back to big pharma, and who's giving you a bunch of drugs to manage your health situation that you neglected because you were chasing your wealth, because you thought you could live in one compartment. You thought you could focus on one thing and be one dimensional and everything was going to be okay. You can't do that. It's an ecosystem. It's an eco health, wealth, and relationships all spill into each other. And so really sort of dealing with that holy trinity of what it means to be successful and to be well balanced in life, I think is critically important for all of us. Okay. Now, for those of you that just came in, just a reminder, later on today, I'm going to send out a list of these stocks that I like. And if you want to invest in Africa, I made a list of some assets you can invest in to benefit from the economic climate in Africa. Africa is really taking off in the next few years. So I'll text that to you. Text the word morning to 87948, and you'll not just get an invitation to the free financial consciousness training, but you'll also get that list of Africa stocks. Next, I want to mention that later on today, we're bringing in Shalay Camilo, who is a real estate expert who's going to talk to you about the housing market and break down opportunities that exist when it comes to real estate. Real estate ownership is one of the most important things that we can do as Black people, and ownership is absolutely critical. And so Shalay is one of our many experts in the Black Business School that helps us get that done. So if you'd like to join us, you can do a free trial. Just go to drboycerealestate.com. That's drboycerealestate.com. You can come in, talk to her, ask her questions, stuff like that. She kind of knows a little bit of everything. And she's a great lady, great speaker, very smart. All right. So that's going to happen later on tonight about 7 o'clock. And then later on today, also at noon or 1, we're doing the portfolio power play. And that's going to be where we talk solely about the stock market. So we kind of do a little bit of everything every day in the Black Business School. If you'd like to be invited to that, you can go to theblackstockmarketprogram.com, theblackstockmarketprogram.com, and feel free to do a free trial there as well. All right, so let me mention to you the dream that I had. I had this dream. I'm not making this up. I woke up this morning early with my wife, and we talked for a little bit and got the kids off to school. And I said, I'm tired. I want to go back to sleep. We didn't go to boot camp. I told you yesterday I went to her little boot camp. Today I was like, you know what? Let's take the day off, babe. It's raining and we're tired, and I want to go back to sleep. So I went back to sleep. And when I was sleeping, I had a dream that I was at this fancy dinner, and I was at a fancy dinner, and there was a little baby sitting there. And the baby was just sitting there by himself, but his parents were nearby. So I looked at this baby and I started talking to this baby, like kind of gaga goo goo, kind of playing around, just like I threw him a toy or something. And his parents were sitting there, and I looked over his parents just to say hi, because you can't be talking to people's kids without acknowledging the parents. So I'm talking to this baby, and I was explaining to him why we were at this big dinner. I said, we're at this dinner because Black people need to give birth to our own economic children. Black people, we have a being economic babysitters, and that history of being economic babysitters has not worked out for us. We need to have our own economic kids. We need to have things that belong to us. We've been babysitting for white people for a very long time, and this is not healthy. This is not what's going to get us to where we need to get to. And so, anyway, with this conversation with this baby, I woke up and I was like, wow, that was really profound. It was very real. And I was really talking to him. And I said, that's really 100% true. If you really think about this, and this goes back to something I was actually addressing this morning on my podcast, where I actually talked about this situation with this professor and this guy named DJ Vlad. Did anybody see that? And by the way, can y'all still hear me? Somebody just said they can't hear me. Give me a yes, really quick, if you can hear me. I want to make sure I'm coming through okay. All right. So this professor at Princeton, Morgan Jenkins, I think that's her name. She got into it with this guy named DJ Vlad. DJ Vlad is kind of this guy who has a big platform called Vlad TV. And I know Vlad. I've been on Vlad TV a few times, and I've talked to him a couple of times. And they got into it over this whole beef, this rap beef. If you really want to find out, like what's going on in that culture, I encourage you to pay attention. The whole thing between Drake and Kendrick Lamar is interesting. It doesn't take long to figure out kind of what's going on, and they've been going back and forth. And I've been watching it all. It's really fascinating to watch because hip hop beefs have always been interesting to me. I still go back to Ice Cube and how I felt when he released No Vaseline, and that was a big beef back in the day. And so I follow the beefs because the beefs are really interesting, an interesting part of the culture because Number one, it does reflect kind of the brilliance of hip hop and the power of that music that we created, that genre we created, that's actually owned by other people now. Other people kind of own and run it, which is unfortunate, which is a reflection of our mindset and their mindset. But we created it, we developed all this, and so there's brilliance there, right? You know, it's kind of like a mental dexterity contest, and I respect that. But then the problem is that there's like this whole darker side of it, where literally people get killed over this stuff. You know, Jay Ortiz, the rapper who's hosting the Get Money Fest in Philadelphia. I'm going to be at the Get Money Fest on the 18th if you want to join us there. And you know, he had a good friend named PNB Rock, who was a rapper, a rising rapper in LA. And next thing you know, he gets shot in a Denny's or something. And I remember talking to Jay about this. I talked to Jay extensively, and I said, are you sure you want to be in this industry where people get killed all the time? Like, and people, and for some people, it's just entertainment. They like that. They like seeing black men getting on a record threatening to murder each other, and they think that that's so cool and so interesting. And people like Vlad aren't really connected to. It wasn't Roscoe's. I'm sorry. Thank you, Veronica. It wasn't Denny's. It was Roscoe's. Sorry. Not that being shot at a Roscoe's is better than being shot at a Denny's. I'd rather just not be shot at all. But it was Roscoe's, so my apologies to the Denny's Corporation for mislabeling their institution. All right. So anyway, and Roscoe's has great chicken. I like Roscoe's. So I ate there 2 months ago. So anyway, let's get back to it. So I remember just kind of, you know, like talking to Jay about it. I was like, do you really want to be in a profession where people are just getting killed like this? Like that's hazard pay, you know? And I said, be careful, man, you know. And then I remember when D1's another, you know, good friend of mine. And we talked extensively when he was challenging hip hop. Deed's done a great job of kind of speaking up on the problems in hip hop and what's going on with that. And he was challenging the rappers. They love to glorify violence and everything else. And I said, well, just remember though that these guys that glorify violence, there are people that really do love the idea of black people hurting each other. So I said, please be careful, man. Like this is real life. This is serious. You know, what's your security look like? I have security. Do you have security? You know, and it's unfortunate that we live in that kind of world. Because remember, with that beef with Biggie and Tupac, like two men died. Two men died. $2 billion brands disappeared because of the violence. Death Row Records was a multi-billion-dollar brand that pretty much died. It got bought by Hasbro. Mr. Potato Head, same company that owns Mr. Potato Head, eventually owned Death Row Records. I think Snoop bought it back. Hopefully, he can really bring it back. But he bought the brand, and I think that's great. But still, it was a missed opportunity. A missed opportunity. So, long story short, I feel like with hip hop, these beats are interesting in the sense that they really kind of tell you a lot about what it's like to be black in America, what it's like to be a black man. And so there's this professor that was sort of speaking on the topic, and she got offended that Vlad, you know, made comments about it. And I wasn't offended by Vlad's comments per se, but I do understand that there are people who love to egg on the conflict because it's not real to them. It's not going to affect them. They don't know anybody who's really been killed in the streets. They don't know anybody who's been addicted to drugs. They don't, or like we do, or been incarcerated for drugs anyway. White people use drugs, but they don't get locked up for it. They may not know anybody whose family has been like busted apart because of the chaos in the hip hop music industry. So what happened was when the professor made the comment, Vlad immediately like starts to tag her employer, Princeton University. That was the impression he thought she still worked at Princeton, and he's tagging her employer, saying, you know, because I think that she had said something like, "It's a black conversation. You're white. Like you need to butt your way out of it." So rather than debating with her, he's like, "I'm tagging your employer. I'm calling your boss." And in a way that offended me because I remember. You know, kind of being at Syracuse and having people do the same thing. You know, Bill O'Reilly in particular at Fox News did that, where he's like, "I'm calling your boss," and it reminded me almost like plantation talk, like I'm calling your owner. Like who owns this Negro? Who you got to have a boss because there's no such thing as an independent free black person. So who is your boss? And I still go through that now. I have that now where people that want to cancel me, they're like, we're going to call so and so. I'm like, who the hell you gonna call? Ghostbusters? You can't. I'm not cancelable. The only way Boyce Watkins can be canceled is if Boyce Watkins decides to cancel Boyce Watkins. And I talked to him this morning, and he ain't canceling. He likes me. He thinks I'm doing a good job. So you can't cancel me. You can't cancel a free black man. You can't cancel a soldier. You can't cancel a man or a woman who knows who the hell they are and who ain't scared of you. Like what are you talking about? Right? But this sort of mindset it's almost like a Karenish kind of thing, and I think that they're accustomed to that. They sort of feel that all of us are owned by somebody else, and this goes back to the point I was making earlier about the dream about us being labeled or us seeing ourselves as economic babysitters. Whenever they talk about economics for Black people, they always talk about jobs. Well, we want to help it. Like I guarantee you, I bet you if I went up to a politician and said, Black wealth is dropping and we need to do something about economics in the Black community. What do you propose, Senator White Man? I bet you every nickel in my bank account that the first response is going to be, well, we're looking to create more jobs for African Americans. The Black unemployment rate is at a historic low. That's what they always brag about. They always start talking about how many jobs you got. We have many places for African Americans. When they integrated you so you could come and get jobs. They didn't integrate you to become owners or controllers of capital or anything or bosses. They integrated you so that you could become employees. And the thing about it was it wasn't just their fault though. It was also us. We were former slaves. We were just looking for a pay raise. We were like, look, I don't mind being a slave. I just want to be a high paid slave. I'll still be a slave, but you got to pay me because it was wrong for you to enslave me against my will and not give me any money. Now, this is different because I'm volunteering for slavery and you're compensating me. If you do those two things, then it's cool. I like slavery ain't so bad if you're getting paid for it. So really, to some extent, we are seen and we see ourselves as stewards of white economic power. We are the overseer. We are the bodyguard. We're the bouncer at the club. That's kind of how we see ourselves. It's not, and it's a mindset. It's a mindset. It's like, okay, can I am going into this world because my parents think that it's elitist for Dr. Boyce to talk about things like the $5 a day plan and invest for your child. They think that he's out of his mind to argue that no Black child really should have to work for anybody if their parents make a plan for them. That's crazy. That's a fantasy. That's an illusion. Whatever. Okay, yeah, my PhD's not real. Let's throw that in the toilet. So because my parents don't believe in anything better for me, they throw me out in this economy, this competitive economic system with no resources, no protection, no assets, no nothing. And the best thing I know to do, the best instructions they left me, I'm reading the instructions from mom and dad about what to do to survive in this economy. And it could say, buy real estate, start a business, make investments, sell stock options. It could say a lot of it, but no, it says fill out the application and go get a job and make sure that you get you a good job by getting a good education at the big white university down the street. I'm not making fun of anybody, I promise. I get carried away. So if I'm hurting your feelings, please chalk it up to my insensitivity. I apologize for that. Okay? But I hope that you will get my point. I hope you'll get my point. It ain't just that they see us as their economic babysitters. We see ourselves as the economic babysitters. A Black man to this point, as of 2024, and probably 25, 26, 36, 46, and 56, a Black man will get more praise and applause for getting a good job than he'll ever get for starting his own damn business. Tell me if I'm lying. Tell me if I'm lying. You would get more praise if someone comes along with some institution they've already built and they label you, they give you a fancy title, or you get some fancy degree. Like, I am now a neuroscientist and I work at such and such a hospital. You'll get more credit for that than being the person who says, I think I want to go build and own a hospital. People will be like, what? How are you going to do that? That's not possible. It's not possible to own a hospital. Well, shit, Jewish people do it. Have you ever heard of Jewish hospital? How many of y'all have heard of Jewish hospital? They don't think it's crazy. I'm not saying everybody can, but somebody can own something up in here. I mean, really. So when I was talking to that baby in the dream, That's what I was saying to the baby. I said, the reason that your parents are here now, I don't know, maybe the baby represents like your children, and I'm talking to your kids about the parents, and we were at a dinner, like we all gathered for a purpose in this dream. I don't know it. I'm still trying to process it. And I was like, well, the reason we're here now is because Black people need to stop being economic babysitters and start having our own children, because when you have your own child, it's yours. You can shape it into whatever you want it to be. You get to now it's hard work. It's hard work. It's not easy, and it's not glamorous. You don't get like an instant 8-year old. Right? You got to raise that baby from the time they're little, sickness and health. You got a ugly baby, pretty baby. You got to take care of it. These are your kids, and you can only have so many in your lifetime. But when you raise them and you're there and you are embedded in the root and the core of who that child is, you have a direct connection to the epicenter of that child's whole entire neurological existence. Like, you literally, that child really becomes an extension of you if you're really pouring in that time into that kid. But if you're like, if you think about it, like if I'm like the kid's track coach or something, I can have some influence, but I can't override the parents. Take it from me. I mentored a lot of kids. I used to coach track in Louisville, Kentucky. I'm a big track and field fan, by the way. I love track and field. And I was a track coach, and I loved the kids, and I did my absolute best to mentor them. But some of the kids, their parents were so damn crazy that that kid, I would find out, I would check on the kid 5 years later and say, how's so and so doing? Oh, he's selling drugs. I'll be like, yeah, that's kind of the direction that his family was sending him in. And I tried my best. So, me, I'm sitting there like, no, you could go to college and you could do this and you could do that. Please. My little sentences didn't have no influence over what they were seeing every single day in the house. So ultimately, the same thing is true when you talk about your economics. When you talk about great American institutions, great American corporations, when you talk about Apple and Google and Microsoft and Tesla and all these companies, in almost every single one of those situations, you see one consistent variable in most of these corporations, and that's this thing called racism. If I go to Google and I say, let's have a meeting of all the engineers that are working on the important algorithms and artificial intelligence plans for Google, and let's gather them all together, I'm going to see a bunch of white people, a bunch of Asian people, and a bunch of Indian people. I'm not going to see a lot of black engineers in that room. You know what I'm going to see black people? When they have the office party and they're looking for entertainment and they need a rapper or a comedian, oh, then you'll see Kevin Hart or somebody in there, or some rapper, Big Booty Frida or something, like that's what you're gonna see. You'll see us in there when it comes time for entertainment, but you don't see us in there when it's time to design the future of America, or to determine or discern the direction of the organization. And this is not just true in a place like a Google. I remember at Syracuse. I remember when I was on the faculty there, I said, you kind of ghettoized your black professors. All your black professors are over in Africana studies, but when you're making decisions that are going to drive the direction of this campus, there are no black people present. It's mostly white people. But here's the thing. Here's the truth of that. Remember, every yin has a yang. Every heads has a tails. Every coin has another side to it. So here's the other side of that coin, which brings it back to our accountability. The question is, why do we believe in an illusion that does not exist? What makes us believe that we can really walk up in somebody else's institution that they shaped in their image, that they built in their own way, and really think that we can really have a say in the direction of that institution? We might have helped to build it. We helped to build a lot of stuff. Black people helped to build a lot of things. But I will say this, when I was in Syracuse, I remember looking at the origin of Syracuse, and I saw the very beginnings of this institution when it was young and raggedy, and I saw a bunch of white men planning the future of this institution. So there were no black people there. So why would I expect as a black man that this institution is really going to truly be influenced by me when I'm kind of a economic babysitter? I'm a steward of their power. I am basically protecting and helping to build what they've already built. I'm riding on a bus that they already put the engine in. Do you understand? So I think that we have to really sort of train our kids to put an engine in their own bus. We have to train our children not to be economic babysitters, but to become parents of institutions that they can actually nurture and feed and grow the same way you nurture, feed, and grow your own child. I don't care how many hours you spend babysitting somebody else's baby, you will never be the parent. You will never be the parent. And so if you are a person who aborts all your kids, I don't want to make this political. I hope you get the analogy. I'm not talking about real abortion. I'm talking about economic abortion. We abort all of our best ideas. We get rid of them. We throw them away. We are absolute dream killers. We run up to each other because we haven't addressed our trauma, and we murder each other's dreams in broad daylight. That Negro can't do nothing. What are you talking about? That's crazy. You ain't got no money. You don't know what you're doing. Your business is stupid. I went there. Your food was terrible. This service is horrible. You need to be out of business. You're a scammer. Right? All these things, right? We destroy each other. We murder each other's dreams in broad daylight. We abort each other's businesses. There's literally mass murder, mass economic murder. That should be a term, MEM, mass economic murder in the black community, because whenever somebody tries to do something a little different, we're always waiting for them to fail. We are always looking for the mistake, looking for the reason that their business is not as good as the white business down the street, without considering the fact that they're trying to do 10 times as much with one third of the resources. They don't have they can't get the bank loan. They don't have the expertise. They're figuring out as they go along. They're making mistakes because that is what you do when you grow. If you look at the history of any of these big white institutions that are out here, you will find horrific mistakes that they made along the way. You can go look at McDonald's, you can look at IBM, you can look at all these corporations, and you will find situations where they made horrific mistakes, but they were able to continue to grow. They were able to learn and build off those mistakes. So ultimately, what I really think is that when you get back to that key premise of being an economic babysitter versus being an economic parent, if we don't embrace the idea of economic parenthood, if we don't embrace the idea of understanding the importance of building our own institutions, we will always end up feeling and looking like complete damn suckers. We're going to look like suckers. We're going to look like beggars. We're going to look like people that are looking for love in all the wrong places. We're going to be like the abused stepchild, because that's what you are. You're an economic orphan. When you go into this economy and you don't have roots that tie you to something that is absolutely yours or connected to your family, you are an economic orphan. And we know in this world, anybody who's read books like Oliver Twist, you know how orphans get treated. Orphans get abused. Orphans get abandoned. Orphans have to take whatever they can get. Orphans have nowhere to go. Orphans have no security whatsoever. So don't you dare throw your child out in this world as an economic orphan. You at least buy that damn little kid some shares of stock. You got time. Your 7-year old has another 11 years before they become an adult, and really another. If they're 7, they have another 18 years before their brain is fully developed and they enter the game of full-time economic warfare with white men who want to see him dead. So it is up to you to make the conscious decision, to be conscious enough to start making some little tiny investments for that child so they're not going out into this world butt naked. It doesn't mean you have to make them into a business owner. It does not mean they have to go and be a full-time entrepreneur. It does not mean that they can't work for other people. It just means you don't want to abandon them as an economic orphan, because according to people like Dr. Claude Anderson, that is a form of child abuse. That is child abuse. And so I circle back to that interview Young Jeezy did, where he talked about his mother and how his mother pulled a gun on him, and his mother used to threaten him and yell at him and be emotionally cold toward him, and she abused him, and she didn't even know she was abusing him because somebody probably abused her even worse. At some point, somebody's got to break the cycle. At some point, someone has to um, decide, you know what, this is enough. We're not doing this no more. This is not how we do it in this family. So I want to challenge you to be that person. This is your chance. This is your time. This is your time. When it's over, it's going to be over. When we're dead, no one's going to really remember us. They might, I'm hoping maybe they'll remember this Black economic revolution. I think that we've done some things in this generation that are worthy of remembrance, but they may not remember any of this. So this is your time. What are you going to do? The clock is ticking. Okay. I'm done. I don't have anything else to say, actually. So later on today, we're gonna do the portfolio power play. If you stick around for a second, I'll give you a link where you can join us today if you want to. Give me 1 second here. Let me see if I can find it. And also, if you're not on the text list, text the word stock to 87948. If you text, or sorry, text morning to 87948. If you text morning to 87948, then I'll send you the list of the African stocks that I talked about earlier. And let me see if I can find the link here, the Zoom link for today's portfolio power play. And if you're on the text list, if you text morning to 87948, I'll also text you all a reminder. It's going to be, it looks like it is, okay, 12 Eastern. Is that the time? Yeah. There, yeah, 12 Eastern, 12 Eastern. So we're gonna literally, it's all stocks. So I'm literally gonna just break down the stock market. You can ask me about stocks that you're interested in, stuff like that, and that's kind of what we do there. So let me put that link in the chat for you guys if you'd like to join us. Let's see. Let me make sure I hit this everyone button. There we go. Okay, so there's that link, and also if you want to join us in Philadelphia, the Get Money Fest is the 18th of May. And shout out to JRTs, and a lot of people will be there. Madam President, Tierra, KJ Williams, a lot of great people. So if you'd like to join us there, there's the link. If you'd like to take a look at that, I think it's standing room only. So you may want the free tickets are standing room only, but beyond that, because I think they're going to have a packed house. But if you want the VIP pass, that kind of gives you some access, and you can come upstairs and hang out with us as the VIPs. And then that's pretty much it. Okay, guys. So I'm going to get out of here. I hope you guys have a great day. And I hope this conversation was beneficial to you. I hope that this helped us to elevate our consciousness for today. And I hope you'll do at least one thing today that's going to move you forward in this journey. And we're going to meet tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern. We do this every single day, 7 days a week. And I appreciate all of you for hanging out with me. And I hope that I'm adding value to your life in some meaningful way. That I'm doing my absolute best. So take care. Have a great one. And I'll see you guys soon. Take care. Bye bye.
They stopped protecting the family, if they stopped nurturing for a week, if they just stopped, loving us for just a few days, we would die, we would perish. And so happy Mother's Day to everybody. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. And motherhood means a lot to me just because my mother chose to be a mother in a society that, a lot of times tells women, why would you want to be a mother? That's the kids are a pain in the butt and they're no fun. And all that's true. Kids are a pain in the butt. I know I was. And my mother chose to give birth to me. She gave birth to me even though she did not have much money. My mother was dead broke and poor. And let me just tell you what, the reason I respect the Black church is because the reason I'm standing here in front of you today is because what my 16-year-old mother did, she was 16 when she got pregnant, 17 when I was born, is she went to church and she was just, the pastor started preaching. She's sitting there crying. Nobody knows why she's crying, but she's crying because she's secretly pregnant. She's pregnant and couldn't tell anybody because y'all know how mean we can be to young mothers sometimes. You call them names and all this other stuff without realizing that they're carrying a gift from God. And so she went up to the altar and she's just praying. She's on her knees, just praying and praying and praying. And even when everybody gets up and walks back to their seat, my mother's still on her knees praying because she's scared. She's got this baby coming. And that was when she said she just gave me to God. She said, God, I'm going to give you this baby because I don't know what to do. I have faith in you and that I'm giving him to you right now. And so my whole life, maybe, who knows, maybe it creates like a heightened sense of importance in terms of my purpose, feeling like my purpose was given to me in a special way. But I really feel like I really feel like I'm on this mission from God. Like I feel like I was given to the world from God through my mother. And so Mother's Day, when I talk about Mother's Day, I'm talking about it from the core of my gut. And I will fight any man to the ends of the earth who feels that Black mothers should be disrespected because that's why we all exist, and I think that that's one of the most sacred things in the universe. And I want to say happy Mother's Day to every mother that gave life to their children, because again, you didn't have to do this. My mother easily could have went to Planned Parenthood and ended the whole nightmare right then. White folks always want to give us these simple solutions to our problems, and no disrespect for anybody that's made a different choice. I'm not here to make it political, but I will say that I do have a little bit of a bias because if she had not had what we talk about here. If she did not have financial consciousness, and what I mean is, but it wasn't really just financial, it was a level of consciousness where you can see beyond the here and now. When we talk about financial consciousness, we're talking about it in terms of investing. But remember, I've told you all that investments, most of the time, investments don't have anything to do with money. Your greatest investments typically have nothing to do with money. Let me know if you get this. Give me a yes if you're following this. Most of your investments are investments of love. Most of they're investments in people. They're investments in those little nappy head babies you got, where you think that they're a pain in the butt, but guess what? Guess who's going to be changing your diaper when you're 85 years old, 90 years old? It's those little kids that you're either neglecting or you're pouring into. Do you understand? That's an investment. Do you understand? So what I need you to understand is that my mother's ability to have the consciousness that we discuss every week in this class. Pay attention. I want y'all to really, really follow this. I'm not just doing this just to talk about my mama or just because it's Mother's Day. I told you that's what financial consciousness is. It drives me these streams of consciousness. Process this. If all my mother was able to see, if she was only conscious of what was going on in her life in 1971, then I would not be here today. My mother maybe she wouldn't have any kids. Maybe, I definitely wouldn't be here. And I've been a massive blessing to my mother. I paid off my mama's house. She wanted to pay the house off. I said, let me write the damn check right now because I owe you. Do you understand? So what I'm saying to you is that it's that consciousness that allowed her to do that. Maybe it's God consciousness. Maybe, again, this is why I think consciousness is very metaphysical. It connects you and wires you into the universe. When you're wired to the universe, you are wired to God. And my mother's God consciousness, and they say that actually, specifically speaking, God lives in the sixth dimension. I won't go into the mathematics of that, but I thought about that because we talked about dimensions a lot when I was teaching math at the University of Kentucky, and I really believe God lives in about the sixth dimension. The sixth dimension is when you see all of everything that does exist, could exist, might have existed, all that. So that God consciousness, that connection to God my mother had, that allowed her to at least understand that, look, the rest of your life is not going to be 1971. You're not going to be a 17, 16-year-old kid for the rest of your life. These difficult times you're experiencing, that is your reality in the here and now. And I want you to really process this. I want you to think about how many people miss opportunities when it comes to wealth or anything, relationships or anything, because they can't see past the moment. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like I really want you to make the connection. I want you to connect the dots here. People that tend to do well financially and otherwise are simply people that can see further down the road. And what these people have is they have a higher level of consciousness. Just like I was explaining to you, if I'm in a car and I'm on the freeway and I'm in bumper to bumper traffic, my vision is very limited. All I can see, I can't see past the cars in front of me. And also I can't see what's off of this road. All I see is the highway and the car in front of me. Like all those thousands of times I drove from Louisville to Lexington, Kentucky to go to college, all I could see was one highway, and that was all I knew. And then one day with my flight instructor, we took a flight from Louisville to Lexington, the same route I traveled thousands of times, and literally, I saw stuff I had never seen before. 99% of what I saw that morning is stuff I'd never seen before. And it opened my eyes to say, oh my God, there's so much more here that I'd never knew. But I didn't know there was a big canyon in the middle that was this beautiful with the big fog coming out of the canyon. Like it looked like smoke was coming out. It was because it's early in the morning. The most beautiful thing I'd ever, the sun's rising over it. I said, oh my God, this is amazing. So what I'm saying to you is that even when I think about Mother's Day and my mother and her decision to hand me to God and her ability to at least understand that her life wasn't always going to be, what it was at that moment, that's literally financial. That's a version of financial consciousness. She knew that her financial situation wasn't always going to be what it is, and so the idea of getting rid of the life inside your body because you're having temporary financial problems was not necessarily the right move for her. In fact, they even when they talk about people taking their own lives, I remember I heard somebody say this, in some ad. They said that they used the S word. I don't like to use it because I don't want to make anybody sad today. But when someone takes their own life, they said that is a permanent solution to a temporary problem. And a lot of people make permanent solutions to temporary problems, and they pick solutions that don't work. For example, in the 2007-2008 financial crash, which was literally a gift from God. It was an opportunity to buy stock for $30 that was going to be worth $200 just a couple of years later. A lot of people took a permanent solution to a temporary problem. They saw the crash that was right in front of them, what was happening right now, and what did they do? They sold their stock. Millions of black people sold their stock. They said, I got to get out of this market because if I stay here, I'm going to keep on losing money. It's going to be bad. The people who had consciousness, financial consciousness, said this too shall pass. They said that this day, what's happening right now, Tuesday, Tuesday, January 8th or whatever, 2007, it's not always going to be 2007. We're going to get past this. It's going to be fine. The market's going to recover. Back during that time when I was trying to go on the radio and talk about economic intelligence to the black community, which at that time it wasn't very popular. Now everybody's talking about it. I'm very happy about that. At that time, nobody was doing it. I remember saying that there's no time in history where the stock market has crashed and never recovered. There's no time in history where the market has went down and did not come back up. So what are you afraid of? What are you worried about? Why are you allowing your fear to make you so irrational that you are trapped in the moment and you're going to throw away a massive economic opportunity because you're scared right now? So if you want to translate that to a Mother's Day message involving specifically the mother of Boyce Watkins, I applaud my mother, and my mother and I have had this conversation. When I was sitting in the hospital with her in downtown Louisville, when we'd gotten that horrible cancer diagnosis, which she beat the cancer, thank God, right? And we were in our darkest moment, and she'd just gotten out of this surgery, and we didn't know if she was going to make it, and we were just doing a prayer together. And I told my mother, I said, I'm gonna be here with you, just like the day I was born. Me and you, we were in downtown Louisville, and it was me and you and the nurse, the white nurse. Nobody else was there. My father was not there. My relatives were not there. I had nobody there. And you were there for me at that time. I said, I'm gonna be right here with you, no matter what happens. So make those investments and be conscious of the bigger picture. Always remember there's something else coming after this. When something bad happens, this too shall pass. When something good happens, this too shall pass. So when the good times are coming, you prepare for the bad times. When the bad times are happening, you prepare for the good. Do you get what I'm saying? I think this is a great way to connect Mother's Day. And again, my sincere affection and love and appreciation for every mother out here doing their job, because I know that there are people out there that don't make it easy. I want to apologize on behalf of the men that are just mean, that just say mean things, because they've been hurt and they've gone through their experience and they just don't have good things to say about black women and black mothers I don't think they have a full understanding of what we've all gone through and how it's affected us. And so I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart for doing your job and investing in people like us. If my mother had protected me, do you understand what would have happened to me in that school system? If my mother had not stood up for me, when those white ladies wanted to put me on medication, put me in special ed, all kinds, hold me back, kick me out, all these other things. It was my mother who was that first line of defense. My father was very important too. Don't get me wrong. We're going to hit that on Father's Day for sure. For sure. My father's a hero to me because he didn't have to take care of me. I wasn't his biological son. But my mother, my mother was in there fighting with them teachers, So for all those mothers that are doing it, I want to encourage you because here's the thing: it wasn't easy. It was really hard. My mother, I did not make it easy for her. I was a rough child to keep up with. I can't be controlled by white folks. I've never been able to be controlled by anybody. So my mama couldn't control me either. So some of y'all got those little warriors in your house, those very strong young men that are strong-headed, know what they want out of life, and that's a wild Bronco that has to be managed. But if you love that Bronco, he's going to be loyal to you forever. And if you raise these kids properly, if we invest in them the way we should, you teach them wealth. We follow the Black Wealth Master Plan with these children. Learn to start a business by the age of 12, own stock by the age of 5, be in a position to buy their first property by the age of 21 because you've done the $5 a day plan for several years for them. Guess what? That wealthy little outrageous kid with the big mouth and all the energy that was very hard for you to manage and control is going to go out here and kick the world in its ass. And he's going to go conquer. He's going to be like this ferocious lion that's going to go out and he's going to go and hunt and kill. And everything he kills and hunts, he's going to bring it back to his mama. He's gonna bring it back to the people that he loves, the people that looked out for him when he was a little cub. And that's what I do. I go through the world. I am not a scared man. I was raised by a soldier. You will never punk me. I'm not scared of nothing. And so what I've done my whole life is I've gone out and I've hunted and I have killed and I bring it all back to my mama and say, Mama, what do you want? What do you need from me right now? So invest in people. Your investments in people are far more significant than any investment you'll ever make in money. And I know some people may not get it. Some people think I'm being hoity-toity about it, or I'm talking about stuff that's aloof and disconnected from money. No, this is more important than money, because what you got to understand is that even during slavery, people were a source of wealth. Black people were a massive economic base for white America. We built this country. We were the ones. They you could get a. Did you know you could get a mortgage on slaves if you had a bunch of healthy slaves? You could literally take that as collateral and go to the bank and say, I got all this wealth. And they say, well, what is your wealth? Well, I own these people. I have these people that will do what I tell them to do. And they say, oh, well, you're a very rich man because you got people. Do you understand? So a lot of y'all are rich and you don't even know it. A lot of you are very wealthy and you don't even know it. Now, by the way, Virginia says there's no sound. Can y'all hear me? Give me a yes if you can hear me. Let me know if you can hear me. I want to make sure my audio's coming through okay. Give me a yes if the audio's coming through all right. Okay, so let's get back to that point. Thank you. I'm sorry, Virginia. I don't know what's happening on your end. Maybe you got a reboot or something like that. But literally, a lot of you are millionaires and don't even know it. If you got 4 or 5 kids, and those little minds can be molded to be what you want them to be, that's a source of wealth. But just like any other asset, it has to be managed properly. Assets have to be managed. In fact, let me go into another stream of consciousness on this. And I decided today I was going to answer a few of your questions. And also, by the way, I'm going to give you guys a list of stocks that you can buy for under $10. I'm going to put this list in the chat. And also, if you don't see it or you don't get it, if you text the word stock to 87948, I'm going to send it out on that list later on today. Just some of you have seen this list before, but some of you are new and maybe you've never gotten it. But if you want to get started investing, here's a list of stocks you can buy for under $10, because I know some of us feel a little bit safer buying cheaper, less expensive stocks. So let me put this in here. So let me go into another aspect of my stream of consciousness. All right. So yesterday, my wife and I went to see this play in downtown Chicago at this theater called the Steppenwolf, and it was directed by Felicia Rashad, and it was a play that was written by a guy named Brandon Gordon Jenkins, is that right, babe? Yeah, so Brandon Jordan Jenkins or something like that. A brilliant young playwright who was a finalist for Pulitzer, stuff like that. And I see Antoinette's already saw the play. Yeah, it's called Purpose, and it was really good. And it didn't take me long to realize that the play was a reflection of on the family of Reverend Jesse Jackson. I picked up on that pretty quickly, that it was sort of reflecting on this family and I guess what challenges they had. I mean, there were so many similarities you could easily tell. Like the patriarch was an old school civil rights leader, the who had some babies out of wedlock. The son was bipolar and he'd just gone to prison. His wife was going to go to prison. That happened to Reverend Jesse Jackson's family. His son and his son's wife, Sandy, both went to prison for some political stuff. And anyway, so I was watching this play and it was really, really good, right? It was really great. The acting was superb. The directing was amazing. The writing was extraordinarily good. But for me, it affected me a little bit because I do know the Jackson family, and I know the sister Santita really, really well. And I remember Santita telling me stories about how tough it was to be the child of Jesse Jackson, right? She talked about just thinking, literally expecting that her father would get killed, just like her daddy's best friend, Martin Luther King. She just said, I just knew my daddy was going to get killed. And I just assumed that that was supposed to happen to all kids, that their daddies die, when they're young. And so there was a lot of trauma, a lot of tragedy, a lot of hardship that came, I think, with being part of that family. But then again, though, there were a lot of there were some mistakes for sure. And also, I think, though, at the same time, I wasn't sure how I felt about someone sort of writing a speculatory piece about someone else's family in a way that probably didn't make them very happy. I'm sure the family wasn't happy to be portrayed that way, because I don't know if we're always able to be balanced in terms of sort of knowing what where we can give a little bit of grace while at the same time being honest, but still kind of saying, okay, this family sort of went through some things, and also playing politics at the highest level is kind of a dirty game. It's kind of a dirty game in the sense that a lot of the things that I believe that the things that Jesse Jackson Jr. went to prison for, I believe that there are a lot of politicians in Chicago that do the same thing. Chicago's a very corrupt place. It's very corrupt. It's so corrupt that it's almost like you have to be corrupt to fit into this corrupt system. Like if you look at the history of Chicago, it's just been horrifically corrupt. I think we've had about 3 governors in Illinois that have gone to prison. That's how crazy Illinois is. It's ridiculous. And so anyway, but enough of that, right? I'm not here to speculate on the Jackson family and how they feel about this film or what they did or did not do. I can say for sure, though, I will say this. I like the play. I recommend it. It was well done, and I think it's a story worth seeing. But I don't think that we can assume we're seeing everything from an honest perspective. I'd like to hear the Jacksons family side, and I did hear it a little bit. Again, like I said, I knew some of the Jacksons and stuff like that. But I'm not here to pretend like anybody's perfect. But here's what I wanted to get to. So in the play, and I looked up when I was watching the play, one of the things I always process is whenever I see the name of the play is called Purpose. And whenever I watch a movie or a play, I don't really just look at the story or the characters. I want to also study the person who created all this. I want to understand the mind of the individual from which all this came. Because what happens, I find, is that a lot of playwrights and filmmakers and whatever, they speak through their characters, if you know what I mean, right? Like they will express their own issues or their own beliefs or their own political sensitivities through their characters, right? So of course, with Brandon Jacob Jenkins, I think that's his name. I read his background. He grew up in D.C. He had 2 parents, and his dad was a dentist, and he studied. I think he went to Juilliard and NYU, got his master's there, and I forgot what he did for undergrad. Princeton. He went to Princeton. So of course, I'm watching this, right, and the play is very much in tune with a lot of the more traditional, old school family values. The pastors or the patriarch's wife is very loyal and committed to keeping the family together. The family has a lot of fallout because they've got this big shadow of a man as the main patriarch, and the sons are trying to keep up with the big image that their father created. I promise this is getting back to the economics, so just bear with me on this as I tell the story. So the father has this big shadow because he's basically he was Jesse Jackson, but he was something else. He was this famous black pastor in Chicago, who was part of the civil rights movement, whose son was bipolar and went to prison. That kind of narrows it down. And the sons, as a result of sort of living under their father's shadow, one of the sons was on the spectrum for autism because of all the hoopla around his family. He couldn't take it. The other son was just bipolar, right? So he was spending time trying to earn the approval of his dad and really kind of struggling to be the man that his father was in the eyes of other people, right? Kind of like maybe Bronny James, LeBron James' son. He's not a great basketball player like his daddy was, so he's trying. There's the pressure of keeping up with that. Michael Jordan's sons had the same problem, I suspect. So, long story short, so this was kind of the whole story and the whole narrative. But one thing that was interesting was that based on the what I read in the bio about the director, I was like, okay, I'm waiting for the white liberal ideologies to kind of come in as well, right? So I'm like, where's the gay character? Where is the character? Where's the non-traditional stuff that's going to come in that he learned in Princeton? Because a lot of people don't understand this, but universities can be, if you want it to be critical, and I taught at universities for many, many years, they can be considered to be indoctrination factories for various ideas, particularly very leftist ideas, right? And I'm not against those ideas. I think some of those ideas are okay, but what does happen is sometimes they clash with traditional black family values, right? That's the reason why Dr. Claude Anderson, one of the greatest economic thinkers since Marcus Garvey, arguably the greatest since Marcus Garvey, right up there with Garvey, has never been invited to speak at Howard University, even though he lives right down the street. I mean, I just processed that Dr. Claude Anderson, the author of Powernomics, which was considered to be the economic Bible for the black community, in 40, 50 years has never once been invited to speak at Howard University, which is supposed to be an HBCU. Right. So this kind of to me exposes, because think about it, and they've had many mediocre white people speak. They paid them tens of thousands of dollars, some of them with fees as much as $100,000. They paid that with no problem. But Dr. Anderson, they wouldn't even bring him in for free. Right. And so what this really says to me, and this is a reminder that sometimes the value system of white liberals is not consistent with traditional black family values. And one problem too is that when you talk about things like integration and the civil rights movement, Dr. King began to realize before he died that we were integrating into a burning house. How many of y'all remember that? Give me a guess if you remember Dr. King speaking about how we're integrating into a burning house, that there's really nothing magical about going through life as a black person saying, I want to imitate white people as much as possible. I want to be as close to white people as I can be. I want to be just like them. I want our community to be like their community, our families to be like their families. Whatever they're doing is right and whatever we're doing is wrong. I think that was the wrong way to approach integration altogether. So here's what I saw in this play that's really interesting, and I'm stretching a little bit. I admit this, but this is what I really believe. So I saw this, and here's what was going on, right? So what happened was you had the playwright who was expressing himself. By the way, he probably the play really could have been called issues we have with the patriarchy, right? Like basically, why we can't stand these old school black men who had strong families because they don't believe in all the things that we believe in, like the gayness and the trans stuff, and the single mamahood, being sort of all the rage and all this other stuff, or abortion, whatever. They're not in alignment with those ideas. I'm not saying that you shouldn't be. I'm not saying those things are bad. I'm not saying. I want to make it clear. Give me a yes if you understand. I'm not telling you what to believe on any of these. I'm not telling you to be pro-life or pro-choice. I'm not telling you there's anything. There's definitely, I'm definitely not going to speak negative about single mothers, right? Because we know that that's complicated, right? I want to make sure we're clear on this so that you don't think I'm telling you which side to pick. But what I'm saying is that it became pretty apparent to me that there was this sort of idea being shared in the play through the playwright, which I think I would be curious to know what his experience was with his father. I'd be curious to know I looked him up and I said, I bet you, I told my wife, I said, I bet you he does not have a black wife. In fact, I wonder if the playwright has a boyfriend or whatever. No disrespect to that, right? But you're in that space. You're in that whole Juilliard playwright performing art space, and you know what it comes with, right? It's kind of a liberal space. Nothing bad about it though. We got a daughter that's all into that, so nothing bad. But they're different from, say, traditional Southern family values, like like my daddy had, right? So here's what I want to get to. Here's the point I want to get to, and this comes down to investing. When it comes to investing in people, I told my wife, I said, here's what's happening in this play. And I think it makes sense based on the situation. So you're Jesse Jackson, and that's basically who they were portraying in this play. And you're from the South, and you have certain beliefs about family, about faith. You get married, you take care of your wife, you stay married, you raise your kids, whatever you go out and you fight for them and you build a great life. So you've done these things, right? So now you become pretty famous. You're like Hollywood now, right? So now you got a lot of money, a lot of access, and you spent your whole life. Pay attention now. You've been fighting for this thing called integration. You've been fighting for the rights of black people to live with white people, to go to the same schools as other people, to shop at the same businesses, to mingle with these captains of industry, right? To rub elbows with the CEO of Exxon or whatever. And then your children now, they're going to these private schools. They're living in these fancy white neighborhoods. They can go to Princeton, Yale, and Harvard, right? And what is interesting to me is what then happens though is that you are putting your children, you're trying to defend your legacy, right? Which the father could not defend. The father's biggest challenge was, my children are not continuing the legacy I started. My children are not a shadow of the man that I am. My children don't have the same values. My children are not in alignment with who I am, who my daddy was, and who my granddaddy was. I don't know who these guys are. But then if you think about this, though, process this. You spent your whole life fighting for this magical thing called integration. You want to be next to rich white people. Well, rich white people don't have the same values as hardworking traditional families from the South. They don't. they're different. They say things different. They wine and cheese parties, and everybody's sexually open, and there's 85 different genders, and like and the patriarchy's bad, and all these other things. Or yeah, you don't like somebody, you just divorce them, and you should choose to be a single mom. That's easier that way. Just whatever, right? Just these interesting ideas that are just very, very different. And that to me is one of the consequences of deep alignment with white liberalism that some of us fall into as Black people. I told my wife Alicia, I said, my belief is that if this father really wanted to defend his legacy, if him and the mother really wanted their children to be similar to them and have similar values, they should have probably educated those children themselves. They should have probably kept the children close to them, right? You got to understand. See, if you want your kids to be like you can't always just keep dropping them off at the babysitters. Because if your child's spending more time with the babysitter than they are with you, well, they're going to pick up values from the babysitter. They're gonna, if the babysitter likes basketball, your kid's gonna come home saying, I want to play basketball. Right? There's nothing wrong with playing basketball. But if you want them playing football, then you got to take them with you to the football field. You got to keep them close to you. Right. And I think that we've lost some of this in the sense that um, I think we don't understand cultural contagion well enough to realize that that one of the most important investments that we need to make, going back to that investment in people and children and all that, one of the biggest investments we make with children is you got to spend time with them. If you want your kid to learn how to run the family business, you got to involve them. You got to give them opportunities to be a part of the family business. You got to talk to them about stuff. I told my wife, I said, if I had kids again right now, you know what I would do? I don't think I would do my best to never send my child to school ever with anyone. You know what I would do? I would hire a couple good tutors to travel with me and my boy, and we go do what we gonna do. I'm gonna do the Dr. Boyce Watkins thing. He's gonna be right there, right next to me every day because he's getting on the job training on what it means to continue this legacy, and he's gonna love it. He's gonna be like The Rock. The Rock, Dwayne Johnson. He went into WWE, and there's video of The Rock when he's 13 at his daddy's WWE events. His daddy was a WWE wrestler too. I don't know what he called himself. Maybe he called himself the Pebble or something. I have no idea. But anyway, The Rock's father was this big, bulky wrestler, and you can see his 13-year-old son at the wrestling matches with his dad, like looking up in this admiration, like, I want to be like him. You understand? So I really thought about this, and I said, Rocky Johnson, thank you. So he was so the Rocky and then the Rock. Okay, that makes more sense. He probably wasn't the Pebble. The Pebble sounds kind of wimpy, right? But still, though, I personally think that if you want your children to continue the legacy, you've got to stop worshiping other people. You've got to stop sort of believing, and this is not a criticism to the Jackson family at all, because I told you I know some of them. I liked them. They were always nice to me. I know it's complicated. I get it, but still, they were very sweet to me. So I'm never ever going to say anything negative about those folks. Reverend Jackson, he was always very kind. He gave me one of the best compliments. He literally told me on the phone in 2009. He said, if Dr. King were around, he'd be quoting you every day, Dr. Watkins. He'd be quoting you. And I don't know if he was just being flattering, but that was kind of like, whoa, Jesse Jackson just said that. That's cool, right? But anyway, but with that being said, though, I kind of think that we'd have to sort of, if you really want the children to connect to what you're doing and who you are and to take what you're doing to the next level, I think you have to work really hard to help them see how important the work is that you're doing. Like I mean, really, like it's like if I really believe that my family business is really important, then why would I be like, oh yeah, I want to send my kid off to Princeton and to go work for IBM or whatever. No, working with me is important too. I'm your dad, I'm your mother, whatever. Like this is important also because this is our family legacy. Pouring into what we have is just as important as pouring into what they have. I'm gonna support you no matter what. I'm not gonna force you to do anything, but I want you to really see why this matters and where the benefits are. Because do you know when I was in Baltimore, I remember they were showing me around Baltimore, and they showed me this abandoned strip mall that looked like it was just kind of dilapidated and everything else. There was not a single operating business in this strip mall. And he said, this area used to be full of booming black businesses. And I've heard this story many, many times. 18th Street in Louisville, Kentucky, where I'm from, same thing. 18th Street, I mean, it doesn't even look like a place where you would ever expect to see any significant black business being done. But in the 1940s and 1950s, booming nightclubs, restaurants, everything else, right? And the same thing was true here, right? And what he said was that there was, he said the problem was that a lot of the kids didn't want to run their parents' businesses because their parents, what they thought they were working hard for was integration. They thought that they said, I'm working hard in this business so I can send you to college and I can send you to all these places where you can get invited to what I consider to be the tables of power. And I think that that's incorrect. I think really to the core of my soul that the dominant educator of black children should really be black people. And I believe that in 2024, we have the best opportunity in history to take the mantle of educating black children. I really do. I really believe that a parent who simply sits with their child for 3 or 4 hours a day, doesn't even have to be the whole day, 3 or 4 hours a day on the internet, and has them go through lessons and learning things and understanding how the world works, I believe that child will have a better education than a kid who goes to a place like Chicago Public Schools where 70-80% of the black children are coming out and they can't even read or do math at grade level. I just believe that. And I also believe it's not just important in terms of the quality of the education and skill, but it's really about the value system that gets injected into the child. You see, if my values are wrong, it doesn't matter how smart I am. If my values are corrupted, it doesn't matter how well trained I am. It doesn't matter how skilled I am. It doesn't matter how good I am at anything. If my values are incorrect, then that means that the bigger the weapon you give me, the bigger the gun you give me, the more I'm going to use that gun to kill people I love. I'm going to take that gun, I'm going to point it and shoot it in my mother's face because you didn't understand that it's not how powerful my gun is, it's where I decide to aim the damn thing. It's not what I have, it's what I do with it. And I want you to process this, right? I saw a great woman at Spelman who gave a speech where she talked about the fact that black faces in high places will never save us. And I want you to really think about how many high-powered black people we have who have risen to the heights of power, sit at the halls of power, tables of power, but literally would never in a million years ever think to use that power to actually do anything for the community from which they came. I know someone who works at a multi-billion-dollar hedge fund or something, and he said we just hired a black woman that's going to head this department, and she's in charge of a budget in the billions, in the billions. And I said, well, what kind of black person is she? Is she black or is she really black? And he said, oh, she's just black. She's not really black. And I looked up, I Google searched her, looked at her bio, and everything was just about as racially ambiguous as you would ever find. There was nothing that I saw in her history that said, okay, she's really like down for the cause. But then again, you have to think about America, right? Would she, if she was that kind of a black person, right? Would she even be in the position that she's in? The answer is probably no. It's probably no. I mean, really, if you're a happy white guy and you're running this company and you want to hire black people, why in the hell would you hire a Boyce Watkins? I wouldn't hire me if I were white. I wouldn't, because I'm gonna come up in there and I'm gonna redirect the whole ship. I'm gonna be like, we're gonna turn this sucker around. We're gonna do some reparations right now. We got some stuff. We got some important business to handle, and that's not super popular, right? Because we don't necessarily have the numbers to be able to justify a major corporation really inserting that much energy into the black community. I get that. I understand that. But what we have to do is I think that we can learn something from the Jewish community, though. I think we can learn something from the Jewish community because the Jewish community, again, as much as I'm gonna tell you the honest God truth, I'm not a big fan of what's happening in the Middle East. I'm also not a big fan of this. I kind of think it's funny that anytime you criticize anything they do, they always call it anti-Semitism. But I think that's like the ultimate hustle. That shows the power. The power is like, no, we're so powerful financially that we're going to just change laws so that anytime you say something that we don't like, we're just going to label you as anti-Semitic, and that's going to get you in trouble, right? And I think they're going to legislate that at some point because 93 out of 100 senators all get money from AIPAC, which is the lobby for Israel and all that, right? Which is fine. That's another conversation for another day. Not complaining about that. I'd rather focus on us. But what I think we can learn though from this is the following. That particular group of people is only about maybe 2.3% of the population. We're like 13%. They're like 2.3%. And to see a group that's that small accumulate that much independent economic power is absolutely mind-boggling. It is fascinating. It's like, you know what? I don't agree with you. Some of the stuff you do gets on my nerves. I kind of respect that. How did you do that? Seriously, I really think there has to be a moment where you stop getting mad about it and kind of say, man, let's reverse engineer this. Let's understand this. And let me just tell you, I've spent some time thinking about this. I really have. And one of the things I think that's really critical that's happened here is they've done a great job of integrating, but they're integrating from a position of power. See, they always wanted to integrate. They even wanted to assimilate. They wanted to assimilate. They're like, we want people to like us and to let us become part of whatever. So they did a lot of what we did. I think the difference was though that they came in with a type of intentionality that maybe we can learn from. Now, again, though, our situation's different, right? We were kind of the hated group. We were hated more than anybody, but there were a lot of people who didn't like Jewish people either. If you go back, you'll see where they have signs that say, no dogs and no Jews, stuff like that, right? So this was a real reality for them too, right? But again, I don't compare. I don't want to get into the oppression Olympics, like who went through the worst or whatever. I think that what we went through dominates anybody and everybody else. I really do. It was longer. It was more dramatic. It was a bigger theft. It killed culture. It killed a lot of things. Right. Let's start there. But here's the thing I want you to kind of think about though, is that when we're integrating, like if you think about the Great Black Migration, where we all went from the South up to the North and to California, what were we looking for? What were we looking to do? Why did answer me in the chat? It's one word. It starts with the letter J. Why did millions of Black people migrate from the South to South Central California or Compton to New York to the North to Detroit, Chicago? Why were they moving north? Jobs. It was all about getting jobs. Jobs, jobs, jobs. And I wonder what would have happened if we integrated from just with a different kind of mindset that says, yeah, I might start with a job, but my ultimate goal is to get a capital base. My ultimate goal is to own something. My ultimate goal is to have wealth and property and assets. Like what if I had a time machine and I went back to 100 years ago to 1924 and I was speaking on the radio every single day. I'm a time traveler. This guy Boyce Watkins that came out of nowhere, but I really traveled from the year 2024. And every single day I speak to them the same way I speak to you. And this time, instead of my contemporaries being who they are, they're W.E.B. Du Bois and Marcus Garvey and a lot of other people. And I'm just sort of doing this every single day. And let's say that there were 1 million people who understood the things that I'm talking to you guys about right now, which is the importance of having a capital base and how a capital base, if you have those assets to manage, that gives you freedom, that gives you mobility, that gives you the ability to get things done. And then also we worked on relationships so we could do things in a collaborative fashion and truly practice powernomics because we have the ability to work as a group. And then also at that time, we had more stable families. People got married, they stayed married. The children were more influenced by the parents. You also remember you didn't have integration at that time. So Black people had to work with other Black people. Black people had to they have these communities where you had the doctor, the lawyer, the dentist, the garbage man, and the maid all living in the same neighborhood. So it created a different kind of community. So you had communities, you had families, you had churches, you had people that really wanted to be on the same page because they kind of had a common adversary, which was the oppression that they were dealing with. I really think that when the 1960s came along and somebody said, we're going to desegregate, there could have been a greater conversation about the fact that desegregation is different from integration. That desegregation means that we don't have to be separate. We can mix if we want to, but we don't have to do that. We still want to have a little something of our own. We still want to own some assets that belong to us. We want to do what the Italians did when they went and they created Bank of America and turned that into a massive Italian power play. Y'all don't even know that the Bank of America was connected to the Bank of Italy. That ultimately it was an Italian family that came together and sort of made things happen. Or and then if you just looked all throughout the country and just what different mafia families did, Donald Trump, that's one of his histories of corruption. Is he did a lot of business with the mob because to be realistic, in the 1970s, to do $400 million construction projects, you had to talk to the mafia. They controlled the labor unions and the construction workers and all this other stuff. If you didn't talk to them, then they would shut your whole operation down. So effectively, you've had these families and these groups, a lot of immigrant groups that have been able to integrate, but still separate just enough to make sure that they had some sort of a capital base, some sort of a base of operational power that solely belonged to them. I feel that with us, we kind of went deep into the whole like integrate with jobs sort of thing. And that really diluted a lot of our power because in America, if you integrate as an employee, you're not going to have a lot of power in this country. And that's really if you're white, black, Asian, or anything. America is not a country where employees have a lot of the power. America is not a country where consumers have a lot of the power. America is not a country where renters have a lot of the power. The power belongs to the people that own capital, right? So effectively, what I thought about with this play purpose was I said, if number one, if the patriarch really wanted his children to follow his legacy, I think that maybe a deeper investment in the children, keeping them close to you and next to you, would have done a little bit more to make sure that they understand why the work that you're doing is very important. We tend to think things are important if we're exposed to them. Like for example, my father was a cop. And I respect good cops because I saw what my father went through. I saw, it's hard to have your father in a profession where he could die any day. My father's had to kill people to stay alive, to protect others, right? So he was a cop, but here's the thing: he kept me away from what he did as a cop. He never took me out in the streets with him. He never took me on a beat. He didn't take me to the office. I didn't even know where his office was located, and that was because he did not want me to do what he was doing. He did not feel that being a police officer was as noble of an outcome for his son as, say, becoming a finance professor or a lawyer or a doctor. So what did I do? Well, I did what Daddy said. I went off to college and became a college boy, and I became somewhat different from my father. I come home and I got a big stack of books on econometrics and mathematics, and he's laughing because I can't fix the sink. I don't know how to. My father built a whole extension to the house. He has all these skills in home building that I never learned because he was so busy pushing me in the direction he wanted me to go. It was almost like I'm nobody. I want you to be better than me. And I think that that's kind of what we believe. We want our kids to be better than us. But then again, it kind of makes me think like, well, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? I mean, you're a good person. Most of you are, I assume, right? Because you're here. I like you. You're hardworking. You're focused. You're a learner. You're clearly a learner because you're sitting and you're coming to see me every morning, and you don't have to do this. You could be doing anything. It's a Sunday morning. What's wrong with you? And who really taught you that those white people in fancy offices are better than you? What? Because they got more money than you? Who cares? Is that your only metric? If having more money automatically makes a person better than you, then you should probably just become a white supremacist. You should probably just sign up for the Klan right now because white people have all the money. They have all the money. You can dress anything up with money. It's like putting lipstick on a pig. You can put lipstick and perfume on the pig, but that does not make that pig into Miss America. Money dresses things up. Money covers things up. Money makes something beautiful that's actually ugly and nasty. It makes something seem healthy that's actually toxic. It makes things look good that are actually evil to the core. And they'd say, oh, well, people are simple-minded. Their consciousness isn't very high. So we're just going to dress it up with money. We're going to take debaucherous, horrific, self-destructive behavior coming out of some ignorant drug addict who maybe worships the devil, and we're just going to put a lot of money around it. And that's going to make people admire that person and say, oh my God, you're so successful. You should come and talk to the kids at our elementary school. And nobody really stops to say, wait a minute, that doesn't know. See, so the point is to say that you can't just assume that because somebody's got more money than you, that they're better than you. And I just ask you, like, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with your kids looking at you and saying, I want to be like my dad. I want to be like my, or I want to be a better version of my dad. I want to be a better version of my mom. Do you understand? Maybe I don't want to be exactly like them, but I want to be a better version. Now, mind you, I'm gonna be honest. I'm kind of glad my father didn't guide me to being a cop because that was a dangerous job. But maybe he could have guided me to something. He could have at least taught me how to fix stuff around the house. I would have loved to hang out with him and learn how to, do the plumbing and put up the walls and everything. I don't know how to do any of that, right? So really, what I would just say to you is that when we bought into the integration myth, where we're shipping our children away, so they can so they can go digest values and culture from others that we admire more than ourselves, that often backfires because then when the person comes back and you say, I built this legacy, I've been working my butt off to build this family business, the business that put you through college, I need somebody to help me now. Well, your kid's not going to be interested. They're going to be like, no, I'm going to go work with the white people because they got nicer stuff and that's just more fun for me. And so again, if I could do it over again and I have kids, I would have about 6 kids, and all 6 of those kids will be kicking it with me every single day, every chance I got. Now, because I'm a busy man and I don't want to spend the whole day just teaching kids, I would hire like a couple of tutors and make sure those kids were learning at the highest levels. And then every time I took a trip, I would take them with me and we would educate ourselves through the world. Because remember, everything that's in a book is nothing more than a printing of things that are happening in the world. So the book is a replica of the world. It's a digested. It's like a when I make a pill and it comes from a certain type of herb that comes out of a tree, right? The pill is just a reflection of what's already in nature. Do you understand? So the book, what you read in a textbook in school, is just sort of an artificial, almost virtual reality version of what you see in the world. So why not educate your children by taking them around the country with you as you are building your business or doing whatever it is that you're doing, or taking them with you every day to the shop, or taking them with you every day when you're doing negotiating contracts and all this other stuff. And then what you'll find is not just that they're going to learn a hell of a lot more, but you're going to be a whole lot more closer and they're going to align with your values. So when I saw that show Purpose, or that really great play Purpose, I said, um, don't get me wrong. I don't think anybody's perfect, and I'm not going to say that they were off point in terms of the challenge of living under the shadow of a great black man like Jesse Jackson. But I said, I really think if I was him and I wanted my sons to really carry on my legacy, I would understand the importance of training them on just what is required to be a Jesse Jackson. You can't just tell them, you got to show them. You got to put them through the fire. They got to go through, you have to simulate enough pressure that it will match the amount of pressure that you had to go through to become the great man that you are. A lot of y'all are great. A lot of you, seriously, raise your hand, brag about yourself as you. A lot of y'all have overcome a lot. A lot of you started from the bottom. Now you're here. You started from with poverty and trauma and chaos around you, and you've built a better life for yourself. You should be very proud of that. I think that's amazing. And I want you to reflect on, again, consciousness exercise. I want you to reflect on just how hard that was. Right? How many times you had to damn near hit rock bottom, go through the pits of hell, go through extraordinary pain in order to get to where you are. And the problem with your kids is your kids are not going to go through any of that pain. So they're not getting the high level training that you're getting. You got put through God's training camp, and somehow somebody told you that that was bad. And I don't think it's bad. I look at my life and I look at all the horrible things that happened, and I'm not saying I want everybody to go through that, but shit, I'm glad I did. I'm glad I did, because I learned that if you have the right attitude and you fight through whatever you're dealing with, it's only going to make you stronger. It's only going to make you better. So even your pain is a blessing. Your pain, your challenges, your struggles are opportunities, opportunities for growth. But we live in a wimpy ass world. I'm sorry. I think we live in a world that's soft. We live in a world where they all the kids play, all the kids compete, and everybody gets a trophy like they all won first place. They don't all shouldn't get first place. Maybe you get a participation sticker or something, right? For getting eighth place. That's fine. We love you too. But the kid that put in the extra work, I think, should get an extra reward. So really, I just personally think that some of what we're seeing, everything that's progressive isn't always good. And I would encourage you to, as you invest in yourself and invest in your family and invest in the people around you, pick your own standards and be comfortable with that. Be honest with that. But also remember that a lot of these things that they do address, like the things they address in the movie Purpose, are things that you might address in therapy that involve healing. Like, for example, the patriarch was very dismissive of what his sons were going through. He didn't believe it. He didn't care. He wasn't empathetic. Well, those are skills that I do think that someone from that old school, traditional, heavily traumatized background can learn that will make his family better. So I think you could be a great leader, but still be a good person at the same time. But I think it requires a commitment to all these things, the commitment to really even knowing what a great leader is. A lot of people don't even know what a great leader is. They think that for men, being a great leader means being the alpha male, like I'm going to just dominate and dismiss everybody and crush everybody and oppress everybody. That's not how you lead a group. That's not how you run a family. That's not how you get true loyalty from the people that are supposed to follow you. It's supposed to be a give and a take. It's supposed to be an ecosystem, just like economics. I talk to you all the time about recursive economics and how economics is an ecosystem. I give to you, you give to me. I pour into you, you pour into me, right? And not understanding that and thinking it's all about me and I get to be the family narcissist and everyone else must just circle around me and bow. That's not appropriate. That's not going to work. You're going to hurt a lot of people in that process, and they're not going to be loyal to you. They're going to secretly hate your guts because you're not even listening to how they feel. And I think that all these things can be incorporated into the Black family. So not every progressive idea is bad. My daughter, my adopted daughter, she's very progressive, and I learned a lot from her. But also, I come in as an old school Southern Black man that doesn't tolerate a lot of BS, and she learns from me too. I taught her a lot about manhood. And I'm like, look, sometimes somebody got to pay the bills. Sometimes somebody's got to put their feelings to the side and go make it happen. This is what I think a man needs to show up and do. And this is how I'm going to show up. And she respects that because when she's going through it, she knows she can count on Boyce. She knows I'm not going to ball up in the corner and cry in the fetal position because things got hard. So sometimes you need that. You need all of that, right? And I think that forming your own relationship with all these things is how you're going to be successful. Don't listen to the world, listen to yourself. Because again, the fact that you've been coming in here every day means you're probably smarter than 70, 80% of your friends. So you're going to have to turn to higher sources in order to understand how you want to navigate the world. All right. So anyway, I hope that this conversation was beneficial. I'm going to answer a few questions before we go. And in case you don't know, in case you want me to connect the dots in terms of what we do in financial consciousness training, as I like to talk about all the things that connect to our economics, that connect to investing. And when I talk about investing, I'm not usually talking about money. I'm talking about any scarce resource that you allocate with the goal of acquiring more in the future. So just spending time in this room is an investment. Right? And I want you to do, and I always have to go back to that because I don't want people to think that I'm just talking about any and everything. No, I'm really talking about investing. No bigger investments you're ever going to make than the investments in your family. That's going to be bigger than any financial investment you make. And it's important for you to know, especially if you don't have a lot of money. If you don't have a lot of money, you're still an investor. You're still wealthy. You still got power. You still got stuff around you. All that stuff just has to be recognized and shaped in a way that fits the image that you want to see in the world. Manifest, manifest, manifest. That's my belief. That's my message for today. All right. So what I'm going to do is answer a few of your questions. If you have any questions about anything economically related, and also here's that list again of the stocks you can buy for under $10. So we can so for some people that really want like the direct financial stuff, here's something that can help you. And also I'm going to text this out a little bit later on today. So if you don't see the link, just text the word stock to 87948. I'm going to send this out a little bit later on. Let's see. Do I think hip hop is good or bad for the Black community? I think it's mixed. Hip hop is like the Black church. I think churches are good and churches are bad. It depends on which church you're talking about. So I think with rappers, it's like, which rapper are you talking about? The good ones or the bad ones? How do I put my book on Amazon? I would go to Fiverr and just find somebody that can do it. That's what I did with my book. I literally wrote the book and then I found somebody to edit it on Fiverr. And then I found somebody to put it on Amazon on Fiverr. Fiverr is really good. And also Upwork is another great place to get people that you can hire. Make sure you check the reviews though. Let's see. If I was 29 with no kids, married, no ownership of a house, but 20K plus debt, but inherited 150K, what would I do? Okay, I would invest in like an S&P 500 index fund, maybe like the ticker symbol SPY or VOO, Victor Oscar Oscar. If you go to blackwealthmasterplan.com, there's something there, the $5 a day plan. Also, I would look to buy property as soon as I could. If you are paying rent, why not take that rent and put it toward a home? Now you got a little bit of capital to do that. Also, we in our prime class, we actually people with that amount of capital, you literally can make enough income every week where you can pay all your bills and not have to work ever again if you manage the money properly. So if that's of interest to you, just go to drboyceprime.com, drboyceprime.com. Like, so for example, if I had $100,000 or whatever, and I wanted to buy, I don't know, let's say 700 shares of Facebook stock, which might cost about 140,000 plus I could use margin and get another 140. I could off that 700 shares of Facebook stock make approximately $7,000 a month in extra income from selling the options, and it wouldn't be a highly risky investment. I could buy puts to protect my position. So ultimately, basically, when you have that kind of inheritance, $150,000, that's enough. If you know how to manage it, that's enough for you to never have to work again. Let's see here. All right, so let's see. Put your question in the Q&A section if you're inside the Zoom. If you're not on the text list, if you're not on the text list for Money in the Morning, text the word morning to 87948. If you text morning to 87948, I'll send you a reminder periodically when we meet in the morning. We meet every morning at 10 a.m. for financial consciousness training. Let's see. My husband wants to join today. CapitalSyndicate.com. I think it's a scam. What's your opinion on private lending and real estate as a moneymaker? You know what, Veronica? I'm not a fan of investments that don't have liquidity. I like liquid stuff. I know people will say, oh, invest in the startup and you can make all this money. And unfortunately, it ends up feeling like a lottery ticket. I've only done illiquid investments, maybe in black owned businesses, and sometimes it's really just not worked out. And the worst part about it wasn't just when it didn't work out, but it was also the fact that it took years to find out that it wasn't going to work out. Right. So, for example, if I think about money I put into one business, I put about $50,000 into a project that was run by some black folks, and it did not work out, and I had to really work hard to get the money back. And I didn't tell anybody about it because I didn't want to embarrass them or anything. I just said, "Come on, guys, you got to do better than this." And the thing about it that I didn't like too was that it was not liquid. So I'm not telling you what to do per se, but what I will say is, if you've got say 30,000 and you go to the stock market, you can sell that asset the next day if you want to and get all your money back, right? But if you put that in some website and it's like, and definitely I wouldn't put more than like say 3 or 4% of my portfolio in any of these investments, but you put it into a website for some 5-year project, you're going to wait a long time and you may not even get a higher ROI than you would have gotten otherwise. Do we still do crypto training? You know what? If you go to drboycrypto.com, I believe there's something there. Or if you email support at theblackbusinessschool.com, that's support at theblackbusinessschool.com, they can guide you to our crypto resources. But we have to get another crypto expert team. So that is not something I'm going to really recommend 100% until we make that next move. But we do have some other things. The Prime program is very, very active. If you go to drboyceprime.com, we sell options and make money that way. Also, we have the Black Stock Market program and things like that. Let's see here. Should you put your children on your credit card? Will this help them build credit in the future? You know what? It depends on the situation. I have to double check that, but I think that it does kind of help them build credit, but I think maybe helping them get their own card might be a good way to go. So I would maybe look into that. As far as like putting them on the card, you mean like getting a card and putting their name on the card? I do believe that that does actually reflect on the credit score. That I cannot say for sure, but I do believe that it does. But you may want to double check that. What kind of entity should you create in order for a family to invest together? I think an LLC could get the job done. Just something that's structured. Okay, let's see here. Is Elon Musk programming AI worth investing in? I don't know. Elon used to be so easy to invest in, but now he's not going to dominate the EV market because the Chinese are going to do that. They kind of got him scrambling a little bit. And I guess the SpaceX stuff looks pretty good and the AI stuff is interesting. But he's also super political. So I don't know. I really don't know. Okay, so Freddie says it does reflect in the credit score. Okay, so there we go. Happy Mother's Day to Dr. Alicia. Thank you. I will tell her that. Tonila says Prime Class is so amazing and life-changing. Yeah, I love it too. Because I mean, I'm in there with you. I mean, when y'all make money, I make money. When y'all lose money, I lose money. But what I focus on is the income aspect. That's literally all I think about with my options portfolio is generating the income because everybody has to pay bills. Antoinette says, "Good morning, Dr. Boyce. Is there a way to hear a replay of yesterday's introduction to stock options for beginners?" Yeah, email support at theblackbusinessschool.com. They can get that for you. Give me a second. It's my wife. Hey, babe. Okay. Are they are they gonna call me or what? Okay. Well, tell them to call me and they can put me on the phone and I can verify that because I'm in. By the way, my class is listening to this family drama. So 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 who do I need to talk to? Yeah, they can call. Yeah, 1127. Okay. Yeah, tell them to call the hotel phone. I'll answer. All right. It's okay. Tell him to not throw away his key. All right. I'll talk to you in a little bit. All right, love you. Bye. Okay. Sorry. Thank you for giving me the space to deal with family stuff. They're gonna call me in a minute because our oldest lost his hotel room key and because they don't be keeping up with stuff. And so I gotta like verify his room because we're all on a family trip for Mother's Day weekend. That's not that anybody cares about any of this, but this is what's going on. So thank you for your patience. All right. So let's see. Good morning, Dr. Boyce is a waiting. Oh, the replay. Oh, the introduction to stock options for beginners. Email support at theblackbusinessschool.com and they can help you get access to that, Antoinette. I was in the airport and unable to attend. Oh, you're part of the Prime program. Yeah, and also in the Prime program, if you log in at drboyceprime.com, that recording will be in there, drboyceprime.com. So that recording of the introduction to selling stock options that we did yesterday is there. I'm gonna try to do another one again really soon. Let's see here. Michael says, "What are the stocks I need to start buying, and how may I need to accumulate before joining the Prime program?" In the Prime program, we have a list of what we call Dr. Boyce money makers. These are stocks that I like the most in terms of assets that can generate income, where you can sell options and generate, an amount of money that actually works and feels good. And so if you log in at drboyceprime.com, the moneymaker should be in there. And like one of the stocks I really like is Marathon Platforms right now, but I'm going to redo the grid tomorrow morning when the market's open. And so I don't know if Marathon's going to be on the list tomorrow, but I have liked that company. Sharon says, "Good morning, Doc. Have you heard of the Charles Schwab Starter Kit? If you're a first-time investor, you can open the account and they'll give you let's see, $101 of five S&P stock splices. Oh, that's great. I like that. Nice. Schwab is a good platform. I like Schwab a lot. Are money market accounts beneficial for kids accounts? Yeah, I think money markets are okay. I think because the interest rates are higher, so they pay more right now. So a lot of people are putting their money in money markets and CDs and T-bills because the rates are higher. I need to get in the Prime program with 5,000 be okay. Yeah, Agnes, you can get started with 5,000 and and then also the use of margin can expand the amount of money that you're able to make. It would probably generate, I'm guessing, like a few $100s per month in extra income. So there is a way to do that. I'd like to think of it just like starting a little business. You start a little business, you put a little money into it, and it does generate income. Like literally, you could do this on Monday, and your business would be making money on Monday. And I think that that's a more secure way to generate the cash flow from a business than what we normally do, which is throw a bunch of money out and hope for the best and have to learn 10,000 things and take classes on how to set up a landing page and websites and sales funnels and sell your product and go to seminars and all this other. I mean, you think about how much energy and money people spend just learning how to even run their business while they're losing money for the first 3 years. This is so much better because think about it, the first 2 or 3 years, you're going to put tens of thousands of dollars into this freaking thing and you may not get anything back. But I could show you where literally right now you could take if you had $20,000 or something. Um, Let me see, like right now, a person could go into I talked about marathon platforms earlier, right? So a person could literally go look at, say, a marathon platform stock and you could go and you could use margin and turn that 20,000 into say 30,000 and you could buy like let's say 2,000, let's do 2,000 shares or well let's say 1,500 shares of marathon, right? So because you also have to buy your puts to protect your position. So with 1,500 shares of marathon, if I sold my options and that expired say June 14th, I would per month be able to make about $2,600 a month by selling those options. Now, again, you have to manage the risk though, because it's a volatile stock. And like right now, it just had a bad week, but last week it had a great week. The week before it might have had a bad week. So these stocks go crazy and throw temper tantrums, but it's literally the easiest way to make money ever, right? So it's like starting a little business with, with your money, and the business instantly starts generating cash. It requires no work from you whatsoever. It also is liquid. It's a liquid business. If you go out and you start a business right now as an entrepreneur, you're not going to be able to get your money back. If you decide 6 months in, I want to sell my business, who's going to buy it? Who's going to give you all the money that you put into that business? Nobody, right? Because there's no market for it, right? But for stocks, it's a massive market with thousands of participants ready to buy your business back from you at any moment. And so not only do I like this better than starting a business, I actually like it much better than real estate, because think about it. The example I just gave you with Marathon, I was able to take about a $20,000 investment, maybe slightly more, whatever, and literally buy a property that can generate me almost about approximately $2,500 a month in income. What kind of house would I have to buy in real estate to generate 2,500 a month? I'd have to buy maybe a $400,000 property to do that, right? And then also it comes with a lot of work, a lot of expenses, and a lot of headaches, and a lot of administrative bureaucracy stuff. It's also not very liquid. Real estate takes a long time to sell. I don't hate real estate, don't get me wrong, but my wife and I are divesting away from real estate and moving toward stock options because it's just an easier, better way to generate cash flow. And we're at a point where we don't want a whole lot of headaches. We don't want a whole lot of extra work. We like chilling. We want to get we want to move out of the house. We want to get these kids out the house, get us a nice place where it's just me and her, and live our lives. We're not trying to just work all day long unless it's something that we really enjoy. Okay, so let's see. A couple more questions. What do you think about Fiverr stock? I didn't even know Fiverr was publicly traded. Fiverr's publicly traded? Really? Let me see. Fiverr International. Look at that. I did not know Fiverr was publicly traded. Um, I mean, the stock hasn't done very well. It's kind of gone down. Last year, it's gone down 23%. That's not good. Um, so if you believe that the dip is good, worth buying into, you could. I know the third quarter of last year, they lost a lot of money. Sorry, the third quarter of 2022. I don't know why they had such a big loss. And they've been losing money pretty consistently. So you got to be really careful about companies that are losing money, because if the banks ever freeze up and stop loaning them money, then they're going to be in big trouble. But I don't know. I mean, if you believe that the company is one that is going to eventually find its way to profitability, then it could be worth buying. But remember, you don't want to put too much energy into one company. You want to just, if you like it, add it to your portfolio and move on. Would I add it? I mean, it doesn't stand out to me in any special way, but if I bought it, I wouldn't feel like I was stupid, especially given that the stock's taken a little bit of a dip recently. It looks like the last 3 months it's dropped by 20% in the last week. So, or the last week has actually gone up a lot, 11%. Okay. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. I'm not really excited about it, but I don't hate it. Let's see. What are the benefits of money market accounts for kids? Just getting them in the habit of seeing compound interest, getting them in the habit of saving, putting money aside for their future. I think that's really important. My grandmother used to buy me savings bonds back when interest rates were much higher, and that's just a great habit to get kids into, so they can understand compound interest when they're young. Just remember that teaching economics to kids does not have to be complicated. It doesn't have to be a full class. It doesn't have to be crazy long lectures. It can literally just be simple stuff like, here, I bought you this savings bond or this CD, and it's only worth $100 now, but it'll be worth $200 in 5 years or whatever, or 8 years. I'm going to sign up for Dr. Boyce Prime because you took time to answer my question and you didn't have to do that. So thank you. Looking forward to a good effort daily. Okay, well, good. And by the way, if I don't answer everybody's question, please don't take offense to it. It's not me trying to be rude. It's just that there's a lot of questions. Sometimes I can't answer them all. But the Prime program is really good. I wouldn't mention if it wasn't great. And also, there are students that are in the chat right now that are in the program. So ask them and to give you an honest assessment of their experience, so that you'll know where the value is. And it's really literally the stuff that I do. It's the way I make money for my wife and my kids. Okay. So feel free to go to drboyceprime.com if you'd like to join us for our next class. And also remember, in the Black Business School, everything we do has a 30-day, 100% money back guarantee. So if you're not happy for any reason, you can email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. They will give you a full refund, no questions asked. They'll always take care of you. Their goal is to make you happy. So don't think that this is something that we're just pushing or anything like that. And also, I like the price point. We were told we could that the price point could be much higher because people are out here charging $10,000 $20,000 for similar programs, and I don't believe in that. I think that that's I don't like that because and they're less qualified. They like when you have a PhD in finance, you kind of see who knows what they're talking about and who doesn't. And there's a lot of people who are financial influencers and they don't know finance. They've never studied it. Like, but they're good at running their YouTube channel, and so people somehow believe that. But no, I really studied this stuff. All right, so let's see here. Audra, okay, I see your question about options and rolling calls and stuff like that. That's a better question for Prime. If you log into drboyceprime.com, there's a link, Audra, where you can leave a question like that. That's a detailed question. I don't want to answer that too much in a broad space where a lot of us don't know the details of that question. So log in at drboyceprime.com. There's a link where you can leave a question, and I'm going to do a Q&A in the next day or so, and I promise you I'll answer that question in extreme detail, and we can talk about that in class. What's your view on fixed index annuities? I think they're fine. They're definitely better than nothing. Um, I don't have a problem with that. Index universal life annuity, stuff like that. I think all that's fine. I think it's better to invest in something that is stable, even if the ROI isn't great. It's better to do that than to do what a lot of people do, which is to not invest at all. So yeah, I think it's fine for sure. Let's see here. All of the classes I have are great. I started myself off with the Millionaires of Tomorrow and went up from there. Good for you, Sharon. I'm proud of you. Yeah, blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com. That's our HBCU for children, but we have a lot of adults that go through the program because the children literally have a financial literacy level that exceeds the average college educated adult, not the average adult, the average college educated adult. So our kids that go through the Black Millionaires of Tomorrow program literally are better at finance and economics than most grown-ups are. So if you want to take a look at that, it might be good for your kids this summer because they're going to be home sitting around doing nothing. They might as well learn some economics. So feel free to go to blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com, and we cover real estate and crypto and everything else. They can get certifications in each area, right? So when they get the certifications, they can put them on their wall, almost the same way you did with your bachelor's degree, and that builds a lot of pride and self-esteem and lets them know they accomplished something. So the good way to get them to go through the program I've seen parents do is give their kid like a little bit of money, give them like a financial reward, just like a job. When every certification you get, I'm going to give you $100 or $50 or whatever you can afford, and that'll motivate the kid, and that's going to actually put them in a position that's going to make a difference for the rest of their life. I wish I'd been exposed to these ideas when I was young. I didn't see some of these concepts until I was like 27 years old. So imagine if I'd seen them when I was 7. So anyway, I just encourage you to feel free to take a look at that. Let's see here. Rhonda says, stay away from IULs, do a properly structured whole life policy where your money's safe. I don't hate index universal life, Rhonda, but I do think if it's not for you, not everything's for everybody. But I think IULs are better than nothing. But you are right in the sense that one thing about whole life policies that I didn't like was, and IULs too, is that some of them take so long to build up cash value. It's like I don't want to hear like I hate, what I hate it is when people that are selling like IULs and whole life policies, when they show me those charts and they'll be like, this is how much money you'll have at 100 when you're 102. I'm like, I don't want to talk about how much money I'm gonna have when I'm 102. That does not interest me right now. Like, I don't even know if I'm gonna even know what money is when I'm 102. So that's weird. They take the charts and they go way, way out. And what they're really kind of doing in the charts, they're showing you the power of compounding. And I respect that. But Lord, don't talk about how much money I'm gonna have when I'm 100. Talk about how much money I'm gonna have in 5 or 10 years. So let's start there, and then let's talk about 20 years, and then 30 years, and that makes more sense. 50 years from now, I don't really know if I want to. I don't know. That doesn't interest me. I don't know. Anyway, and the same thing is true when you're talking about young people. When you're talking to kids about retirement, don't just talk about what they're going to have when they're 65. I think they should also know that as you're pouring money into this retirement account, that builds your capital base. You now have assets that can be collateral that you can borrow against. You can use those assets to quit your job. So when you get tired of your boss and you want to quit and you want to walk out that day, if you have 200 grand in your retirement account, you can use that 200 grand as collateral to get access to capital that will allow you to do things like sell stock options and generate income from that or whatever, right? Like literally a person that owns 1,000 shares of Facebook stock could make more money than a doctor just from selling the options on the stock and doing it very conservatively, very safely, no hustle, no chaos, no penitentiary chances. A person literally in that situation could make more money than most of the people out here doing multifamily property and all this stuff easily, right? So I'm not saying don't do those things. Those things are fine. I'm saying just know that the more you learn, the more options you have, the more ways you know to skin that economic cat. Let's see here. All right, so let me hop in. Let's see. Taquana says, "Do you know who I can contact to have the land company audited? I believe my mom is done paying for her land, and the company wants to send the receipts." You know what, Taquana, email support at theblackbusinessschool.com. And I think we have some attorneys attached to the Black Business School. I know that we do, that will probably know other attorneys that can help you with this. So one attorney that we had in the Black Business School, attorney Tanya Nebo, I know either she could do it or she knows people that can do it, but I guess it would depend on what state, and stuff like that. But there's a lot of attorneys that we have associated with the school. So email support at theblackbusinessschool.com. What do you think about Acorn? I love Acorn. I think Acorn's a great place for beginners. Let's see, what apps to allow teenagers to sell options on. Um, okay, let's see here. I don't know if there are a lot of apps that let teenagers do that. So you may have to have the account in your name. And I kind of believe when you give assets to kids, I kind of think that everything should be in your name until they're ready to receive it. I'm not a big fan of giving money to kids, just letting them have it and do whatever they want, because their brain's not even fully developed till they're 25. So they're not going to make typically great decisions when it comes to money. So I think that if it's in your name and you just give them access to your account, I think that might be a better approach than just giving them a whole bunch of money. Because then if they lose it, you'd have to kill them and then you go to prison. And I can't talk to you. We can't do this conversation from jail. So I want you to be free, and I don't want you to go to jail for killing nobody. So keep the money in your own name. All right, so let's see. What do you think about the BNGE ETF? Okay, Kamisha. All right. I know that name, Kamisha. I've heard it many times. BNGE. All right, BNGE. That's the First Trust S networking, streaming, and gaming ETF. I already don't like it, to be honest with you. It already sounds like too gimmicky. It hasn't been around that long. But let me see. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, Tencent Holdings. That's a good company. Spotify, EA. Okay, not bad. Not bad. I mean, it's got a nice little selection of assets here. If you do some dollar cost averaging, maybe it can work. So I stand corrected. It's not so terrible. So yeah, sure. Why not? Let's see here. Kamana, is AMC a good company? No, it's not. What is ROI? ROI is return on investment. It's a ticker symbol for marathon platforms. Mara, asked Lisa. Yes, it is. MARA. How about learn the Rockefeller way? Insurance plus trust. Yes, that's how the Rockefellers stay rich. They have the Rockefeller Family Trust. I got to double check on that just to know more details, but I did go through the life of John Rockefeller, and he started off poor. He went through trauma. His father abandoned the family, and by him going through that, he used that trauma to make himself into a great man because he wanted to come through for his mama. So that's another great Mother's Day story, to know that like when you love, a mother's love is the most powerful, most important thing in the universe, in my opinion. And a mother's love is not just a miracle from God, but it's something that can really just raise us to the highest heights. If we don't have a mother's love, think about what happens to kids when they don't have a mother's love, when they grow up and they have nobody to hug them and nurture them or whatever. Well, they grow up and they become like serial killers or they drug addicts, stuff like that, right? So mother's love is not only necessary, but it's very, very powerful. And John D. Rockefeller was a person who had his mother's love, despite whatever was going on with his daddy. And that pushed him. His love for his mother and his desire to protect his mother drove him to become obsessed at an early age with economics. He was like our Black Millionaires of Tomorrow children, where he literally was learning how money works, how business works at an early age. In fact, Rockefeller his game was so tight. This guy literally had that saying, I've said this in class, where he said, if you spend all your time at work, how do you have time to make any money? That was literally what he said, that because he's like, oh, this is like, so what that means to me, what that said to me is that his economic consciousness was on 10. Right? And some of you have little Rockefellers in your family. So love them, guide them, teach them the right things, give them that opportunity to be great. Put them in a position where they can be exposed to ideas that are going to level them up. Expose them to me. Bring them to class if you want to. Bring them in with you. And I guarantee you, if they listen to me for a while and they're paying attention, they're going to be light years ahead of all the other kids, right? So let's get the little kids ready. I think our kids, when they are positioned properly and get the right opportunity, they can do anything. All right, so two more questions and we're going to go. What do you think about Peloton? Oh, Peloton has so many problems. I wouldn't. I'm not personally interested in Peloton. I just not. No, thank you. Kamisha Kiwanis. I'm sorry. Kiwanis says, when will the Prime Q&A from yesterday be posted online? It should be up in the next 24 to 48 hours. Chanel's usually right on it. If you cannot find it or have any challenges finding anything in the Prime program, just email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. Or if you're interested in our kids programs or whatever, anything we can do to help you, email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. They can take care of you. Also, if you're interested in taking a look at the Prime program, you can go to drboyceprime.com. That's drboyceprime.com. Last but not least, make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning to 87948. If you're not on the list, text morning to 87948, or you can go to drboyceelevate.com. If you live in another country, you can go to drboyceelevate.com, and that will give you access to Money in the Morning. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. I hope this conversation was beneficial to you. And happy Mother's Day again to all the mothers out here. We wouldn't be who we are without you. So God bless you. I'll see you all soon. Have a great day. Bye bye.
It's funny. I have to make sure I hit the right button because sometimes I've done this before where I've actually gone into the wrong Zoom room and started talking, and there was nobody inside the room, and I was like, "Wait, where'd everybody go? No, nobody wants to listen to me today." And so anyway, I hope everybody's doing well. I hope that your life is what you want it to be. And I hope you're feeling good today. I got up this morning a little bit later than usual. Usually I get up at that ungodly hour of 5 a.m. to go to the gym with my wife. And today we didn't do that because the power went out. I woke up to run to the bathroom and literally literally I'm literally in the act of standing up and doing what men do in the bathroom. And right as I'm standing there, the lights just go out. And so I was like, okay, I don't know if we can even leave the house because we need the electricity to pull the garage up to drive the car out to go to the gym. So that was my excuse to say, okay, let's just go back to sleep. So that's what we did. But anyway, I hope everybody's doing well today. Good morning, Leonard and Darlene Bramble, Jonathan McClennan. I see you, George B. Let's see, everybody's in here. Rosa, Shirley, good to see you. Let me know if you can hear me. Give me a yes if you can hear me. Okay. Let me know if my audio is coming through good. Give me a quick yes so I can make sure I'm heard today. Okay, great, 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 great. All right, so yeah, so what's happening in the world? One interesting thing is I wanted to make sure everybody was aware. I don't know if you guys know that the Black Business School is sponsoring a black NASCAR driver by the name of LeVar Scott. I don't know if y'all know this or not, but we are one of LeVar's sponsors. He's literally gonna have like this Black Business School Panther. He's gonna have that on his racing suit and on his car. I'm super proud of that, and I'm super proud of the partnership. I'm proud of him. This young brother is just amazing. He's a smart young guy. He's a hustler. He's a hardworking guy. I introduced him to our son. He's going to he races on Fox Sports One a lot, and the last race that he was in, he was I think he finished fourth place or something. And I know that but I know that there was a crash at the end. Like race car driving is kind of crazy, and he's got this big old car, and he's like flying around the track, and he's super ambitious, and I love that. Like I love a young guy that just wants to win, that's hungry. He's hungry. He's also B1, 100% pro-black. And let me just tell you this: this brother's going to be a superstar one day. And his last name is Scott. I mean, that's a great last name to have. Wendell Scott, as you know, was well, I think the first black NASCAR driver or something like that. And so we have a history of excellence in so many areas that people don't even know about. Like a lot of people don't even know. You watched the Kentucky Derby this week, but how many of y'all knew? Give me a yes or no if you knew that black jockeys used to dominate the Kentucky Derby. Anybody know that? That black jockeys dominated so much that they changed the rules so that the white boys would have a chance. They changed the rules to get us out of the game so they can have a chance to dominate the game and get all the money. But black jockeys used to just win every single time. And so the same thing is true with race car driving. So I spent time in Philadelphia, Philadelphia is actually where the Get Money Fest is taking place on May 18th. So if you live near the area, you want to fly in. Jay Ortiz is a hip hop artist out of there, and they're hosting the event. And they're going to have a big financial literacy component. It's an arts and music festival, but they're doing a lot of financial literacy, which I respect so much. Madam President will be there. A lot of great people. But anyway, I took a visit to this place, and if you live in Philly, you should check them out. Called the Urban Youth Racing School, and it's run by Michelle Martin, her husband Anthony, and they literally have been responsible for producing just so many young people that from our community that they're introducing to racing, right? But also because they're very pro-black, at the Urban Youth Racing School. In fact, they introduced me to LeVar Scott, by the way. I met him at the Daytona 500. They actually told me about something that every black person needs to know this story. Does anybody know about the Golden Glory sweepstakes? Give me a guess if you know about the Golden Glory sweepstakes. If you don't know about the Golden Glory sweepstakes, let me just tell you, this was a time where black people basically had our own version of NASCAR. Like this wasn't a time where we were trying to get one or two drivers out there. Like we owned all the cars, all the drivers, all the stadiums, all the crowds, all the businesses. We had black ownership of the entire freaking league. We weren't trying to get a seat at the table. We own the damn table. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, and this when I heard the story, and I remember Anthony telling me the story, and I was super impressed. I was like shocked. I was amazed. I didn't learn this. I don't know. Did anybody else? Did anybody learn this in school? Did they ever teach you any of this in school? What about your school? Did they teach you any of that? So this is the stuff that they don't tell us about. They don't tell us that there's a floor above the floor that we're trying to get to. Right? We're trying to get to the top, but they don't. But it's almost like you go in a hotel and you say, I want to be on the top floor, and they say we're going to put you on the 12th floor, but they don't tell you there's a 13th, 14th, and 15th floor. Do you understand? They don't tell you about that. They don't tell you about the penthouse at the top. They only want you to be as high as they expect black people to be. Right? Well, the highest floor is the Jackie Robinson floor. The Jackie Robinson floor means that we will allow, because of diversity, equity, and inclusion, we will allow one Negro to come into the league, and that Negro will represent all black people everywhere, and he'll have that one opportunity, and the other 99.9% of them are going to be flushed out. That's what they tell you. But what people don't understand is that beyond the high ranking Negro floor, beyond the black faces in high places floor, beyond the high paid token floor, there's another floor. There's a floor called ownership. There's the power floor. There's the all the stuff above that. There's something above that ceiling that they tell you about. And I personally think we should focus on that. I don't want to start in the basement of a building and work my way up. I don't want to start from the bottom. Now we here. I'm tired of that. I ain't trying to have that conversation. I want our kids to be landing on the roof of the penthouse in a helicopter. I want them starting at the top and then making a decision if they want to have what it takes to stay at the top. I want them starting at the top, and ownership is the top. Ownership is the penthouse floor. Ownership is the floor that they're never going to tell you about it. They're never going to teach you about it. They're never going to try to they're not never going to push a campaign for black ownership. No one is ever going to. No one that is benefiting from your labor, benefiting from your culture, benefiting from the economic exploitation of your community. No one in that group is ever going to introduce you to these higher levels of power. That's just not going to occur. So you have to introduce yourself, and you have to introduce your children, and we have to thank our stars for people like the Marcus Garveys, the Dr. Claude Andersons, the Urban Youth Racing School, and the people that just introduced us to things that we never knew about. So that's what I'm on today. That's what I'm really thinking about, is just sort of just just this whole annoying conversation about jobs, and literally whenever they talk about black economics, whenever politicians talk about black wealth and black economics, first thing they always talk about are jobs. Jobs, jobs, jobs. We need black people to get more jobs. We're going to get more jobs for black people. And that's just that's so unimpressive. That should bore you. If you are super talented, there's more out there for you. And so ownership, and the thing about ownership is that you can teach ownership the same way you teach how to get a job. Think about it. When you went to school, anybody go through this in school where they would show you how to apply for a job or how to fill out a job application, how to do a job interview, how to make sure that you impress your boss. They'll teach kids that. That's what they do in Chicago public schools. I saw that they were like, well, we want to make sure our children are prepared for the future, so we're going to show them how to do a job interview, so that when they go into McDonald's, they'll be able to impress their boss enough that they can get that $14 an hour job because we want them to have a bright future, and that's what they do. And and then maybe there's like tiers to it, right? And then maybe the next level is like you're a college graduate who's like getting a job, but it's still the same thing. They will take you through a whole process. They'll teach you how to do that, right? And so the same way there is a process to teach you how to get a job and to keep a job and fill out a job application and update your resume so you can put it on LinkedIn. All these so-called skills they give you, the same way you can get those skills, there are another set of skills, a higher set of specialized skills that will train you to be an economic beast, that will prepare your child to be just the bossiest boss that there is. And actually it's funny now that I'm even thinking about it, because I'm thinking about the Urban Youth Racing School, and I know the family that runs it and stuff, and the Michelle Martin, who runs the school, her daughter is in college, and her daughter, as a college freshman, has already run businesses. She already knows how to make money. And when we talked about it, I said the challenge that your daughter's going to have is that when you know what's at the top, when you've seen what it's like to make money, whether you're working or not, make money while you sleep, when you see what it's like to be able to decide if you're going to give yourself a pay raise or not, that when you see what it feels like to be truly free in this economic system, it's very hard to go back to being a college freshman. It's really hard. It's really hard to go back to, like, okay, I'm just gonna be a dumb little kid who doesn't know what's going on, and people are gonna teach me how to fit into the system. Some people get to the point where they just kind of they don't play that position anymore. They can't do they can't do the whole like grateful Negro role anymore. They're like, no, I know what it feels like to be at the highest heights. So ultimately, what I really encourage you to do is to rethink the whole educational process. That's my point. I think that we should really think about this and say, there's something in mathematics I'm gonna share with you. It's not a complex concept, but I think it's worthy of understanding. It's called dynamic optimization. So type that in the chat if you can spell it. Dynamic optimization. Dynamic optimization does this. This is when I taught math at University of Kentucky and I was working on my master's and stuff. This is we this is I learned this technique, and the way the technique works is it says that if you want to make a plan, what you do is you start at the finish line and you work your way backward, right? You start at the 3,000th step and you say, where do I want to be after 3,000 steps? And then you go to 2,999, 2,998, 2,997, and then you keep working backwards until you get to step one, two, and three. And that's basically a way of playing chess instead of checkers. That is literally you tethering yourself to your objective, right? You look at the goal and you attach yourself to it like you're latching yourself on, like you're climbing a mountain. You're tethering yourself to the goal, and then you're letting the goal pull you forward to the point where you're going to reach that objective. You see, so dynamic optimization is much more effective than the way some people go through life. Some people go through life not thinking about the long-term goal. They're thinking about the short-term goal. How am I going to get some ass tonight? Where are the women at? How can I make money so I can go out with my friends on Saturday night? How can I get enough money to pay my bills? Right, and that's where a lot of us are stuck. We're stuck on these short term goals as opposed to tethering to something long term that's going to sort of guide you and drive you like a guided missile. So here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm getting at. When we do that dynamic optimization in terms of a life optimizing strategy for ourselves and for our kids, pick the big goal. Pick the big goal is the power of ownership. The big goal is owning property. The big goal is running a business. The big goal is investing. And grab the big goal, and then you shape the educational process to fit into the bigger goal. Let me know if you follow what I'm saying. Give me a guess if this is making sense. Education should only apply if it is connected to the big goal. The big goal is I want my son to be the best damn husband and father he can possibly be, which means that there are a set of specific and specialized skills that the public school system will never give him that he needs to learn in order to be an adequate husband and father. If he does not learn these skills, he will not be able to succeed at these things. So I know you want to take him to school and teach him that there's 147 different genders. I know you want him to go to school and learn how wonderful white people are. And I know you want him to go to school and learn all these concepts in biology and chemistry that he'll never use for the rest of his life. And that's fine. Maybe we'll get around to that. But I kind of need him to learn specific skills that are going to reach the goal, that are going to optimize in a way that makes sense for us, for his family, for himself, for the people from which he came, for the things that are going to matter to him when he's 35 years old. Because when he's 35 years old, he probably won't care much about the periodic table in chemistry. Doesn't mean it's not important, doesn't mean it's not worthy to learn, doesn't mean it's not impressive, but that's not going to help him feed his kids. So when he's 35 years old, he's not going to really care if there are two genders or 12 genders. You can teach him that after you finish teaching him the things that he needs to know in order to be a successful black man in a society that's designed for him to fail around every corner. Do you understand? So really, I believe they want black people to fail in general. And also I believe that many black people want black people to fail because we refuse to do the hard work required to rethink how we do everything. We're refusing it. We don't want to do it. We just don't. We want to stick with the status quo and keep doing. Remember, Einstein said, what did he say? The definition of insanity is to keep doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. So we hold on to these old Negro traditions that have done nothing but lead us down the pits of slavery, have done nothing but create more misery and trauma in our lives, have done nothing but create more poverty and economic despair and financial insecurity. But we will hold on to that shit like it's an abusive boyfriend. We will hold on to that like a bad relationship. We will. And I apologize for cussing. It's too early for me to be doing all that cussing. So let me stop doing that. Some of y'all got brought your kids. So I apologize on my behalf. Please apologize to the children for me. Just say, you know, he forgive him for he knows not what he do. Okay. So what I'm saying though is that I think in order for us to really grow, we're gonna have to evolve. We're gonna have to evolve. And when the reality is that some of us will evolve and some of us won't. Some of us are going to move ahead. Some of us are going to sit still or even go backward. Some of us are going to get off the ship and get a lifeboat. Some of us are going to stay on the Titanic and just sink to the bottom of the ocean. And that's really sad. And I hate that. It makes me feel terrible. But there's a point where you got to save yourself and you got to save your kids. So one thing I will say to you, because I'm just thinking this morning about what we're doing with LeVar and racing and just the history and all this other stuff, is we got to understand that power of ownership and just realize that while there's certainly no shame in having a job, I've talked to you about that. I've explained to you how a person can be very financially secure and still be an employee. The only thing I ask you to consider is this. I ask you to consider the fact that there's a difference between working for someone because you have to versus working for someone because you want to. Let me know if you understand that there's a difference between me working with you because I have nowhere to go versus me working with you because you're the best place for me to be. Do you understand? That's what I want for you. I don't. It's not to me saying so. Never go out. And I need everybody. This is a point of clarity I have to make because people think, well, Dr. Boyce is saying everybody should quit their jobs and start a business. I've never said that. I don't say that. I don't say stuff like that. Or Dr. Boyce tells people not to vote. I've never told people not to vote. I don't do that. Stop that. Stop that. What I'm saying to you is put yourself in a position where you have options. Options are everything. I can make the exact same choice with options that I might have made even if I had no options, but those are two very different choices. It's one thing for me, if I pick my wife to marry my wife, it's different from me picking her because she's the best I can get and there's nobody else that wants me versus me picking her because I have choices and options and I chose you. So ultimately what I'm saying is when you're choosing your life, you're choosing the life for your kids, the best thing you could do for them is to figure out what's the best way I can give them as many options as I possibly can. Because a person that has options can breathe easier. A person that has options can sleep better at night. A person that has options does not feel the same magnitude of pressure and stress as somebody who's got nowhere to go. In fact, if you look at we often talk about things like pimping to understand capitalism, because capitalism in its worst form really is a type of pimping. It does become a type of slavery. And if you think about this, think about how a pimp thinks. A pimp does not want options because it's hard to pimp somebody that has options, but it's very easy to pimp somebody that has no options. So I want you to go back and circle back, and I want you to think about how our kids get raised through the educational system, where they end up at 18, 19, or 20. And do we see millions of black children that get to be 18, 19, or 20 that have lots of options? Or do we see a lot of kids that have nowhere to go and will take the best thing that the world offers to them? And I think that the fundamental question to ask, this is what we're asking in our think tank. When the Black Business School is a think tank. We have scholars and therapists and professors and attorneys. There's no institution out there like that. Sure, there's people teaching you little things like how to buy stock or whatever. No, no, no. But we go deeper than that. We go to the psychology. We talk to the experts. We have researchers that work on our team. So the $1 million question, the $1 trillion question is what's going on? Why are our kids getting to the age of 18 and feeling like they have no options? Because a person with no options is going to behave differently than a person who has choices. A person with no options is going to be desperate. A desperate person will degrade themselves in order to just get an opportunity. And when you look around and you see all throughout our economy, you see all throughout our society, black people degrading themselves sometimes in front of millions of people, embarrassing their whole family, embarrassing their culture, just looking ridiculous. Well, why are they doing that? Well, because they don't have any options, because if they had options, they could have dignity and integrity. See, so putting yourself in a position where you have options, it protects and defends your integrity, which ultimately protects and defends your freedom. A free man cannot go through life with no options. Options and freedom are connected. They're like cousins. They're related to each other. So just process that. And I'm gonna tell you, when you're the boss, you got a lot of options. When you own assets, you have a lot of options. When you own real estate, when you're the landlord, you got options. When you're the producer, you have options. When you're the consumer, your options are defined by the producer for the most part. When in fact, I tell you this. This is an interesting example. Since we're doing financial consciousness, I'm gonna share this with you because this came to me. I was on Twitter. I say a lot of stuff on Twitter, and so people will argue with me, and beef with me on Twitter and stuff. I don't beef back. I don't beef with anybody. I beef with white supremacy. I beef with the racial wealth gap. I don't beef with other black people. That's not interesting to me. Um, and so this guy gets in here, and I think I said something like, "Are you teaching wealth to your children?" And he mentioned that he had his children in a class called I think it was called like consumer mathematics or consumer finance or something like that. And I didn't tell him he was wrong. I didn't say that's stupid. Why would you do that? I wouldn't do that. I kind of just said the word consumer. Um, there's not a lot of power in being a consumer in the United States. The consumer is kind of it's like the Kentucky Derby. It's like you have the jockey and then the horse. The consumer is the horse. The horse does all the work but doesn't get any of the credit or any of the money. So the consumer is a very important part of the economy without a doubt. But the consumer doesn't benefit from their contribution to the economy. There's no wealth that you build by being a constant consumer. When they were training black people how to be a savvy consumer, no, they if you a consumer all the time, then you ain't savvy. Ain't no the word savvy and consumer should not be in the same sentence. I'm not saying that you shouldn't consume. We all consume. All of us buy stuff. I mean, I'm not saying you shouldn't do that, but I am saying that that if you're full time consumer and you're not producing anything and you're not investing in anything and you're not benefiting from the economy, then that's like a person eating dinner and all they eat is sugar. Imagine if every time we sat down for dinner, all I ate was ice cream and chocolate cake and sugar cubes or whatever. Think about it. It wouldn't take me very long before I was literally dead. Like I would literally gain like 500 pounds and then I get diabetes and then I just be dead, right? And so consumption is a little bit like sugar, right? I think a little bit of sugar intake is not going to be bad for you. It's not going to harm you, but there's a recommended daily allowance of sugar. And just to speak on that, which is really interesting, which speaks to the power of money and how money drives politics. The World Health Organization came out with a recommendation that they said, look, we only want people to take in this much sugar because sugar is linked to a lot of problems. It's linked to obesity and diabetes and cancer and strokes and dementia and all this other stuff. I mean, sugar is terrible, right? In case y'all don't know, how many of y'all knows? Has anybody been following? Give me a guess if you've been following all the research on sugar. Right? Like by the time I got finished reading all that, my whole view on sugar had shifted. I said, man, this stuff is worse than cocaine. Good lord. And actually they did that study where they gave the mice, the rats that were cocaine addicted, they gave them a choice between cocaine and sugar water, and they passed the cocaine up to get the sugar water. So it's really bad, right? And then processed sugar. Thank you. Okay, yeah, and but modest amounts of sugar are not so bad. Natural sugar versus processed sugar. Thank you for making that point. I'm not a health expert, so if I say something wrong, just please forgive me for doing that. However, I'm doing my best, right? So here's the thing. So a little bit of sugar is okay, and what happened was the health organization made a recommendation of a certain amount of sugar that you should take in each day. And they wanted to reduce the amount because they said people are eating too much sugar. And do you know what happened? The I forgot what the documentary was that did this, but they basically said that the U.S. the food industry, food I don't know if it was food and drug or just the food industry, they went to Capitol Hill and lobbied and the got the U.S. government to tell the World Health Organization that if you don't change back the recommended amount of sugar to the higher amount, we're not going to give you the money that we owe you. They owed them like $50 million or something, or 100 million or something. They said we're not going to give you that money if you keep that, if you drop that recommended daily allowance. We need you to keep that high because we've got so much sugar in our economy. This is what money kind of does. This is how money distorts so many things, right? So money is good, but money is powerful, and power can be used for good or it can be used for evil. And all throughout a capitalist society, you're going to see a little bit of both. So long story short, um, consumption is a little bit like sugar in the sense that a little bit of sugar, it can be okay, but you don't want your whole meal to be sugar, and you want the healthy food to outweigh the unhealthy food. So one thing that I wanted to propose is I mentioned to you all the $5 a day plan, and I was trying to think. I was like, it reminds me of like fast food, and I was like, what would it take to get people to consider very basic idea that it is similar to what I actually explained to the 17-year-old. I don't know if I told y'all. I talked to one of my daughter's friends who's 17, and she was asking me about investing, which of course, that got me going. So I was telling her what I knew. And one thing I told her was, I said, with investing, I don't want you to overthink it, but I need you to do it. I need you to do it consistently. I said, so in fact, let me just show you really quickly how to buy a share of stock. And I said, you can do this while you're in the drive-through. I said, what company do you want to own? She said, I don't know, Chipotle. I said, okay, let's buy some Chipotle. So I showed her how to look it up, and I said, here, you just type it in, and then the ticker symbol comes up, this three-letter symbol that represents the company, and then let me just show you, we're going to buy $200 worth of Chipotle. The price of the stock is $3,100, but we don't need 3,100. We only need $200. So let's buy. They call those fractional shares. So let's buy, and we bought the Chipotle stock in about a minute and a half. And when we got done, she was like, that is so cool. And I got it. I was like, yeah, it is, right? It's very cool. Look at us. I said, now our family owns Chipotle. How cool is that? Right. So the point was to say, I said, the way I want you to kind of think about it is I don't want you to think about it too much. A lot of times when it comes to investing or wealth building, people get stuck. They get paralysis of analysis because they just overthink it. They're too worried. Like, well, what do I do? I don't know what to do. I don't know what to buy. I don't know how to do it. I said, don't overthink it. I said, here's what you do. I said, give yourself, I said, so here's what I want most people to understand. If you were to take the same amount of money that we spend on fast food and put that same amount of money into your stock portfolio consistently, nearly every single person in this room would be rich. Especially if you did this for say 20 years, if you were to take the amount of money you spent on fast food or going out to eat and put that same amount of money in the S&P 500, or if you had some sort of matching program. That's what I told her. I said, give yourself like a little matching program. I said, you can go buy the Air Jordans, but when you buy the Air Jordans, buy you some Nike stock to go with it. Same dollar amount. You can buy the new iPhone. Get the new iPhone. I want you to be cool. But then when you buy the new iPhone, just promise yourself, I'm going to put the same amount of money into Apple stock. Right? When you go to Chipotle, eat what you want. But then get on your little app and then say, I spent $25 at Chipotle. Let me buy $25 worth of Chipotle stock so I can make money on both ends. Right? I'm consuming on one side and then I'm a producer on the other. Right? So actually what I was thinking like our $5 a day plan. It really came from fast food. It really came from me saying, $5 a day, you can't even buy a McDonald's value meal for that. Um, what if we invested that same amount in addition to buying the food? So I was thinking like something cool to call it might be like the financial value meal or something, or maybe like I was thinking like maybe a cool slogan would be to go from fast food to financial freedom, or the pocket change portfolio or something like that, right? So I want you to think about investing in that same way. I want you to think about wealth building in the same way. That literally the amount of money in your pocket change is enough to change your life and change the lives of your children, especially if you do this consistently over a long period of time. And what that does is that opens doors, that creates that powerful word options. Now, typically you hear me talk about options in terms of stock options. No, I'm talking about options. You've always known what options are. You may not know what a stock option is, but you know what an option is. You know what it feels like to have options and to not have options, right? So just that little financial value meal, pocket change portfolio, whatever you want to call it, I want you to think about it that same way. And I want you to give yourself and your children a chance to have a great future by simply just saying to yourself that as much as I'm going to give them, I'm going to give myself. As much as I'm investing in him, I'm going to invest in these kids. As much as I'm investing in the present, I'm going to invest in the future. And if you do that, if you make that one little pivot in your life, that one little transition, I guarantee you it will change everything. Don't overthink it. Don't get scared. Don't get caught up in all the mumbo jumbo. A lot of people that they'll talk to you about investing, they'll use fancy long words because they're trying to impress you with how smart they are and how much they know. Because some of them don't know jack. I know more than Jack. I know Jack to the 12th power, so I don't have to impress you with long words. In fact, I'd rather impress you with simplistic ways of looking at complex concepts. I think the strength is in the simplicity. So I've gone through the complex stuff so I can lay it out to you in a very simple way. And all I'm telling you is that investing is nothing for you to be afraid of. It's so simple that your 4-year-old could do it. And the reason your 4-year-old could probably do it better than some of us is because the 4-year-old is not going to overthink it. Do you understand? Stick with the S&P 500. Pick a new S&P 500 stock every week. That's it. You do that. If you do that, the hard part is being consistent. The hard part is patience. The hard part is letting time do what it's going to do. It's like planting a seed. If I plant, my wife showed me how to plant stuff in the garden, and I was really shocked by how easy it was. I was like, I don't know how to plant stuff in the garden. I don't know nothing about no gardening woman. I don't know nothing about how to plant and be planting no seeds, right? So she's like, no, Boyce, it's easy. Let me show you. So she got some stuff from, I think it was Home Depot, right? She bought this stuff, and I was like, oh, I didn't know you could just buy the little seeds. And she bought it. She said, let me show you. And so we sat there, and I was like, oh, I can do it. I know how to, I plant. So I planted something, and you know what I did? I put it in the dirt, covered it up, and then I didn't do anything else. I waited. I waited. And after I waited, a few months later, she comes in and she says, Boyce, look at the tomatoes you grew. And I'm like, yes, I did that. I grew tomatoes, but I don't know anything about gardening. Well, so she taught me how to not overthink it. So what I'm saying to you is that building wealth really is like being a financial gardener. That's really what it is. It's about doing the little task and then letting time do what it's supposed to do and understanding a basic simple idea. Simple idea. And I talk about this a lot in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. The simple idea is that the more seeds you plant, the more of a harvest you're going to have. How about that? How about that for a mind-blowingly complex concept that most people don't understand? The more seeds you plant, the more of a harvest you will have. And then the more time you allow to pass, the more time your harvest will have to grow. So it's planting seeds and allowing time to do what it's supposed to do. Planting seeds and giving it time. So planting and patience, double P, PP. Planting and patience. That's it. And it's, you'll be amazed when I explain it this way, how many people don't get that. You'd be amazed how many people literally will go out in their garden and be like, damn, ain't no harvest out here. Ain't no food out in this garden. Ain't no, they're talking about their financial garden. There's no food out here in the garden, but they didn't plant anything. So why would you expect something to grow if you didn't plant anything? You know, and you ask them, well, did you plant? And you know that the more seeds you plant, the bigger your harvest will be. And they're like, what? Oh, I did it. What did you what you oh I know what it is. I know what it is. You were trained to believe that the white man's going to show up and magically deliver food to you in your garden. That's what you thought was going to happen. You thought that this magical Harry Potter type of crap is going to happen where they're going to just show up and say, "Here's a basket full of food. You know, good luck." And that is what we are trained to do when it comes to economics. We don't. I don't think we understand that basic idea. Plant your seeds, plant them often. The more you plant, the bigger your harvest will be, and then let time do what it's supposed to do. So the same way my wife taught me how to plant tomatoes, and they were good. They were juicy. They were in the salad. I was so proud. I mean, I really felt good eating tomatoes I planted. I felt like I really had done something. And here's the thing: I wasn't any better or any smarter that day than I was the week before I learned how to plant tomatoes. It's just I had somebody that guided me to take action. Do you understand? I had somebody that simply said to me, "Look, Boyce, you have everything that you need. You just need confidence." Do you understand? That she said, "You can do this." And I'm like, "I can't do this. I don't know what to do." No, you can. You just have to try. So maybe that's part of my role in your life is to guide you and to say, "You can do this. You just gotta try. Stop being scared. It's not hard." And when you do it, you probably won't be a whole lot smarter than you are right now. You got everything you need already inside of you. You just got to pull it out. You know, because sometimes and you'd be amazed at how much confidence plays a part in us really truly manifesting who we're supposed to be. Confidence is really everything. And if I had a choice between being a mediocre person with a lot of confidence versus being an extraordinary person who is unconfident, I would much rather be the mediocre person with a lot of confidence because really confident people can take their little mediocrity and really milk that damn thing. They can get the most out of their mediocrity. They'll have you thinking their mediocrity is something extraordinary. Look at how many artists you hear on the radio who are mediocre performers. Can't sing a lick, can't keep a note, can't even dance, but will literally be the biggest artist in the world because they took their mediocrity and mass marketed that mediocrity and put a lot of confidence on top of it and people bought into it. But then you have a lot of people that have extraordinary ability that are amazing that could do anything, but nobody ever helped them to see what they actually had. So they spend their lives looking for what they think is excellence coming from other people when really the whole time the gold was buried in your backyard. And for most of you, and I know a lot of you, I know how you think, I know there's a reason why you're here. Most of you have already done some things in your life that are pretty extraordinary. Most of you have went to school. A lot of you have raised kids. A lot of you have overcome obstacles. A lot of you have broken generational curses. Most of you are leaders in your family because most black people don't think this way. They're not in that Garvey, Marcus Garvey, Dr. Claude Anderson frequency. So you're a leader. You're already the talented 10th. Like you're already in that special space. So what maybe my job is to be that cheerleader to kind of say, come on now, we got this. Let's just put some confidence on top of it and go out here and just do the damn thing. And you're not gonna be perfect. You're gonna get some stuff wrong. You're gonna make some mistakes. You're gonna have things that you don't know, but you just go hard. What? Do you want to wait for these mediocre bastards out here to take the lead? Why would I let you drive the bus when you can't even drive? And I'm mad because I got a 99 out of 100 on my driver's test thinking that I'm not qualified, but you got a 0, but I'm letting you drive because the idiots are the ones who have the most confidence sometimes. Sometimes the dumbest person in the room thinks that they're the smartest. Let me know if you know what I'm talking about. Sometimes the person who knows the least walks around like they know the most because the person who knows the most knows enough to know that they don't know everything. You understand? The smart person knows how little they know. The dumb person thinks they know everything. So the dumb person takes the lead. And next thing you know, you're being led by a bunch of dumbass people. And that explains black entertainers in a nutshell. Our community is led in many cases by the people who are the least qualified to lead. So what I'm saying is that in my view, the real leaders need to jump to the front, push them out the seat, and take over the damn bus before they drive the thing off a damn cliff. That's what has to occur. That's what has to happen. I don't have anything else to say today. I've been talking for 40 minutes, and my goal is to do 30 to 45 minutes each morning so I don't overwhelm you. I want to give you something to think about. I hope that this was helpful to you. If you allow me, I want to mention a couple things we have going on in the Black Business School. Number one, don't forget the Get Money Fest is in Philadelphia on May 18th. So if you live in the Philly area, you want to fly in, you can go to getmoneyfest.com. I'll actually put the link in the chat. Number two, I hope that you will support something that we're doing. We really want, speaking of supporting smart people in the community, we have a YouTube channel called Fly Nubian Queen, and it has 500,000 subscribers, 581,000 to be exact. It's got 1 billion views, and it features intelligent black women that are doing great things. And so, what they actually started to do, Tiara KJ Williams is doing this project where they're bringing smart black women on every day at 1 p.m. Eastern. Every day at 1 p.m. Eastern, these intelligent black women, they're going to talk about money, but they're also going to talk about all the other things happening in the community. So I hope that you'll join and support the sisters because sometimes the internet can be mean to black women. And I want some people in there that love black women that want to support them and encourage them along. So if you want to be notified when they go live, and they're going to do this every single day at 1 p.m., just text the word Queens to 87948. So if you could do that for me, just pull out your phone, text the word Queens, QUEENS with an S, to 87948, and you'll get notified when they go live. And I hope you'll come in and kind of cheer them on, make some comments, hit the like and share, and just kind of give them something to be proud of. Because I really think that we live in this world where, unfortunately, for whatever reason, somebody decided that black women are most interesting when they're twerking, and I don't agree with that. I think black women are most interesting when they're thinking, when they're leading, when they're being the great mothers and providers and whatever else that they are in our community. All the things that black women do, I want to celebrate that, right? So this is what we do. So feel free to join them later on today. All right. So the other quick thing to mention is tonight at 7 p.m. Speaking of options, we are going to do a meeting of the Prime program, the passive recurring income machine, where I show my portfolio in terms of how I generate income selling stock options. So if stock options are of interest to you and you want to join us tonight, you can go to drboyceprime.com. That's drboyceprime.com, and you can sign up and join us. A lot of you are Prime members already, so shout out to you, those of you that are here. But we will be meeting tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern. You'll get a text tonight from me. And also on Saturday, I'm going to do a Q&A for the beginners. So if you're a beginner to this and you're not sure what to do, the Q&A on Saturday will be for beginners. So anyway, guys, have a wonderful day. God bless you. Make sure you get on the text list to get reminded when we do Money in the Morning. We do this every single morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. If you want to be on the text list, text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948. And I will see you guys soon. Have a great day. God bless you. And thank you for hanging out with me. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Peace. Bad, all these other good things. All right. So, how's everybody doing? Let me see. So, in general, one of the things I wanted to share with you all right now is that that you really want to be mindful about what you're seeing in the stock market. Let's just start with that in terms of just a stream of consciousness. There is some belief that the stock market could could be headed towards some problems in the near future. I saw somebody that mentioned that the market hasn't been this overvalued since the Great Depression, and that was pretty. That kind of stuck out to me. It was right before the Great Depression, actually, the Roaring Twenties, when there was a lot of exuberance. They call it irrational exuberance. That's the technical term, where literally right before the big crashes, that's when you have the big parties. It's just like the market's just like dope or something, where where the higher you get, the harder you fall, and so investors actually get financially high, and when they hit these financial highs, it can cause significant problems in terms of what happens when you finally sober up. And so sometimes the sobering process becomes something that is very brutal, very painful. They call these market corrections. A lot of people call them crashes. And and that's what some people believe we could be in for in the near future. Also, I was thinking about the another piece of it too. Real estate, commercial real estate, is showing some little chinks related to the interest rate. Interest rates being higher for longer, and that also could cause problems with banks. Once your banks start to become unstable, you can run into problems with the rest of your economy. So just kind of keep that in mind, and just don't get scared, but just sort of be smart about your investing and how you move in the future, in the near and distant future. I do believe that you should continue to invest. I don't think you should ever stop investing, and I don't think you should ever live in fear. But I think you should be aware of what's happening in terms of what's going to occur and what the opportunities are. Now, let me hit another button here to make sure. All right, so hey Vet, how are you? Good to see you. And I want to say hello to a lot of you in here. Henry Urban, give me a guess if you can hear me. Let me know if you can hear me okay, if I'm coming through all right. Cheryl, Diane, Christian, Tarika, Sean, I see you. Dave Joseph, Donna, let's see, who else is here? I see Garnell, Freddie Davis, Ernest Hill, Ranice. Low 04838. Good to see you too. All right, and Khalil and Harmony and everybody else. So great to see everybody, and I'm glad you guys can hear me okay. All right, so here's what I want to sort of start with today in terms of financial consciousness. So I got up this morning, and me and my wife get up early. We get up about I got up at 4:40 a.m. this morning, and I was very happy to do it. And that's because my habits have now shifted back. I mentioned to you guys a week and a half ago where I'd gotten used to not to sleeping in a little bit, right? I gotten used to not getting up super early. So getting up early was very painful, very uncomfortable. But now it's like, oh yeah, this is fun. Like I hopped out of bed at 4:40 and kind of just started thinking about the day and getting ready to go work out. So I did my little run, and I don't really run that fast. I kind of pretend to run. I am not really a runner. If you were to call me a runner, that would make you a liar. So don't say Boyce is a runner, because I don't want you to be a liar, because I am not a runner at all. I'm a guy who jogs a little bit, and then I stop and I walk, and then I jog and then I walk. Exercise should be fun for me. I don't want it to be traumatic. And anyway, during this process, I was going through and just scrolling on different things and just thinking about finances and economics and everything, and looking to see what was going on in the world. And I saw this video, and this video was a video of Bobby Brown. And in this video, Bobby Brown was reflecting on his financial choices. He was reflecting on his days where he was the young and thin and energetic Bobby Brown, my prerogative, Mr. Dance All Day, endless energy, extraordinary talent, everything else. I thought the video was interesting, and I want to be very respectful when I talk about any of this, because actually there's a member of New Edition who's actually in this class. I don't know if he comes to when he comes to class or not. I mean, he's on tour and everything. But I thought it was really funny when I found out that he was in the class, because I use New Edition analogies all the time, like never trust a big button to smile, and can you stay in the rain? And some of y'all have heard me say stuff like that. And so to find out that one of the members of the group was in the class was kind of like, oh gosh, I'm kind of embarrassed now. But anyway, in this video, and I'm gonna try to find it. I put it on my Instagram. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance. So feel free to follow me on Instagram if you like. If you like intelligent conversations, we have a lot of those every day. So it's Dr. Boyce Finance. And in this video, Bobby, and I'm gonna try to play this for you, and I'm gonna kind of move around and see if I can find it real quick. And in this video, Bobby basically is reflecting on the glory days of when he had lots of money, and it kind of reminded me of that show, that BET show, Blew the Bag. Anybody heard of that? Anybody remember that show? We talked about that. Where he was Blew the Bag was a show on BET where they just literally would have mostly black men talking about all the money that they wasted, like all the bad financial choices they made, and it was like so hilarious. It was the funniest thing in the world, and that, at least that's the way it was presented. But I don't think that blowing your children's generational wealth is very funny. I don't think that selling
your children into slavery because they have no assets because daddy was getting high. I don't think that's funny. Maybe I take it personal because my daddy was getting high. That's why I didn't have a daddy. Like, because drugs are more interesting than raising a child. I'm sure heroin is a lot more fun than dealing with a little big head crying, screaming baby, right? So I don't find it funny, but some people do. Some people find black men and they're in our in some of the parts of our culture that's a little bit ignorant. Some people find that to be absolutely hilarious, which is why people like Dr. Claude Anderson and Malcolm X, who are both behind me, and Marcus Garvey. You can see him also behind my head if you're watching on video. These were men that were very serious men, and Dr. Anderson's still here. He's not a past tense. He's present. He's here. I talked to him yesterday. He sends his regards, by the way. These are all men that I can relate to because they're the ones who say, "Hey, wait a minute." Wait a minute, you're not supposed to be a joke, black man. You're not supposed to be somebody's punchline. You're not supposed to be the guy who ends up looking like the clown. Who taught you to be goofy? Who taught you to be ignorant? Who taught you that it was cool to be ridiculous? And so I'm gonna play this video, and then I'm gonna kind of give an honest yet respectful commentary of what I see here, and kind of help you understand this from a financial consciousness standpoint. And what and the dangers of a lack of financial consciousness and a lack of economic maturity, and what this can do to generations. So let me play this video with Bobby. I'm gonna see if I can turn it up. Hopefully, you guys can hear it. Give me a yes if you can hear this video as I play it. And if you can't hear it, I'll play it again. Here we go. Money was ginormous. I was bringing in so much money at such a young age. My dad didn't have to work anymore. My mom didn't have to work anymore. I'd be driving down the street on the tour bus, see somebody in a car and like the car and pull the car over and buy the car and ride it throughout that city that day and just leave the car at the airport or at the hotel. Pay 50-something thousand dollars for a car and just leave it. Wish I had those cars now. One time, we're in a mall, and this black lady went into one of those little whatnot shops to show little glass figurines, and the guy treated her like Bob ended up buying the store and giving it to the lady. And went back the next day, told the guy he was fired. Like, yo, you fired, you work for her now. I never thought in my life that I would be able to not only make millions of dollars, but to spend $1 million in one day. I was like, what? I'm gonna do it. I spent $1 million in one day. I bought 3 watches, I bought a house, and I bought a car. And I wish I didn't. Money was giant. Okay, now give me a yes if you were able to hear that video. Was everybody able to hear it? Okay, let me know. Give me a quick yes. I want to make sure everybody heard it so we can analyze this and assess this. Okay, and really, as I mentioned, sometimes I tell you guys this is the platform for intelligent black people, but it's really also the platform for serious black people. It doesn't mean we can't laugh. You guys know I make jokes all the time. I think there's a lot of things in life that are very funny, but at the same time, there's also a point where you have to be serious, because if you're never serious, then you'll never be taken seriously, right? So at some point we want to be taken seriously. And Malcolm X used to talk about this. He actually used to make reference to the fact that that a lot of black entertainers were chosen as black leaders. And what Malcolm used to say is, he said, we should not be following behind clowns. These are clowns. These are people that make money by entertaining people, mostly white people. They're not serious. They're not people that are going to actually lead you to any serious place. They're just going to lead you to the next joke. And Dr. Claude Anderson also has tremendous insight in his book, which, by the way, his books are all at powernomics.com. You may want to take a visit there and buy books for kids in the neighborhood. My wife and I gave copies of Powernomics away at our wedding. Basically, he says that there's a history since slavery of the black man kind of being loud, outlandish, and buffoonish in order to make money. And so what happens is that we look up to people that have the most money. People aren't financially conscious to understand that the idea of a person simply having money makes him more attractive to women, and it makes men look up to him. It makes little boys look up to him. So effectively, when you have buffoonish, loud, clownish entertainers who engage in outlandish behavior, and they get economic rewards for this behavior,
Children look up to that. Children want to emulate that. Children say, why would I want to go be a carpenter or an accountant or a school teacher when I can go and I can be a professional clown and make lots of money by being a clown? Well, the problem is that there's consequences to being a clown, in that the clown is not rewarded to be mature. The clown is only rewarded to be simple-minded and loud and ridiculous, right? So I want you to assess. And again, I'm not saying Bobby's a clown. I'm not trying to be mean here. Let's be. I want to be clear about that. And if I sound mean, just chalk it up to the fact that I don't always have. Sometimes I misspeak. Sometimes I say things in a way that isn't intended for it to come out. Some people, because people meet me, they think I'm much meaner than I am. I'm a very nice person, but I'm very serious about this topic. And I want you to pay attention to a few things in this video. First thing I noticed was he mentioned that his mother and father didn't have to go to work anymore, which to me is admirable, right? That's very admirable, because that shows love for family. And also, he said something also that I found very admirable when he mentioned, when the guy mentioned that he bought the store for the lady that was being mistreated. So he kind of felt like he wanted to use his money. This is that word money. This is financial consciousness. He either consciously or unconsciously said, now that I'm making all this money, I want to come through for certain people, right? And I think that that's okay. I think that that's actually a good thing. You'd be amazed how many athletes and entertainers go broke because they're trying to be so generous, right? They're not all running to the club throwing their money in stripper thongs. They're not all doing that. Some of them actually go broke because they're taking care of cousin Willie and paying rent for Aunt Sally, and sending money to the deadbeat best friend that they had, who's on dope, right? Give me a yes if you've seen this. A lot of us have seen this, and this survivor's guilt is very real. Some of you are living through this. How many? Anybody living through this right now? Let me know if you're living through this, where you have a little bit of money and you want to take care of the people that are around you, people that are in your family. You don't want to forget about that, and I think that is a good thing. I think that is a wonderful thing. I think that's what makes you a good person. I can relate, because that's who I am too. I can't tell you how many people I save. I get asked for money about 8 times, at least 8 times a week, and I say no about 5 to 6 of those times. But then I say yes a lot, right? And so ultimately, though, the downside of that survivor's guilt, extreme generosity piece is that it can deplete you. It's not a healthy economic system. It's not a healthy economic system where one person is giving and the other person's taking. That's not how economies work. Dr. Claude Anderson talks about that in Powernomics. He calls that the doctrine of unequal exchange. And the doctrine of unequal exchange will make you go broke. That's why black people go broke, is because we have a doctrine of unequal exchange. We give white people everything, they give us nothing, right? We serve them, they don't serve us. We hook them up with our money, they don't give us none of that money back, right? So they're living off two incomes, as Dr. Anderson says. They're living off their income and they're living off your income. So that's an example of the doctrine of unequal exchange. So the same way that we serve each other and serve our families, we also serve white America. We have been the ultimate givers when it comes to this so-called integration that exists in America. With that said, though, let's jump into another thing that he mentioned here that I thought was really interesting. He talked about seeing a car on the street and said, "I if I liked the car, I would just buy the car, and then I would drive the car all day, and then just leave the car behind." That is not the first time I've heard a celebrity say that. That is not the first time I've heard somebody say that. Anybody heard of the name of Money Mayweather? How many of y'all know about Floyd Mayweather? And the guy who's flashy, outlandish, very clownish, very talented, very skilled. No doubt about it. Skilled boxer, absolutely perfect technician when it comes to boxing. But then there's the clownish side. There's the I'm gonna go in the store and buy every piece of jewelry in the store. I think he's in Dubai right now, and there's like this whole conversation about the fact that they're claiming that he can't even leave Dubai because he owes money or something. I don't know anything about that. I'm not gonna speculate on that. But the interesting thing though is that this sort of impulsive financial behavior, as well as this need to just show your wealth by wasting it, that is kind of unique to specific cultures. That is real heavy in the black entertainer, black athlete culture. That I'm going to show you how well I'm doing by how much money I waste. And this actually, I talk about this extensively in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, which you can get a copy at drboycebooks.com. And I refer to that as economic immaturity. Economic immaturity. Have never seen this in any textbook anywhere, but professors, that's what we do. We conceptualize things and develop theories. So my layout of economic immaturity is basically a mindset of money that is reflective of that of a child. If I go to a 7 year old and I give a 7 year old $100 and I say, "What are you going to do with that $100?" What is the 7 year old going to say? We've done this exercise before, right? Put it in the chat if you want to. Feel free to do that. He's going to say, "I'm going to buy me some candy. I'm going to get me a new pair of Jordans. I'm going to buy me, and then I'm going to buy me a video game." That's what a 7 year old would say. Because the 7 year old, he's not going to say, "Well, I'm going to put money in my 401k and I'm going to put some aside for a rainy day and I'm going to make sure that I pay the bills. I mean, we got a lot of bills around here, and then I got to put money in the college fund for the kids." The 7 year olds don't think that way. They're thinking like children. It's candy, toys, shoes, games, stuff like that. Well, what it's supposed to occur, and I'm not really sure. I don't know enough about Jewish culture to know if the bar mitzvah is kind of when they do this. But what's supposed to happen is there's supposed to be a rite of passage where the little boy grows into a man or the little girl becomes a grown woman. And they learn that, look, when you get your money, you can still buy toys and shoes and games, because it's okay. When you get older, just the toys change, the shoes change, the games change, but you can still buy these things. But before you do those things, there are more important priorities that have to occur, because particularly as a man or a head of a household or something like that, you are a steward of a space. You are a leader of a community. You are responsible for the well-being of other people. Let me know if you know what I'm talking about, if you get what I'm saying and where I'm going with this. That you preserving your resources isn't just important for you. It doesn't just matter for you. It matters for those babies that are depending on you. It matters for that woman that's next to you or that man that's next to you. It matters for the people that you represent, that you love, and that you care about. And here's the thing, these ideas are not inconsistent with who I believe Bobby Brown wanted to be. I believe if Bobby Brown had received proper mentorship, he could have been that man. Because what I would have said, if I could build a time machine and go back to 1991, when Bobby Brown's at the peak of his career, dancing and singing and running the streets, let's say that he listened to me, I would say, you love your mother and father, right? And you want to make sure that they never have to work again. Yeah, of course, absolutely. And you care about people because I saw you buy up the store to help that little old lady. Yeah, yeah, because I have a heart for single moms and okay, great. Well, what you got to also understand is that part of manhood isn't just taking care of people in the here and now. Part of manhood is taking care of people in the future. Because you got this little beautiful child named Bobby Christina, whose whole entire future is going to be heavily contingent on the choices that you make as a man. And I'm not going to even go into how Bobby Christina's story ended. And I'm not even going to touch that, but y'all know how it ended. Y'all know what happened to Whitney and Bobby. Y'all know what happened there, Bobby Christina. But can we at least agree that different choices by the father could have had some impact on the outcome? I'm not saying that it's his fault. I'm not saying that it was a good thing. I'm not rubbing it in anybody's face, because this is tragic. This is painful to watch. But the choices of a young man affect his children forever. You're 21, 22, 24, you getting it in, living your life, shaking it on stage, hip gyrating, getting into the drugs and running, and doing all the things that Clive Davis is telling you to do to become a bigger star. Right? Clive Davis don't care nothing about Bobby Christina. Clive Davis don't care nothing about your future. He don't care nothing about your family. He don't care nothing about your legacy. All he wants you to do is be more of a clown and a buffoon and a loud guy, so you can sell more records and make everybody more money. That's what he want. That's what he wanted from Bobby and Whitney. I'm a skeptic on that. I don't think that any of those people cared anything about any of these individuals. But then again, the point that I also want to make is I don't think it's even their job. It's not somebody else's job to care about you. It's a horribly bad assumption to do business with people that are not from your own family and assume that they're going to care about you more than you care about your damn self. I don't even think that's realistic at all. So while I will be very clear and say I don't think Clive Davis cared about, I mean, for God's sake, he still had the Grammy party after Whitney died. He literally still had the party. He did not even cancel the party, right? So he dies in the bathtub. I'm thinking, okay, party's off. We gotta sit and we gotta deal with this. No, he still had the party. And it really made me think about E40, the rapper E40, who's a brilliant guy. He 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 had a song. It uses the N word, but I'm not gonna say it. Let's say Igga, and the chorus was like, "They'll find a new Igga next year." And basically, he's saying that you think you're important because you're the man and you're famous and all that, but they're gonna find somebody. They're gonna find a new Igga next year. They're gonna replace you and find somebody else. And so really with Bobby, um, what I think that could be learned from this, and this is not me preaching to Bobby Brown. He's an old man now. Now all that's over. I'm really sort of saying, I think that when we have an opportunity that dies, remember the word poor. What does the word poor stand for? Poor stands for what? Passing over opportunities repeatedly. POOR. Passing over opportunities repeatedly. So when you pass over an opportunity and you've watched some person that people admire just destroy their future and destroy their family in broad daylight, and you're looking over the corpse, the dead body, the corpse of everything that Bobby Brown's life could have been, everything that his family could have been, his legacy could have, he could have been a billionaire now, right? And you're looking over the corpse. I think you have to do an autopsy. I think you have to do an autopsy. We don't do enough autopsies on dead, broken dreams in the Black community. We don't do enough autopsies when somebody destroys their own future through drugs or bad choices. I hadn't even talked about Bobby and the drugs, but we know what drugs has done to the Black community, and I found it really fascinating that Bobby, dealt with his drug problem. Whitney died from drugs. There are other famous people. DMX dies from drugs. All these people die from drugs. And when people are memorializing these individuals, I find it so fascinating that all they can talk about is how great their music was. Sure, their music was great, but aren't you going to do the autopsy? Aren't you going to sit and say, man, every time we get $1 billion asset in our community, every time we get somebody that's got a chance to bust us out of this thing, we blow it. Something happens. And what's the pattern here? Oh, it's the drugs. Maybe as a community, we got to say no to drugs. Maybe we got to deal with that because that's costing us trillions of dollars. Because Bobby could have been a billionaire. Whitney could have been a billionaire. DMX could have been a billionaire. Mike Tyson could have been a billionaire. I could keep going with all the Suge Knight and Death Row Records could have been billionaires. There are so many billion-dollar opportunities that are being flushed down the toilet. And when we flush it down the toilet, all we do is we say, man, it's really hard to be Black. Ain't no money around. Of course there's no money around. Every time God hands you a blessing, you throw it right back in his face. Every time $1 billion gift gets handed to you, the culture takes that $1 billion gift and flushes it down the toilet. Literally throws it out with the garbage. And then we say, well, gosh, Black people ain't got no wealth. We don't got no money. It's racism. Yeah, it's racism, but it's also youism. It's also usism. It's also culture. It's who says that that is supposed to be our culture? When you have a culture that is destroying trillions of dollars of wealth in your community, you should not be embracing that culture. You should not be celebrating that culture. You should be running away from the things that destroy you, not running toward them. But I get it though. We do that. We just like we run toward the fried chicken, even though we know it got grandma's foot cut off and Uncle Rerun got it gonna have a heart attack next year. We'll still run when grandma says there's fried chicken. We run. I get it. This is why, yet another reminder why I said we need to do a financial consciousness class because all consciousness is slapping ourselves and waking up and being aware and saying, man, I didn't know that I was doing that. I didn't know I had that habit. I didn't know that was my pattern. So part of awareness is not just analyzing who you are and where you're going, but it's also looking at where you've been. It's looking at doing the autopsy. Every time a dream dies in the community, We have to do the autopsy and say, damn, what happened here? We really had something good here. What's going on? Why is it that Bobby Brown, this guy who should be a billionaire right now, whose daughter should be running a $1 billion company started by her father in 1991, is a old, tired old man. I mean, he's on that stage. He ain't looking good. I ain't gonna lie. Bobby looks. I'm worried about him when I see him on stage trying to sing. The other new edition guys, they've been in shape. They're all doing all the little dances like it's 1983 again. Bobby, though, Bobby, he just they need to get him a wheelchair or something, 'cause that poor guy's struggling. But Bobby, his life is not, I think, what it should be. And I'm not saying this to ridicule or to attack this man. I'm simply saying that maybe there's something we can learn from this. Maybe there's something about culture and what's incentivized. Because it all comes back to the money. It all comes back to the money. So it's just, and I have to bring it back for those who don't understand why we would discuss Bobby Brown in a finance class. It comes back to the money. Because if it wasn't for the money, half this stuff wouldn't have happened. Most of these things wouldn't have went down this way if it wasn't for the money. Whitney was hanging out with Clive Davis because of the money. Bobby was the man because of the money. Bobby's whole story is about the money, right? So what else did he talk about? Well, he was talking about his regrets. And if you notice, he was like, but I bought a car and I drove it for a day and then I just gave the car away and threw it away. And he said, I wish I could have those cars now. He's like, run, run, run. Like it's a joke, like it's funny. And I'm like, again, I'm sitting there, I'm like, that's not funny, dude, because now your grandkids are working at Arby's because because you blew their generational wealth. God handed you $1 billion opportunity and you flushed it down the toilet because you didn't even understand that when all those millions of dollars that you received, that was not your pocket change, bro. That was not money you were supposed to just blow at the club. That was your grandchildren's generational wealth. That was your big come up. That was your opportunity to transform a whole generation. I mean, really, I want you to really think about this for a minute. I need us to process this in terms of culture. If you go to if you look around at what influences young black males the most, among the top 3 or 4 influencers that you see out here, when you're talking about young black boys, is you see a lot of hip hop artists, individuals that can be described, unfortunately, as degenerates. A lot of drinking, a lot of smoking, a lot of womanizing, a lot of things that can easily get them sent to prison. I think I saw a group of athletes that all went to prison this past week, and that's not healthy, right? In terms of influence. Also, in addition to that, many of them have been incentivized for many, many years to behave like clowns, right? To sort of be outlandish and loud and immature. And that's where you get a lot of these 45-year-old teenagers. That's what I call them, 45-year-old teenagers that are still trying to be kids, but you're like grandpa age, and it's kind of embarrassing. So that's our influence. That's one of our great influences for our young boys, and this becomes the culture. Now, I want you to look on the other side and look at some of the influential stories that young white males receive. Now, sure, they have clowns too. They have lots of people on that side of the fence that do things that are just silly and embarrassing and goofy. But a lot of their most influential stories also consist of people like Mark Zuckerberg or Bill Gates or Elon Musk, who were also in their 20s, who could have been running around getting high, having, sleeping with lots of women, rapping about killing people or whatever. But no, they were building these billion-dollar companies. Mark Zuckerberg, at the age of 19, was starting Facebook. He was building his legacy of generational wealth. So his rock star status that led to him being admired by millions of people was not driven by silly economic immaturity, like I'm gonna go just buy a car and throw the car away, or I'm gonna go and just spend all my money on drugs, or I'm just gonna go just flush my opportunities down the toilet. It was built on his legacy is built on this idea that he sacrificed and grinded and used all of his youthful energy building a company that's worth $500 billion or more. I don't know what the market value of Facebook is, but I know that it's probably somewhere about 500 billion or a little bit more than that. So my point is to say, what if we had a segment of black culture where the black men that we looked up to the most were not the loud, outlandish entertainers or the athletes. But let's say we had a big segment of black culture, male or female, where you had people that became known because when they were 21 years old, they took all their extra money and they built a multi-billion-dollar company that employed 300,000 people. I don't really see a lot of examples like that in the black male community that get the same amount of respect and admiration that we give rappers and athletes. That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to put down rappers and athletes, but what I am trying to say though is that there's a process here. There's a belief that others have about you, which translates into a belief about how you see yourself, which causes us to end up saying, well, if you talk to a black boy, like who do you admire the most? A lot of black boys will point out a football or basketball player, and then they'll point out a rapper. They'll say, I admire 50 Cent because 50 Cent has a studio and all that, right? Which is fine. I think that that's fine. But he also has done a lot of things that were very destructive and incredibly immature, and we've talked about that too. So this economic immaturity piece that I'm really saying is something that is very costly for black people. And when I saw this thing with Dr. Anderson and I think about what I saw with Bobby Brown back in the day was I saw a guy who really 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 went out of his way to be as outlandish as he could be, to be as loud and crazy and wild, and the wilder and crazy he was, the more money he made. So if you're getting financially rewarded for being loud, crazy, and irresponsible, why wouldn't you continue to do that? I mean, when you're 21, 22 years old, you think you're invincible. You think bad things can't happen to you. You think you're going to be young forever. And so you just kind of get caught up in the moment. And so this is also why mentorship is really important to combat these various forms of economic immaturity that can be very costly. I was really curious to think to my, I remember asking myself, I wonder who Bobby's mentors were. He had a father. What was his father doing? Was his father sitting him down and saying, look, son, you got an opportunity of a lifetime here. And I want you to have fun. I want you to live your life, but I also don't want you to destroy yourself or to destroy the people that you love. One day that little girl is going to grow up and she's going to need a responsible father. She's going to need a man in her life who made good choices when he was young, because that's going to give him the ability to come through for her when he gets older. You got to slow down a little bit. This is what fathers do, right? And this is why the breakdown of the black family and the loss of the father as a primary a primary definer of a black household, the loss of the father was also a multi-trillion-dollar loss in the black community, because the reason a lot of young black boys are still boys even when they become men is because they never had a man to really slap them upside the head and tell them what a man is supposed to do. They didn't have that. I remember my father correcting me on multiple occasions, and I remember referencing my father's behavior to understand how I was supposed to behave at each stage in my life. If I had not had that as a guidepost, if I had not had that as a blueprint, I probably would have looked to maybe somebody on TV and said, oh, that must be what a man does, and then next thing you know, I'd be doing something completely different, right? So really, I think overall these things all connect to your economics. These things relate to the decline in black wealth in the black community. If you've got billion-dollar entities like the Bobby Browns or the DMXs literally throwing away billion-dollar opportunities in broad daylight, you should not be surprised when somebody turns around and tells you that black wealth is dropping. Why would it not be dropping? If you literally are, if it, I mean, think about just how backward it is to have a culture where you show how much money you have by wasting money. Like I'm going to prove to you that I'm rich by taking a bunch of money and throwing it, flushing it down the toilet, or by going to the club and buying up 80 bottles of liquor, or whatever it is that I do with my money, or buying a car and just leaving the car and throwing the car away. See, what you got to understand, and this is true in economics and really in life in general, just like they say you are what you eat. You know, they say you are what you eat, like, right? If you're eating, if even if you're healthy, if you're eating really bad food, then you're eventually going to become a sick person. Well, the same thing is true when it comes to choices. You are what you do. You are what you do. What you do every day economically ultimately defines what you ultimately become. It's not about where you are. I don't care where you are. I don't care if you're rich or poor. I don't care if you where you come from, all that. I'm not looking at where you are. I'm looking at where you're going. If I'm looking at a car and the car is in Ohio, but the car is driving 100 miles an hour toward California, that's not an Ohio car for very long. I don't look at that as an Ohio car because the car's not stationary. It's moving toward something. It's moving toward California. So I'm going to go ahead and anticipate that this car is going to be in California. This is actually how the stock market works. The stock market does the same thing. A lot of people ask that question. They say, well, how can a company that hasn't made any money have a $10 billion valuation? Well, that's because the market is anticipatory. The market is forward looking, investor thinking, the mathematics and everything, and the psychology behind stock market slash investor thinking is they're not looking at where you're at. They're looking at where you're going. Every asset on the entire stock market is valued with pretty much a variant of the exact same equation. It is called the present value of future cash flows model. And all that means is that we're going to look at everything you're going to do in the future and we're going to discount it back to the present and we're going to value you based on what you're doing and how well we think it's going to go and how fast we think you're going to grow, right? So I can look at a 20-year-old and who had got a nickel in his pocket and I would look at his behavior and say, "Ooh, this boy's going somewhere because I watch what he does on a daily basis." What you do determines what you're becoming. All of you, everybody in here, all of us, including me, we are all becoming something. We are all becoming something. So the question I believe we should ask ourselves right now is say, based on this behavior right here, what am I becoming when I act like this? What am I becoming? I mentioned to you all that we're sponsoring a NASCAR driver, LeVar Scott. I talked about him yesterday. I'm super proud of this kid. He's 20 years old. He's one of the few black NASCAR drivers out there, and I just love him. And I just told him, I said, man, I want to get behind you because I see what kind of person you are. I see how hard you work. I see how serious you are. I see that you're a warrior. I see that you're a winner. I see you got the right mindset. So I'm not investing in you based on what you are. I know you're a broke 20-year-old. I get it. That's cool. I'm looking at what you're going to become. I think you're going to be great. You're going to be a superstar. You're going to get on top of the world one day. So that's literally how you think as an investor. You think about the future. So again, because your number one investment in your life that you'll ever make is pretty much going to be you, and then the other investments you're going to make are going to be people in your family. I want you to really look at everything. Look at culture and habits. Culture, habits, and choices, they're all connected. Culture drives our habits, which drives our choices, right? And based on the culture, habits, and day-to-day choices we have, the question becomes, what are you becoming? Based on what you eat every day and what you're eating for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, what are you becoming? Are you becoming a healthy person? Are you becoming a sick person? Based on how you handle your relationships with other people, what are you becoming? Are you becoming a person who's going to be surrounded by love or a person who's going to be surrounded by hate and negativity and envy and all kinds of other negative emotions? Based on your finances, are you investing consistently in your future? That means you're becoming a rich person. If you're not investing, if you don't invest this week and because you just want to get to it later or you think it's going to happen tomorrow, well, unfortunately, you're not becoming a wealthy person when you do that, right? It takes time for sure, but at some point, the habits have to change because the habits shape everything. And what I see with Bobby Brown was I see a guy that was really trapped by culture, habits, and choices. The culture of, I'm going to get rich by being loud and flashy and obnoxious and crazy and wild and everything else, and the world will reward me for that. That's the bad culture. And then you've got the habits, right? Drugs are the worst kind of habit to form because that's not a habit anymore. It's actually an addiction. And then you've got choices that come out of that. When I am high on dope, when I am high on money, and when I am high on fame, which Bobby Brown was affected by all three of those drugs, cocaine, money, and fame. All three of those drugs had him in a constant state of this weird euphoria that affected all of his choices. And all those choices, I bet you that if you were to sit down and do a deep therapy session with Bobby Brown and ask him to tell the story of his life, you would probably run across a regret every 10 seconds. I would be willing to bet you that everything that he thought was his wildest dream poured into what became his worst nightmare. I mean, Whitney dead in a bathtub had to be a nightmare for him. Bobby Christina dying early had to be a nightmare for him. The financial devastation that came with that had to be a nightmare for him. Drug addiction had to be a nightmare for him. Going to the doctor and having health effects from poor choices when you're young had to be a nightmare for him. So the interesting thing about life that's fascinating to me is that if you are not able to either have the discipline or have someone to force you to have the discipline to have a longer term view of your life, a different perspective, a higher level of consciousness, like in that airplane. Remember the analogy that I was explaining, being in the car versus being in the airplane? The airplane pilot can see what's ahead. Do you understand? The airplane pilot has a higher level of consciousness. They're in the third dimension. They can see what's going on. If they were in the fourth dimension, they can see even more. If they were in the fifth dimension, they can see more. This is where consciousness comes into play. So a more conscious version of a Bobby Brown would have been able to say, okay, this is 19, I'm looking down at 1991, but guess what? I got 1992, 93, 99, 2009, 2019, 2029. I got to think about all that too. So I can't just pour so much into 1991 that I end up bankrupting myself in 2019 and 2020. Do you understand? That to me is awareness. That is what consciousness is. And this is why also mentorship is extremely important, because when you have a mentor, the mentor has a level of consciousness you don't have. If Bobby's 21 and he's getting it in and living his best life, but he's sitting next to a man he trusts or a woman he trusts or somebody he trusts that's 50 years old, who is able to have a higher level of insight and consciousness and tell him what's down the road. Like, yeah, it's really great right now. The girls love you and stuff. But when you hit about 30, man, you start getting tired and blah, blah, blah. You can't dance no more. You start to pull a hamstring on the stage. And you got that kind of mentorship. Then that helps you prepare for the next stage. And this is why you can contrast, say, a Bobby Brown with someone like, say, a LeBron James. A LeBron James is a guy who he's always been a great athlete. He's always been the king of everything. He's just as famous as Bobby Brown was. He's just as talented. And LeBron could have been acting a damn fool. He could have just been a complete mess his whole entire life, but he wasn't. He had a wife and children because somebody poured that into him to be conscious and aware of the fact that, yeah, you could go have a bunch of babies, mamas, but that's not going to look very good for you when you're 40 years old. And when you're 40, you want to have that structured family that people can respect a little more than a guy who's just sort of splattered his seed all over the city because he was having so much sex, right? Or just other choices that he made. Now, I bet you, like another prediction that I have for LeBron is that LeBron is going to be similar to Michael Jordan in that LeBron is going to make more money 10 years from now than he ever made in the NBA. He's going to make more money when he's 50. LeBron's going to make more money in 1 year than he's made his entire NBA career. This guy is on track to make several $100 million a year, and that's because he spent time preparing for the next stage of life. Why? Well, because either God or a mentor gave him a level of consciousness to be able to see more than just the moment. Do you understand? That consciousness is what separates you from an animal. And what makes me resent America so much is that I really believe that they look at black people as animals. I really believe that they want the black man to live like an animal. Like I really do. I really think that they I really think that they want the black man to just go from woman to woman and blow all his money and eat the worst foods and make all the horrible choices, abandon his family and just act like a buffoon. And then they can say, see, this is what those look at how those Negroes act. Look at how those people are. They think about it. Do you know how many white men? I bet if you got them like secretly away from other people and made them really be honest. Do you know how many of them, if you said, would you want your daughter to marry a black man? Do you know how many of them would say, "Oh hell no"? And a lot of the reason they say hell no is they say, "Well, these guys they have babies and they don't take care of their kids." All these stereotypes, right? And what sucks though, what sucks to me, what makes me mad is when we embrace the stereotype. Because we know all of us know somebody who fits that description, and that sucks. And what also happens is that society, because they have such a low impression of us, they will take those men who fulfill the stereotype and elevate them and make them the heroes of your community. You'll have a civil rights march, and the guy speaking at the damn march will be a guy who fulfills every negative stereotype about black men that there is. And so this is the challenge that we have. This is what we're up against, and this is why I'm so vocal about this stuff. I don't care if I lose friends over. I lost a lot of friends because people think I'm being mean and I'm not going with the trend. I'm not trying to be cool. Well, I ain't trying to be cool. But you know where I learned that from? I learned it from my daddy. My daddy's like, I'm not trying to be your friend. I'm trying to tell you the truth. That's it. My dad, one day I went on ESPN one time and my father chewed me out after I got off ESPN. I was like, so did you see it? And he was like, that was stupid. Like, what was, he's like, why are you agreeing with ignorant people? That doesn't make any sense. He did because he did not care about being cool and fitting in, right? And I really think that's the best type of freedom that you can have. When you get to the point where you're okay with who you are and what you're doing, and you don't need other people to always agree and always like it. then that's a really great type of liberation, because I think we have a society where, due to low self-esteem that's implanted in us as children, we're trained to go through life wanting people to like us. And that's very dangerous, because sometimes people will like you only if you do the wrong things. It's no different from high school. Like, remember in high school you had the cool kids, and everybody wanted to be down with the cool kids, but some of those cool kids are in prison right now. Some of those cool kids are unemployed, hooked on drugs, in all these bad situations. And so why would you want to emulate people that are losing, that are failing? And that's what I really want us to kind of process, is what culture do you want to be a part of? What life do you want to live? And when it comes to, if you circle it back to the economics, the choice, the culture you choose will have a direct impact on your health, on your wealth, and your relationships. Period. Your wealth will be directly affected by whether you choose a wealth building culture or a wealth destroying culture. And unfortunately for poor Bobby, he'd embraced a wealth destruction culture. And as a result of that, Bobby's got grandkids that probably have to get up and go to work every day because granddaddy didn't manage the family resources and the family opportunity. And it's not just Bobby though. I mean, you have a lot of just speaking on celebrity spending. Um, I remember, like, I love Michael Jackson though. By the way, my wife's from Gary, and he's, I can't. Saying something negative about Michael would be sacrilegious. And I thought Michael was cool. I really do. I love the family, but has anybody ever seen how Michael Jackson used to spend money? It was so crazy. Don't get me wrong, Michael made some good investments through the years, right? So no doubt about that. But the spending was so funny. Remember when they did that show where he went in that store in Vegas, and stuff in that store was like two, three, $4 million, and he's like, I want one of those, two of those, three of those, four of those, and so he's just spending like crazy. And so what was unfortunate for Michael is that, this poor guy was in his 50s and he was going on tour again, because his only major source of income was going on tour. He had to make the money. And that's almost like the older boxers. When you see older boxers that are boxing when they're, 40, 50 years old, stuff like that, just doing unhealthy stuff. And with Michael, what's interesting is Michael's wealth went up after Michael died, because Michael wasn't there spending the money anymore. Michael's estate was taken over by people who didn't have to spend $10 million a month just to maintain a lifestyle. So what has occurred is that the wealth in Michael's estate has gone way, way up. So that's another fascinating thing about economics, is that sometimes sometimes the family business does better when the founder of the family business is no longer involved. It's almost like when Steve Jobs got pushed out of Apple. That was a bad decision, by the way. But there have been other scenarios where pushing out the founder was made the company better, because the founder's preferences and choices were not always healthy for the company. So with Michael, and I love Michael, I do, I always will. With Michael, it's like, because he's out of the way and he's not spending like a crazy man anymore, the family wealth is enormous, and I don't know how much that estate makes, but they make millions of dollars every year. And Michael poured into his legacy in a really appropriate way, and now, kids 100 years from now are going to have a better life because Michael was here. So in that particular case, it was a scenario, in my view, where everything wasn't done perfectly, etc. Because I do, again, I believe fame and money are addictions, and those things can really. And then if you compound that with something with drugs, it just becomes a complete mess. But and most people can't relate to it, because that lifestyle is so different. I'm not super famous. I'm only internet famous. But even with a little bit of internet fame, you'd be amazed at how people spoil you. Everyone says yes to you. So many things are easier for you than they are for regular people. But then also, I've been around mega celebrities. Like, again, remember I told you talking to Kanye West was almost impossible, because he just lives in this world where everything's so different. The amounts of money are just enormous, and the amount of access is out of control. So if you're not grounded, if you're not spiritually tethered to something, if your consciousness is not where it needs to be, it's easy to get kind of caught up in that, to the point where it distorts everything about you that's human. Will Smith is, to me, one of the smartest entertainers out here, and he wrote a book, and he reflected on that and what fame did to him, in terms of it literally made him depressed, because he said it's very depressing to be able to have everything you want, and there's nothing that's hard to get anymore. And so like sex, like men have to work to have sex with women. He didn't have to work for that. and he said he got to the point where even sexual pleasure would make him vomit. He would vomit after that because it was like too much. It was like too much. So just count your blessings, right? Even when something is harder to get, even that's a little bit of a blessing in my opinion. So always know there's a blessing in everything, and I want you to see that so that you'll be happy with the life that you have. Okay. So anyway, I'm done talking. I hope this conversation was beneficial to you. This is in case you want to know how this links back to the economics. Basically, it's sort of this sort of general awareness idea that says that if we're aware of how our economics ties into other parts of our lives, then we're going to be better off financially. We're going to have better economic outcomes, and that's why we're here, and that's why you got up this morning to come hang out with me. So anyway, a couple quick things. Don't forget to get on the text list if you're not on the text list. If you want to get a notification periodically when we meet for Money in the Morning, just text the word morning, MORING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948. Also, my wife is going to join the ladies of Fly Nubian Queen this afternoon at 1 o'clock. We wanted to create spaces for intelligent Black women to share their voice. So if you'd like to participate or be notified, then just text the word Queens with an S, Queens, to 87948, and I will notify you all when the Fly Nubian Queens get together and do their thing. Thirdly, tomorrow at 1 o'clock or tomorrow at noon, I'm going to do an introductory Q&A for how to make money selling stock options. And this is what we call Prime 101. And so if you want to join us in the Prime program, you can get access. You can come on in to that. So just text or actually, you know what, don't text. Go to drboyceprime.com. You can take a look at the program to decide if it's for you. It does work. It's really good stuff. It's how I make my money. So if you're looking to make extra money, I think this is the best. This is literally the best way to make money I've ever seen in my life, to be honest with you. So feel free to go to drboyceprime.com if that interests you. Okay, guys, I'm going to get out of here. Have a great day. It was great talking to you. And thanks for putting up with me again. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care now. Bye-bye. Guys, welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. What's going on, everybody? I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. I wanted to come in today and ask some serious questions about rappers and beef, particularly Drake and Kendrick Lamar. In case you've been following, Drake and Kendrick Lamar have been in this just really epic, chaotic battle where it's going beyond just the music. Somebody got shot today. I don't know if that's related to the beef or not, but it's a funny coincidence that it happened at the same time. And it really made me ask that question in terms of, like, what is beef? I think that Biggie had a song called What is Beef? And I really wanted to ask this question. I said, why is it that rappers, how is it that Black men, how is it that we're the only group of people on earth where somebody can die because somebody made a song? Somebody can literally go out and put sound into the universe that gets somebody killed. If that ain't voodoo, I don't know what is. If that ain't a type of bitchcraft, witchcraft, I don't know what is. And we're going to break that down. We're going to talk about white people a little bit and why rappers love to beef with each other, but will never beef against white supremacy. They will never do a drive-by on racism. They will never run up on the public school system. They'll beat up on each other, but they got nothing to say to the slave masters that run their industry. And we're going to talk about some other aspects of this as well. So get comfortable, buckle up a seatbelt. We're going to get started on drboycetv.com right now.
Here we are, clan the isms, cataclysm great. Our people out here struggling, trying to make it in this state. Everybody out here doing it, but we the ones who late. Now family, we the ones who gotta delegate. Get that money in the power, never be fake. Stick to cosign for 3. What did he say? Create jobs, support our own. Educate the same and buy back your home. Got 3 degrees, triple 10. 3 PhDs, now we on the CNN. DBTV, let's talk about negligence. Ignorance is bliss, but we can turn it to intelligence. Please, none of what you hear, half of what you see. Let's break it down here on Dr. Boyce TV. Here we are.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day, and I hope you're also prepared to think, to open your mind, and maybe be a little pissed off because I'm probably going to say some stuff that's going to make somebody mad. I kind of do that, and I can't apologize for that because that's just me being me. And I hope that we can have a tough conversation and still be loved. Give me a yes in the chat if you are prepared to be open-minded. Give me a yes if you want to hear new ideas. Give me a yes if you want to explore the parts of these conversations, like this thing with Drake and Kendrick Lamar, that maybe isn't being discussed in media. So give me a yes if it's okay if we have a broader conversation and not just Negro talk. I hope that's okay. All right, good. Because I want to make sure that we're ready for this because, I understand sometimes when you talk about stuff like this, people don't get it. They say, well, you're 52 years old and you're a professor. Why are you talking about rappers, Doc? You're too old. Man, first of all, I've seen the beefs. Like I go back. My first big beef I saw was Ice Cube and NWA, and I remember everybody thinking that somebody was going to get killed because you have those beefs that spill out of the studio and spill into the streets, and they get very, very real. So I know the history. I can compare this to Tupac because I lived through watching Tupac and Biggie die, and I remember watching it happen and knowing that somebody was going to end up dead. And then also because you know what, if you are a black man and you don't pay attention to what's happening in black culture, then I don't know what kind of black man you can be. You cannot be an effective black man if you do not know what's happening in the black community. So to all the Negro naysayers, the Negro naysayers, these are the people who have a problem with every solution, who always have something negative to say or whatever. I just want y'all to know I am not here to beef with you. I'm not here to beef with you. In fact, on Twitter, when I brought it up and I was asking a question about the beef and stuff like that, and I said, is there something? Is it just black men? Like, are we the only ones that have a culture where you can die because somebody made a song? Like, what's up with all these beefs? Like, do white comedians like Jerry Seinfeld, is he beefing with other comedians the way Cat Williams is? Like, just help me understand this. And then somebody came along and said, you're beefing with Corey Holcomb. You were beefing with Corey Holcomb, Doc, and you beef with Yvette Carnell, and you beef with Kwame Brown. So you need to give people the same grace they gave you. I said, well, first of all, if you will look at the record, you'll know that I did not beef with any of those people. I didn't beef with Corey Holcomb. I didn't. First of all, Corey is a brilliant comedian. What do I look like beefing with a comedian? What am I gonna do? Out joke you? What are we gonna do? Have like release joke albums and like try to see who can make people laugh the most? Well, I'm gonna lose. I'm gonna lose that because Corey's a damn good comedian. He's a damn good comedian. Now Corey got mad at me because I said something he didn't like, and I acknowledged that. But you know what we did? Let me tell y'all. See, people don't know. Let me tell y'all what happened with the Corey Holcomb so-called beef. Because the guy, I guess he thought he had me in a I got you moment or whatever. I said, no, here's what happened. You know what me and Corey did? Corey threw some shots and he said some things and he made a lot of videos. And when I see that happening, you know what I see? I see what J. Cole saw with Kendrick. I see somebody that's hurting. I see that, okay, look, I said something that probably offended you. And you know what we did? We got on the phone and we settled it like grown men. We have a mutual friend named Willie D from the Ghetto Boys. Willie D was also around when Tupac got killed. And he told me that when he heard Hit 'Em Up, he got concerned because he said somebody's about to get killed. And he didn't care about the music at that point. It was thinking about people actually getting killed. So me, Willie, and Corey got on the phone. We settled our beef. And then I said, why don't we do this publicly? Or maybe it was Corey's idea. I have no idea. But whoever's idea it was, we all agreed. And we got on Willie D's channel and we talked it out like men. And people did not like that. People want to see a beef. They want to see black men fight because they're used to that. They're used to seeing black men at each other's throats. But let me just tell you this. You're right. I've been in these internet streets a long time. I've got over 1 billion views on my videos. I probably made 25,000 videos in the last 15 years. And let me tell you, there has never been a time where there was some other dude beefing with me across the internet where I didn't say, okay, get on the phone if you have something to say to me. I'm not gonna throw shots across the internet. That's not of interest to me. That is not fun. Umar Johnson, he could still call me. I told him that 10 years ago. I would tell him that today. Kwame Brown, I said, get Kwame on the phone. Why won't Kwame talk to me? Why would you talk on the internet but not talk in person? Do you understand that escalation only makes things worse? That was the real conversation. So long story short, I would just tell you that people that have any sort of experience in conflict resolution, they understand how escalation can be very dangerous. Let me know if you understand what I'm saying. That what happens is that when you get into a space like hip hop, a very toxic space, not that all hip hop is toxic, not that all rap is bad. Drake is bad, but not all rap is bad. I'm just playing. I'm showing my bias because I ain't gonna lie. I'm more Team Kendrick. I'm a Kendrick Lamar fan. Drake, I never understood. I felt like Drake was for the ladies. Anybody who walks around with a heart in his head, calling himself a certified lover boy, I get it. You're a lover boy. You ain't loving on me because we ain't going to no Diddy party. So you're not my lover boy, but you're somebody else's lover boy, and I get it. But I'm not a boy, and you ain't gonna be my lover. So certified lover boy never vibe with me. Kendrick vibed with me, but that's my bias, and I acknowledge that. With that said, though, here's what I want to kind of process on this Drake thing and this Kendrick Lamar situation. All right, so do me a favor, hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up, please. Thumbs up, share, subscribe. First things first. I think that we need to really acknowledge, give me a yes if you agree, that Black men collectively, we can really benefit from those in our community who understand conflict resolution. Give me a yes if you agree that some conflict resolution skill could save a lot of lives, could make the world a little bit easier for everybody, could help with our mental health, could keep us from traumatizing each other. Give me a yes if you agree with that. And if you agree, I hope you agree, because let me tell you why I love the Nation of Islam. The reason I love the Nation of Islam is because the Nation of Islam, it does a better job of rehabilitating the Black male than any social worker I have ever seen, than any organization I have ever seen, any therapist I've ever seen, any system I've ever seen. There is no system, no therapist, no institution, no hospital, no nothing that can rehabilitate the Black male and Black male relationships better than the Nation of Islam. So you know what Drake and Kendrick need to do now that somebody done got shot. I don't know if Kendrick's got anything to do with it, but damn, it's a damn coincidence that a drive-by happens at Drake's. I mean, Kendrick's from the land of the drive-by, by the way, Compton, right? So it's more than a coincidence that a drive-by happens to happen right at the peak of your beef. I'm not saying Kendrick had anything to do with it, but damn, I mean, come on now, this is crazy. So now that this has happened, you know what they need to call? They need to get on the phone and they need to call Farrakhan. They need to call Louis Farrakhan or brother Nuri Muhammad or brother Wesley Muhammad or somebody in the Nation of Islam to resolve this beef, because you need somebody that's going to resolve things in a way that is loving. You need people that are going to resolve things in a way where they're not profiting from your demise. You need people involved who aren't just sitting there waiting for another hit record, who aren't trying to make another dollar. See, a Leor Cohen, if you don't know Leor Cohen, he's one of those people that runs the music industry. He's one of those. Damon Dash refers to him as a culture vulture, if I'm not mistaken. The Leor Cohens of the world, they don't want to see you live. They don't want to see you prosper. Why would they want to see you live? Did y'all know an artist's work goes up in value once he dies? Y'all do know that, right? When artists die, their value of their work goes up. So for them, Negroes are worth more dead than alive half the damn time. Right? In fact, when all these rappers get killed, I'm really looking to see who had life insurance policies on these guys, who stood to benefit from their demise. Why is nobody really investigating this? So let's just be clear. You got people involved who want to see you die. This is nothing new. This happened during Tupac and Biggie. You had people in the middle. You had the Vlad TVs at the time, which it wasn't Vlad TV. It was like, these magazines, Double XL and all that. And they wanted to see these rappers beef. They wanted to see them fight. They wanted to see them go at it because that sells more magazines. War sells because you can sell weapons to both sides. You can get magazine sales talking about developments in the war. So effectively, war sells. So what really the problem is to me is that these beefs have a very real implication for Black people. It's real. We when somebody dies, it's not usually Leor Cohen's relatives that get killed. It's somebody in our community. And I really think that this beef is bad because it's just like, man, like, can't we do better than this? Like, what's really happening here? And it's okay if it's just a competition of who can be the best rapper, but for us, it seems to mean so much more. It's more than just who can make the best song. It is who can destroy the other one the fastest. That's what concerns me. Okay, so anyway, do me a favor, hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. You're watching drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. If you have Spotify or Apple, This podcast is on Spotify and Apple. And every morning we do financial church. We do something called financial consciousness training. I'm a finance PhD, and I help you. This is a free class in the Black Business School. We meet every single morning, and all we do is we elevate our understanding of money, our financial vision. When you gain financial vision, you will see the money, and you'll be able to make money without having to bust raps and play basketball and do crazy stuff. You can actually do things in a way that is more empowering, like sell stock options or make investments. So if you'd like to join us, just text the word morning to 87948, MORNING, morning to 87948. And also, even tonight, we have real estate expert Shalay Camila coming into the Black Business School, and she's going to do a private conversation on the real estate market and opportunities that exist there. If you'd like to do a free trial in our private real estate club, you can go to drboycerealestate.com and do a $1 trial, 30-day money back guarantee, and join these private discussions with real estate experts in our midst. So anyway, let's keep going here. Hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. So let me ask y'all a question about Kendrick Lamar and Drake. Okay, so and I want to ask this in a way where we can sort of just figure this out. First off, I want to ask y'all this. So it's very common for us to see rappers beefing. It's very common to see rappers dying. It's very common to just see beef in general. If you remember, a lot of us got very excited because we saw Cat Williams literally doing a scorched earth policy on Club Shay Shay. Did anybody else? How many of y'all watched Cat Williams on Club Shay Shay? That interview probably got 50 million views. I don't quite understand exactly why it did. I just know that it was interesting. Cat is a brilliant guy. He's very, very funny. And the interview was interesting largely because Cat was really, really sort of railing on a lot of other comedians. I mean, Cat was starting beefs, finishing beefs, bringing up beefs from 20 years ago. So-and-so stole my joke back in 1999. And just a lot of really interesting stuff. And so this Club Shay Shay interview was interesting to me because I really said, man, this is so fascinating because now all the comedians are retaliating. Every comedian on earth had something to say. A bunch of comedians were on their Instagrams the next morning talking about the interview. There were people coming out saying, well, no, you say Cedric the Entertainer stole your joke. Well, you stole somebody else's joke, right? So it got to the point where I knew the inevitable happened. You started seeing a lot of escalation. You saw other people saying, well, you say I did this. Well, you did that. And you say he did this. Well, he did that. And so Dave Chappelle, if you recall, he kind of came in the way J. Cole came in the Kendrick Lamar beef. J. Cole and Dave Chappelle, the thing that they both have in common is that they both have a level of consciousness and intelligence that a lot of people don't have. They have a consciousness where they say, do we see the big picture here of what's really happening? Dave Chappelle, he really pissed people off because he said, why are we destroying each other like this? Why are we out here? We're all trying to struggle. We're all black men trying to make it in comedy. Why can't we lift each other up? Why are we determined to tear each other down? And that caused a little bit of a conflict. But here's my point. Here's where I'm going to say that Dave Chappelle had a point on this. It became World War III among comedians. And I thought it was crazy. I said the black community has some of the most gangster-ass comedians I have ever seen. You look in other communities, comedians don't walk around like thugs. They're not threatening to beat each other's asses on stage. And all. Cause I saw it. I literally saw a comedian, I think it was Faison Love or something, who said to another comedian, if I see you, I'm going to beat your ass. It's on site. And I'm like, wow, we got some gangster, we got gangster clowns. Like white people don't have comedians like that. I can't think of a single white comedian who was threatening to beat up another comedian on stage. Not to put white people on a pedestal or nothing like that. I'm not saying that at all. But I do think it's really funny that we have like these gangster ass clowns. Like, you're a clown, dude. Like, you make jokes. You know, you make jokes for a living, but yet you're trying to be a thug too. You know, like I'm a thug, he's a thug, she's a thug, we's a thug. Wouldn't you like to be a thug nigga too? I just don't understand it. I just don't understand this gangster clown thing and all this fighting amongst comedians. So I want to ask y'all a question. Give me a yes or no. Can y'all name, any recent beefs in the last, let's say, year where white comedians, like, I don't know, Jerry Seinfeld, I can't name a lot of white comedians, to be honest with you, because I don't keep up with them like that. But can y'all name any white comedians that were like threatening to beat each other's asses on stage, accusing each other of stealing jokes, calling each other gay? Just, I don't know. I'm not saying that I'm not, again, this is not to put white people on a pedestal. It's really to kind of, it's really to kind of make us sort of look at this and say, what in the hell is happening in our culture that even the comedians are even the clowns want to be gangsters. And I just don't get that. I don't understand why people who want unity or people who want to sort of de-escalate are seen as simps, like something's wrong with you, like oh no, you're not really keeping it gangster, like you're not a tough guy because you actually want peace with another black man. I just don't understand that. And the only thing that I can really come back to is trauma. You guys know when we created the Black Financial Therapy Department in the Black Business School, it's the first ever Black Financial Therapy Department ever created in history. There's not another one anywhere on earth. One of the things that we did determine in our research with therapists is that undiagnosed, untreated trauma is the number one problem in the Black community. And so what traumatized people do is they have trauma responses to things. And trauma response basically means you make me mad, I want to fight. You make me mad, I can't trust you no more. You make me mad, it reminds me of the fact that my daddy was mean to me or my mama wasn't shit or whatever, or the things I went through that hurt my feelings when I was a kid in the hood. So as a result of the fact that you just hurt me, you hurt my feelings, I'm going to hurt you more than you hurt me. And then, of course, you're going to come back with your trauma response, which is going to be worse than mine. And you're going to hurt me more than I hurt you. And then I'm going to hurt you more than you hurt me, which was more than I hurt you. And then next thing you know, somebody's dead. Next thing you know, we have like the rapper from the Migos, Takeoff, who got killed last year. You have other artists and all kinds of stuff happening that just really shouldn't be happening. So I really just think it's just fascinating that we have these sort of unique cultural variations that I don't really see anywhere else. I've never seen Jerry Seinfeld say, if I see that nigga, I'm gonna whoop his ass. I've never seen any of the white comedians. I can't name them all. I don't know a lot of them. Seth, the guy from the Tonight Show or whatever his name is. I've never seen him say, let me tell you, he stole my joke. He ain't shit. F that mother ucker, like it's just kind of and then here's the thing too, though. Remember that these beefs end in violence. So with Drake and Kendrick, that's a situation where somebody has actually gotten shot. In Tupac and Biggie, that ended up with both Tupac and Biggie in a casket. Every single year, a rapper gets shot. There's a rapper getting shot every single year. So really, it's interesting because it's almost like the gangster rapper culture spills over into other areas, like in athletics. You remember Gilbert Arenas? I remember him pulling a gun out in the locker room. Why is a basketball player carrying a gun? What's happening here, right? And then you spill over into comedy, and you've got comedians threatening to beat each other up and whoop each other's asses and destroying each other's careers. And I just don't know. This is a serious question. Does this really happen as rampantly in the white community? Or is this particular dysfunction? Now, white people got their own dysfunctions. Y'all crazy too, in your own way. Y'all got nuclear weapons and stuff. So y'all crazy too, and y'all giving all that money to Israel so they can go bomb those kids in Palestine. So let's not let white folks off the hook for the nonsense they do. But I really, really, really want to understand what's happening here and why we have even if you just look in comedy, we literally have gangster clowns. We literally have clowns that want to be thugs. Like you tell jokes for a living, bro. Like, you make me laugh. You're not supposed to scare me. You're not supposed to threaten to kill my whole family. You're not supposed to, threaten to beat my ass when you see me on stage. So I connect the Drake and Kendrick Lamar beef to what I saw with Cat Williams and Club Shay Shay. Everybody loves black men when they beef. Everybody likes that. People egg it on. And so when you have a brilliant guy like a J. Cole come along, and I say brilliant because J. Cole came along and said, man, I don't want no parts of this. This is not appropriate. This is not cool. This is not beneficial. You have people in the crowd, and you saw these people online. Man, that's a punk move. That's a punk move. And I've seen that before because there was a guy who's on the internet. I forgot his name, but Anton Daniels, who apparently he started beefing with me online and saying things or whatever because he didn't like what I said. And I'm used to that, right? I've been around for a while, so usually when someone comes around, they might kind of bring my name up as a way to kind of strengthen their own platform. But now he has a great platform. He has it on his own, so he doesn't need me to strengthen his platform. But he was, he had a lot to say to me or whatever. And one time he was in my chat and I said, why don't you just come in? Because I like to talk to you. I'd like to talk to you face to face. I like to face people when they talk crazy about me and my wife. You don't even know my wife, but I'd like to just get to know you and see what's really going on, brother. Like, what's happening that's causing you to be so angry at me? And I didn't even know who you are. And we got on the air. You know what we did? We talked it out. We just talked. And people, and I got criticism. I had people that got mad at me because I was not fighting with him. And I was like, because I don't want to fight with him. Maybe he has a point. Maybe he's right about some things. I want to learn from him. I want to hear what you have to say. I want to figure out what I did to hurt your feelings. That was my goal. If anybody ever bumps into Kwame Brown, tell him I would love to know what caused you to be so angry with me, a man that you've never met, that you did 8 or 9 videos about me in a row. Like, I just really was very curious. I thought we had a lot in common. We're both friends with Judge Joe Brown, and we both love Dr. Claude Anderson. He's like a father to me. Why are you mad at me, bro? Like, what's happening here? Let's talk, right? And I really don't think black men do that enough. I really don't. I really think that we should just literally have a model that deals with beef that says, let's talk. Let's talk, bro. Let's heal, bro. Let's apologize, bro. And this is where I think you need to start listening as a community. We need to listen to the J. Coles. Because if more black men listen to the J. Coles out here, you would have less dead Negroes on the street. You would have less dead black men filling up the morgue. You would have less traumatized people. You would have less people walk around with their feelings hurt, with a chip on their shoulder, ready to fight at the drop of a hat. If people were forced to talk, the drama would unfold, because it's much easier for me to lob horrific statements at you from across the internet than it is for me to look you in the eye and get to know you as a human being and really, really talk to you like a person. Let me give you an example. This is a real thing, a very subtle statement, but it had heavy implications. Anybody remember, how many of y'all are old enough to remember when Common and Ice Cube had a beef? Anybody remember when Common and Ice Cube back in the day had a little beef going on? So Common, I don't know if Common's a rapper or an actor, but basically they had a beef way back in the day. Ice Cube and Common, apparently somehow, I have no idea how Common ended up beefing with Ice Cube. It was very weird to me because they're not similar in terms of style and genre, but somehow there was a beef. And let me tell you what happened. This is the formula. This is the remedy, that your medicine isn't in big pharma, your medicine's in your own community. So let me tell you what happened. Because the Tupac Biggie thing had happened just a few years earlier, the Nation of Islam got involved. Louis Farrakhan got involved. If I was in charge of the national budget, I would give the Nation of Islam $50 billion a year. I'd give them $100 billion like we give in Israel and Ukraine, so they can go in and fix your community. The same way we send in $100 billion over to Israel and Ukraine so they can go and fight Russians that I don't know and go and blow up Palestinian kids. They should take that $100 billion and give it to the Nation of Islam so they can actually do some counseling for these brothers so they stop beating each other up. So Ice Cube and Common got into this beef. And here's the thing. I don't know Common. He seems like a nice guy. Ice Cube, I do know he is a nice guy. And I don't understand how these two got in a beef. But let me tell you what happened when those two talked. When the Nation of Islam got them together, and maybe I'm telling the story wrong. If I say something wrong, please correct me, forgive it, chalk it up to my ignorance. But from what I understand, the Minister Farrakhan got both of them together. They talked, and then they interviewed Common. And you know what he said? He said, man, I talked to Ice Cube, and he's actually a pretty cool dude. He's a pretty cool dude. So here's the thing. I think that a lot of times when you fight with somebody, especially when you talk about a beef and you're lobbing stuff across the way, 9 times out of 10, it's one of two things. Either one, you don't know the person and you're fighting their image because they're doing better than you and they're selling more records than you, or they're more popular than you, and you think that you have to punch the big guy in the mouth in order to level yourself up. That's one thing. Or two, which I think could be true in the case of Drake and Kendrick, you used to be friends and something happened. You used to be buddies and somehow there was a disagreement. Somebody didn't get what they wanted. Somebody didn't get their money. Somebody somebody cut somebody off or something like that. Usually that's what I see. And so in both of those situations, in my opinion, in one situation, you're beefing with your shadow boxing. You're not fighting the person, you're fighting the image of the person. So if you actually met the person and talked to the person, you probably wouldn't be as gangster in their face as you are over the internet or over a record. And then number two, if you used to be friends, like Biggie and Pac used to be friends. If you used to be friends, then what needs to happen is you need a mediator so you can both sit down and process your hurt feelings, apologize to each other, and then you know what happens? You get back to being friends again. You get back to being, see, Drake and Kendrick, I'm not sure. I don't know the whole history here, but I believe they used to be cool and now they're not cool. Now they hate each other. I believe they could be cool again. And what Drake and Kendrick need to do, in my opinion, is man up get on the phone, talk it out, and then say, you know what, bro, with all this attention we've gathered now, why don't we get together and go on tour? We will literally make more money than Taylor Swift right now if we go on tour together. Fighting each other, people going to end up dead, people going to end up sued, billions will be lost, lots of opportunities will be thrown out the window. The media is going to make money from this because they love to watch black people take each other out. But if we come together and resolve this, then we will make more money than Taylor Swift. I don't know if that sounds crazy to some people. Maybe some people don't get it, but those of you that do, I hope you'll at least hear what I'm saying here. The opposite of an enemy is not a dead enemy. Like the goal with an enemy should not be to destroy the enemy. The goal of a powerful enemy should be, if you can, make that enemy into a friend. And I think these two guys can still work together. I really do. But then again, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Maybe I'm just hallucinating here. All right. So anyway, the last thing I'm going to say is this, and then I got to go. We're about to do our real estate gathering in a couple of minutes. First thing, the next thing I want to ask y'all is this. Hit the thumbs up button. I see rappers all the time beefing with each other. And one thing that I find is really fascinating is that they'll beef with each other all day, but they never beef with white supremacy. They'll beef with each other all day, but they'll never beef with the white folks that run the music industry. They beef with each other all day, but they'll never beef with Leor Cohen. They will never beef with police brutality. They'll never beef with poverty in America. They won't beef against racism. They won't beef against the racial wealth gap. Why are you scared to beef against that? You won't beef against all the broken families in your community. You won't start a beef against diabetes and all the diseases killing black folks. You won't beef against the gun industry that's making a profit from killing you. You won't beef against these corrupt politicians that are using your people, but yet you'll beef with each other all day. You want to see your brother die, but you're scared to step up to the people that are running this damn industry. You will fight all day in the cage, but won't fight the sons of bitches, the motherfuckers who built the damn cage. And that bothers me. That bothers me. That bothers me because that reflects a lack of consciousness, and that also is a little bit of a punk move. So my feeling is, look, before you start beefing with your brother, I want to see if there are any other people out here that are more worthy of a beef. And I guarantee you, the Leor Cohens of the world, the people who are sitting back making money, watching you all destroy each other, I would say that should be next on your beef list. That's the rapper that's going to impress me, the one who beefs with white supremacy, the one who beefs with the people that are the slave masters in the record industry that have made money destroying our people. That's the next beef I want to see on the list. That's the album I'm going to listen to. I got to go, guys. I'm done. And if you want to know who I'm beefing with, that's what I'm beefing against. I'm beefing with the racial wealth gap. And guess what? I put out an album every day, and my album's always a hit, and I'm winning the beef. I'm winning the beef. In the Black Business School, we are winning the beef with the racial wealth gap. We've already solved it. We've kicked it in its ass, stomped it out. Now all we got to do is implement. So that's my beef. If you ever want to know who Dr. Boyce is beefing with, it ain't nobody on the internet. I'm beefing with the racial wealth gap. And just like when Drake drops a hot album or Tupac drops an album, I'm the Tupac of finance, damn it. I am dropping an album every single day, just like Kendrick was putting out them songs. I'm putting out a new album every day, and every album I put out is a banger because I'm beefing with white supremacy. I'm beefing with the racial wealth gap, and I'm winning the damn beef, and I'm not going to stop until I'm done. So I got to go, guys. Have a great day. Thank you so much for listening. Please hit the thumbs up button. If you want to join us tomorrow morning for financial consciousness training, all you got to do is text the word morning to 87948. Text morning to 87948. We meet every single morning, 7 days a week at 10 a.m. Eastern in the Black Business School right here in a private Zoom. So text morning to 87948. I'll send you an invitation. Last but not least, I have a new book out called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. If you'd like to get a copy, you can go to drboycebooks.com. All right, guys, I'm out of here. God bless you. Thank you so much for listening. Have a wonderful day, and I'll see you soon. Peace.
Here we are, clan the isms, cataclysm great. Our people out here struggling, trying to make it in this state. Everybody out here doing it, but we the ones who late. Now family, we the ones who gotta delegate. Get that money in the power, never be fake. Stick to cosign for 3. What did he say? Create jobs, support our own. Educate the same and buy back your home. Got 3 degrees, triple 10. 3 PhDs, now we on the CNN. DBTV, let's talk about negligence. Ignorance is blissful, we can turn it to intelligence. Believe none of what you hear, half of what you see. Let's break it down here on Dr. Boyce TV.
I am excited today. This is and intelligent, and to build our economics. Can I get an amen? Do you agree with me? I hope you agree. Hello, I hope you guys are doing well. I'm really excited. I'm very excited. I'm gonna tell you why in a minute. Every day when we do financial consciousness training, I meditate and I wait for God to send me the message that I want to share that day. And I'm very spiritual. I'm not so much religious, but I'm very spiritual, and that spirituality guides me in the sense that my wife also is into metaphysics and the subconscious mind, and I'm a big believer that if you obsess about something, if you are committed to something, if you're repetitive and just sort of almost maniacally connected to something, you're going to eventually gain insights into it. I almost think of it like the connection between a mother and a child. You know, most good mothers are fanatical about their children. I don't know. Give me a yes if you agree, ladies. When it comes to your kids, you don't play with your. When it comes to your children, you're thinking about them all the time. You know everything about them. You're just connected to them, and it becomes almost to the point where it transcends just logic and information. It goes into this almost like magical spiritual place where your consciousness, your child consciousness, is just on level 10. You know, like something happens to your kid and you feel it in your body and you don't even know why you felt it or how. You just know, right? So in a way I'm kind of connected. I don't know if I'd say that I can emulate the connection between a mother and child, but I'm always thinking about like black economics like that every single day. I'm always sort of I have kind of a grudge over this idea that people believe that black people just can't do anything right or that we're supposed to be in second place. I hate that. It absolutely drives me crazy. I don't think that's who we're supposed to be. I don't think we're supposed to get our butts kicked. I don't think we're supposed to be oppressed. I don't think we're supposed to be sitting behind somebody. I don't think I certainly am not built for begging. I'm not built to be a beggar. I don't know if anybody else, if you agree, let me know. But I'm I'm not built to beg. I'm not built to get on my knees. I'm not built to be your secondary. I'm not built to do any of that. I believe we have everything that we need to be great. So anyway, so one of the, anyway, I want to start today off with some information that may be helpful on a practical level, especially those of you that either are have children that are going to college, or maybe you're going thinking about going back to school, or you have grandkids that are going to go to college and you want to share this information. It was something I ran across in the media, and then what I'm going to do is circle that down to something that I think is actually a pretty profound and powerful solution that, if you apply it in the right way, I guarantee you it's going to make a magical and an amazing difference in economic outcomes for your family, you know, for the next 100, 200 years. And actually, it's really me sort of after sitting there, you know, my wife and I went out of town, and I was sitting there with her at breakfast, and I drank my coffee, and we were just thinking about stuff and talking about stuff, and you know, with her being a therapist, you know, every conversation, imagine just two professors just going back and forth about stuff. We're always sort of exploring ideas and thinking about things, right? Because as a therapist, she's able to go deep into the psychology of why we do what we do. You know, why does a man beat up his wife? Why does a why does a woman divorce her husband? Why does why does a kid get depressed? Why does a person make bad choices? And or why does how's a person end up homeless and on drugs and whatever? So some of this came to me after that conversation. So anyway, I'm going to first off, let me know, can you guys hear me? Give me a yes in the chat if you can hear me. Okay, give me a quick yes if you can hear me. I want to make sure everybody can hear all right. And okay, I see Agnes and Gwen, Dorothea, Kevin Nibbs. I see you in here. Who else? Let's see, Dorothy Van Buren and Gina Mills, Ali Ochia, Carolyn Thomas. Good morning, Carolyn. Good morning to Tony Scott and Josephine Rainwater. Good morning to everybody. All right, and so anyway, let's jump in. And by the way, don't forget that we do financial consciousness training every single day, 7 days a week. 10 a.m. Eastern. The live sessions are free. The live sessions are free. If you want to get all the recordings, I think we've done about 100 of these lectures now. We've done 100 of these trainings, and if you want to get them all and you want to share them with your family, if you feel like this is profound and helpful to you, then I can share a link with you guys a little bit later where you can pass it on to whoever you think can benefit from this. I can guarantee you that if you give your kids, say, $20 to watch them all, or so, or $50 or whatever, it'll be the best investment you ever made. Because that's what I believe. I believe that when it comes to educating people that may or may not know the value of what you're teaching them, Sometimes you gotta put a little sugar in the vegetables. You gotta, sweeten it up a little bit. And so I believe deeply in paying kids to do things that are going to benefit them long term. So if I go to my 12-year-old that doesn't want to learn economics, that doesn't understand why powernomics is important, that doesn't understand why when he's 35 years old he's going to be having night sweats and worried about money, then what I do is I say, hey, I'll give you 20 bucks if you read this book, or I'll buy you a new pair of Jordans if you finish these lessons or something like that, right? I did that with my kids when they were teenagers, and my adopted kids, so-called adopted. They weren't legally adopted, but they're mine. And I remember I remember literally compensating them, because I was like, well, in life, think about it. In life, you get compensated to do stuff, right? You don't. Most of us that go to work, yes or no? Would you go to work if you weren't getting paid? Those of you those of us that have had jobs, let's think about a time when you had either have or had what might be considered to be a job, a regular job, or a job that you wouldn't do if you were doing it for free. Give me a yes if if you understand where I'm coming from. That if they didn't pay you, would you come to work? Would you do that job every day? No, most people would not be at work if they weren't being paid, right? So for kids, I believe that learning about this stuff, learning about the stuff that you and I didn't understand was important until we were like 40 years old, learning this stuff is like a job. It's like, why would I want to learn this when I can go eat candy and play basketball? I know I wouldn't. I wouldn't if I got a choice between going to football practice and having fun playing football, or sitting down and reading Powernomics when I'm 12. Hell no, I'm not doing that. But you give me a little reward. Now we talking, right? You give me 20 bucks. I'm broke. I'm a broke 12-year-old. $20 is like $1 billion to me. So you give me $20 and I'll read the whole book back and forth. And then on top of that, check this out. What you're doing is you're developing a psychological connection where the reward center of their brain is attached to, say, Powernomics. Let's say you said, every time you you read a chapter in the Dr. Claude Anderson book, I'll give you 20 bucks. Well, they're going to attach the reward. Let me know if you get this. They're going to attach the reward of getting the money to reading the book. So that's going to make them want to do it more. Do you understand? Things that have a reward or a pleasure reward attached to them tend to be things that we want to do more. You know what I'm talking about. If we think about when maybe the first time you went into the bedroom and, had a special experience, if you know what I mean, right? We attach those reward centers. There's something, it relates to research. Anybody remember Pavlov's dog? Give me a yes if you've heard of Pavlov's dog. Pavlov's dog, I'll tell you about it for those that don't know. Pavlov's dog was this dog that they trained to salivate whenever they rang a bell. Because what they would do is they would ring the bell and give him food. And every time the bell rang, he knew the food was coming, like any dog, right? So he'd hear the bell and he starts salivating, like, I'm about to get some now, and so the food would come. And then what they did was they stopped giving him the food, and then but they would ring the bell without the food. And what they noticed was that he would salivate when he heard the bell, even if there was no food attached. That he formed a connection between the sound of the bell and the anticipation of the reward. That's which to me is very powerful, in the sense that, so if you can attach positive rewards to doing things that might not otherwise be enjoyable for the child, like, again, like reading Dr. Claude Anderson books when you're 12, or learning about budgeting and finance and stock market investing, things that they have yet to understand the value of, that might hold them over until they get to the point where they understand the value directly, because they will eventually know the value. See, they will eventually understand why economics is important. They're gonna know this, right? They're gonna know it because one day they're gonna be 35, 40 years old, and they're gonna have kids, and they're gonna be trying to pay bills, and then they're gonna know how important money is. Well, what other connection will they have? Well, if they're in a bad position, they're gonna say, gosh, if I don't go to work, I won't eat today. If I don't go to work, I won't get money that I need to do what I need to do. If I don't go to work, I'm going to experience extreme pain, the extreme pain of financial insecurity, homelessness, broke acidness, if you want to call it that. I'm going to experience these things. So to avoid these things, they're going to go to work every day. And I think that there is a big difference between doing something because you desire a better experience or a better life or a better feeling, versus doing something because you're trying to avoid the pain of the bad feeling. And that's what I think a lot of us do. I think that what drives a lot of us, especially when you don't prepare, especially when you don't think ahead, is when you don't have investor vision. um, what drives a lot of people is pain avoidance. Like, think about it. Do you know that some of the most disciplined guys I know are guys who spent a long time in prison? And again, incarceration affected so many of our families. It took trillions of dollars out of the black community. Um, so I'm very sensitive to incarceration. It's happened in my family way too. My father went to prison. My uncle, who was my role model, he was like my older brother. I remember when he went to prison, and it broke him psychologically so bad that he was just mentally gone. And it was very tough. It's very tough when the person, your number one person on earth, the person you look up to, the person you follow around, your mentor is just broken down to the point where he's such a broken little boy that you have to become the man. And I'm only 9 years old, 10 years old, trying to figure out how to become the man when he's 8 years older than me, and I'm looking to him for advice, and I find out that that's not good information. That's not, I can't follow him anymore. Do you understand? So me and him transitioned from mentee. I've transitioned from mentee to being the leader of our relationship when I was about 11 or 12 years old. It was really hard to do. And so that's what prison does to black families, in case you don't know. But anyway, but some of the most disciplined guys are guys who spent a lot of time in prison. And you think about it, right? Some of them, not everybody, but some guys were knuckleheads before they went to jail. Couldn't tell them nothing, couldn't control them for nothing, and whatever, right? So how do you go from being a a wild knucklehead to being super disciplined, and in prison you're walking in line, and you don't misstep, you don't speak out of turn, you do exactly what you're supposed, you do your chores when you're supposed to. Well, a lot of that is due to pain avoidance. What happens is that because they're in that situation, they pretty much say, look, we don't care about you. I don't love you like your mama does. If you get out of line, I'm gonna put this bat upside your head, or I'm going to electrocute you, or you might get shot, or whatever. So if you don't follow instructions, there's going to be lots of pain, right? And so when that happens, a lot of people, that's when they become disciplined. They become disciplined when it gets to the point where they're being disciplined to avoid pain, as opposed to being disciplined to experience something that they desire, to get something good. And so, what I really want for your kids, and I'm going to get to a little bit more to the topic in a second, but what I really want for your kids is I want them to be able to not have to simply wait until it's too late, to the point where they're getting up and going to work every day and working hard just to avoid the pain of not having enough money. Do you understand? There's so many people who work hard every day because they are scared, and they are traumatized by the fear of not having enough, right? I don't want you to experience that. I want you to work hard because you are excited about all the possibilities that come with financial freedom and possibility in your life. I want your children to get that while they're young, so they're not 45 years old trying to play catch up. Do you understand? Right? So this is one of the reasons why I think that one bridge builder might be to simply pay them to do the stuff that they're supposed to do. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I don't think there's anything wrong with paying kids to learn. A Harvard professor, Professor Roland Fryer, who I respect, he's interesting. His story is really fascinating. Harvard really did him just so dirty, but then again, though, that's what happens when you kind of become committed to these institutions. So in that regard, I kind of think it's like a funny story. But he's a great economist, and one thing that he found in the study was that when you pay kids to learn, guess what? They want to learn more because they're connecting the reward of money with knowledge. I think that that's fine. So anyway, let me jump into what I wanted to share with you. So what I did was I saw this list of colleges that have the graduates with the highest pay, and I'm going to read that list to you, and then I'm going to also tell you which majors pay the most money, in case this is of interest to you. And then I'm going to give you a little secret. I'm going to tell you about a major that pays 10 times more than all these majors in here. And I think that, and this is what's going to really be the kicker for our conversation. So let me mention to you, this is the list of the schools that pay the most money. You ready? All right. So MIT pay the average make a graduate makes 91,000. Stanford $90,900. Harvard Mudd College, who knew? $85,600. Princeton 83.9. University of Pennsylvania 78.2. Harvard 81.5. Caltech 74.8. Carnegie Mellon 89. The Naval Academy 82.9. Santa Clara University 76.9. Okay. Now, um, now here are the majors that pay the most money. In case you want to know, in case you want to tell your kids, a lot of you have kids and grandkids going to college. Okay. Petroleum engineering. Let's see, electrical engineering and computer science, applied economics and management, Operations research is number four. Operations research that specializes in this specialists in this field use advanced mathematical and analytical methods to solve decision-making problems, leading to high compensation. Next, number five is public accounting. Number six is chemical engineering. Number seven is quantitative business analysis. Number eight is pharmacy. Number nine is aeronautics and astronautics. Wow, focusing on the design and development of aircraft and spacecraft. This major appeals to those interested in aviation and space exploration. Okay, all right. So, and this came from College Mind Degree Choices and Kiplinger.com. Okay, so there we go. So we have the top colleges that pay the most money and the top majors to pick if you want to make money. And this really is the nuance of my position on college. You guys have heard me talk about college before, and if you've listened to that conversation, you'll know that I'm not anti-college at all. I think college is a great experience, but I am concerned about the number of people that go to college and don't pick a major that is going to give them an adequate livelihood. A lot of people go to college and it's a 4 year party with step shows and everything else, and next thing you know, they have a big pile of debt and nothing in their resume that makes an employer want to even consider hiring them. There's nothing about going to college for 4 years that will make an employer, and I am an employer, I employ lots of people, that will make an employer want to hire you. You have to have skill. You have to have some sort of ability that helps to solve an important problem that will help the employer to achieve their goal, right? And so that piece of paper only means as much as it actually means. And so for some people, they don't know because they're first generation. That piece of paper means absolutely nothing. If I know that all you did was go to college and major in something worthless and spend 4 years going to step shows, which is why college attendance has been one of the great wealth drainers of the black community because college is very expensive. Half of all black college graduates default on their student loans. When they default on their student loans, that means they have bad credit. If you have bad credit, that means it's much harder for you to do the things that actually build wealth, like buy real estate, start businesses, invest in stocks, things like that. And so on top of that, their incomes and salaries are much lower than what they anticipated them to be, and because the economy is to some extent somewhat rigged if you don't understand how it works. Okay, but because again, as an economic scientist, I hope to share some things with you that will help you to deal with this. Now, here's what I'm going to say to you. I read that list to you, and there's a part of me that if you had talked to me at the age of 30, I would have read this list very enthusiastically. At the age of 30, I was working on a book called Everything You Ever Wanted to Know About College. The book is out there. I wanted to take everything I'd learned from teaching college students for all those years and just blast it onto a bunch of pages and say, hey, look, here's the secrets. Here's what you need to know. I sat there with one of my daughter's friends and talked to her about college. And I said, look, here's how you make straight A's. It's not hard. All you got to do is make sure you study 4 hours a day. If you go to work, you're going to work 8 or 9 hours a day. So go to a quiet, well lit location, sit there for 4 or 5 hours a day, just like it's a job, and you're going to blow away all your classmates. I said, number two, don't procrastinate. Most college students will make it easy for you to destroy them grade wise because a big chunk of them are going to wait until the last minute. They're going to try to learn a month's worth of stuff in 3 days, which never works. They're going to be drinking all this all the caffeine and taking the no dose and the Ritalin and all this stuff, and then they're going to come in stressed out, eyes big, scared to death, sweating and everything else because they've been sleep deprived, and then they're still going to get a C on the test. So I was like, why work that hard to get a C when you can get an A by simply starting a little bit sooner than everybody else? I said preparation is the key to success. You can't learn a month's worth of stuff in 3 days. That's silly. I said number three, go see your professors once a week. If you go talk to the professor and they get to know you as a human being instead of a number on a page, then they're going to have a bias toward you. Bias is very real. Bias just exists, right? So if they know you as a human being and not just a number on a sheet, then they're more likely to say they'll look at their grades, and when they're given the final grade, they'll say, "Oh, I know this person. This person shows up, and comes to see me once a week." So they're gonna if your grade is teetering between an A and a B, they're gonna give you an A a lot of times because they know you. And then also when you need a letter of recommendation, they're gonna write it from a personal perspective as opposed to just somebody who made a good grade in my class. And that's relationship building, which is really a great lesson for life because anybody who knows anything about business, tell me if you know this, tell me if you agree. People that know business, that really know business at a high level, will tell you everything's about relationships. If people know you and like you and trust you and they're friends with you, they'll do stuff for you that they would never do for a stranger that's 20 times more qualified. Because people that deal with big money and stuff like that, trust is huge. They have so many people that they can't trust strangers, but if they know you, they start to trust you. And next thing you know, you got the business deal, and people are like, he only got it because he's friends with some. Yeah, that's because people, they can't trust new people. They don't know you. You're just on a piece of paper. But if I know you as a human being, that's a different kind of relationship. So relationships are everything. What else did I tell her? I said, oh, and when you come to class, sit in the front row, and then because you read all the chapters in advance, you can answer all the questions, and then the teacher will think you're smart. You could be dumb as a brick, but they're going to think you smart. You're smart. Why? Well, because nobody else did the reading. The teacher will say, everybody read chapter 5 by tomorrow. Don't nobody read chapter 5 by tomorrow. 80%, 80% of the students are not going to read chapter 5 by tomorrow because college students, unfortunately, can be very lazy. This is the first experience they've ever had where they had to discipline themselves. Some of them have zero self discipline. So the kids who did read the chapter in advance and can answer the questions, which literally I'm going to explain this to everyone. Everyone in the room is going to know this concept in 5 minutes. But because you learned it 5 minutes earlier, or you knew it 5 minutes earlier, and you answered the question when I asked it, that's going to make me say, "Oh, you must be the smart one." So when I identify you as the smart one, then I'm going to start treating you like the smart one, which means I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. So just little things like that go a long way. And so once I figured out the formula, I think the best thing that happened to me in college was that I never made good grades before. I didn't know how to be a student. I didn't know how to study. The best thing that helped me in college was that I knew how to work hard. I knew how to prepare. I knew what hard work looked like. I knew what preparation looked like. I knew what consistency looked like. So I took hard work, preparation, and consistency and just said, okay, let me try on this college thing and see if it works. Because I really learned it from sports, and I learned it from working at Taco Bell, and I learned it from my father. And that allowed me. And so what happened was the other black students were like, here, I was here. I had the highest grade point average of all the black students on the entire campus for the entire 4 years I was there. There was nobody who was ever even close to me. I was clearly the number. I was the Shaquille O'Neal, the Michael Jordan of all the students on the campus. And it wasn't because I was smarter than everyone. It was just because I prepared and I just did things that seemed to me to be common sense. But I'd also actually, in hindsight, I'd just grown up a little faster because I'd had some tougher experiences that let me know that life ain't playing with you. That you can't go out here acting a damn fool, throwing away your opportunities, being lazy, being ignorant, and being a day late and a dollar short, and expect that the world is not going to kick you in your whole entire ass. Excuse my French. Seriously, that's how I saw life. Was like, if I'm not ready as a black man, I'm gonna get destroyed. Nobody's gonna feel sorry for me. Nobody's gonna come save me. The white man don't care nothing about me. So I had no illusions about any of this. So so having that mindset really gave me a lot of strength, right? And which is very much in contrast to the fact that I believe that they treat black people almost like we're disabled children, and you expect you're waiting. It's like you're sitting on the sideline waiting for the bus to arrive, and the bus don't come. So you sitting out there hot, sweating, tired, waiting with your little bus ticket, and all this hope in the world. You got all the hope in the world, and then the bus never arrives. Well, I'm not waiting for the damn bus. I'm gonna start walking. That's the kind of kid I was, right? So long story short, this was my college experience. And so I think anything like that can be conquered if you go back to the basics, if you go back to common sense. Anything in America for black people, in my opinion, can be conquered if we go back to these basic ideas of understanding that don't nobody really care about you and your family except you. If you don't care about your situation, nobody else will. If you don't fix it, no one will. The hero is not coming. The saviors are not coming. I just really believe that, and I hope I don't sound too cynical. I hope I'm not hurting anybody's feelings. I'm sure some people are going to be uncomfortable with me saying this, but I really truly believe that we are the heroes that we're waiting for. If we don't show up, then nobody will. If we never show up, no one will ever show up. And then if you don't show up for your kids, you know ain't nobody showing up for your kids. Even black people, there are even millions of black people who don't care about other black people's kids. So if even black people, let's think about it. Look on the internet. Look at how many men say, "I ain't taking care of no kids, it ain't mine. Those little raggedy kids. Why am I gonna date a single mom with those kids ain't mine? I didn't make those." Even black people don't care about other black people's kids. So if black people don't care about other black people's kids, what makes you think white people are gonna care about your kids? And I know that this, when I talk like this, it scares people and makes them sad, and they get mad. Show me where I'm wrong. Show me where I'm wrong. Prove me wrong. If I am wrong, prove me wrong. And you can't. You can't. So here's what I'm about to share with you. I mentioned to you this list of all the universities that where the graduates make the most money. I mentioned all the majors where the salaries are the highest. Um, I want to let you all know a little secret about that list. As I'm reading this list, again, the 30-year-old me would have read that list to you and been very enthusiastic. The 52-year-old version of me is reading this list and saying, wow, this is really a pack of bullshit. This list is garbage. It doesn't mean a whole lot relative to what's really out here in this world and how things really work. And I'm not saying that it's not true. I'm saying that in the 20 years since I got my PhD, I have understood things that I did not understand 20 years ago. And so I'm going to tell you the major that I believe every black child should have in college that will pay them 10 times more. If they master it, it will pay them 10 times more than any of the majors that I just listed. And that major is Black economics. Black economics. If your child, grandchild majors in Black economics, and this is not a major that's going to be given at a white university, it's not a major that's going to be given at an HBCU. It is a custom design major that you design yourself. If you major in Black economics, then you will win. Why is that important? Why do I say major in Black economics? What does that mean? It means that I'm going to understand economics from a Black perspective. I'm going to understand all the challenges, opportunities, limitations, and possibilities that exist for me specifically as a Black man or Black woman in America. I'm going to really understand that. I'm going to understand all of the cultural dynamics that shape the Black economic realities in America. I can't approach uh, this issue as if I'm white because I'm not white. White people can't say, hey, I've got 5 cousins that all went to prison. Most white people can't say, I know somebody whose mama put the light bill in their name when they were 3 and it ruined their credit. Most white people can't say, it was just me and my moms the whole time. You know, the stories the athletes give when they're about to get drafted. It was just me and my moms, and it was hard, and we couldn't eat, and it was real tough. And now I'm gonna buy my mama. But that story, that you don't hear a lot of white athletes telling that story. They'll be sitting there with their mom and their dad because they're not in a situation where 76% of their children are growing up without a father inside the house. You're not. You. What I'm saying is that Black economics means that I understand fully that in this world, and it's unfortunate, but it's true. If I get the same credentials as the white guy and I apply for the same job as him, my odds of getting that job are going to be lower than his odds of getting that job. And a lot of it obviously is connected to old school racism, but then some of it is connected to just simple human biases. Human beings relate to people that are like themselves. I've never been under the illusion that a white guy would look at me and look at another white guy with blonde hair and blue eyes like him and see us as the same. That to me is a fantasy world. That's a type of social engineering that I do not believe exists. Because I'm gonna tell you the honest to God truth. If I'm looking at a young black man who I see as a young Boyce Watkins, and he's sitting next to a guy who's a little Mexican kid, I might love them both. I might help them both, but I'm gonna connect more with the young Boyce than I am with little Paco. No disrespect. I know I just made that name up. I hope that didn't sound ignorant when I said that. But seriously, I'm not gonna, and really, truth be told, most people believe that kids should have a place, a community, some space that it belongs to them. Like every time, when you have, think about it. Imagine if your child kept bringing their friend over for dinner every day, and their friend was eating up all the food and then sleeping on the couch and then constantly at your house. At some point, you would say, "Well, where's your family? Like, where do you live? Where's your mama at?" You stink today. Like, do you have does he have a mama at home? Like, what's going on here? And maybe you can take them in if you can, but you can only take in so many kids. You can't let them all come live with you. So you assume that they have some place to go. Who are your people? Where's your family at? And to some extent, economically speaking, that's kind of, I think, what people look at when they see black people. They say, well, who are your people? Where's your community? Where's the people that have your back? We got people that have our back, and we're going to fight on our. I'm Jewish, and I know that other Jewish people are going to have my back, and I've got Israel and all this other stuff. What do you have? Where's your who backs you up? And you say, well, nobody. I'm hoping that the Israelis will back me up just like they would Jewish kids, and they're going to be like, they're going to look at you like you crazy, like something's wrong with you. So here's what I think. So let's circle back. I believe that majoring in Black economics is not just the best way for a young Black person to protect themselves by understanding all the subtleties that come with being Black, all the ways that you have to look at economics differently if you're Black. Because remember, if you're Black and you start a business, you may not have the same support that you would have if you were white or if you were Asian. If you're Black and you start a family, it's going to be different from being white or Asian or Jewish and starting a family. They have thousands of years of traditions and culture to lean on. We don't have all that. That's one of the reasons that our families just crumble and fall apart. So ultimately, Black economics to me is understanding the integration between Black culture and what we're trying to achieve economically, and making sure you master that. It's almost like medication. They talk about AI. I saw something the other day where they were saying that AI is having a lot of breakthroughs in the bending of proteins and molecules or something, and looking at all the different structures to develop all these new drugs. And they're saying in the next few years, AI is going to be able to develop some really amazing drugs, they say, right, that will heal lots of stuff that was previously uncurable, which is also scary because there's gonna be a lot of illegal drugs created that will create, the worst kinds of zombies we can ever imagine, right? So just say no to that. But at the same time, though, when I thought about that, it makes me think about the fact that typically in medicine, when you're curing something or solving that health problem, the custom solutions are the best solutions. You can't solve everything with an aspirin. You can't um you can't you can't go in and treat every patient the same, right? You have to have something that's custom made. So I see Black economics as being a custom approach to solving your economic challenges as a Black person. But then on the flip side of that, once you get past the struggle, once you get past strugglenomics and survivornomics, then you start playing powernomics. Then you start to conquer. You start to realize, hey, being Black isn't so bad, because when I master that, when I really accept who I am and accept where I'm from and understand that, I realize after a while, wait, there are some unique advantages that we have that come from being Black that other people don't have. And that's important to understand too. There's always a flip side of that. It's just like with all investing, there's every situation, every yin has a yang. When the market goes down, it's scary, but it's also an opportunity. When the market goes up, it's exciting, but it's also scary. Everything has an opposite side to it. Every moon has a dark side, right? So effectively, this allows us to really understand who we are, where we're at, and what we're trying to do. So here's what I'm going to give you today, and I hope you will meditate on this, because if I'm going to say this, I believe this is probably one of the most important things I've ever said in my life. And I believe, I don't believe, I know for a fact, as an economic scientist, that if you internalize this, your economic problems will not just go away within less than a generation, but they will also lead to prosperity that can last for hundreds of years. So this is something you guys know. We have the $5 a day plan at blackwealthmasterplan.com. I've mentioned that several times. Let me know if you've seen that. If you haven't seen it, just go to blackwealthmasterplan.com. That's there. But what I did was I challenged myself to refine the master plan just a little bit, to make the instructions a little bit more specific, so that you can specifically know exactly what Black economic training looks like for Black children, so that our children are prepared to be adequate, successful adults. So here are the three rules I hope you'll consider. Okay. Number one, every Black child should learn how to start a business by the age of 12. That's just in case they can't get a job. The ability to start your own business as a Black person is incredibly important, because one of the leading causes for Black economic pain is the Black unemployment rate. Historically, in this country, Black people have not been able to get jobs at the same rate as white people. Give me a guess if you've ever seen this. They always, so you've heard these sayings. Have you ever heard this one? Whenever white folks catch a cold, Black people catch what? You don't have to spell it. It starts with a P. It's pneumonia. I know it's hard to spell pneumonia early in the morning. I get it. So why is that? Why is it that whenever white folks catch a cold, we catch pneumonia? Well, that's because we're on the same systematic boat as white people. We walk into the same system that they're in and expect to get the same treatment when the reality is that you're all riding on the Titanic. We're all on the Titanic. America economically is the Titanic. It is sinking. It is going to sink in the next 100 years. We're on the Titanic, but they're on the top deck. We're on the bottom deck. So when the ship sinks, guess who drowns first? So what I'm saying to you is I believe that you should have a lifeboat. I'm saying that you should not go down with the damn Titanic and assume that that's all that there is. You don't have to be on the damn ship. You don't have to be on the Titanic with everybody else. So get a lifeboat. Being an entrepreneur is a lifeboat. It does not mean that you have to go and quit your job and run a business. It means that you're prepared to do what you got to do to bring money into the house and put food on the table. Because one thing I can confirm to you without a doubt in my soul is that America is full of money. You live in a country where there's money everywhere. Money is all over the place. And if it seems like money is rare, it's only because you haven't been taught to be economically conscious enough to know where it is. The money's flying right past you every day, and a lot of us are never trained to see it because we only see money and opportunity if it shows up in a job application. We only see an opportunity if it shows up in a paycheck. We only see opportunity, and I'm not talking about just uneducated folks. I'm talking about all of y'all out there with the master's degrees and the law degrees and the PhDs and the MDs and everything else. You're in this category too. Same to you. You sitting on LinkedIn, you lost your job, you're looking for an opportunity out there, and you're hoping that somebody will post something where you can go get a job with somebody. You can attach yourself to somebody else's Titanic. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that at all. I'm not job shaming at all. I'm not doing that. Let's be clear on that. Give me a yes if we can be clear and understand that this is a nuanced argument where I'm not telling you that there's anything wrong with your kid growing up and getting a job or having a career. What I'm saying is that they should always have a plan B. I'm not saying I'm not saying stay off the Titanic. The music is good. The food is delicious. The ship may not be sinking for a while. What I'm saying is just have your little lifeboat so that when these folks start acting crazy, you can get up out of here. You've got somewhere to go. So that's the first thing. This is what I would call the Black Wealth Master Plan. I'm going to repeat this 10 million times. You all are just hearing it for the first time. Okay, you're the first ones to ever hear this. Number one, every black child should know how to start a business by the age of 12. They should spend at least a couple hundred hours being trained on entrepreneurship, what that looks like, how to start a business, all the basics, so that when they get older, they will always have an option. They can turn back to those basics when they need them. Think about it. Your kid's going to spend 5,000 hours at football practice, 5,000 hours at cheerleading camp, 5,000 hours at basketball camp. They will never be a professional basketball player. They will never be a professional football player. They will not be a professional cheerleader, but they are going to be a professional black person who has to feed their kids, which means that I believe they should spend as much time learning black economics as they spend learning how to dribble basketballs and throw footballs and do all these other things that we learn how to do. Number two, here's the second rule of the Black Wealth Master Plan. Write this down. Every black child should own shares of stock by the age of 5. By the age of 5, every black child should own shares of stock and someone should be investing for them consistently. This is linked to the original Black Wealth Master Plan, the $5 a day plan. If you go to blackwealthmasterplan.com, I explain that. It's very easy to do. It only requires discipline and it requires consistency. If there's discipline, consistency, what you're doing is you're giving your child something more important than a college degree. You're giving them a capital base. If you give them a capital base, then they don't need a job. A person with a capital base does not need to go to work if they don't want to. A person with a capital base does not need to go sell booty in order to pay the rent that month. A person with a capital base doesn't have to go get on his knees and beg for an opportunity. A person with a capital base has freedom. They have that freedom, all that Martin Luther King civil rights stuff that we talked about. That's where the freedom is in America. The freedom in America, it belongs first and foremost to people who have enough money to pay their own bills. It goes back to when you were a little kid. When I was a kid, I used to try to do what I wanted, and my mother would say, "You don't pay no bills in this house. You can't pay your own bills. You do what I say." So as soon as I turned 18, I learned how to pay my own bills. Once I learned how to pay my own bills, They didn't mess with me no more. I did whatever I wanted. I did whatever I wanted. Well, the same thing is true with life. The same thing is true with life. I really, honestly, I'm gonna just sound cynical when I say this. To be honest with you, I've always kind of felt like we're trained to believe that white people are our parents. I really do. I kind of almost feel like the way I feel with the way we're supposed to view other cultures to take care of us. I really feel the same way I felt when I was 16 and I needed my mother and father to pay my bills for me. And I couldn't do anything without their permission or their approval. Their disapproval came with significant consequences. I could not move or wiggle without getting clearance from them. And I feel in society in general, that's kind of where we live. And I don't want to live like that no more. I don't like that. So if you want your child to be free, make sure they're only stopped by the age of 5. Now, here's a little thing I'm gonna have to tell you. This is another piece of truth. But again, I set high standards. Um, 5 years old is really too late too. 5 years old is late. That's like, you know how people are late for retirement planning, they got to double down on their investment. Really, the $5 a day plan works best when you start at birth. It works best when you start before birth. I believe that the more extreme you feel about the pressures that come with economic stress, the more extreme you should also be when it comes to preparing to deal with those pressure. Those pressures. The more painful economic struggle is, the more energy must be put into preparation. So to me, an extreme situation, the racial wealth gap is very extreme. White folks have 10 times more wealth than black people. That's very extreme. Racism on the job that we experience and the trauma of that, the pain of that, that's very extreme. So, in my view, given that the racial wealth gap is extreme, racism on the job is extreme, and all this is very, very painful, then I believe that you have to be equally extreme when it comes to preparing for what's ahead. I don't think that there should be a limitation in how extreme you are to prepare to protect your children and grandchildren from the extreme pain, indignity, suffering, and stress they're going to feel by entering into a competitive economy where they're not prepared. Think about how horrible that feels. How terrible it feels to not have enough for you to feed your children. How terrible it feels to know that if that man pulls the plug on my job, I don't know what the hell I'm going to do. Think about how painful that is to just know that you could be homeless in 3 or 4 weeks if you lost that job that you have. That's scary. So why am I considered the extremist when I say we should be investing stock and buying stock for our kids before they're born? Because if you invest consistently for those children, even at small amounts of money, just the amount of money you waste on fast food, if you put that same amount in the stock market for your kids will be financially secure. They'll be ready to do whatever they need to do. That's not crazy. That's not extreme. What's crazy to me is walking into the pits of hell and walking into the fire and thinking somehow that it's going to be okay for you. That doesn't make sense to me. So, the second rule is every black child that wants to be prepared should own stock by the age of 5. What's the third rule in the Black Wealth Master Plan? The third rule is that every black child that wants to be prepared, every B1 child should be prepared to make a down payment on real estate by the time they are 21 years old. By the time they're 21, they should have enough money somewhere, which might come from, I don't know, the $100,000 in stock that their parents have built up because they've been investing for them. They should have enough money somewhere where they can make a down payment on some real estate so they can become a property owner if they choose to. Now, they don't have to buy property at 21. Maybe they'll wait till they're 25. That's okay. But they should be in a position to make that move if that's what they want to do. So, those are the three rules. Really simple. And where did these three rules come from? It comes from the fact that the people that survive and thrive in this economy tend to be people who do three things: people who own businesses, people who own stock, and people who own real estate. The people who get killed in the economy are the people who work for the business owners, the employees, the consumers who buy products from the companies where the stockholders make money. When you go see Black Panther and you spend all your money going to see Black Panther, the Disney shareholders get richer. And then the third group is people who rent from the landlords. So instead of having a culture where we have nothing but employees, consumers, and renters, I prefer to see a culture where we also have just as many people who are employers investors, and landlords. If you are the employer and the investor and the landlord more than 60, 70% of the time that you enter into the economic system, you're going to win. You're going to be wealthy. You're going to be ahead of everybody else. So ultimately, this is it. This is the master plan. It's very simple. Write down those three rules. Learn how to start a business by the age of 12. Own stock by the age of 5 with consistent investments in more stock. Don't just do it one time. You do it consistently every week. Just like when you buy fast food, just like going to the bathroom, just like eating lunch every day, consistently, 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 consistently. Number three, down payment money by the time they're 21 years old, with the understanding of how to go buy real estate, with the understanding of how to go and buy a piece of property, because that property will increase in value as inflation arrives, as the economy moves forward, as time moves forward. Real estate values tend to go up. You can rarely find any decent community anywhere in America where the cost of property now is cheaper than it was 20 years ago. Those communities rarely exist. So ultimately, this is the master plan. This to me is 100 times better than anything you'll ever get going to college. The flaw of of traditional thinking when it comes to economics is that there are a lot of people who don't start doing anything economically to prepare their children. They don't start at all until the kid is 18 years old. So that means you've wasted 18 years doing nothing financially to put the child ahead. Do you understand how much you can do in 18 years? I mean, do you really understand that if I was to invest, say, let's say I took the same amount of money that I put toward a car note. Let's say my car note's $600 a month, and I put that money in the S&P 500, and let's say I'm just randomly picking stocks. I don't even let's say I don't even know, I don't even know which stock to pick. So I'm just picking in the S&P 500. So I randomly pick an S&P 500 stock every week, and I do that with $600 every month. Do you know that by that in 20 years, in that 20 years that you wasted doing nothing for your kid economically, in those 20 years, I could literally have, what's the number, about three to $400,000 in assets. I mean, why would you throw away three or $400,000 and then throw the kid out there with nothing, struggling, economically naked? It did capitalism is very it's a tough system. It provides a lot of opportunities, but it's very much survival of the fittest. It's very predatory. And typically in America, what you find is that the people that have capital take advantage of the people that don't. The people that have options take advantage of the people that don't have options. That's just the reality. So put your child in a good position. Don't we're not doing that with our kids no more. So this is the Black Wealth Master Plan. I'm going to repeat this 1,000 times, so just get ready, because I believe repetition is the way to sink something into the culture and make it real. Some people aren't going to listen. I don't care about that. I want to talk to those who do, because it's a matter of getting ahead of the problem. You don't solve a problem when you're in it. You don't solve a problem after it's become a problem. You solve problems by preventing the problem. And that's what economic consciousness is all about. That's what manifest. I like that word manifest. That's what manifesting is all about. Economic consciousness pretty much comes down to seeing far ahead. Remember, the example I gave you was if you're in a car and versus being in an airplane. If I'm in an airplane, I can see 100 miles down the road. If I'm in the car, I only see the car right in front of me. A lot of us live in that two-dimensional space where all we can see is next weekend or next week or Drake and Kendrick Lamar or whatever's happening in the world right now. People that have consciousness are in the airplane. They can see what's happening 50 miles ahead. Get ready. Be prepared. So that's in case you ever want to know why we meet every morning at 10 a.m. That's the goal. I want you to be conscious and aware of the economics and understand it and have that vision. If you have the vision, then you're going to succeed. All right. So anyway, before I go, just a reminder, I'm going to do a Q&A for beginners in our Prime program. Prime stands for Passive Recurring Income Machine. That's where we generate income by selling stock options. If you'd like to join, it's not too late to join us for the Q&A. It's going to be for beginners only. We're going to do this in an hour, actually. What is it? It's 11 a.m. Eastern, so we're going to do this at noon Eastern. So if you'd like to join us, just go to drboyceprime.com. It's a great program. It's a money back guarantee if you're not happy, but everyone's happy. It's a great program. Everyone loves it. What else? Also, if you'd like to get some of our Black Wealth apparel or I don't know, buy a copy of my book or Dr. Anderson's book or our flashcards for children, you can go to drboycebooks.com. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. And thirdly, I want to remind everybody, I'm going to do my last live appearance for a while at the Get Money Fest, hosted by Jay Ortiz in Philadelphia, and that's going to be on May 18th. And the URL is getmoneyfest.com, and you can actually come for free. So if you live near the Philadelphia area and you want to come and hang out, feel free. They're doing a big financial literacy component with about 20 different speakers on various aspects of business and money and marketing and funding your business, things like that. And then also they're doing art and music and everything else a little bit later. I'll probably head out after that part because I'm not, it's more so for people a little bit younger than me, and I'm not into that type of thing per se. But I will be there for the financial literacy component because I think that the more I see young people embracing this as opposed to embracing the old stuff, the happier I am because I don't believe the old stuff really works. And I think that that's been proven through years of failed policy and everything else. So anyway, if you go to if you go to drboyceprime.com, you can join Prime and then you can come into the Q&A. So anyway, guys, I'm out of here. Have a great day, and we'll be back tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. If you're not on the text list for Money in the Morning, you'd like to get notified periodically, then just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948. I'll send you guys a notification tomorrow and a reminder. So have a good night or good day, and I'll see you guys soon. Take care.